Hey, what are you doing with those photos? As the train approached the station, Zhou Zing decided to offer some concern for this dimwit. Feng Lin glanced at Zhou Zing beside him and casually replied, "They all have engagements with me, but I can only marry one wife, so I'm planning to break off the rest." Puffed. Zhou Zing burst into laughter. What kind of nonsense is that? Suddenly, Zhou Zing's laughter faded as she spotted her best friend in one of the photos. In the picture, her friend was clad in a black office uniform, perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. Zhou Zing snatched the photo away and demanded sternly, "Does this person also have an engagement with you?" Feng Lin casually glanced at it and nodded, "Indeed, but she's been eliminated. Just look at her face. She looks like someone owes her $200. Stop embarrassing yourself." This is the general manager of the Su Group in Jiang City. Worth over 100 million, the number of suitors she is could drown you with just their spit. Others might not matter, but this person was Zhou Ziying's closest friend. They grew up together and even lived together while studying abroad. She would never allow such a shameless man to fantasize about her friend. Feng Lin's eyes suddenly brightened. "Do you know her?" "Oomph. Of course I do. Caught you red-handed, didn't I? How shameful." Zhou Ziying crossed her arms and scoffed disdainfully. "That's wonderful. This saves me the trouble of finding her. You can take me to her directly, and I'll annul the engagement." Feng Lin excitedly grabbed Zhou Ziying's hand. "Let go. I refuse to take you, you lunatic." Zhou Ziying forcefully swatted Feng Lin's hand away and turned her face elsewhere. Feng Lin pouted and continued to study the beauty in the photo. As they spoke, the train arrived at the station. Zhou Ziying stood up to leave, not forgetting to make a face at Feng Lin. "Disgusting. You should take some time to get your head checked. On the contrary, you should visit a hospital with the medication you take. It's only a matter of time before something goes wrong," Feng Lin said flatly, still gazing at the photo. Zhou Ziying looked at Feng Lin in surprise. How did he know about that? He must be guessing. Muttering to herself, Zhou Ziying followed the crowd off the train. After a moment of gazing at the photo, Feng Lin's expression froze, and he suddenly dashed out, shouting, "Give me back my photo!" And once he exited the train, Zhou Ziying was nowhere to be found. Feng Lin looked up at the sign high above. This was indeed Jiang City. Feng Lin couldn't help but reflect on fate. He had once attended high school here. The woman had mentioned that the person in the photo was from the Su family in Jiang City. How fortuitous. He tucked the remaining photos into his pocket, preparing to annul his engagement. Feng Lin's father was a doctor who had saved many lives in his youth. He had a hobby of matchmaking Feng Lin with beautiful girls whenever he saw one. Half a month ago, he called to say he didn't have much time left. Startled, Feng Lin hurriedly returned from abroad. Upon arriving home, he discovered it was all a ruse. His father had even tossed him some photographs, urging him to choose a wife, claiming he was eager to hold a grandchild. Feng Lin understood his father's intention, to encourage him to step out of the shadows. He too felt it was time to find stability. Time to get to work. Off to the Su family. He sighed softly, departing from the station in the East District, a luxurious villa area of Jiang City, resided the affluent elite. At the Su Manor, Zhou Ziying sat at a stone table on the lawn, facing two individuals. One was a well-preserved woman, voluptuous and sporting curled hair. The other was none other than the woman from Feng Lin's photographs, Su Ruoying. With her hair tied in a ponytail, she displayed a strikingly exquisite and aloof visage, embodying the image of a powerful woman. Most striking of all was her alluring figure, which even diminished the radiance of the beautiful Zhou Ziying in comparison. "Sowing, what I said earlier is true. Look at this photograph. It's one I took." Zhou Ziying laughed, placing the photo on the table. "The toad aspires to eat swan meat. My daughter is not one to be matched with such men," the woman scoffed. She was Su Ruoying's mother, Wang Qin. "Mom, why get upset? This photo is clearly downloaded from the internet." Su Ruoying gently shook her head, taking it all in stride. There were plenty of repulsive men like that, and ignorance was bliss. Ha. He even claims to have pictures of celebrities, asserting they're his fiancée, Zhou Ziying teased. At this, Wang Qin chuckled, realizing that he had more than just her daughter's photograph. She considered it merely a joke, thinking how could such a daydreamer ever be worthy of her daughter? Moreover, Wang Qin already had someone in mind for Su Ruoying's future husband. Just then, a tall, square-faced, middle-aged man approached. "Uncle." Zhou Ziying greeted with a smile as she stood up. The man, Su Chuan, was Su Ruoying's father. "Ziying is here?" Su Chuan smiled as he walked over. "What are you all chatting about so happily?" "Today, Ruoying saw a lecherous man on the train, clutching our daughter's photo and claiming to be her fiancé. Wang Qin couldn't help but laugh, presenting the photograph on the stone table to Su Chuan. Su Chuan's expression shifted, growing serious. Speaking of which, Sowing does indeed have a fiancé. The three at the stone table exchanged astonished glances, the atmosphere seeming to freeze. Then, Zhou Tian burst into laughter. "Uncle, I didn't expect you to joke as well." Both Wang Qin and Su Ruoying exhaled in relief. Wang Qin rolled her eyes and chided, "How annoying. You gave me quite a fright. I am not jesting. The engagement was arranged by my father years ago, and the man's name seems to be Feng Lin this juncture." Su Chuan strolled towards the distant villa. "I recall there are photographs in the album. I shall go and search for them." Observing Su Chuan's retreating figure, Zhou Tian inquired in a low voice, "That man? Could he truly be real?" "Certainly not. Those images are likely downloaded from the internet. Otherwise, how could there possibly be a celebrity among them?" Su Ruoying waved her hand dismissively, showing little concern. "That is a valid point. He possesses numerous pictures." Zhou Tian nodded in quiet agreement. At that moment, a security guard from the estate approached briskly, standing respectfully at a distance. "Madam, miss, someone seeks an audience." "Who is it?" Wang Qin inquired, lifting her cup of red tea to take a sip. "He claims his name is Feng Lin and that he is Miss Su Ving's fiancé," the bodyguard replied, bowing his head. Crack! Wang Qin's teacup fell onto the stone table, shattering into fragments. Feng Lin. She recalled Su Chuan mentioning that the man's name was indeed Feng Lin. Su Ruoying's complexion paled. What era was this? She would not accept a fiancé who suddenly appeared. "Ying, what was the name of the man you encountered?" Su Ving asked anxiously. "I do not know, either. I thought he was somewhat deranged, and only dared to exchange a few words as we approached our destination." Zhou Tian felt a bit dazed. Could it truly be him? "Let him in." Wang Qin rose, addressing the security guard. "Yes." The guard immediately dashed out. Feng Lin paced outside the gate, and shortly thereafter, the guard returned. "Sir, you may enter." "How courteous!" Feng Lin waved his hand and proceeded into the estate, where he soon spotted three women approaching. Raising an eyebrow, he recognized Zhou Tian from the train. It seemed they were indeed acquainted. "That's him." Zhou Tian pointed at Feng Lin. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin's expression darkened as she scrutinized Feng Lin, noting his cheap casual attire. He had no sense of fashion whatsoever. The only redeeming quality was that he was somewhat presentable. However, good looks do not suffice, especially within their prominent family. Wang Qin had already chosen a suitable match for her daughter, a young master from the Song family of Jiang City. The Song family was one of the four major clans in Jiang City. Moreover, the young master harbored deep feelings for Su Ruoying. Su Ruoying also held a fondness for him. "Are you Feng Lin?" Wang Qin questioned sharply. "Indeed, I am Su Ruoying's fiancé, and I am here today to not speak. Answer only what I ask you." Wang Qin interrupted Feng Lin. "What is your profession?" "Profession?" Feng Lin shook his head. "I am currently unemployed." "Unemployed? Then what does your family do?" Wang Qin was aware that many second-generation rich individuals refrain from working due to their affluent backgrounds. "My father is a doctor," Feng Lin replied after a moment of contemplation. "Does your family own a hospital?" "No, we run a clinic," Feng Lin responded. Upon hearing this self-introduction, Wang Qin admired Feng Lin's audacity. How shameless could he be to approach her and discuss marriage with her beloved daughter? With no substantial background, no job, and a mere clinic as his family business, it was uncertain whether he could even earn 2,000 yuan a month. Yet, he dared to propose marrying her daughter. "You can leave. Have you looked in the mirror? Do you think my daughter would marry you and endure a life of hardship?" Wang Qin scolded, pointing at Feng Lin. "Enough." From a distance, Su Chuan approached briskly, holding a photograph in his hand, which he compared closely with Feng Lin. The resemblance was indeed striking, though the Feng Lin in the photograph appeared to be only about 10 years old. "Darling, this man is without wealth or influence, and he doesn't even have a job. You wouldn't allow our daughter to leap into a burning pit, would you?" Wang Qin grasped Su Chuan's arm, glaring fiercely at Feng Lin. "Stop talking." Su Chuan took a deep breath and looked at Feng Lin. "Before my father passed, he entrusted me with this matter, and I vowed to honor it." Su Ruoying's eyes glistened with unshed tears upon hearing this. Perhaps she was being sold out? Nearby, Zhou Tian appeared somewhat at a loss. "Feng Lin, My daughter must not suffer alongside you. If you wish to marry her, you must become part of our family, and any future children will bear the Su surname, Su Chuan stated, gazing steadily at Feng Lin. That's unacceptable. I refuse to agree. Wang Qin shouted, our daughter belongs to young master, Song. Marrying into the Song family is her best destiny. May I have a moment to speak? Feng Lin took a couple of steps forward, addressing the group before him. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am not here to marry. I have come to annul an engagement. What? Annul the engagement? The crowd before him was stunned into silence, incredulous at what they had just heard. Even the nearby security guards were bewildered, well aware of the young lady's character, beautiful, capable, and remarkably disciplined, having never been in a relationship until now. How could he possibly give up such an opportunity? Becoming part of the Su family would ensure a lifetime free from financial worries. I am not interested in Miss Su. I do not wish to marry her, Feng Lin said, dismissing Wang Qin's contemptuous expression with indifference. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have several other engagements to annul. With that, Feng Lin turned to depart. Stop. Su Chuan grasped Feng Lin's shoulder from behind. Feng Lin, I agree to your marriage with my daughter, but you must enter our family. Wang Qin, witnessing this, yelled Su Chuan. We cannot afford to offend the Song family. Enough. What era are we living in? I will marry whom I choose. None of you have the authority to decide for me. Su Ruoying finally erupted, grasping Zhou Zing's hand as they made their way outside. Apparently, your daughter is also unwilling. Feng Lin laughed heartily, pushing Su Chuan's hand away, humming a tune as he departed. As Feng Lin left the East District, he kept his head down by the roadside, occasionally scrutinizing photographs. Which one should he choose? He furrowed his brow slightly, letting out a soft sigh, such a crude method of surveillance. He glanced towards the adjacent alley and slipped into it. Trailing behind him was a white BMW. It belonged to Zhou Ziying. Inside the car were Zhou Ziying and Su Ruoying. Could it be that we've been discovered? Zhou Ziying gazed at the narrow alley, realizing the car could not possibly enter. Forget him. Su Ruoying, in the front passenger seat, rubbed her temples forcefully. After all, he had called off the engagement. There would be no further contact between them. She had no desire to delve deeper into Feng Lin, this mere passerby. Sowing, look. Song Keming. At that moment, Zhou Ziying pointed towards the entrance of a nearby hotel. Cracking the window open slightly, in the distance, a feminine man clad in a suit emerged from the hotel, his arm draped around a woman with chestnut-dyed hair. Su Ruoying's pupils constricted, her breath quickening as she clenched her fists tightly. Young Master Song, you're quite the character. The pair halted beside the car, their conversation crystal clear to Su Ruoying. Of course, they'll call your sisters over sometime for a group outing, Song Keming grinned. They're all complaining that you've forgotten them since you've been with Su Ruoying. The woman playfully punched Song Keming's chest, pouting that, I simply enjoy the thrill of the chase. Once I've captured my prey, my interest wanes, he chuckled, lifting the woman's chin with a smirk. I prefer those with skill like you. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoying felt a wave of nausea, as if her head might burst. Had she truly lost her mind? How could she have feelings for such a man? Damn it! Zhou Zing, witnessing this, was ready to step out and confront him. Su Ruoying grasped Zhou Zing's arm tightly, striving to maintain her composure, whispering, Don't go. Take me home. Sowing. Zhou Ziying looked at Su Ruoying, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Su Ruoying exited the car in front of her family's villa, waving to Zhou Ziying. Ying, you head back. You'll reach out when I have time. Zhou Ziying managed a faint smile. Yet she understood that Su Ruoying harbored feelings for Song Keming as well. However, she adhered to traditional values. She would never express her emotions before establishing a relationship. Zhou Ziying believed that discerning Song Keming's true nature was a blessing. If she were to unwittingly fall prey to his deceit, it would spell irrevocable disaster. Su Ruoying wandered into the villa, her mind in disarray. Su Chuan and Wang Qin were still discussing Feng Lin, both wearing grim expressions, as if they had just had an argument. I have an announcement to make. Su Ruoying calmly gazed at her parents. I intend to marry Feng Lin. Chapter 3. I dislike your type. Feng Lin ambled along the path by the river, intending to purchase a train ticket when a sudden sneeze interrupted him. He wiped his nose and gazed into the distance, where beneath a willow tree stood a middle-aged man with slicked back, partly gray hair, robustly engaging in boxing. Beside him loomed a tall man in a suit, exuding an aura of strength that hinted at his martial prowess. Feng Lin observed the scene for a moment before gently shaking his head. Although he had cultivated his internal strength, the scars on his body would forever hinder his progress. He was not a benevolent figure, nor did he feel compelled to offer unsolicited advice to a stranger. With that, he walked past the duo. Zhou Tian, who had been watching, noted the shake of Feng Lin's head. Initially, he believed that this young man, a mere casual player, was poised to impart his scant knowledge. However, to his surprise, Feng Lin uttered not a single word, which only piqued Zhou Tian's interest further. "Hey there." Zhou Tian removed the white towel draped around his neck, wiped the sweat from his brow, and stepped in front of Feng Lin. "What was that head shake about?" Feng Lin replied calmly, "I merely found it regrettable. You possess considerable talent, yet your physical injuries, compounded by age, will confine you for a lifetime." Zhou Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He had harbored a hidden ailment for over 20 years, known only to his family. How could this young man possibly know? "Sir, wait," Zhou Tian interjected, now addressing Feng Lin with newfound respect. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Feng Lin." "No need for such formality. Your injuries will be arduous to treat." Feng Lin grasped Zhou Tian's wrist. At that moment, the imposing man behind Feng Lin misinterpreted the gesture as an impending attack on Zhou Tian, launching himself at Feng Lin like a fierce tiger. Yet, Feng Lin seemed to possess an awareness beyond the ordinary, effortlessly evading the assault while placing his hand upon the man's chest. Boom! The burly man's eyes widened in shock as his body was violently propelled backward, crashing into the nearby river with a resounding splash. Throughout the altercation, Feng Lin remained unfazed, his focus unwavering, transforming internal strength into a tangible form. Zhou Tian's voice trembled, his heart racing with tumultuous waves of realization. When had Jiang City witnessed the emergence of such a presence? The journey into true martial arts transitions from manifesting external strength to cultivating internal strength. Zhou Tian, now at the advanced stage of internal energy, had led his family to prominence among the 4 great clans of Jiang City. Yet, the individual before him had evidently transcended internal energy, entering a realm where the formless became form. "To your companion, I must apologize. That was merely an instinctive response." Feng Lin released Zhou Tian's wrist and continued. "As for your injury, whether treated or not, it matters little. Even if healed, advancing further remains a formidable challenge. Sir, if you don't mind, why not visit my home?" Zhou Tian respectfully bowed. "No need. I have come to break off our engagement, and now that it is done, I shall prepare to return." Feng Lin casually waved his hands tucked into his pockets, and departed from the scene. "Breaking off the engagement?" Zhou Tian murmured softly, immediately glancing towards the small river. "Xiaozhang, are you all right?" "I'm fine," came the reply from a robust man who emerged from the water. With hands still in his pockets, Feng Lin strolled along the riverside path, leaving the eastern district and arriving at the bustling downtown of Jiang City. Surveying his surroundings, Feng Lin finally felt a sense of familiarity. He had spent 3 years in high school here, yet had never set foot in the affluent villa area. However, he was well acquainted with other regions. "Are you Feng Lin?" Suddenly, a man blocked Feng Lin's path. Feng Lin scrutinized the man before him, feeling a sense of recognition but unable to pinpoint it. "Have you forgotten? I am Guodong, your classmate from high school," Guodong said with a smile, pointing to himself. "Oh, so it is you," Feng Lin exclaimed, realization dawning. Guodong had been the boisterous one in class, always sociable. He had been very slender back then, but it was surprising to see he had filled out now. "Haha, so you are also developing in Jiang City. I had no idea. We must find time to gather with our old classmates," Guodong said warmly, embracing Feng Lin. However, after the embrace, the petite woman beside him immediately adjusted his suit, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Lin, as if to imply he was unworthy of Guodong's company. "This is my girlfriend, Qianjing," Guodong introduced with a smile. Qianjing wore an unwelcoming expression and frequently checked her wristwatch, impatiently saying, "Let's hurry. What do classmates matter compared to Li Zong?" Feng Lin paid little mind and gently waved his hand. "You go ahead. If you have matters to attend to, please do." "All right, let us exchange numbers," Guodong said. But before he could reach for his phone, Qianjing pulled his arm and hurried away. "What are you doing?" "This is my classmate," Guodong whispered. "Classmates come with wealth or without. Just look at his attire. It's best to keep your distance. Who knows? He might ask to borrow money," Qianjing remarked as a luxury Mercedes-Benz passed by. The vehicle, worth 100,000, caught her eye, and she couldn't help but stare, realizing she might never have the chance to own such a car in her lifetime. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as the Mercedes-Benz came to a stop right in front of Feng Lin. Initially, Qianjing assumed the driver was merely asking for directions. But to her astonishment, a tall and elegant woman emerged from the driver's seat, embracing Feng Lin and refusing to let him go, even pushing him towards the car. Witnessing this, Qianjing was rendered speechless, realizing the two were clearly acquainted. Quick, get his number. Hurry. Even Qianjing, despite her previous ignorance, understood the gravity of the situation unfolding before her. How could an ordinary person possibly maintain such a close relationship with a beautiful woman driving a luxury car worth millions? Guo Duo stood there, momentarily stunned, and when he finally regained his senses, he realized the car had already departed. You're utterly useless. Were you not instructed to hurry? Qianjing scolded, forcefully pushing Guo Duo. How dare you criticize me? Who was it that looked down upon her just moments ago? Guo Duo could not help but retort. Given your attitude towards her, it's a miracle she doesn't despise me. Qianjing let out a deep sigh, filled with regret, wishing she could turn back time. A person of such stature could easily secure a good job with just a word. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Feng Lin, seated in the passenger seat, looked helplessly at Ruoying. What do you mean by that? Just moments ago, she had claimed that if Feng Lin did not accompany her, she would publicly announce that he was the father of her child, accusing him of abandoning her. Feng Lin, a fine young man, certainly did not want to be misunderstood. I want to marry you, Ruoying declared, her gaze fixed ahead, her expression cold. Feng Lin suddenly became serious. You can't possibly have a child and expect me to play the role of an unwitting father. I have never had a boyfriend. All my firsts belong to you, Ruoying stated, pressing the brake and stopping at the roadside in the suburbs. She turned to face Feng Lin. I want to marry you. Feng Lin, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, Didn't I mention? I'm not attracted to your type. What is your type? Ruoying inquired. Feng Lin gestured vaguely. I prefer someone much more substantial. Ruoying, with a stoic expression, responded, I am. Feng Lin secretly glanced at her. Your appearance meets the standard, but your personality does not. I am fond of gentle older sisters. You're not a man. If a woman like me were presented to you, you wouldn't dare to marry me. Ruoying observed her vibrating phone and pressed the speaker button. Sowing, what on earth is going on? The furious voice of Wang Qin came through the phone. You are the useless one. Feng Lin could no longer contain himself. I've already called off the engagement, and you still dare to mock me. Chapter 4. I'm sticking to you. Wang Qin on the other end paused, her voice resembling that of an enraged lion. Feng Lin, get over here immediately. Mom, I must hang up for now. I'll come find you shortly. Ruoying turned off the phone, her expression calm as she looked at Feng Lin, seemingly awaiting his response. I advise you to remain calm. You must have had a falling out. If you rashly marry me in a fit of anger, you will be the one to regret it. Feng Lin leaned back, hands clasped behind his head, casting a glance at Ruoying. You truly are a good person. Surprisingly, the perpetually icy Ruoying displayed a barely perceptible smile, which Feng Lin noticed. This woman looked exceptionally beautiful when she smiled. Ruoying took a deep breath and said gently, I know you harbor insecurities. Feng Lin was taken aback. How could she perceive his insecurities? In all his life, no one had ever described him as insecure. You believe you are unworthy of me. Thus you prepared fake photographs to suggest that you have many ex-fiancées, ensuring you maintain your dignity while breaking off the engagement, correct? Ruoying imitated Feng Lin's demeanor, cradling the back of her head against the cushion, murmuring softly to herself. Feng Lin suddenly realized her thoughts. Your silence suggests acquiescence, does it not? On her way back, Ruoying pondered deeply about Song Keming's character. Although Feng Lin might be impoverished, he was an honest man. He understood the significance of social compatibility, and recognizing his inadequacy, he chose to call off the engagement. What man, in his right mind, could achieve such self-awareness? Though the Su family may not be a prominent clan, their assets had entered the billion-dollar league. Moreover, she was not unattractive. Wealthy men dream of marrying a beautiful wife. How many can boast such a fortune? Yet, Feng Lin's calm refusal revealed a rarity of character, a quality that is often elusive. He was not only honest, but also rather handsome. In the future, as a husband, he would surely be a reliable partner. Dear beauty, your imagination knows no bounds, she jested, but my fiancés are all genuine. Feng Lin opened the car door, preparing to exit. He still needed to pursue the annulment of their engagement. Ruoying had surmised correctly. Feng Lin was indeed quite straightforward. He feared that certain women in the photographs were overly compliant, knowing of their betrothal, and hence remained unmarried. A woman's prime years are fleeting, and Feng Lin did not wish to delay them. Stop! Ruoying clung to Feng Lin's arm, her voice fierce. I'm sticking to you. If you refuse to marry, I shall follow you wherever you go. Feng Lin distinctly felt the warmth of her touch on his arm, yet he still grasped her wrist, intending to push her away. Just then, his expression shifted abruptly. What's wrong with you? Ruoying noticed his unusual demeanor. Feng Lin closed the car door again and, with a calm countenance, inquired, Did someone bite your buttocks when you were a child? How did you know, you scoundrel? Ruoying's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully hit and pinched him. This memory had long been buried in her heart. However, she was merely 6 or 7 at the time, and the details had faded. She recalled her grandfather taking her to a village to see a doctor. The physician had a child of similar age, and for reasons unknown, they had ended up in a scuffle. Eventually, she found herself pinned to the ground and bitten rather fiercely. At that moment, she had cried uncontrollably, unable to be consoled. Previously, Feng Lin had mentioned that his father was a doctor. Thus, it all fell into place. Their childhood betrothal must have been established during that time. Enough of this. I have a question for you. Feng Lin furrowed his brow and asked solemnly, Do you know where my mother went? His astonishment stemmed from the fact that during the days his father treated Ruoying, his mother had vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated from the world. Consequently, his father had taken Feng Lin on a decade-long search across the country, yet they had never found her. Ruoying gazed at Feng Lin's expression, recalling fragments of the past when she had wept inconsolably after being bitten. It seemed that a beautiful woman had comforted her during that time. Vaguely, she remembered that the woman had been taken away by someone. Did she wish to know more? Ruoying's enchanting eyes narrowed into slits. Feng Lin nodded slightly. Promise me one thing, and I shall reveal it to you. Ruoying started the car and departed from that place. Little did Feng Lin expect that amidst the dissolution of their engagement, he would uncover the whereabouts of his mother. What else more? Ruoying was someone he had previously encountered. Was this not a twist of fate? Ruoying's request was rather simple, to obtain a marriage certificate, albeit a sham marriage, one that could easily be annulled in the future. Feng Lin was indifferent, knowing that when the time came for their divorce, a single phone call would suffice to erase Ruoying's marital record, ensuring she remained registered as unmarried rather than divorced. He propped his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Ruoying, who had transformed from a tomboy into an exquisite beauty. I'll have your eyes plucked out, Ruoying retorted coldly. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a sense of exhilaration. The once insufferable brat who had bullied her was now in her grasp, and she intended to turn the tables. The pair proceeded to the Civil Affairs office, where they swiftly completed the necessary formalities. Back in the car, they held 2 small booklets in their hands. Ruoying drove towards the Su family villa. Meanwhile, Wang Qin and Su Chuan were embroiled in a heated argument concerning Feng Lin. However, Wang Qin held the upper hand, forcing Su Chuan to acquiesce. The Song family was one of the 4 prominent clans in Jiang City, a force to be reckoned with. Su Chuan's plan was to give Feng Lin some money to find a wife back home, as a form of compensation. As the villa gates swung open, Ruoying grasped Feng Lin's hand and entered. You brat, let go of my daughter. Wang Qin's fury ignited at the sight of their intertwined hands. Mom, we've already registered our marriage. Please refrain from insulting my husband henceforth. Ruoying produced the small booklet from her possession, prominently displaying the words marriage certificate. Wang Qin's eyes widened in astonishment, her finger trembling as she pointed at Ruoying. You will be the death of me. Enough, Su Chuan interjected, frowning as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. Feng Lin, weren't you planning to annul the engagement? What is the meaning of this? Feng Lin glanced at Ruoying, smiling as he replied, I've come to realize that marrying a wealthy woman isn't such a bad idea. I wouldn't have to work and would still have money to spend. You brat, you must be dreaming, Wang Qin exclaimed in exasperation. Su Chuan, exhaling a puff of smoke, remarked, I recall you are from the village. I will give you 2 million. This amount should suffice for you to enjoy a lifetime in the village. Leave my daughter alone. Ruoying clutched Feng Lin's hand tightly, fearful that he might succumb to the lure of money. Just as her father had mentioned, Feng Lin's family was indeed impoverished. I recall the days when I accompanied my grandfather to his home, where the other villagers resided in brick houses, while the Feng family still occupied their traditional earthen dwelling. In that village, one could marry a beautiful bride for merely 300,000, while a sum exceeding 300,000 sufficed to acquire an entry-level BMW or Mercedes, with an additional 300,000 to construct a spacious residence. One could still retain $1 million for retirement. He truly feared that Feng Lin might acquiesce. Haha, is Xiaoing at home? It's Xiao Ming. At that moment, a man's laughter resonated from outside the villa. Wang Qin revealed a slight smirk towards Feng Lin, hastily rushing to open the door, her face beaming with joy. Is young Master Song here? Please, do come in. Chapter 5. Funds frozen. The individual outside was none other than Song Keming. He held a beautifully wrapped box in his hand and politely nodded to Wang Qin. Auntie, you're too kind. Just call me Xiao Song. All right, please come in. Wang Qin's demeanor towards Song Keming was in stark contrast to that towards Feng Lin, her expression brimming with flattery. Upon entering the villa, Song Keming noticed Su Ruoying hand in hand with a man. His countenance darkened instantly, yet in the next moment, he regained his composure, smiling as he placed the gift box before Su Chuan. Uncle, this is some premium Biluacun tea my family has just received. I remember you enjoy tea, so I brought you some. How generous of you. Please, have a seat. Su Chuan nodded inwardly, recognizing the stark disparity between Feng Lin and Song Keming. Is this gentleman a relative of yours? Song Keming inquired, his gaze fixed on Feng Lin, his expression still adorned with a smile. Wang Qin hurriedly approached and sat beside Song Keming. Xiao Song, this man he is my husband. Su Ruoying interjected coldly, interrupting Wang Qin. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Wang Qin quickly explained, Young Master Song, don't take it to heart. This man was once a childhood engagement joke with Xiaoing, and unexpectedly, he took it seriously. But we are already legally married. Su Ruoying raised her marriage certificate, feeling repulsed at the sight of Song Keming, whom she deemed a lecherous gentleman. Song Keming's expression finally turned frosty. Xiaoing, what on earth is wrong with you? In what way have I wronged you? How dare you even ask? Su Ruoying scoffed, grasping Feng Lin's hand. We are leaving. Impudent. Su Chuan slammed his hand on the coffee table, his face contorted with fury. Su Ruoying, if you dare to step out of this house, you shall never return. Nevertheless, Su Ruoying did not falter, striding forward with Feng Lin in tow. Song Keming's expression darkened ominously. How could he allow another man to steal his prey? Young master, please do not be angered. Without our consent as parents, that young man would not dare to act recklessly. Wang Qin hurriedly approached to console him, fearful of inciting Song Keming's resentment. Auntie, I am not angry. However, the 300 million order we prepared as a dowry for the Song family should be handled appropriately. Song Keming's words were unmistakably clear. Any reasonable person could discern the implications. With the Su family's assets exceeding 1 billion, this order could potentially increase their wealth by 30%. However, since the Song family can bestow upon you, they can just as easily take away. The Song family also controls half of the material supply in the city. If they choose not to sell to the Su family in the future, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, young Master Song, we are well aware of how to proceed. Su Chuan's expression also grew serious. The Song family possesses the power to obliterate them entirely. Wang Qin spoke the truth. The Su family cannot afford to offend the Song family. Su Ruoying pulled Feng Lin and departed from the Su residence. Along the way, a text message arrived on her phone. She glanced at it, and her expression turned icy. What's wrong? Feng Lin inquired, puzzled. All my bank cards have been frozen, and I cannot access mobile banking, Su Ruoying replied, producing a black wallet from her person and revealing its contents. I only have a little over 200 yuan left. It's all right, I have money, Feng Lin said as he rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a few crumpled bills, some 50 cents, a 1 yuan note, and 3 10 yuan notes. Upon seeing this, Su Ruoying couldn't help but chuckle. She was astonished. Why did she find herself smiling while with Feng Lin? Are you regretting it? Regretting not taking the 200,000 just now? Su Ruoying looked up at Feng Lin. I am a bit regretful, Feng Lin nodded. I misjudged you. Su Ruoying pouted slightly and strode ahead. Feng Lin chuckled as he followed. Where are we heading now? I don't know. I probably can't return to my villa. Su Ruoying turned to Feng Lin. With the Su and Song families at odds, I cannot find a job in the city. So, you mean I have to support you now? Feng Lin could not help but scoff. Su Ruoying immediately glared at him. What? Are you unwilling? I just worry that you can't endure hardship. Can you manage with just spicy sauce and steamed buns? Feng Lin asked with a smile, his hands in his pockets. Of course, I can, Ruoying nodded. Remember, my father has a house in the city. Come with me now. If you consider me family, tell me what has transpired. Feng Lin hailed a taxi, but Ruoying smiled and waved to the taxi driver, pulling Feng Lin to take the bus instead. What time is it? Taking a taxi? Feng Lin chuckled but remained silent. The two took the bus together toward the urban village in the city. Along the way, Ruoying recounted everything she had witnessed today to Feng Lin. He nodded silently, realizing this was the crux of the matter. The urban village here consisted of two families sharing a courtyard, resembling a compound, with several houses sharing a common yard. Upon entering the gate, they found the courtyard well-maintained, with several vegetable gardens growing greens. The houses on the left and right were distinct. The one on the right appeared occupied, with bedding hanging on a line. The one on the left had walls that were quite dilapidated. Feng Lin counted the bricks on the wall, stopping at the 19th layer, and with one hand, he extracted a brick. He retrieved a set of keys from within. Sure, Feng Lin. Ruoying couldn't help but exclaim. In such an urban village, should demolition occur in the future, he ought to receive a handsome sum. Who? At that moment, a man's voice emerged from the opposite house. Shortly after, a bald man wielding a machete strode into the yard. Feng Lin stuffed a brick into his pocket, turned around, and gazed at the figure across the way. Who are you? Noticing the man's attire, he surmised trouble was brewing. Most likely a thief or some unsavory character. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice. He immediately approached. Feng Lin, be cautious. Ruoying felt her heart race, glancing around nervously. She picked up a stick from the vegetable patch and followed him closely. What do you want? Feng Lin, hands in his pockets, advanced towards the bald man. The man's gaze was fixed not on Feng Lin, but rather assessing Ruoying behind him. Such a figure. Such beauty. She could be a star on television, though not quite this stunning. You brat, don't meddle in my affairs, or I'll make you regret it. The bald man raised his machete, pointing it menacingly at Feng Lin. Without hesitation, Feng Lin kicked him squarely in the stomach. Bang! The man's body flew backward, crashing through the large door behind him. As Feng Lin entered the house, he found 7 or 8 individuals inside, with only a middle-aged woman kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face and traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. This was Aunt Tang, a neighbor of his father's from several years ago. Chapter 6. The goddess of fortune. Feng Lin recalled vividly that during his high school years here, his father was indeed neighbors with this woman. However, as a boarding student, he had not visited often, as he frequently had to carry out tasks elsewhere. Ruoying trailed closely behind Feng Lin. Upon seeing the fierce-looking individuals in the room, she felt a wave of uncertainty. Why was Feng Lin so eager to act? At the very least, he should have assessed the number of opponents first. Brothers, let's get to work. Inside, a robust, round-faced man in a tank top noticed his subordinate had been knocked down, his eyes flashing with cold indifference. Feng Lin grasped Ruoying's hand and quickly retreated. Fighting here could easily damage their furniture. Upon noticing Feng Lin's withdrawal, the men hastily followed. 2 of them blocked the doorway, trapping Feng Lin in the yard, while the others leisurely emerged. The leader was none other than the round-faced man from before. Do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on my people? Feng Lin smiled. Are you a fool? Without a name, how would anyone know who you are? Ruoying beside him was at a loss for words, wishing she could hit him with a stick. Was Feng Lin truly daft? At this juncture, provoking them seemed unwise. Wolf Brothers' gaze was not fixed on Feng Lin, but rather scrutinizing Ruoying, ultimately concluding with 2 words, quite formidable. Simultaneously, Tang Hong emerged from within the room, leaning against the wall, uncertainly inquiring, Are you Feng Lin? Auntie, it has been a long time. Feng Lin greeted her with a smile. Tang Hong's complexion paled as she approached Wolf Brother, bowing her head in a plea. Wolf Brother, this matter concerns me and your group. Could you allow them to leave? Wolf Brother seized Tang Hong by her collar, his expression dark and menacing. What are you? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Witnessing this, Ruoying interjected sharply. What are you doing? Let her go, or I will call the police. Unfazed, Wolf Brother retorted. Go ahead and report. Her husband gambled and owes me 300,000. A month ago, he was driving under the influence and drowned in the river. I am here to collect my money. 300,000. Ruoying started, but the words faltered. She had barely over 200 on her person. With her own situation precarious, assisting others was out of the question. Feng Lin furrowed his brow. recalling that Tang Hong had an unscrupulous husband. Even if he were to teach them a lesson, they would undoubtedly return, perhaps even more aggressively. He needed to address the issue at its roots. Suddenly, Feng Lin burst into laughter. Wolf brother, are you suggesting there's a gambling den here? Do you enjoy a game? Wolf brother squinted, questioning, you like to play? Feng Lin rubbed his hands together, inquiring, could you take me along for a few rounds? Not yet. Our affairs here are not concluded. Wolf brother gestured towards Tang Hong. It's simple. She owes you money, and I will cover it. Feng Lin wrapped his arm around Su Ruoying's waist, smiling as he instructed, Secretary, fetch my wallet. Su Ruoying, her teeth clenched in frustration, decided to heed Feng Lin's words given the circumstances. She produced her black wallet and extracted a platinum card. Feng Lin received the card, smiling as he remarked, you've seen one. Haven to you? Without several million in assets, one cannot qualify for this. Wolf brother stroked his chin, recognizing this type of platinum card. It appeared that the man before him was a wealthy heir. This was fortuitous, since he had no shortage of money. Winning 4 to 5 million from him could expedite his financial liberation. He envisioned a life of leisure in a small city. All right, brothers, let us take Tang Hong along. Wolf brother commanded, leading the way. Su Ruoying discreetly pinched Feng Lin at his waist, whispering, are you out of your mind? In gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. And look at his smile, something is amiss. Tang Hong followed, grasping Feng Lin's arm, tears streaming down her face. Feng Lin, this does not concern you. You should escape. Rest assured, my luck has always been quite favorable, Feng Lin replied with a smile. They found themselves in a village within Jiang City, where the area was not extensive. After navigating a few narrow paths, they arrived at an abandoned factory. Upon entering, they discovered 5 billiard tables converted into gambling tables, each surrounded by eager players. In the eyes of most onlookers, there was an unmistakable redness, clearly indicating their inebriation. Brother Wolf has returned. Goodness! Brother Wolf has brought back a celestial maiden. The crowd swiftly turned their gaze, instantly captivated by Su Ruoying's beauty. Many rubbed their eyes, astonished by her striking figure. Step aside, for today we have a VIP. Clear a table. Brother Wolf made his way to the central gambling table, taking his seat as the dealer. Word had spread of a big player, and onlookers from all around gathered eagerly to witness the spectacle. Brother, as our guest, what shall we play? Brother Wolf gestured towards the various games laid out on the table. Feng Lin pulled Su Ruoying onto his lap, declaring, come, Lady Luck. Observing this scene, the crowd was filled with envy. Su Ruoying's cheeks flushed. This rogue was being deliberately provocative. He understood that, given the current circumstances, she could not confront him, leaving her only the option of seeking revenge later. Let us play dice. It's simple and straightforward, just a matter of comparing numbers. Feng Lin pointed to the dice nearby, a game he had learned from his father at the tender age of 7 or 8. He had mastered the art of shaking the dice in such a way that he could control their outcome with precision. Excellent. I relish a game that requires no cerebral exertion. Brother Wolf's enthusiasm was genuine. Dice games progressed swiftly, unlike mahjong, where even with a wager of 10,000, one could spend an eternity trying to win millions. Moreover, there was a distinct advantage in the potential for deceit in dice games. Let us start with 100. To test the waters, Feng Lin suggested to Su Ruoying. Though reluctant, she retrieved 100 from her wallet and placed it on the table. 3 dice. For a better chance at a triple, Feng Lin announced, laying the 100 in the center, a definitive wager. All right, let us commence. Brother Wolf lit a cigarette, distributing 3 dice and a bamboo tube to Feng Lin, mimicking the gesture himself. The crowd gathered closely, anticipating that this young man would escalate his stakes after starting with a modest sum. Feng Lin shook the dice vigorously for several rounds before placing them on the table. Brother Wolf, taking a drag from his cigarette, smiled. I'll go first. He picked up the bamboo tube, revealing a score of 2, 2, and 3, totaling 7. It was his custom not to cheat on the first round, allowing his opponent a win before turning the tables. Only 7. Brother Wolf's luck seems lacking today. Indeed. But a wager of 100 is hardly a significant sum. The onlookers turned their attention to Feng Lin. Lady Luck, it's your turn. Feng Lin urged Su Ruoying. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite the modest wager, she felt a wave of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, she lifted the bamboo tube. 1, 1, 2, only 4 points. Goodness. That's the lowest score possible. Had the 2s been 1s, it would have been a triple. Haha. To roll the lowest is still a stroke of luck. You truly are the embodiment of Lady Luck. A group of men nearby began to jest and mock. Ruoying's expression darkened considerably. Tang Hong, seizing Feng Lin's arm, urged him not to gamble, asserting that this matter did not concern them. Silence, Wolf brother bellowed, pointing at Tang Hong. Do not presume I am unaware that your daughter is still attending university in Jiang City. Tang Hong's face turned ashen, silencing her immediately. However, Feng Lin smiled, stating that his initial attempt was merely to familiarize himself with the game. It seemed his skills had not waned. Secretary, let us go for another 100. Chapter 7. Ruoying handed over the last remaining 100 from her wallet to Feng Lin. She then surveyed the surroundings, seeking an escape route. She was acutely aware that Feng Lin did not even possess 100, let alone 300,000. Wolf brother, somewhat exasperated, remarked that he had given Feng Lin an opportunity, yet he appeared inept. Nevertheless, Wolf brother was a cautious individual and deemed it necessary for Feng Lin to win at least once. Again, Feng Lin shook the dice several times before placing them on the table. Wolf brother, maintaining integrity, did not resort to cheating. This time, both revealed their results simultaneously. Feng Lin rolled a 6, while Wolf brother rolled an 8. Another loss. Ruoying and Tang Hong's faces paled further. Damn, Feng Lin cursed. I refuse to be thwarted. Secretary, fetch me a bank card, the one with the least amount. Feng Lin, Ruoying whispered, yet gazing at the confidence radiating from his face. She inexplicably produced a standard bank card. Feng Lin took the card, turning to Wolf brother. Is there a card reader? It was common knowledge that Ruoying's card had been frozen. While the balance could be checked, it could not be utilized. Feng Lin's intent was to convince them that the card held funds. Indeed. Haha, I have everything here. Wolf brother grinned broadly, clearly amused by Feng Lin's audacity. A bald subordinate approached with a black device. Feng Lin swiped the card, as Ruoying entered the password and checked the balance. The bald man gasped, Wolf brother. The card holds 200,000. Excellent. Wolf brother chuckled, rubbing his hands together. How much will you wager this round? Feng Lin tossed the bank card onto the center of the table, declaring, 20 million. Do you dare? The onlookers were taken aback. Indeed, he was a significant player, daring to wager 20 million on a mere game of dice. Very well. I am in a good mood today, so I shall indulge you. Wolf brother signaled to those nearby, understanding the necessity to remain vigilant with such a sum at stake. This round would require some deception. A young man with yellow hair retrieved his phone from his pocket and activated the device on the table. Feng Lin shook the dice only 3 times before placing them down. Wolf brother, however, shook his multiple times. Let us see. Feng Lin opened the bamboo tube, revealing a total of 9 points with a roll of 2, 2, and 5. Conversely, when Wolf brother opened his tube, his total was 17 points with a roll of 6, 6, and 5. Haha. Wolf brother threw his head back in laughter, placing the bank card beside him. This was his machine, for indeed, there was a magnet on his dice. Once the machine was activated, it would yield either 5 or 6. The reason for not always rolling 6s was to avoid arousing suspicion. If every roll resulted in 6, even a fool would recognize something amiss. Feng Lin and Ruoying were at a loss for words. Tang Hong felt her head spinning. She recalled having seen Feng Lin a few times before, remembering him to be quite different from this. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. I will continue with the least amount on the bank card. Feng Lin slammed his hand on the table, shouting at Ruoying. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to heed Feng Lin's words and produced a bank card. Now, check the balance. Feng Lin pointed to the bald man nearby. The bald man approached with a smile, and upon checking the balance, he gasped in shock. Wolf brother had a staggering 600,000. The onlookers' hearts raced in unison. This brother was truly formidable. A single wager of 600,000. Dare I? Feng Lin tossed the bank card onto the table's center. A wager of 600,000. My heavens, I have finally encountered a true, big shot. Huh, Wolf brother must be hesitant now, right? If I were Wolf brother, I would withdraw. That amount is simply too great. Observing the crowd's chatter, Wolf brother scoffed. Why would I back down? I shall proceed. With a grand gesture, Wolf brother signaled his intent. Stop. Feng Lin suddenly raised his hand. What is the matter? Having second thoughts? Wolf brother asked, perplexed. No, the reason I bet 200,000 earlier was that I owed Wolf brother 300,000. Hence I didn't let you place your money. Feng Lin pointed to the bank card on the table. Now that I have 600,000 here, Wolf brother's stake is insufficient. Wolf brother was taken aback. Caught up in his own joy, he had forgotten this detail. Feng Lin had promised to repay Tang Hong's 300,000, and with the additional 200,000 won, that totaled 500,000. Indeed, it was insufficient compared to the 600,000 at stake. Wait. Wolf brother retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and headed towards a distant room. Shortly thereafter, he returned holding a thick stack of cash. After all, this money would eventually belong to him. Is this enough? Wolf brother placed 100,000 in the center of the table. That's sufficient. Feng Lin nodded in agreement, beginning to shake vigorously. Come on. All right. Wolf brother let out a hearty laugh, and within minutes, he had won 800,000, a sum he had never dared to dream of before. Finally, both of them ceased their activities. I'll go first. Wolf brother swiftly removed the bamboo tube, revealing 3 fives, a full house. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This ranked second, and for Feng Lin to win, he had only one chance. He needed 3 sixes. Little brother, I told you before, you are far too eager. Who bets 60,000 in one go? Exactly, this is 60,000. In response to the crowd's comments, Feng Lin directed his gaze towards Ruoying. Lady Luck, come forth. I won't. Ruoying hurriedly waved her hand, recalling that she had just made the smallest mark. Perhaps this time would prove to be no different. Be obedient. Feng Lin instructed her. Taking a deep breath, Ruoying clasped her hands in prayer, then swiftly opened the bamboo tube with her eyes closed. The crowd around her gasped in astonishment, erupting into shouts. 3 sixes. A leopard. The maximum. No way. Is this real? Truly, she is the goddess of fortune. The results are either the smallest or the largest. Incredible. Ruoying, hearing the enthusiastic exclamations, opened her eyes and excitedly embraced Feng Lin's head. However, due to their height difference, she found herself sitting atop him, momentarily obscuring his view in darkness. Realizing this, Ruoying quickly moved away, lowering her head as she stood at a distance. Hee, I told you, it can't be a continuous loss. Feng Lin retrieved 2 bank cards and handed them to Ruoying, along with a stack of cash. Brother Wolf, what about the IOU? Brother Wolf's expression darkened, taken aback by the young man's fortunate streak. He produced the IOU from his person, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it to Feng Lin, commanding, let's go again. No more. We have other matters to attend to. Feng Lin glanced at the IOU, noting the signature and fingerprint, confirming its authenticity. He stood up and turned to leave. Stop. We continue. You think you can win money and simply walk away? Brother Wolf slammed his hand down on the table, and his numerous lackeys promptly blocked Feng Lin's path. Feng Lin turned back with a smile, realizing that in Brother Wolf's establishment, only losses were permitted. Winners were not allowed to depart. Chapter 8. A 300 million order. I offer it to you. Feng Lin's words ignited a response from the crowd. Brother Wolf, what do you mean by that? You're the one who lost, and now blame others? I've lost 30 or 40,000 here, and I'm not so fragile, shouted one gambler. Exactly. If you continue like this, who will come back here? The crowd of gamblers was not to be trifled with. They had seldom won anything at this establishment and were already filled with frustration. Now, having finally seen a winner, they were outraged at the prospect of being barred from leaving. Brother Wolf clenched his fists, realizing he had no choice but to swallow his pride. He could not jeopardize future business over a mere 100,000. Let them go. He waved his hand dismissively. The crowd parted, allowing Feng Lin to escort Ruoying through. Once outside, Ruoying patted her chest, exclaiming, You scared me to death. I've always said my luck is exceptional, Feng Lin remarked, handing the IOU to Tang Hong. Auntie, please burn this. Feng Lin, I don't know how to thank you. Tang Hong's tears flowed like a breaking dam, cascading down her cheeks. Feng Lin had indeed saved her family. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is worth more than a distant relative. As Feng Lin spoke, a stack of money in his hand was snatched away by Ruoying. She stuffed 20,000 into one pocket and another 20,000 into her coat pocket, with the final 20,000 tucked away in her clothing. What are you doing? Feng Lin asked helplessly. Seizing it. I am the goddess of fortune. Without me, where would you find your luck? Ruoying replied, crossing her arms with an air of nonchalance. Feng Lin rolled his eyes in resignation. You truly have the audacity to say that. Just go home. Tang Hong, trailing behind Feng Lin, bore an expression of discomfort. It appeared that this woman before her was indeed Feng Lin's girlfriend. Had Mr. Feng not informed Feng Lin of this, their families had long ago arranged a marriage. After leaving, Feng Lin sent a text to someone, instructing them to clear the location. Upon returning home, he opened the door. With Tang Hong's assistance, they tidied up the room, which finally looked significantly cleaner. Su Ruoying called Zhou Tian, intending to ask for some help in procuring a few items. She bid farewell to Feng Lin and departed promptly. As for Feng Lin, he was planning to grab a bite to eat. It was nearly dusk, and after such a long day, he had yet to have a meal. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled aimlessly through the urban village. Suddenly, he spotted a bun shop and decided to step inside. "Welcome, meat or vegetarian?" As Feng Lin entered, he noticed a striking young woman in sportswear greeting him. She had a petite face, an oval shape, and shoulder-length hair, exuding a vibrant aura of youth. Feng Lin stared at her, captivated. "Hello?" Tang Chanxian called out again, her expression now tinged with annoyance. This man had no manners, fixating his gaze on her. "Wait a moment." Feng Lin rummaged through his pocket, retrieving photos. Flipping through them until he found an image of a short-haired woman who bore a striking resemblance to the person before him. "Who are you? Why do you have my photo?" Tang Chanxian immediately reached out to snatch it, but Feng Lin deftly evaded her grasp, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded her. Previously, he had assessed her figure as lacking appeal. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be of legal age, yet still resembled a cutting board. "I hope you remain calm as I share the following," Feng Lin said, putting the other photos away but holding onto Tang Chanxian's. "Actually, I am your fiancé." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Tang Chanxian exclaimed, glancing around frantically. She picked up a broom from the corner and pointed it at Feng Lin. "Get lost. I'm calling the police. Please hear me out. I truly am your fiancé, but I believe we are ill-suited for each other. Let us call off the engagement." Feng Lin replied, taking a few steps back with an awkward smile. "Do you genuinely think I'm joking?" Tang Chanxian retorted, picking up her phone to dial, deliberately letting Feng Lin see the number on the screen. "I want meat buns." Feng Lin interjected, "Let us eat first." Tang Chanxian shot a cold glare at Feng Lin. Yet since she was there to work, she chose to endure it. She placed a steamer of buns before him with a frigid demeanor and turned to leave. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a crew cut entered from behind. He smiled at Feng Lin and inquired, "Are the buns plentiful? Are you the owner?" Feng Lin calmly responded, "Yes, I have been here for over a decade." Zhang Bing nodded with a smile. "The buns are delightful, but the service leaves much to be desired. My initial good mood has been somewhat dampened by the server." As Feng Lin ate, he cast a sidelong glance at Tang Chanxian. "You." Tang Chanxian fiercely pointed at Feng Lin. "Chanxian, what is the matter with you?" Zhang Bing frowned. "Do not let your emotions interfere with your work. Apologize." Tang Chanxian, in her frustration, inhaled sharply, clenched her fists, and approached Feng Lin, delivering a cold. "I'm sorry. Boss, did you hear her tone?" Feng Lin complained again. Zhang Bing's expression darkened slightly. "Chanxian, you should understand that your uncle is allowing you to serve out of consideration for your mother." Tang Chanxian pouted slightly. She typically had classes and rushed over at 5:30, working until 7 or 8 in the evening. She only had 2 hours, and the bun shop was primarily busy during breakfast, requiring little assistance in the afternoon. Nonetheless, Zhang Bing agreed to pay her, providing support for her family. "I was wrong. I apologize." Tang Chanxian forced a smile at Feng Lin, a sight more painful than tears. "Never mind. I am not a demon," Feng Lin said with a smile, patting Tang Chanxian's head as he continued to eat the buns. Tang Chanxian suppressed her feelings and sat opposite him. After their meal, Feng Lin took out some money and, before departing, remarked, "Be sure to inform your family that we are finished." Feng Lin wandered around before returning to his residence, where he noticed a BMW parked in front. Just then, Zhou Tian emerged from it, and, upon seeing Feng Lin, rushed over, exclaiming, "Feng Lin, get in the car quickly." "What is going on?" Feng Lin, still unaware of the situation, was suddenly embraced from behind and pushed into the car. "It's all my fault," Zhou Tian said, banging on the steering wheel in frustration as she started the vehicle and drove away. Feng Lin leaned his head against his hand. Learning from Zhou Tian that the Su family had sealed off all of Su Ruoying's belongings and had sent someone to monitor Zhou Tian, they were aware that Su Ruoying, in trouble, would seek Zhou Tian's help. When the two of them went shopping, Su Ruoying was forcibly taken away by the Su family's people. Meanwhile, Su Ruoying sat on the sofa, her eyes red-rimmed. Behind her stood 2 security guards, ready to restrain her at any moment. "Sowing, tell me the truth. What exactly happened?" Su Chuan, smoking a cigarette, wore a grave expression, knowing that his daughter would not act without reason. Su Ruoying recounted everything she had witnessed that day. Su Chuan and Wang Qin exchanged glances. Now do you understand? He was merely toying with me, Su Ruoying said coldly. And so what? You are marrying him, and he has promised our family a 300 million order, which he will not renege on. Wang Qin approached, her tone grave and earnest. Moreover, we truly cannot afford to offend the Song family. If we do, the Su family will face ruin. Are you still my mother? Su Ruoying cried, tears streaming down her face. Bang! The door of their villa was kicked open by Feng Lin. Is it just a 300 million order? I'll provide it for you. Feng Lin sauntered in, his hands shoved into his pockets, his expression indifferent. Chapter 9. You brat. How did you get in here? Wang Qin glared at Feng Lin, her anger palpable. I served in the military for a few years. Your security cannot stop me, Feng Lin replied, stepping closer and locking eyes with Wang Qin. I will secure that 300 million order for you. Do not harm your daughter. Huh? Are you jesting? This is 300 million, not 300. What are you even worth? Wang Qin could hardly be bothered to engage further with him. If he possessed such capability, why was he in this state? Feng Lin, have you been poisoned by idle dramas, believing that a 300 million order is trivial? Su Chuan sat nearby, exhaling smoke. You spend 8,000 a day. Even if you spend 100 years, you couldn't exhaust 300 million. Feng Lin shook his head slightly. I can't say it's trivial. That would be too arrogant. Perhaps moderately significant would be more fitting. Cough. Suddenly, Su Chuan choked on his smoke, erupting into a fit of coughs. Wang Qin, however, remained expressionless. All right, Feng Lin, I will trust you. If you can bring us that 300 million order, I shall no longer interfere in your affairs. Do you agree? Feng Lin turned to Su Chuan. Agreed. As long as we can secure the order, we care not for the Song family. Su Chuan nodded. A 300 million order could provide an opportunity for growth, potentially doubling future profits. As the Su group expanded, the Song family would think twice before attempting to eliminate them. They were not fools. They would not risk their interests for the sake of Song Keming, a wealthy heir. Very well. It is settled, Feng Lin declared, then turned to leave. Stop. Wang Qin called after him. Without a deadline, do you expect us to wait 100 years? Feng Lin raised 2 fingers and replied calmly, 2 days. Good. By this time the day after tomorrow, if we haven't received the order, you'd best stay away from my daughter. Wang Qin returned to the sofa, her gaze icy as she regarded Feng Lin. I'll see you off, Su Ruoying said as she got up and walked towards Feng Lin. The 2 security guards behind her moved to intervene, but Su Chuan halted them. Sowing, you can see him off, but you cannot leave with him. Humph. Su Ruoying snorted disdainfully, taking Feng Lin's hand as they exited. Once outside the villa, she pouted and asked, were you doing that on purpose? Feng Lin, confused, replied, what do you mean? You know that you cannot secure a 300 million order, so you made that promise intending to run away, Su Ruoying said, playfully hitting his arm. Her displeasure evident. In her view, this task was beyond Feng Lin's capabilities. How could a destitute individual, devoid of even 100 yuan, possibly acquire 300 million? By the way, do share your phone number with me. When I need to place an order, I will have them contact you. Feng Lin produced his black mobile phone. Are you truly confident? Although Su Ruoying posed the question, she took out her phone and exchanged numbers with Feng Lin. Nonsense, I will fulfill my promises. So do remember to inform me later. With a wave, Feng Lin bid farewell to the Su family. Departing from the Su residence alone, he retraced his earlier path. Following the small river out of the eastern district, he perused his phone, contemplating whom to call. He was reluctant to owe favors to acquaintances, and if he contacted someone too familiar, they might be waiting at his doorstep by dawn. Mr. Feng. As he pondered, a middle-aged man approached briskly from a distance. Feng Lin looked up to find Zhou Tian, the person he had encountered that morning. What brings you here again? Feng Lin inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Heh. I come here for a stroll both in the morning and at dusk to exercise. Zhou Tian's words were a fabrication. He typically only exercised in the morning, and his reason for being there this time was to see if he could encounter Feng Lin again. This man was truly exceptional. Merely knowing his name was insufficient. One must at least possess a means of contact. You seem to have something on your mind, Zhou Tian ventured, eager to engage Feng Lin in conversation. It's nothing significant. Merely a temporary shortage of funds. Feng Lin waved his hand dismissively and continued to scrutinize the numerous phone numbers on his screen, selecting a name. Even someone of your stature is short on funds? Zhou Tian expressed surprise, as one would expect such individuals to be beyond financial concerns. Anything they desired could be delivered with a mere command. You do not understand, Feng Lin replied curtly, turning to leave. I do understand. Zhou Tian insisted, following closely behind. Akin to a shadow. Such prominent figures surely had throngs vying to assist them, yet in the end, they might find themselves indebted to someone. This was something great individuals were keen to avoid. How much do you require? There's no need to make a call. I can provide it directly. How convenient. Zhou Tian positioned himself in front of Feng Lin, his expression earnest, pleading only for a meal together where he could glean some wisdom. Feng Lin pocketed his phone and scrutinized him closely. I need an order worth 300 million. An order? For whom? Zhou Tian inquired. Feng Lin gestured toward the direction from which Zhou Tian had just arrived, the Su family. Very well. I accept. The Su family is a significant enterprise. Placing an order with them might even save some costs. Zhou Tian nodded with a smile. For the Zhou family, one of the 4 great clans, 300 million was hardly a substantial sum. Moreover, forming a connection with such a distinguished individual was invaluable. 300 million, or even 3 billion, would be worth it. Are you certain? Feng Lin questioned. To be candid, our family, the Zhou family, holds a certain prestige in Jiang City. I could offer you 300 million without hesitation, let alone an order. Zhou Tian's demeanor was exceedingly respectful as he continued. If you doubt my words, I can arrange for the Su family to contact you right now. Tomorrow would be no issue. Let me offer you some guidance. Feng Lin interjected, as he preferred not to be indebted to others. Since they had chosen to assist him, he felt compelled to return the favor. Very well, Zhou Tian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. I've already dined here. Feng Lin grasped Zhou Tian's wrist, assessing the situation carefully. To be frank, your injury is quite difficult to treat. It will take at least half a month for you to recover. This poses considerable inconvenience for me. Just half a month? Zhou Tian found it hard to believe. His concealed injury had tormented him for 20 years, manifesting as sharp pain during rain or drops in temperature, akin to needles piercing his very bones. He had sought out renowned physicians, yet none could diagnose or, let alone, cure his affliction. How could this individual claim he needed only half a month? Is it painful now? Feng Lin pressed against Zhou Tian's waist. Sir, the temperature is manageable today, but my concealed injury. Zhou Tian was cut off, inhaling sharply as he felt a familiar sensation. Truly remarkable. This expert could precisely locate his concealed injury and even provoke the pain. Suddenly, Feng Lin exerted force, causing Zhou Tian's body to tremble and propel backward. He fell heavily to the ground, yet instead of anger, he was filled with exhilaration as he felt a strange vitality coursing through his left side. It was remarkable. The area that had seemed lifeless now responded to the movement of his hidden energy, a feat previously thought impossible. Please leave a contact number. I'll call you tomorrow at this location, Feng Lin stated casually. Certainly. Zhou Tian now held Feng Lin in the highest regard. Meanwhile, Tang Chanxian rode her electric scooter home, her mind burdened with frustration from the day's events. If she encountered him again, she vowed to confront that scoundrel decisively. Mom, I need to ask you something. As she parked her scooter, she noticed Tang Hong taking out the trash. Chapter 10. 30 years of change. Tang Hong smiled and nodded, her worries finally alleviated. The debt of 300,000 had vanished, allowing her daughter to focus on her studies. She was also preparing to seek employment. What has happened today? You seem in high spirits. Initially, Tang Chanxian had been consumed with resentment, but seeing her mother smile occasionally eased her own anger. The man she despised the most was her father, uneducated, unemployed, and reliant on her mother for support. Not only did he fail to provide, but he also indulged in drinking and gambling. When intoxicated, he would even resort to violence against her mother. Upon learning of his death, Tang Chanxian felt no sorrow, but rather a sense of relief. She immediately visited the local household registration office to change her surname to match her mother's. It had been a long time since she had seen her mother smile so freely. A piece of good news. Today I prepared braised fish and pork ribs, and I shall share this with you when it is time for dinner. Tang Hong went to wash her hands and then returned to the kitchen. Mom, you should have mentioned it earlier. Had I known, I wouldn't have eaten buns at Uncle Zhang's. Tang Chanxian, accustomed to locking the door, was suddenly startled as an arm reached through the gap. She hurriedly stepped back in fright. Feng Lin pushed the door open and found himself face to face with Tang Chanxian. Their eyes locked. You scoundrel! How dare you come here? I've called the police. Tang Chanxian shouted, kicking out at him. However, Feng Lin deftly dodged and seized her ankle. Mom, call the police. Tang Chanxian immediately yelled inside. Mom. Feng Lin squinted. Could this woman be Tang Hong's daughter? He recalled hearing from Wolf Brother during a gambling session that Tang Hong had a daughter still in school. Furthermore, considering his father had once been her neighbor, their engagement made sense. Chanxian, what is going on? Tang Hong rushed out, fearing that Wolf Brother had returned to cause trouble. Ouch! Feng Lin intentionally leaned forward, causing Tang Chanxian's foot to press against his clothing. He then sat down on the floor. Tang Chanxian, what are you doing? Tang Hong exclaimed upon seeing Feng Lin sitting on the ground, his clothes bearing the imprint of her shoe. Mom, this scoundrel, how dare you speak like that? Tang Hong interrupted, hastily moving to help Feng Lin up. Feng Lin, are you all right? Auntie, I'm fine, just received a kick. I can take it. Feng Lin replied as he stood and brushed off the dust from his clothing. Tang Chanxian seethed with anger. Mom, he did that on purpose. Be quiet. He is our benefactor. Do you know why I am so pleased? The 300,000 we owe has been repaid by Feng Lin. Tang Hong scolded, her expression firm. What are you waiting for? Apologize. Tang Chanxian's eyes reddened with fury. She took a deep breath and shouted at Feng Lin. I'm sorry. With that, she turned and dashed into her room. That girl. Tang Hong pointed at her retreating figure and quickly bowed to Feng Lin. Feng Lin, I am so sorry. I failed to educate her properly. It's all right. Feng Lin replied with a smile, casually locking the door. Come, I've prepared a delicious meal, just waiting for you. Tang Hong took Feng Lin's hand and led him to her living room. Feng Lin settled onto a somewhat worn sofa, greeted by a table laden with hot dishes. You should invite Chanxian to join us, he suggested with a smile. Forget about her. She has already eaten. Tang Hong served Feng Lin a bowl of rice, continuously adding dishes to his bowl. As he gazed at the abundance of food prepared for him, he felt a sudden pang of guilt about mentioning the annulment of their engagement. Given that they were currently facing difficulties, how could he simply declare, I wish to break off my engagement with your daughter? That would make him the villain in this scenario, disdaining others and deeming them unworthy. One opts to dissolve the engagement. The adage, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West reverberates, turning him into an adversary in her eyes. With this thought, Feng Lin resolved to remain silent for the time being. After all, Tang Chanxian was still young. Who was that person you were with today? Tang Hong inquired softly while dining. She is my dear friend, Feng Lin replied with a smile. Oh, now I can rest easy. For a moment, I thought she was your wife. Tang Hong chuckled, taking a bite of her meal. Speaking of which, you and my daughter have an engagement. Hiding at the door, Tang Chanxian, wiping her tears, strained to listen through the crack. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Lin had not lied. He was indeed her fiancé. Initially, she believed he had won over her mother with wealth. Yet, she recalled that Feng Lin had sought her out to annul the engagement. With this realization, she puffed her cheeks and stepped out from her hiding place. Taking a seat at the dining table. My apologies, Feng Lin said, gazing at the tear-stained face of Tang Chanxian with a smile. Mom, how was I unaware that I have a fiancé? Tang Chanxian ignored Feng Lin and instead turned to Tang Hong. Do you remember Uncle Feng who lived across the street back in the day? Feng Lin is his son, Tang Hong explained with a smile. Uncle Feng? Tang Chanxian recalled the lecherous old man and cast a sidelong glance at Feng Lin, thinking that like father, like son, neither seemed virtuous. How can you speak like that? Feng Lin frowned immediately. You may insult my father, but not me. Tang Chanxian regretted her words. Who would not be incensed at such a public slight against their parent? Just as she was about to apologize, she sensed something amiss in Feng Lin's tone. Chanxian, if you continue speaking this way, I will truly be angered. Both you and your Uncle Feng are our benefactors. When I broke my leg and lacked funds for treatment, if it weren't for your Uncle Feng, I would have been left a cripple. Tang Hong reminisced with gratitude, recalling how Feng Lin's father had never asked for money, only expressing a desire for his son to marry Tang Chanxian in the future. Her husband had been eager to agree on the spot, while Tang Hong herself had met Feng Lin a few times and found him to be a fine young man. Is it so wrong for me to admit my mistake? Tang Chanxian held her bowl, stealing a glance at Feng Lin. If all of this were true, then Feng Lin was indeed their benefactor. 300,000 was no small sum. Why did you choose to annul our engagement today? Tang Chanxian asked suddenly. Tang Hong's expression froze mid-meal. Feng Lin noticed the change in her demeanor and explained with a smile. I feared this matter might become a burden for you. You are still young and should not be confined. At this, Tang Hong nearly burst into tears, realizing she had not misjudged him. Had she known that Feng Lin's reason for the annulment stemmed from Tang Chanxian's lack of physical appeal, she might have been deeply offended. Feng Lin. There is comfort in restraint. Tang Hong smiled again, hurriedly serving Feng Lin food, urging him not to let it cool. Having dined here, Feng Lin returned to the opposite room and reclined on the living room sofa. He held the photographs in his hand, perusing them one by one, pondering which to select. Feng Lin, open the door, came the voice of Tang Chanxian from outside. Feng Lin tucked the photos away and rose to open the door, discovering Tang Chanxian entering with bedding in her arms. My mother mentioned that your bedding hasn't been washed in quite some time, harboring numerous bacteria. Ours has just been sun-dried. Thank you, Feng Lin replied, placing the bedding on the sofa. Why do you have so many photos? Tang Chanxian suddenly inquired. What does this little brat know? Get out. I'm going to take a shower, Feng Lin urged, gently pushing her back to usher her outside. There's someone in those photos I recognize, Tang Chanxian said, glancing back. Chapter 11. Are you here for marriage? Upon hearing this, Feng Lin immediately released Tang Chanxian, uncertainly asking, Really? I have no reason to deceive you. Tang Chanxian shrugged. Feng Lin had a total of 9 photos, as Sowing's had been taken by Zhou Tian. Thus, it couldn't possibly be Ruoying. Feng Lin didn't reveal all the photos, but instead asked, You tell me, is the person in question long-haired or short-haired? Why should I tell you? I want tea. Tang Chanxian made a face and began to walk away. Noticing that Feng Lin did not stop her, she paused. Don't you really want to know? I do want to know, but not to the point of obsession, Feng Lin replied, resuming his seat on the sofa. I have 2 questions, if you answer. I'll respond, Tang Chanxian declared, not waiting for Feng Lin to refuse. First, why did you annul our engagement? Second, who are these people to you? Feng Lin pondered briefly. Disclosing this information to her might not be detrimental. After all, it was Tang Chanxian who would eventually propose the annulment, making it a reasonable choice. They are all my fiancés, Feng Lin said, gazing at Tang Chanxian with a calm demeanor. As for the annulment, you must understand that I have better options. With a chuckle, Tang Chanxian could not contain her laughter. Approaching him, she said, You're not even tipsy. Do you really believe such words? Believe it or not. I've already told you, Feng Lin replied, understanding her skepticism. Initially, even he had doubted the 10 photographs handed to him by his father. Among them, a long-haired woman in a black dress, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was their counselor and the associate dean of the college, Lan Ruo, Tang Chanxian explained. Feng Lin retrieved the photo again, confirming the identity of the woman. She exuded an air of intellect, coupled with a gentle demeanor enhanced by her glasses, embodying the essence of a scholarly lineage. He then carefully stored the other photographs away, scrutinizing this particular image with great attention. In matters of physique, I certainly cannot compare to Ruoying, yet I fare moderately well. Feng Lin intends to make an acquaintance. Should her demeanor and appearance be as gentle as water, she would indeed be a worthy candidate. At that moment, Tang Chanxian approached and settled on the sofa beside Feng Lin, curling her lip in disdain. Don't dream too much. Teacher Lan is the goddess of our school, with countless admirers. Just prior, she had learned from her mother that Feng Lin's debts were incurred through gambling, and the stakes were borrowed from friends, clearly indicating that he was not a man of wealth. Make sure to call me tomorrow morning when you head to school, Feng Lin remarked, as he carefully stowed the photograph away. You can't be serious, Tang Chanxian retorted, rendered speechless, yet given that Feng Lin was a benefactor to her family, she could hardly refuse him. With a nod of agreement, she exited the premises. The following morning, Feng Lin awoke early, preparing to visit the school. He planned to contact Zhou Tian in the afternoon to finalize matters regarding Ruoying. At 7:30, Feng Lin and Tang Chanxian shared breakfast at Tang Hong's residence. Ultimately, Tang Chanxian rode an electric scooter, allowing Feng Lin to sit behind her. They traversed from the urban village to the suburban highway, finally arriving at Jiangji University. Typically, universities occupy vast expanses of land, often situated in the outskirts, as is the case with Jiangji. The location where Tang Chanxian resided was reached in a mere 20 minutes by electric scooter. Chanxian, is that your boyfriend? One of her acquaintances exclaimed, astonished. No way. Chanxian, you're actually dating someone? Upon spotting Tang Chanxian with a man, several familiar female classmates expressed their surprise. To them, Tang Chanxian epitomized the model student, academically proficient and often engaged in part-time work. Any suitor who had expressed interest in her had been summarily rejected, her sole rationale being that she did not wish to pursue a romantic relationship before graduation. Not at all. Tang Chanxian quickly interjected. Her cheeks tinged with a slight flush as she pushed Feng Lin off the scooter, admonishing, "We've arrived. You can find your way." With a smile, Feng Lin dismounted, affectionately ruffling Tang Chanxian's hair before making his way into the university. "Chanxian, that man is quite handsome," another remarked. "He is tall too, probably around 185 centimeters. He looks a bit older, perhaps he is a junior or senior." Tang Chanxian hastily refuted, "Stop talking nonsense. I just happened to run into him on the way. He said he didn't know the school, so I brought him along." Feng Lin proceeded directly to the academic affairs building upon arriving at the school. There, he encountered a receptionist. Leaning on the counter with a smile, he inquired, "I am looking for the vice dean, Lan Ruo. Do you have an appointment?" The round-faced woman at the front desk glanced at him and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" "No, but I am a relative of hers," Feng Lin replied with a grin. The woman rolled her eyes dismissively. "You might as well leave. I see at least 8 or 10 people like you every day. Please don't make this difficult for me." Feng Lin contemplated for a moment and was just about to respond when the elevator doors opened. A woman clad in a black dress emerged from within. In her hands, she cradled a book adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. This individual was none other than Lan Ruo. Feng Lin glanced at the photograph once more, confirming that the person before him was indeed the one he sought, and he promptly approached her. "Hello," Feng Lin greeted with a warm smile. "Yes, hello," Lan Ruo replied, offering a faint smile as she walked past him. Noticing Feng Lin trailing behind, she furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "I have a class to attend." Feng Lin scrutinized Lan Ruo carefully, his voice gentle and soothing. Lan Ruo cast a disdainful glance at him before hastily departing. "Yet," Feng Lin pursued her, and before he could utter a word, she spoke first. "I'm sorry, but I am engaged. Please respect that. Your fiancé, is he named Feng Lin?" Feng Lin produced his identification card and presented it to her. "I am Feng Lin." Lan Ruo's pupils dilated as she meticulously examined his ID, recalling her grandfather's words that her fiancé was indeed named Feng Lin. "How can this be? My grandfather was not jesting. I truly have a fiancé. Are you here to marry me?" Lan Ruo had never anticipated that her fiancé would seek her out personally. She had always believed this was merely her grandfather's excuse to ward off suitors, thus serving as her own rationale for rejecting men whenever someone confessed their feelings. She would cite her engagement. Little did she expect that this fiancé would actually appear. "I initially intended to call off the engagement, but upon seeing you, I believe we should converse further." Feng Lin gazed at the woman before him, feeling an undeniable sense of comfort, yearning for more interaction. "Call off the engagement?" Lan Ruo could not suppress a roll of her eyes. "Is this truly happening? You came to annul our engagement, yet upon seeing me, you reconsider? Wait, you seem to know what I looked like earlier. This can't be solely based on appearances. Did you have my photograph?" she queried. "Yes, in truth, I prioritize inner beauty. I am drawn to gentle souls," Feng Lin replied just as a distant roar of an engine echoed in the air. From a striking red Ferrari emerged a man in a suit. "Xiao Ruo, good morning." Lan Ruo beamed at the man, responding with a soft smile. "Good morning, Teacher Song. Please remember to park your car in the designated area. Today, I have no classes, and I recall you don't either. I've reserved a table at a newly opened restaurant. Do you have time for lunch?" Song Fan inquired with a charming smile. "Apologies, but I have a meeting at the Ministry of Education this morning," Lan Ruo gently declined. Casting a glance at Feng Lin. "Feng Lin, let us go." "Feng Lin." Song Fan's countenance darkened immediately, for this name rang a bell. Chapter 12. I am an old Chinese medicine practitioner. Song Fan belonged to one of the 4 prominent families of Jiang City, the Song clan. Song Keming was his younger brother. In contrast to Song Keming's lack of ambition, Song Fan was of a far more sophisticated caliber. Thus, he was entrusted with the mission of winning Lan Ruo's affection and marrying her. The Lan family, too, was one of the 4 distinguished families in Jiang City. Among the 4 prominent families, 2 are not rooted in commerce, the Zhou and the Lan families. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Tian, is a master of martial arts, a figure of considerable renown not just in Jiang City, but throughout the entire Jiangbei region. Regardless of who it is, they would grant him due respect. The Lan family is even more formidable. The elder Mr. Lan is a senior retired official of the state. He has 3 sons, 2 of whom perished on foreign battlefields. The strength of the Lan family ultimately rests on 2 words: connections. Mr. Lan has only one surviving son, who has a daughter named Lan Ruo. The advantages of marrying Lan Ruo are self-evident. Once, Song Fan approached Mr. Lan, expressing a deep affection for Lan Ruo. Mr. Lan candidly informed him that Lan Ruo was already betrothed to a man named Feng Lin. To Song Fan's surprise, this individual indeed existed. Under Lan Ruo's guidance, Feng Lin found himself in her vehicle, a domestically produced cherry, which was rather modest. Initially, Feng Lin presumed that a vice dean from a university would drive a vehicle of at least Audi or BMW caliber. However, this only piqued his interest further. Driving such a car indicated a manageable lifestyle. After closing the car door, Lan Ruo inquired, "Have you met my grandfather?" "Not yet," Feng Lin replied, shaking his head. "Good. This is a matter between us, and I prefer to keep it that way," Lan Ruo said, lightly adjusting her glasses. She continued, "Feng Lin, I am not ready for marriage at this moment." Feng Lin smiled and nodded. "That's perfectly fine." "Perfectly fine?" Lan Ruo was slightly taken aback, as if a realization struck her, and she added, "I am quite traditional. The only thing I can tolerate before marriage is holding hands. I have mentioned that I value character." Previously, while on a mission, Feng Lin had female subordinates whose beauty rivaled that of Lan Ruo, as exceptional looks are essential for female assassins. However, their fiery personalities did not appeal to him. He preferred gentler souls. Lan Ruo was increasingly astonished, feeling at a loss for words. "Can we exchange contact information? I would like to invite you to dinner." Feng Lin smiled as he produced his phone, sensing that this woman was quite remarkable. If her character could blend with Su Ruoying's physique, he would no longer have eyes for anyone else and would be ready to marry on the spot. "Whenever you have time." "I have time right now," Lan Ruo said as she took out her own phone, eager to assess Feng Lin's taste. "To be honest, I don't have much money on me," she admitted. After exchanging phone numbers, Feng Lin pulled out 2 10 yuan bills from his pocket. "I thought, for our first meeting, I should at least spend 30 yuan to treat you." 30 yuan? Lan Ruo was taken aback, thinking this man was rather frugal. Nevertheless, in her quest to better understand him, she smiled and replied, 20 yuan is enough for a meal. I haven't had breakfast yet." "That is splendid. Let us find a noodle shop. A bowl of beef noodles each will surely cost no more than 20 yuan, Feng Lin suggested, tucking the money back into his pocket and smiling at Lan Ruo. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, Lan Ruo gently adjusted her glasses and replied, "I know a place." Shortly after their vehicle departed, Song Fan appeared nearby, his expression dark as he made a phone call. Under Lan Ruo's guidance, the two arrived at a modest noodle shop. At this hour, both students and office workers were preoccupied with their routines, leaving the establishment devoid of customers. "Boss, 2 large bowls of beef noodles." Feng Lin called out to the proprietor at the cash register. "I'll settle for a small portion," Lan Ruo said with a smile. "All right. 1 large and 1 small beef noodle," the boss acknowledged, retreating into the kitchen. Seated across from one another at the table, Lan Ruo inquired, "May I ask about your work?" "I am currently unemployed, having just completed my military service," Feng Lin replied. An awkward silence enveloped them. "How about your family, boss?" "Bring me 8 bowls of beef noodles." Lan Ruo's words were abruptly interrupted by a gruff voice. Both Lan Ruo and Feng Lin turned to see a burly man with a thick beard enter, accompanied by a group. "What are you staring at?" The bearded leader suddenly bellowed, pointing at Feng Lin. The men behind him moved forward, encircling Feng Lin. "You little punk. Who do you think you are? Dare to look at my brother?" A young man with dyed yellow hair stepped forward, lifting his leg and placing it on the table in front of Feng Lin. Feng Lin furrowed his brow. It was evident that these individuals were deliberately seeking trouble, yet he could not recall having provoked anyone. Lan Ruo's expression darkened as well, though she maintained her smile. "Gentlemen, I apologize. We did not mean any offense." "Ah, the beautiful lady speaks so sweetly. I won't trouble you," the bearded man said nonchalantly, pointing at Feng Lin. "You kneel and bow 3 times, and I will let you go. Isn't that a bit excessive? There are people watching. Why don't we step outside?" Feng Lin suggested with a smile, reluctant to display any aggression in front of such a gentle lady. "No way. You will kneel before me right here," the bearded man barked, "or I'll break your legs." Upon hearing this, Lan Ruo's heart sank as she deduced that these men were sent by Song Fan. In her previous job, she had dined with some ordinary male friends, who had all, to varying degrees, faced similar intimidation. Surprisingly, Lan Ruo remained silent, wanting to gauge Feng Lin's courage. There was no profit to be made here, but kneeling in submission would reveal that this man was certainly not someone to rely upon. "Do you really think I'm joking? Brothers, let us take action," the bearded man commanded, noticing Feng Lin's lack of response. "Stop. Wait a moment." Feng Lin suddenly shouted. At this, Lan Ruo felt a twinge of disappointment. However, it was perhaps for the best, as she had never intended to marry Feng Lin. You've got some sense. 3 bows, and I want to hear them loud. The bearded man proclaimed, crossing his arms in disdain. No, you've misunderstood. Feng Lin chuckled at the bearded man, and then turned to Lan Ruo, stating, although I am currently unemployed, I am a doctor. Should we eventually marry, I shall earn a living to support you. You're a doctor? Lan Ruo was taken aback. Why was he proclaiming this at such a moment? Indeed, I am an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, well-versed in the intricacies of human skeletal structure. Feng Lin's hand grasped the knee of the yellow-haired man. Crack! A sharp sound pierced through the air, sending a jolt through everyone's nerves. Ah! The yellow-haired man let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig and collapsed to the ground. With a smile, Feng Lin stood up and casually seized the shoulders of the bearded man. Crack! Crack! After 2 resounding snaps, the bearded man's arms hung limply by his sides. A searing pain surged through him, causing him to scream in agony. The remaining onlookers were utterly bewildered. Who on earth was this person? Could a mere touch cause such a fracture? Terrified, they all fled, and one individual, in his panic, fell but quickly scrambled to his feet, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only these 2 remained, writhing and lamenting on the ground. Lan Ruo gazed at Feng Lin in disbelief. Chapter 13. Overstepping boundaries. Though Lan Ruo was not a doctor, she possessed a basic understanding of medical knowledge. Human joints are remarkably robust. How could they dislocate from a mere touch? Isn't it astonishing? Feng Lin grasped the bearded man's neck, securing him beside Lan Ruo. Now, give his arm a gentle shake. Subconsciously, Lan Ruo nodded and shook the bearded man's arm, which indeed felt as limp as a noodle. Ow! Tears streamed from the bearded man's eyes in response to the pain. At that moment, Feng Lin seized the bearded man's left arm. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the arm was rejoined. This arm no longer hurts, the bearded man exclaimed in surprise. Crack! Feng Lin dislocated the arm once more and smiled at Lan Ruo. Isn't this amusing? Ow! Big brother. I was wrong. Please spare me. I bow before you. The bearded man fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground 3 times in front of Feng Lin. This man is a devil. Who sent you? Feng Lin asked calmly. It was Song Fan. He offered me 10,000 yuan to humiliate you in front of this young lady. I will give that money to you. Please let me go. The bearded man pleaded from the ground. The yellow-haired man, clutching his legs, joined in. Big brother, it hurts so much, I beg you. Enough already. Just teach them a lesson, Lan Ruo urged Feng Lin. Feng Lin nodded and grasped their joints once more. Crack! 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 After 3 resounding snaps. Although there was still some pain, they could move. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. The bearded man pulled out a stack of 100 yuan notes from his pocket and placed it on the table. Here is for you and your wife. We shall take our leave. With that, he and the yellow-haired man bolted away. Feng Lin smiled as he sat down, gesturing towards the cash on the table. We have money now. How about I treat you to a lavish meal? Never mind. The order has already been placed. Lan Ruo replied with a smile as she adjusted her glasses, finding Feng Lin increasingly intriguing. Once she returned home, she was determined to inquire with her grandfather about Feng Lin's true identity. After sharing a meal with Feng Lin, Lan Ruo bid him farewell, citing work obligations. He did not wish to impose further and departed with 10,000 yuan in hand. Walking to the riverside in the eastern district, Feng Lin took a full hour to arrive. He then called Zhou Tian, requesting him to come immediately. Today, he aimed to stimulate the meridians of his injury once more, after which medication could be administered. Just a few minutes after hanging up, a black Bentley parked at a distance. Zhou Tian exited the rear door and hurried over to Feng Lin. Sir, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I just arrived as well. Today, I will stimulate the meridians in the injured area and prescribe a week's worth of medicine for you. Come back to me afterward, Feng Lin said, placing his hand once again on Zhou Tian's waist. Boom. This time, Zhou Tian was prepared and did not fly backward. Instead, he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. Feng Lin took out his phone and composed a text message to Zhou Tian regarding the medicinal herbs needed for his treatment. Upon reading the message, Zhou Tian smiled and approached, saying, Sir, the 300 million order has been prepared since yesterday. Excellent. Have someone go to the Su family. Remember, only seek out Su Ruoying. No one else will do, Feng Lin reminded him. I will handle it right away, Zhou Tian replied respectfully, glancing at the message on his phone. I'll take my leave now. Very well. Feng Lin nodded, then called Su Ruoying. It didn't take long for the call to connect. Feng Lin, you haven't fled, have you? Don't think so poorly of me. I've secured the order, and they should be reaching out to you shortly. After speaking, Feng Lin ended the call, preparing to head to the Su residence, as it was not far from his location. Along the way, he reflected on his initial intention to withdraw from the engagement and leave. Little did he expect to encounter Lan Ruo. Once the matter with Su Ruoying was resolved, he planned to divorce her and delve deeper into his relationship with Lan Ruo. At the Su residence, after hanging up the phone, Su Ruoying noticed Su Chuan lighting a cigarette, shaking his head with a smile. You hadn't even spoken. And he hung up. He must be running away. Beside them, Wang Qin scoffed. I told you last night he would definitely flee. You misunderstand. He mentioned he has secured a 300 million order and will be coming to see us shortly. Su Ruoying replied flatly, though her voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Haha, Sowing, do you believe that? Su Chuan teased. Master, the Zhou family seeks an audience and specifically requests to meet Miss Su Ruoying. A man in a security uniform announced from outside. The Zhou family? Su Ruoying's expression shifted in surprise as she quickly rose to head outside. Su Chuan and Wang Qin exchanged glances before following her lead. As they approached the grand entrance, Su Ruoying gazed at the middle-aged man with short hair in the distance and hurried over, realizing it was Mr. Wang. This man, named Wang He, was renowned as the Emperor of Labor in Jiang City. The Zhou family, averse to commercial pursuits, had specifically engaged this expert. Within a mere few years, he had propelled the Zhou family's wealth into the top 5 of Jiang City. It was fair to say that Wang He was the chief architect of the Zhou family's commercial empire. Su Chuan and Wang Qin were equally astonished. Such a prominent figure was not easily encountered, even by them. Miss Su, I have a 300 million order here, as instructed by Mr. Zhou, to be signed exclusively with you. Wang He said, approaching with a stack of documents and a warm smile. Mr. Zhou? You mean Mr. Zhou Tian? Su Ruoying was taken aback. Feng Lin had truly secured an order for her, and it was from the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families in Jiang City. Quickly, please come in, Mr. Wang, Su Chuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he hurriedly extended an invitation. After signing the order, Su Ruoying remained in a daze, still feeling as though she were in a dream. Even after Wang He and the others departed, she stood frozen in place. Soon, Feng Lin's figure appeared in the distance. You received the 300 million order, didn't you? Feng Lin, Su Ruoying exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him tightly. Feng Lin smiled as he glanced at Wang Qin in the distance. I have accomplished my task. Now, shouldn't you honor your promise? Feng Lin, did you truly orchestrate this? Don't presume I'm unaware. It must be Zhou Ziying's doing, right? Wang Qin remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at Feng Lin. Zhou Ziying. Su Chuan pondered silently, realizing the possibility. Zhou Ziying was indeed the daughter of Zhou Tian. Previously, he had inadvertently hinted to her about the desire for a commercial collaboration between their families. Zhou Ziying had inquired with Zhou Tian, who dismissed the idea, stating that the Zhou family lacked expertise and that it would not influence Wang He's judgment. However, perhaps it was Zhou Ziying's relentless pursuit that finally prompted Zhou Tian's acquiescence. Regardless of whose initiative it was, the 300 million order had materialized. And I trust you will uphold your commitments, Feng Lin stated with a calm demeanor as he approached. This does not count. This is not the order you sought, but rather Zhou Ziying's. You must procure another 300 million order for us, Wang Qin retorted, crossing her arms with indifference. Feng Lin's eyes narrowed, his expression growing increasingly frosty. Do not overstep your bounds. My patience has its limits. Chapter 14. The Art of Femininity Patience? What patience do you possess? A poor boy from the village truly believes himself to be significant? Wang Qin scoffed, pointing disdainfully at Feng Lin. You must rely on your own abilities to secure the 300 million order, otherwise, you are to leave. My goodness, I truly misjudged you. You are so fickle. Do you not possess any sense of shame? Su Ruoying cried out, tears streaming down her face. Look at how your daughter speaks to me. Wang Qin seized Su Chuan's arm, shaking him vigorously. Su Chuan sighed deeply, realizing that they never anticipated Feng Lin could indeed procure a 300 million order. Yesterday, the two engaged in an extended conversation, concluding that Feng Lin could never fulfill this task. They hoped he would withdraw in the face of adversity. In their eyes, Feng Lin would seize the opportunity to flee. Feng Lin, let us depart. In a family devoid of affection, I shall not linger. Su Ruoying could hardly believe that her existence was merely a matter of convenience for them. Despite having informed them of Song Keming's character, she had allowed herself to be led into a perilous situation for the sake of a 300 million order. As Su Ruoying pulled Feng Lin away, he cast a final glance at Su Chuan and Wang Qin. He felt profoundly disillusioned with this family. The two boarded a bus, preparing to return home. Feng Lin observed the tear-streaked face of Su Ring and, with a smile, wrapped his arm around her shoulder. She was undeniably beautiful, even clad in a black tracksuit. Need I say more? Su Ruoying pouted slightly, using her sleeve to wipe away her tears. How unashamed. Just as Feng Lin spoke, he felt his phone vibrate. He took it out to see it was a call from Lan Ruo. Hello, Feng Lin answered the call. Feng Lin, my grandfather has heard that you are in Jiang City and wishes to meet you. When are you available? Lan Ruo inquired from the other end. I am free in the next few days. Very well, send me your address, and I shall pick you up this afternoon, Lan Ruo replied with a smile. All right. Miss Lan, goodbye. Feng Lin ended the call. Lan Ruo. Su Ruoying's eyes turned icy. Upon noticing Feng Lin had hung up, she asked, do you know Lan Ruo? She is also my fiancée. She is quite a remarkable woman, and I intend to get to know her better. Feng Lin spoke truthfully. After all, his relationship with Su Ruoying was merely transactional. Once she was entirely free from Song Keming, the mission would be complete. Are you still dreaming? Su Ruoying scoffed, snatching Feng Lin's phone to check the recent call records. The familiar number appeared before her eyes. It was indeed Lan Ruo who had just called Feng Lin. Could it be that Feng Lin was not lying? What do you mean by your connection with Lan Ruo, Feng Lin? Su Ruoying suddenly lowered her head, her earlier tears cascading once more. This drew the attention of several passengers on the bus, particularly the men who seemed ready to confront Feng Lin for making such a beautiful girlfriend weep. What is wrong with me? Feng Lin was utterly perplexed. Both Lan Ruo and I are bound by marriage contracts with you. By choosing to engage with her, does that suggest I am inferior? Su Ruoying wiped her tears with her sleeve, attempting to maintain her composure. I do not blame you. It is only natural. Our Su family cannot compare to the Lan family. This has nothing to do with your family. I have always stated my preference for gentle older sisters. Feng Lin explained calmly. Gentle older sisters? Huh. Su Ruoying burst into laughter. Have you lost your mind? She vacillated between laughter and tears. Feng Lin could only roll his eyes in response. Your jokes are exceedingly amusing. From elementary school to high school, she and I have been classmates, indulging in smoking, perming our hair, and drinking. What has she not done? Yet she presents herself as a gentle older sister. How absurd. Su Ruoying scoffed, recalling how she and Lan Ruo often clashed. Feng Lin furrowed his brows, his expression growing somewhat displeased. Su Ruoying, this is your mistake. Even if I did not choose you, that does not warrant tarnishing someone else's reputation. Tarnish her reputation? Asking Ying if you don't believe me. We were in the same class. Back in elementary school, she often brought delicious food, which Lan Ruo would snatch away, leading to numerous fights between us, Su Ruoying recounted, her anger flaring at the memory. In elementary school, it was merely one-on-one skirmishes. However, during middle school, that wretched woman learned to rally people. Once, after Su Ruoying scored top marks in an exam, and Lan Ruo came in second, she gathered a group of girls to confront Su Ruoying while she was in the restroom. Nonetheless, Su Ruoying, with her inherently fiery temper, was unafraid of them. It was only in high school, as they approached adulthood, that such conflicts ceased. Feng Lin cast a sidelong glance at Su Ruoying, merely chuckling, evidently unconvinced. Feng Lin, if you dare, let her confront me. Su Ruoying said coldly. No, it wouldn't be wise for you two to meet. I prefer to avoid any misunderstandings. Feng Lin replied with a smile, shaking his head. You. Su Ruoying gritted her teeth in frustration, then with a mocking laugh declared, you are impossible. We are married. Our marriage is a facade, Feng Lin reminded her. Who says so? We've already obtained the certificate. I will not divorce you, and you will never be together. Su Ruoying proudly lifted her chin. Perfect. I have a recent need. Having an additional legal wife is quite a splendid option. Feng Lin regarded Su Ruoying, acknowledging that purely based on appearance, she was indeed the most fitting to his criteria. Bah, shameless. Su Ruoying's face suddenly flushed, and she turned to gaze out the window. The two returned to Feng Lin's residence, only to find Tang Hong absent. Earlier that morning, she mentioned she was heading out to seek employment to contribute to the household. Feng Lin opened the door, and Su Ruoying stepped in first, collapsing onto the sofa. Feng Lin then shared his address with Lan Ruo, awaiting her arrival. At noon, Feng Lin planned to visit the dumpling shop where Tang Chanxian previously worked to purchase some buns, as they had a delightful flavor and generous filling. Meanwhile, Ruoying lounged on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, pondering her next course of action. Suddenly, two honks of a car horn echoed from outside. Ruoying paid it no mind, until, shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a black dress and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses entered. "Excuse me, does Feng Lin reside here?" Ruoying had just replied that he had gone out for lunch when her expression shifted dramatically. The voice was unmistakably familiar. She focused her gaze, and there stood a well-known woman at the doorway. "Lan Ruo, it truly is you." Ruoying seethed, pointing accusingly. "What are you doing here?" Lan Ruo frowned. "I am here to expose you. You deceitful woman. You have betrayed Feng Lin's affections, and I shall not allow you to continue," Ruoying said coldly. Lan Ruo calmly removed her golden-rimmed glasses, her demeanor shifting dramatically, her eyes sharp and piercing. "You have grown increasingly audacious." Ruoying's figure had long been the target of Lan Ruo's ridicule, evolving from a comparison to a king of the court to that of a dairy cow, ultimately culminating in the epithet Nyo. This transformation had begun as mere mockery, gradually transitioning into envy. "I have long ceased to care about such titles," Ruoying scoffed. "I advise you to leave quickly. Feng Lin is already taken, and I am his partner." Intrigued, Lan Ruo pondered the true nature of Feng Lin. It was astonishing that a woman as aloof as Ruoying would utter such words. "Is Miss Lan here?" Feng Lin's voice suddenly resonated from outside as he spotted Lan Ruo's cherry tigo. Lan Ruo immediately rubbed her eyes, donned her glasses, and, feigning indignation, replied, "On what grounds do you insult me?" Feng Lin, momentarily taken aback, rushed over, his gaze fixed on the tearful Lan Ruo, and sternly admonished, "Ruoying, have you lost your mind?" Chapter 15. The Dead of Night. The deadly physician Ruoying was incensed, nearly leaping to her feet. "I have long claimed that this woman is insufferable." "It's fine. I'm all right," Lan Ruo said, removing her glasses once more to wipe away her tears with a white handkerchief before putting them back on. "Apologize to Miss Lan." Feng Lin entered, carrying 2 bags of buns and 2 cups of soy milk. "Feng Lin, she is merely pretending. Just moments ago, she was insulting me," Ruoying exclaimed. "Can you even draft a proper lie? Miss Lan is a university professor and the associate dean. Why would she insult you?" Feng Lin tossed the buns onto the table and insisted, "Apologize at once." "It's all right, Feng Lin." Lan Ruo managed a faint smile and approached, shaking her head. "We were once classmates. There may be some misunderstanding." Despite her words, her tears continued to flow, an embodiment of her distress. Feng Lin hastily consoled her. "Please, do not cry, Miss Lan. She lacks decorum. Do not stoop to her level." "You are the one who lacks decorum." Ruoying was on the verge of fury, finding Lan Ruo utterly intolerable. "Feng Lin, why is she staying with you?" Lan Ruo inquired softly. "She is my relative. I am his wife. We are legally married." "Feng Lin, show her the marriage certificate." "Mine is with Ying," Ruoying interjected, interrupting Feng Lin. "Have you lost your senses? If you continue to spout nonsense, get out." Feng Lin, with one hand clutching the buns and soy milk, effortlessly hoisted Ruoying onto his shoulder and began to exit. "Lan Ruo, you shameless woman. Have you no shame?" Ruoying struggled against Feng Lin's shoulder. "Silence." Feng Lin set Ruoying down in the courtyard, thrusting the soy milk and buns into her arms before re-entering and locking the door behind him. "Feng Lin, I do not comprehend why she is so angry," Lan Ruo said, her head bowed in a pitiable manner. "She has her issues." Feng Lin opened his portion of the buns and cheerfully invited, "Would you care for some?" "I shall not hold back." Lan Ruo nodded in agreement. "Feng Lin, you foolish pig. You are so oblivious to being deceived." Ruoying remained outside, shouting at the window while occasionally munching on a bun and sipping soy milk. "Feng Lin, I actually care quite a bit," she called out. After finishing a bun, Lan Ruo quietly inquired, "What exactly is your relationship with her?" "As I mentioned before, I have traditional values," Feng Lin replied seriously. "To be honest, we have known each other since childhood. Her parents wanted her to marry Song Keming, and she asked me to temporarily pretend to be her boyfriend." "Oh, so you've known each other since childhood," Lan Ruo nodded with a smile, realizing they were childhood sweethearts. However, it seems Ruoying harbored feelings for Feng Lin. After they had eaten, Feng Lin opened the door. Ruoying immediately rushed in. "Stop. I need to take Miss Lan out for a while. You stay here by yourself." Feng Lin interjected, leaving with Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo grasped Feng Lin's hand and turned back, winking at Su Ring, a silent taunt. You! Su Ruoying exclaimed, her fingers trembling with rage. Once again, it was Lan Ruo's domestic vehicle. Feng Lin sat in the passenger seat as she drove away. A smile occasionally graced her lips, reveling in the sight of Su Ruoying's impotent fury. It was truly delightful. It seemed they would need to communicate more in the future. The Lan family resided not in the affluent district of the East, but in the old town. They had a manor there, having lived in it long before the East district of the city was constructed. Lan Ruo parked the car outside the manor and got out with Feng Lin, leading him inside. The security guards standing around were as straight as arrows, not acknowledging Lan Ruo at all. Feng Lin silently nodded, recognizing that the security here was of a significantly higher caliber than that of the Su family. Not far away on the lawn, an elderly man with white hair lounged in a rocking chair, shaded by a large umbrella, with a small wooden table beside him holding a cup of goji berry water. Grandfather, Feng Lin, I've brought him, Lan Ruo said with a smile as she approached. The old man rose from the rocking chair and scrutinized Feng Lin, nodding subtly. Xiao, you needn't concern yourself here. Grandfather, what are you two discussing so mysteriously? Lan Ruo playfully wrapped her arm around Lan He's. Just matters between men. Lan He replied, gently patting Lan Ruo's shoulder. Be good. Lan Ruo nodded and walked deeper into the manor, glancing back at Feng Lin. Feng Lin, codenamed Dead Doctor, belonged to a clandestine military unit known as Wuji, the youngest member of its special department. He had previously founded an organization named Dead Knight, designated as Number 1. Lan He, observing Lan Ruo's departure, picked up the goji berry water, sipping as he muttered to himself. Feng Lin's pupils constricted as he calmly asked, was it my father who informed you? No, I have 3 sons. The eldest once served in the 3rd department of the secret military unit. Lan He explained with a smile. The 3rd department? The one that was eradicated? Feng Lin inquired. Indeed. Fortunately, the 3rd son has a penchant for business, and Lan Ruo is his only daughter. Lan He set down his cup and continued, I once served in the 1st department of the Secret Legion, specifically in the intelligence division, but I have since retired. How fortuitous. I too have disbanded the Dead Knight, and am now retired, Feng Lin remarked with a smile, perched upon the garden fence. You are still quite young, Lan He stated with a hint of indifference. I am aware. Yet the tasks I have completed equate to the efforts of 100 elite members of the Secret Legion over a century. Feng Lin's assertion was devoid of exaggeration. Typically, high-level missions require years of undercover work. Some individuals may only complete 3 or 4 throughout their entire lifetime. In contrast, those tasks, when faced by Feng Lin's Dead Knight, could be concluded in as little as 3 days or, at most, 2 months. Enough of that. How is my granddaughter? Lan He deftly shifted the topic with a smile. She seems to be doing well. Feng Lin finally understood why Lan Ruo was already aware of her betrothal. Her family was cognizant of his previous identity. That's splendid. I too believe you two are quite compatible. Lan He nodded. Xiao Ruo has always been lively. Previously, she sought my permission to join the Secret Legion. Was that intentional? Feng Lin inquired, furrowing his brow. Not at first. I initially intended to refuse, but considering your engagement, I found it quite agreeable. With you protecting her, she would undoubtedly be safe. Lan He reclined once more in his rocking chair, gently swaying. You did not coerce her? Feng Lin pressed. No, rest assured, she is part of the 1st department, primarily tasked with intelligence gathering, which is relatively safe, Lan He clarified. Feng Lin exhaled, feeling as though he had been ensnared in a scheme. He stood up, hands stuffed in his pockets. Let us take care of something first, he said. Please apply pressure on the Su family to make their business operations somewhat uncomfortable for the time being. Feng Lin deemed it prudent to resolve the matter concerning Su Ring first. Simple enough, Lan He nodded. At 6 in the evening, Su Chuan and Wang Qin sat together in front of a laptop, poring over a 300 million contract. Wang Qin wore a broad smile. The 300 million order from the Zhou family could potentially secure their alliance. If Su Ruoying were to marry Song Keming, they would procure the same order. With the backing of 2 prominent families, the Su family might ascend to become a new powerhouse. Just then, Su Chuan's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at it and calmly asked, What is the matter? Mr. Su, the business department has abruptly halted the approval of our documents. If we fail to deliver on time, we will incur substantial penalties for breach of contract, came the voice from the other end. What? What is happening? Su Chuan queried urgently. I'm not sure. I'm currently investigating the situation. You must find out. Notify me immediately if you have any news. Sichuan concluded the call. Chapter 16. I will contest you. Wang Qin, noticing Sichuan's anxious demeanor, hurriedly inquired, what has transpired? It is a matter concerning the Ministry of Commerce. They have halted the approval of many of our items, and if we are unable to deliver on time, we cannot afford the penalties. Sichuan opened his phone to find the contact number for the Jiang City Ministry of Commerce and dialed it immediately. He switched to speakerphone, placed the device on the table, and continued to communicate with the company's primary manager through a chat tool on his computer to ascertain what was happening. Hello. A middle-aged voice came through the line. Mr. Liu, this is Sichuan. Sichuan promptly picked up the phone and said with a smile, I heard that your ministry has unexpectedly halted approvals. I would like to inquire about the situation. Halted approvals? Who informed you of this? Mr. Liu on the other end explained calmly, our approvals are still ongoing. However, there is an inspection from above, and we need to scrutinize the documents more thoroughly, which has slowed the process. I'm busy. I must hang up now, Mr. Liu concluded before disconnecting the call. Sichuan dialed his assistant's number again. I inquired, and they mentioned an inspection is causing the slowdown. Su General, that is not the case. I have just learned that only our group's approvals are significantly delayed. All other companies are operating as usual, the assistant continued. Moreover, I have just received news that the documents we had previously approved have all been retracted for further investigation. Sichuan and Wang Qin exchanged glances. It was evident that this was a targeted action against their company. What exactly was transpiring? Sichuan hung up, his expression darkening. If the people from the Ministry of Commerce were indeed undermining them, the blow would be far greater than that from the Song family. In the face of the Song family's commercial threats, they at least had some room for resistance. They could always seek support from other families. Contemplating other families, Sichuan's gaze fell upon the contract before him. The Zhou family. As it stands, the Su and Zhou families are also partners. Having them intervene would certainly be beneficial. Sichuan found the phone number left on the document and dialed it without delay. Hello, came a middle-aged voice from the other end. Mr. Wang, this is Sichuan. We have just signed a contract worth 300 million. Stop. Wang He interrupted Sichuan, stating, Mr. Su, I have high standards regarding written matters. Please be mindful of your wording. The contract was signed with Miss Su Ruoying. But Su Ruoying is my daughter. Sichuan's complexion paled slightly. Yet, you are not Su Ruoying. The contract clearly states that my contracting party is Miss Su Ruoying personally. For any matters concerning the contract, please have her contact me. Wang He concluded before hanging up the phone. Both Sichuan and Wang Qin were left in stunned silence. This meant that without Su Ruoying, the 300 million contract was nothing but a pile of worthless paper. Darling, could it be that someone from the Zhou family is angered and has pressured the Ministry of Commerce? Wang Qin's expression also appeared somewhat disturbed. No. Although Zhou Tian is formidable, he absolutely cannot influence the Ministry of Commerce. Otherwise, their group's financial strength would have already made them the foremost in Jiang City. Sichuan was feeling a bit anxious, tugging at his hair as he paced back and forth. What should we do? If the funds remain stagnant and we are unable to pay our employees, we will ultimately face bankruptcy. Wang Qin trembled in fear. She could not endure a life of poverty. Immediately send someone to find Sowing. Sichuan commanded sternly. Feng Lin and Lan He chatted for a while longer before preparing to leave. Lan Ruo hurriedly ran out from a distant villa, ready to serve as Feng Lin's driver. The primary purpose of accompanying Feng Lin was secondary. She mainly wished to play with Niao. Speaking of which, Su Ruoying had always been exceptionally stubborn since childhood, never begging for mercy, even when pinned down. Having attended school together for so long and residing in the same villa area, it was the first time Lan Ruo had witnessed her in a predicament. Lan Ruo relished this sensation. Feng Lin settled into the passenger seat, resting his chin on one hand. He initially contemplated inquiring why Lan Ruo wished to join the secret army, but reconsidered, having known Lan Ruo for just a day. Such personal questions seemed inappropriate. Feng Lin, what did you discuss with Grandpa? I haven't seen him so happy in ages, Lan Ruo asked with a smile. Just some casual talk. My father is a good friend of your grandfather, Feng Lin replied, withholding the truth. If they ever decided to marry in the future, he could reveal it then. Upon returning to their doorstep, Feng Lin was the first to exit the car and turned to Lan Ruo, inviting her. Why not come in for a chat? I'm afraid of angering Su Ruoying, Lan Ruo mumbled, lowering her head. Get out. What are you afraid of? If she dares to scold you again, I will confront her. Feng Lin opened the car door with determination. All right. Lan Ruo nodded and followed suit. Once inside, they found that Tang Hong from across the hall had yet to return. Feng Lin entered the room first and discovered Ruoying watching television. Upon seeing Feng Lin return with Lan Ruo, Ruoying stood up in a huff. Her plan had been to have Zhou Tian bring her marriage certificate while Feng Lin was away. But remembering that the Su family was likely keeping an eye on Zhou Tian, she abandoned the idea. Sit. Feng Lin turned and smiled at Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo stood before Ruoying, hands clasped in front of her, awkwardly stating, "If we have had any misunderstandings in the past, I apologize." While speaking, she winked at Ruoying, wearing a mocking smile. "How dare you?" Ruoying retorted fiercely. "Do you think I won't dare to teach you a lesson?" Feng Lin approached, pointing at Ruoying. "What? Are you going to hit me? Come on, hit me in the face." Ruoying challenged, pressing her cheek forward defiantly. Slap. Feng Lin delivered a swift strike. Ruoying's face flushed crimson as she covered her rear, filled with indignation. "You dare? Pretty resilient, aren't you?" Feng Lin said with a grin. "You, dreadful Feng Lin, I'll fight you." Ruoying lunged forward, colliding with Feng Lin and toppling him onto the sofa. "What are you doing? Stop messing around and let go." Lan Ruo stood behind Ruoying, pinching her sharply. "Ah!" Ruoying cried out in sudden pain, scrambling off Feng Lin and preparing to grasp Lan Ruo's hair. "How dare you pinch me? Who pinched you?" Lan Ruo feigned innocence. "Where did I pinch you?" Feng Lin seized Ruoying's shoulders, restraining her on the sofa. "If you dislike me, just say so. Why falsely accuse me? Where did I pinch you? Show Feng Lin." Lan Ruo pretended to wipe her eyes pitifully. Ruoying could never permit Feng Lin to see that part of her. However, her disposition prevented her from mimicking Lan Ruo's act of weeping. Feeling increasingly wronged, she dashed out. Ruoying. Feng Lin immediately pursued her. Lan Ruo, adjusting her glasses with a smile, followed suit. Ruoying's speed was no match for Feng Lin. Within a mere 100 meters, he grasped her arm. "Let go of me. Go play with your gentle older sister." Ruoying's expression turned icy as she forcefully shook off his grip. Chapter 17. How to make a man fall in love with you. Quickly stop fooling around. Let us discuss serious matters. Feng Lin began to steer the conversation to familiar territory. "Before long, your family will be begging you to return." "Bah! Don't divert the topic," Ruoying retorted, though her curiosity piqued since her parents had already called. Noticing Ruoying's calm demeanor, Feng Lin chuckled. "It seems you want to know the reason. I sent Lan Ruo to ask her grandfather." Lan Ruo's grandfather. Ruoying recalled that elderly gentleman. Back in school, many had courted her favor due to Lan Ruo's status. Indeed, her grandfather pressured the Ministry of Commerce, Feng Lin stated, intending to shift Ruoying's perception of Lan Ruo. "No wonder my father would say such things." Ruoying mused internally, then fixed her gaze on Feng Lin, forcefully shaking off his hand. "What's the matter? Haven't I treated you well? I've been fulfilling my promises to you." Feng Lin's expression conveyed a hint of helplessness. "Are you eager to conclude matters swiftly, to divorce me and pursue Lan Ruo?" Ruoying asked, pursing her lips and inquiring coolly. "Indeed, I wish to resolve our situation quickly. We aren't familiar with one another, and holding on to a marriage certificate benefits neither of us," Feng Lin explained with a smile. "Rest assured, I have contacts. After our divorce, you will be listed as single, not divorced." Ruoying's gaze drifted toward the distant Lan Ruo, her mind racing with thoughts. Strangely, she found herself reluctant to sever ties with Feng Lin, especially knowing that his future partner was Lan Ruo. "Hand me your phone. I need to use it." Ruoying extended her hand. Feng Lin had nothing of significance on his phone and simply handed it over to her. Ruoying opened her contacts and discovered that many entries were represented solely by numbers. However, she managed to locate a contact labeled Old Father. After noting down the number, she returned the phone to Feng Lin and requested, "Have Lan Ruo come over. I wish to speak with her." "You should have done this sooner." Feng Lin replied with a nod. Seizing the opportunity while Feng Lin departed, Ruoying swiftly saved the number in her own phone. Lan Ruo approached from a distance and stood before Ruoying, speaking with a tone tinged with grievance. "I have already apologized for the previous incident. Stop pretending." "My phone did not record anything," Ruoying countered, turning her screen towards Lan Ruo. "I am not jesting. I am sincerely inquiring about something. Speak." Lan Ruo returned to her usual demeanor. "Do you have feelings for Feng Lin? To simplify, are you with him because you like him? Or is it merely to witness my misfortune?" Ruoying inquired with an expression of calm indifference. "What nonsense are you talking about? I have known him for less than a day," Lan Ruo replied, frowning. I share a similar sentiment, but I think Feng Lin is quite admirable, and I wish to explore a relationship with him. Ruoying was uncertain about her own feelings. She simply did not harbor any dislike for Feng Lin. She considered him to be a suitable man, perhaps due to their acquaintance from childhood. Are you declaring war on me? Asserting that Feng Lin belongs to you and that I should keep my distance? Lan Ruo adjusted her glasses lightly. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Ruoying straightened her posture, showcasing her enviable figure. You cannot compete with me. Have you heard the saying? Might is right. How amusing. Lan Ruo maintained a neutral expression. Yet internally she could not help but feel envious. I will say no more. The reason I calmly inform you of this is to express my gratitude for the pressure you have exerted on my grandfather regarding our Su family. With that, Ruoying turned and walked toward Feng Lin. Lan Ruo squinted her eyes, pondering the assertion of pressure on the Su family, something she had never done. If Ruoying stated it, it must have been Feng Lin who informed her. Lan Ruo was utterly perplexed as to how Feng Lin could persuade her grandfather to act on his behalf. Previously, when she inquired of Lan He, he remained silent. It seemed she would need to apply some pressure herself. Feng Lin observed the two from a distance, sensing that any animosity had been resolved. Feng Lin, let us return, Ruoying said, wrapping her arms around his. As they walked inside, Feng Lin furrowed his brow, feeling a lack of control over his body as he followed Ruoying's lead. Meanwhile, Lan Ruo discreetly snapped a photograph with her phone, smiling as she caught up. Feng Lin, since I've brought you here, I shall take my leave. All right. Feng Lin quickly extricated himself and turned to say. As he watched Lan Ruo depart, Feng Lin shook his head and returned indoors. Let us discuss your situation. Your family is primarily motivated by self-interest. In a day or two, they will undoubtedly be pleading for your return, Feng Lin remarked as he sat on the sofa, gazing at Ruoying. By then, you will be in a position to make demands. Indeed, she replied. Ruoying nodded absent-mindedly, her gaze fixed upon her phone as she diligently searched through numerous inquiries. How can one make a man fall deeply in love swiftly? Being beautiful, how can I compel a steel-hearted man to become infatuated with me? When encountering a man of such indifference, how can I subtly suggest my feelings without leaving a trace? Meanwhile, Lan Ruo returned home and walked towards Lan He in the courtyard. Ah, you're back, girl. What are your thoughts on Feng Lin? Lan He asked with a cheerful smile. Not much. Lan Ruo feigned annoyance as she took out her phone, opened the photos she had taken, and handed it to Lan He. Look at this. Is this the fiancé you found for me? It seems I underestimated Feng Lin. Lan He chuckled as he returned the phone to Lan Ruo. With a calm demeanor, Lan Ruo declared, I wish to break off the engagement. Very well, I agree. Lan He nodded. You agree just like that? Lan Ruo was taken aback, unsure of how to proceed with her inquiry. Indeed, this is for your safety. I previously mentioned my disapproval of your joining the secret corps. The only reason I relented was that Feng Lin would protect you, Lan He explained plainly. His underlying message clear, breaking off the engagement with Feng Lin meant Lan Ruo could not enter the secret corps. So, Feng Lin is a member of the secret corps? But what do you mean? Do I still need his protection? Lan Ruo scoffed, her expression laced with disdain. Do you know how many high-level missions have been executed by the 3rd Department led by your uncles? Lan He suddenly inquired. Of course I know. They have executed 19 level missions with 4 failures, 15 level 2 missions with only 6 failures, and 4 level 3 missions with 2 failures, Lan Ruo replied confidently, understanding that their influence was the reason she aspired to join the secret corps. Her uncle's department was comprised of the elite among the elite in combat units. And do you know how many missions Feng Lin's organization has executed? Lan He asked with a smile. How many? Could it possibly exceed 10 for level missions? Lan Ruo retorted, aware that level missions were not undertaken by just anyone, and level 3 missions rose to the realm of global security. Lan He closed his eyes and reclined in the rocking chair, stating, his organization has executed 0 level missions, 0 level 2 missions, and 298 level 3 missions, with only 1 failure. At first dismissive of the earlier remarks, Lan Ruo was left speechless upon hearing the final revelation. Chapter 18. The traitor. Lan Ruo remained in stunned silence for a long moment before exclaiming, the Knight of Death. Only the legendary Knight of Death could achieve such feats. It is known that the Knight of Death once maintained an undefeated record, but suffered a failure in a mission a year or 2 prior, only to mysteriously vanish thereafter. You guessed correctly. Feng Lin is a member of the Knight of Death, Lan He explained calmly. Feng Lin is actually. Lan Ruo was overwhelmed with excitement. The number one of the Night of Death. The death physician, my idol. A man like a god. Grandfather. When is Feng Lin? Lan Ruo, devoid of any semblance of anger, crouched beside Lan He, grasping his arm and inquiring. I am unsure, but it should be relatively later, around the 5th, 6th, or 7th. Suddenly, Lan He's expression turned grave. I am divulging this information only because you are Feng Lin's fiancé. Remember, this must remain a secret, including from your father. I understand. Lan Ruo placed her hands in front of her, her face alight with infatuation. If I marry Feng Lin, I shall finally behold my idol. Surely, Feng Lin will have a way to reach the Death Doctor. Then, Lan Ruo vigorously shook her head. No, it won't do. Having already assumed the role of Feng Lin's wife, how can I refer to another man as an idol? Such inner turmoil. Lan Ruo clutched her hair, murmuring to herself. Lan He slightly shook his head, reclined once more in his rocking chair, and closed his eyes. Feng Lin lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, engrossed in the television. Ruoying sat beside him, her phone ringing every few minutes. If it bothers you, just turn it off, Feng Lin suggested, already knowing they were calls from her parents. Should we return? Ruoying tentatively inquired. After all, they were still her parents. She was not heartless enough to disregard them. You may do as you wish. Feel free to answer a call, Feng Lin replied with a smile. All right. Ruoying focused on her phone, and sure enough, a minute later, another call came in. It was Wang Qin. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the answer button. Hello, Sowing. My dear daughter. I implore you to come back. Your mother acknowledges her mistakes. Please return swiftly. Wang Qin sobbed on the other end, her voice hoarse. What would I return for? I am now married to Feng Lin. Ruoying stole a glance at Feng Lin as she spoke. All right, your marriage is your own choice. I shall no longer pressure you. Wang Qin immediately acquiesced, urging her to come back. Very well, that is your word. Upon finishing, Ruoying hung up, turning to Feng Lin with a smile. She agrees that I need not marry Song Keming anymore. Congratulations, Feng Lin nodded. I am preparing to return now. Will you accompany me? Ruoying stood and asked. No need. Their presence dampens my spirits. Feng Lin shook his head, continuing, you should first attend to your own matters. Then inform me of any news regarding my mother. Ruoying paused momentarily, then nodded slightly. All right, I shall return first. After seeing Ruoying off, Feng Lin messaged Lan He, informing him that matters concerning the Su family were drawing to a close. He reclined on the sofa, just stretching when he heard the sound of a car. Feng Lin. Lan Ruo cheerfully pushed open the door and strode in, surveying the surroundings before curiously asking, where is Ruoying? She has returned. Her family matters are nearly resolved, Feng Lin replied. Her absence is quite fortuitous. Lan Ruo sat on the sofa, gazing at Feng Lin's face, and asked in a serious tone, are you a member of the Dead Knight? Feng Lin's expression momentarily faltered. How could Lan He have disclosed this matter to her? Your expression says it all. Which number are you? Grandpa mentioned you might be towards the back. What is your number? Lan Ruo grasped Feng Lin's arm with a hint of excitement. I am number 6. It appeared that Lan He had only revealed her affiliation with Dead Knight, but had not disclosed her true identity. So you are number 6. Do you have a way to contact the Dead Doctor, your number 1? Lan Ruo inquired. Feng Lin frowned. What do you need him for? Feng Lin, don't be jealous. He's my idol, a true unsung hero. I merely wish to exchange a few words with him. Nothing more, Lan Ruo declared, raising 3 fingers in a vow. I swear, I would never do anything to betray you. Feng Lin sighed helplessly. We haven't even confirmed identities, and you speak of such things. I can't contact him either. Ever since Dead Knight disbanded, he has vanished. I heard he went abroad to relax, Feng Lin replied, referring to himself. Had it not been for his father's deceit about his life expectancy, he might still be overseas. Can you tell me about his character? I am extremely curious. Lan Ruo placed her hands in front of her, looking starry-eyed. His character? He is incredibly handsome, beyond description, tall, with a strong masculine presence. Truly a perfect individual. Feng Lin sighed deeply. I'm sorry, but after living with him for so many years, I truly cannot find a single flaw. Wow, Lan Ruo exclaimed, leaning back on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with admiration. No wonder he is an idol. But what actually happened back then? Why did he disband Dead Knight? Lan Ruo pressed further. Feng Lin's gaze drifted into the distance. This matter was not a secret. The state and the high-ranking officials of the clandestine military organization were all aware of it. I can tell you, but you must keep it confidential. Rest assured. I swear. I would never breathe a word. Lan Ruo raised 3 fingers once more. Feng Lin took a deep breath and explained matter-of-factly. During the last level 3 mission, he discovered that the number 3 of Dead Knight was an enemy infiltrator. What? There was such a person in Dead Knight? Lan Ruo gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Yes, number 3 was the brains of Dead Knight. She was exceptionally intelligent. All our mission plans were orchestrated by her. And she was once the most trusted individual by the Dead Doctor. Feng Lin nodded, her voice laced with a chilling intensity. However, she was a traitor, nearly stealing all classified information from the clandestine military organization, causing immense losses. Feng Lin had mentioned he was number 6 because number 6 had sacrificed himself to save the remaining members. He had always believed he had let these people down. It was his indulgence and negligence that allowed number 3 to so easily steal the information. The state did not punish him, nor did they blame him. Yet he still felt unworthy to remain there. Lan Ruo fell silent as well. No wonder Dead Knight had disbanded without reason. Feng Lin, I have come to introduce you to a job. Lan Ruo, noticing Feng Lin's indifferent demeanor, smiled and said, Aren't you unemployed? How about being a teacher? Feng Lin raised an eyebrow and then nodded with a smile. That works. I knew you would agree. You are a person of the night, undoubtedly quite formidable. And you could serve as a physical education teacher. Lan Ruo had already planned to approach Feng Lin, but needed to ascertain his character. She was not naive enough to easily commit herself. However, I am not fond of sports. I could teach foreign languages, as I am proficient in 8 languages. As Feng Lin spoke, he glanced at a message on his phone, frowning slightly. I need to pay a visit to the Su family. Chapter 19. My husband was taken away by the mistress at the Su residence. Lan Ruo seemed somewhat displeased, muttering, Is it Su Ruoying again? Yes. I am a person of my word, and besides, I have yet to receive the information I requested. Feng Lin prepared to depart. I will drive you. Lan Ruo stood up and offered. All right. Feng Lin nodded in agreement. He received a message from Su Ruoying, informing him that she wanted him to come over as her parents wished to meet him. Under Lan Ruo's guidance, Feng Lin once again arrived at the Su home. He jumped out of the car and waved to Lan Ruo. You should head back. There's no need for you to wait here. What? Are you planning to spend the night here? Lan Ruo opened the window, resting her arms on the ledge. I'll wait for you here, as I need to go to school to handle some paperwork later. Very well, Feng Lin replied, a bit awkwardly, before turning to enter. This time, the security personnel did not stop Feng Lin, as Su Chuan had already given permission. Upon stepping into the villa, he found the Su family of 3 seated inside. As soon as Su Ruoying saw Feng Lin, she stood up, pulling him to sit beside her. Feng Lin, regarding the 300 million order. My wife and I have discussed it thoroughly. We consider you successful, albeit begrudgingly. Su Chuan pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and glanced at Feng Lin with indifference. Feng Lin scoffed inwardly. Had it not been for Lan He's assistance, they would not have yielded so quickly. As for Showing's marriage, we shall no longer interfere. Su Chuan suddenly raised a finger, but one condition remains. You must marry into the Su family, and our future children will bear the Su surname. Marry into the family? Feng Lin glanced at Su Ruoying, a look of confusion on his face. What? Are you unwilling? My daughter marrying a poor boy like you is indeed a stroke of bad luck. Wang Qin stood up, pointing at Feng Lin and shouting. Aren't you going to say anything? Feng Lin had grown accustomed to Wang Qin's barking. He merely looked at Su Ruoying. What can I say? We have already obtained the marriage certificate. To dissolve it now would be a divorce. Su Ruoying gazed at Feng Lin intently. Rest assured, I have connections that can ensure you remain unmarried, Feng Lin replied. What are you bragging about? My husband just called someone over there, and they said the information has already been uploaded to the national database. It cannot be deleted. Wang Qin pointed at Feng Lin and said, Otherwise, would I agree to my daughter marrying you? Mom, please stop. You all just promised me. Su Ruoying grasped Feng Lin's hand and left the place. Once they arrived in the courtyard, Feng Lin expressed, Your matters are settled. I wish to know about my mother. He endeavored to recall some details, but his memory was hazy. Su Ruoying released Feng Lin's hand, paused, and then spoke. At that time, 2 individuals came to our home. Your mother exchanged a few words with them before leaving with them. What did those 2 look like? Feng Lin asked immediately, his breath quickening. I can't remember. I need more time, she replied. Su Ruoying took Feng Lin's hand and led him towards a nearby Mercedes. You still don't know where I live, do you? I'll take you there and help you find a job. No need. Feng Lin smiled as he declined. Lan Ruo is outside. She has already introduced me to a job at the school as a teacher. Su Ruoying gritted her teeth. realizing that Lan Ruo was determined to confront her. Despite having advised her to keep her distance from Feng Lin, she remained unperturbed, knowing that she and Lan Ruo resided in the same villa area. Sooner or later, Feng Lin would return to her. Feng Lin followed Lan Ruo to the school to complete the necessary paperwork. Consequently, he became an English teacher, primarily responsible for the finance department, much like Lan Ruo. He recalled that Tang Chanxian was also here. However, it was already afternoon, and he would commence classes the following day. By the way, you haven't been to my home, have you? I'll take you there, Lan Ruo said, leading Feng Lin to a villa area on the outskirts of the East District. The residences here were all small villas, incomparable to the grandeur of Lan He's estate. The Su family's large villa was far more luxurious than this. Feng Lin took a cursory glance. It was quite similar to his rural hometown, a house with a yard, but the price was worlds apart. Lan Ruo parked her car in front of her house and noticed a Mercedes parked at her door. Recognizing the license plate, it was indeed Su Ruoying's vehicle. Su Ruoying stepped out from the driver's seat and approached the passenger side, tapping on the window. Feng Lin rolled down the window and inquired with a smile. What brings you here? I live right here. Su Ruoying pointed at Feng Lin and sternly commanded, Come home with me. Su Ruoying, what exactly do you intend to do? Lan Ruo asked in a low voice. Feng Lin is my man. You, despicable mistress, should leave at once. Throughout the journey, Su Ruoying contemplated many things and realized that Lan Ruo possessed a fatal flaw. If she pretended to be gentle, then Su would be more assertive. She believed that Lan Ruo's temperament would eventually reveal itself. Su Ruoying, do not provoke my wrath. Our relationship is merely one of collaboration, Feng Lin cautioned. Get out. Come back with me. Otherwise, I will strike her. Su Ruoying shouted, pointing at Lan Ruo. You dare. Feng Lin scoffed coldly. Lan Ruo shot an angry glare at Su Ruoying, parking her car in front of the villa. She alighted and led Feng Lin into her residence, with Su Ruoying closely trailing behind. Leave. You are not welcome here, and I have called the police, Lan Ruo declared, her gaze fixed on Su Ruoying. Go ahead and call them. Feng Lin and I are legally married. If you dare report me, I will tell them that I am here to find my husband, who has been taken away by a homewrecker, Su Ruoying retorted, her irritation evident as she cast a disdainful glance at Lan Ruo. You. Lan Ruo clenched her fists, her anger simmering. Had Feng Lin not been present, she would have retaliated long ago. Feng Lin, let us ignore her, Lan Ruo said, opening the door to her villa, which showcased a sporty aesthetic with various weapon decorations adorning the walls, including bows and daggers. Feng Lin was not surprised, having chosen to join a covert faction. Lan Ruo's gentle demeanor concealed a resolute spirit, which aligned perfectly with Feng Lin's aesthetic preferences. Lan Ruo, pour me a glass of water, Su Ruoying remarked, her hands tucked into her pockets. Don't you have hands of your own? Feng Lin frowned. I wasn't talking to you. Su Ruoying forcefully shoved Lan Ruo, pushing her onto the sofa. Are you going or not? You. Lan Ruo pointed at Su Ruoying, her teeth clenched in frustration. Su Ruoying. Feng Lin seized her by the neck from behind and pressed her down onto the sofa, delivering a sharp slap to her backside. Su Ruoying's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she coldly replied, Feng Lin, if you have the guts, come at me. I'll treat Lan Ruo just as you treat me. Upon hearing this, Feng Lin refrained from further aggression. He couldn't constantly linger around Lan Ruo. Meanwhile, Lan Ruo internally screamed for him to continue. Deep down, she knew Su Ruoying would never dare to act this way towards her. Humph, too scared now, are you? Su Ruoying sneered, sensing that her ploy had succeeded. Given Lan Ruo's temperament, an explosion of emotions was inevitable. Feng Lin, I also wish to teach her a lesson. Lan Ruo's eyes had grown red, tears brimming at the edges. Don't cry. Come on, hit her, and I'll hold her down. Feng Lin quickly reassured her. Okay, Lan Ruo nodded. Chapter 20. All must be taken. A chill ran through Lan Ruo's heart, yet her expression bore a look of grievance as she lightly tapped Su Ruoying, exerting no real force. Feng Lin, marveling at her tenderness, mused about her gentle nature. Hit her harder. There's plenty of flesh here. You won't break anything. Feng Lin encouraged. All right, then I'll hit her for real. Lan Ruo suddenly clenched her fists, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she unleashed a flurry of punches at Su Ruoying. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, you jerk. Su Ruoying cried out in pain, struggling fiercely. Feng Lin, look at her. I told you she's just pretending. This woman has violent tendencies. That is all because of you. As Feng Lin spoke, Lan Ruo paused momentarily. Su Ruoying glared coldly at Feng Lin. Although she felt a tinge of pain, being struck by a woman dulled her reaction somewhat. Nonetheless, she still felt aggrieved and pinched the soft flesh at Feng Lin's waist. "Stop!" Feng Lin hastily exclaimed. "There is someone at the door." Upon hearing this, Lan Ruo stood up and gazed towards the distant window, only to see a woman standing at her doorstep. It was none other than Zhou Tian. She opened the grand entrance of the villa and inquired, "Zhou Tian, what brings you here?" Ying. Ruoying, upon hearing her arrival, immediately released Feng Lin and walked outside. She pulled Zhou Tian inside, standing before Feng Lin. "Ying, you must tell her what kind of person Lan Ruo truly is. Perhaps it's best not to say anything. You're all in cahoots. Don't think I'm unaware." Feng Lin gently rubbed his waist, rising from the sofa to address Lan Ruo. "I'll head back now. I have work in the morning." "All right, I'll see you home," Lan Ruo replied with a smile. "No need, you've just returned. It's unnecessary for you to go out again," Feng Lin politely declined. "Feng Lin, my home is just at the end of this street. Let me show you," Ruoying invited. "No, thank you," Feng Lin said with a smile, intending to take a leisurely stroll around the vicinity to familiarize himself with the area. After a few years, many new districts had sprouted in Jiang City, and he was no longer acquainted with the routes. As Feng Lin departed, silence enveloped the villa. "Lan Ruo, I have warned you previously. Weren't you supposed to leave?" Ruoying questioned. "Feng Lin is my fiancé, and my grandfather is quite fond of him. My closeness to Feng Lin is none of your concern," Lan Ruo retorted, crossing her arms and casting a disdainful glance at Ruoying. "You vixen, you shameless mistress. Feng Lin and I are married," Ruoying coldly rebuked. "With Feng Lin absent, do you think I cannot deal with you?" Lan Ruo removed her glasses and inquired coolly, "Do you truly believe I fear you?" Without further ado, Ruoying lunged at Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo seized Ruoying and executed a shoulder throw, sending her crashing onto the sofa. Bang! Ruoying's single ponytail came undone, her silky black hair becoming disheveled. "Xiaoying, are you all right?" Zhou Tian rushed over, alarmed. "I'm fine," Ruoying replied, feeling a bit dizzy and realizing Lan Ruo's unexpected strength. "I'll let you know, I trained in the military district during high school. My combat prowess is capable of fending off 2 special forces soldiers," Lan Ruo stated, hands on her hips, gazing at Ruoying with indifference. To Lan Ruo, the current Ruoying resembled a primary school student in a brawl, relying solely on brute force, lacking any technique. Moreover, even in sheer strength, she was no match for Lan Ruo. "I'll tell you this, I'm just feeling unwell today. Once I recover, I will certainly teach you a lesson." Ruoying grasped Zhou Tian's hand and departed, recalling what her grandfather once confided to her. She retrieved her phone and searched for Feng Lin's father's contact number. Feng Lin had been wandering until dusk before returning home, only to discover that Tang Hong had already arrived. "Aunt, how goes the job search?" he inquired with a smile as he approached Tang Hong, who was washing clothes in the yard. "I've found a few, but the wages are rather low. I'll keep looking over the next few days," she replied, lifting her head. Just as Feng Lin was about to speak, he noticed a call from his father. Furrowing his brow slightly, he answered the phone and walked toward his room. "What is it? Have you married Ruoying?" Feng Chen's voice came through. "It's a sham marriage. She knows my mother's whereabouts. I'm helping her through a tough time, and she has revealed to me what transpired back then," Feng Lin said, sitting on the sofa with a faint smile. "What did you learn?" Feng Chen asked. "She can't recall much, but there were 2 individuals who spoke with my mother, and then they left together," Feng Lin responded into the phone. "This daughter-in-law seems quite agreeable. I am satisfied. If she can bear a son, then perhaps she should be the one." Feng Chen chuckled from the other end. "No, I prefer gentler souls. I think Lan Ruo is quite suitable," Feng Lin replied, adjusting his ear. "Is she the granddaughter of Lan He? With a military background, her character must be quite disciplined. I am pleased. Let's go with Lan Ruo then," Feng Chen remarked again. "Which one do you actually want me to choose? Do you think Tang Chanxian is also a good option?" Feng Lin asked, frowning. "Tang Chanxian, youthful and vibrant, even younger than you, a homely girl next door. She's quite appealing." Feng Chen mumbled. "I am having a selective phobia. Perhaps I should just choose them all." "Be quiet. I will handle this myself. Why did you call?" Feng Lin rolled his eyes, admitting he was unsure whom to select. As for Ruoying's meridians, you should be aware that she is exceptionally suited to become a warrior. Offer her guidance when you can. I owe the Su family a favor," Feng Chen concluded before hanging up. "What a hassle," Feng Lin murmured, shaking his head slightly. The following morning, Feng Lin rode Tang Chanxian's electric scooter to school. He had not informed her of his intention to become a teacher. Under Lan Ruo's guidance, they arrived at Tang Chanxian's financial class 6. Let me introduce you. This is your new counselor, as well as your English teacher. Lan Ruo smiled from the podium, gesturing toward Feng Lin. He has studied abroad for many years. Tang Chanxian was taken aback. Someone like Feng Lin has actually studied abroad for years. Perhaps in Africa? Feng Lin surveyed the room, which housed only about 30 individuals. As financial class 6 was the last class with an overflow of students, Tang Chanxian sat in the second row, near the aisle. Feng Lin, I leave them in your hands. Lan Ruo gently patted Feng Lin on the shoulder before turning to leave. Feng Lin sat on the podium, propping his cheek with one hand, gazing at the crowd below. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Teacher, do you have a girlfriend? Asked a woman with brown-dyed hair. Laughter erupted among the female students. You don't stand a chance, so give it up, Feng Lin replied, crossing his legs and speaking in English. Stop spouting nonsense. I can't understand you. A cold-faced boy with yellow hair at the back shouted. The previously lively classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Just as Feng Lin was about to respond, he noticed a man walking down the stairs. Song Fan. Him again. It seemed he intended to issue a warning. Brother, what's your name? So arrogant? Feng Lin asked with a smile. Of course I'm arrogant. The rubber track on the school playground was donated by my father. You can call me young Master Jiang, just like the other teachers, Zhang Haoyan said flatly. So, he is a young master? I didn't expect you to moonlight as a duck, Feng Lin grinned. Uft. The previously silent classroom erupted in laughter. Chapter 21. A confrontation at the door. Zhang Haoyan slammed his hand on the table, darkly scanning the room. Is it that funny? The other 4 men stood up, pointing at the students in front. Shut up. Zhang Haoyan approached the podium, pulling out his phone and staring at Feng Lin. You just insulted me, didn't you? Hold on to your business. Feng Lin suddenly raised his hand, eyes fixed on the door. Come in. Why are you hiding outside? All the students followed Feng Lin's gaze towards the entrance. After a moment's thought, Song Fan walked in with a smile. Wow, it's Teacher Song. So handsome. Too bad he doesn't teach our grade. Many of the girls in the class gazed at Song Fan with starry eyes. His reputation was well known at the school. He was a quintessential rich second generation. The mindset of university women differs from that of middle and high school girls. In those earlier years, many girls admired personal charm, handsome looks. Prowess in basketball or gaming skills could all attract affection. Most boys receive confessions during that stage. However, university is different. Personal allure is not paramount. Wealth reigns supreme. As people mature, good looks alone cannot buy a house or a car. Driving a luxury sports car worth millions, as Song Fan does, represents a sum most people could not earn in a lifetime. Coupled with his decent looks, who wouldn't aspire to marry such a man? Hello, I'm Song Fan. I am Feng Lin. Teacher Song, how would you typically educate a student like this? Feng Lin asked, taking the initiative. During my last meal with Lan Ruo, we encountered a group of thugs, clearly orchestrated by him. The logic is exceedingly simple. His intention was to drive a wedge between Lan Ruo and myself. This incident was likely another one of his covert provocations. I, Song Fan, found myself at a loss for words. He lurked in the shadows, waiting for an altercation between the two of us to erupt, only to emerge later and take the moral high ground, condemning Feng Lin. Given his popularity, it was certain that many of the women in the class would side with him, and when the situation was reported to the dean, Feng Lin would undoubtedly be dismissed. Now, I was left speechless. Suddenly, Zhang Haoyan seized Feng Lin by the collar, shouting, On what grounds did you just insult me? Indeed, Teacher Song. This newcomer just insulted Zhang Xiao. We all heard it, and it was quite offensive, an utter affront to his character. Several men sitting at the back row stood up in solidarity. A flicker of joy ignited within Song Fan. It seemed Zhang Haoyan possessed a modicum of intelligence. He furrowed his brow and turned to Feng Lin. Teacher Feng, why did you demean a student? Tang Chanxian, who had been engrossed in her reading, let out a deep sigh, lamenting Feng Lin's predicament. It was unfortunate that a newcomer had already provoked someone of significant standing. Both Song Fan and Zhang Haoyan were affluent individuals, and dealing with Feng Lin, who was financially challenged, would be like child's play. However, it would be remiss not to intervene. Teacher Song, it was Zhang Haoyan who baselessly insulted this teacher, Tang Chanxian declared as she stood. Feng Lin immediately cast a grateful glance at her, to which Tang Chanxian merely rolled her eyes before sitting down again. I admit my words may have been excessive. But he insulted my character, calling me a duck. Zhang Haoyan pointed accusingly at Feng Lin, his demeanor suggesting a readiness to confront him. At that moment, an elderly and diminutive teacher with thick-framed glasses and a receding hairline ambled past the doorway. Upon spotting Song Fan and Zhang Haoyan, he approached with a sycophantic demeanor. "Teacher Song, what seems to be the trouble?" "Director Liu, your timing is impeccable," Song Fan replied, subtly winking at Lu Zhu. "I have a class to attend. I leave this matter in your capable hands." He was not foolish. He understood that his aggressive stance would only backfire if it reached Lan Ruo's ears. Lu Zhu nodded in understanding. As the deputy head of the finance department, he was well aware of which side to stand on, having often been treated to meals by Song Fan and Zhang Haoyan. "Director Liu, this new teacher insulted me quite harshly." Zhang Haoyan pointed at Feng Lin, his eyes cold and unyielding. "You dare to insult a student? What subject do you teach?" "I have never heard of you before," Lu Zhu interrogated Feng Lin. "I teach English. Today is my first day," Feng Lin replied with a smile. "You teach English? Are you not aware that I teach English to several first-year finance classes?" Lu Zhu retorted, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. It was to be expected. The senior year students held significant weight, and as deputy head, Lu Zhu commanded respect from all teachers. Feng Lin shook his head, expressing his ignorance. "I am unaware. It was arranged by the vice dean." "The vice dean? What level of English certification do you possess?" Lu Zhu inquired. "I hold no certification." "How dare you mislead students without a certificate? What audacity do you possess?" Lu Zhu continued to fiddle with his English. "Perhaps my English surpasses yours," Feng Lin retorted, having no obligation to indulge Lu Zhu's rudeness. "Do you know who I am? I have lived abroad for over a decade. You think your English is superior to mine?" Lu Zhu's face was etched with disdain, despite his bravado. He felt confident in his English abilities, communicating effortlessly with foreigners. "Then let us engage in a comparison and determine whose English is superior." Feng Lin replied with a calm smile. "Completing tasks globally without knowledge of the local language and failing to integrate into the environment. What kind of tasks can be executed then? I am fluent in 8 languages, including their written forms and various accents. For mere communication, I can express myself in 15 different languages," he asserted. Tang Chanxian, exasperated, buried her face in her hands, lamenting Feng Lin's penchant for self-sabotage. The school had several foreign teachers who praised Lu Zhu's standard English. How could Feng Lin, an African study-abroad student, possibly compare? "You are Feng Lin, correct? If your English surpasses Director Lu's, I shall apologize. If not, you must resign. Do you dare?" Zhang Haoyan declared, recalling how Lu Zhu had previously facilitated communication between several foreign teachers with limited Chinese proficiency. Song Fan had previously stated that his aim was to have Feng Lin dismissed. The Song family was one of the 4 prominent families, and Zhang Haoyan's father had specifically instructed him to curry favor with Song Fan within the school. "All right, I accept. What shall be the terms of our comparison?" Feng Lin asked. "Simple. Accompany me to the college broadcasting room, where we shall each recite a passage, and subsequently, let the foreign teachers judge," Lu Zhu replied. Leading the way, Feng Lin followed with a smile. This Feng Lin, such a fool, he is about to lose the hard-earned job. Tang Chanxian clenched her fists in silence, feeling utterly powerless. "Let us go and witness the spectacle. The counselor has already departed." Several girls around them began to cheer. Seeing everyone leave, Tang Chanxian hesitated briefly before following suit. Just then, a familiar voice resonated through the broadcast. It was Lu Zhu, delivering a rendition of the renowned "I Have a Dream." Everyone stood outside the broadcasting room, listening intently. Shortly thereafter, a blonde foreign woman approached. She looked up at the overhead speaker, nodding appreciatively, and remarked in somewhat halting Chinese, "Teacher Lu's English is becoming increasingly standard. It's over. Even the foreigner has concurred." Tang Chanxian sighed deeply. At that moment, Lu Zhu concluded his speech, and Feng Lin's voice emerged, also reciting "I Have a Dream." This is a confrontation at the forefront. Chapter 22, Ruthless Measures. A deep and magnetic voice emanated from the Academy's loudspeaker. Following that was the renowned proclamation, "I have a dream. Today, we gather before his statue." This solemn declaration shines like a beacon of hope, illuminating the lives of countless enslaved individuals tormented by the flames of injustice. Its arrival heralds a joyful dawn, marking the end of a long night of bondage. Feng Lin's voice soared with fervor, each sentence delivered in a distinct tone. Beside him, a white female teacher's eyes widened in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered. Several foreign teachers from the academy had converged, gazing upward at the loudspeaker. Not only them, but the vice dean, Lan Ruo, also stood captivated by the voice. Vice Dean, greetings, Ms. Lan. The surrounding foreign teachers and numerous students all extended their salutations to Lan Ruo, a goddess-like figure within the academy. Chanxian couldn't help but glance at her multiple times, thinking Feng Lin's claim of being engaged to Lan Ruo was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Such beauty and grace, coupled with her esteemed background and position. Surely her family wouldn't allow her to marry someone like Feng Lin. Yet, for some reason, she felt that Feng Lin's accent bore a striking resemblance to the voices she often heard in American films, devoid of any trace of a Chinese accent. At last, Feng Lin concluded his speech. The foreign teachers erupted into enthusiastic applause, and the surrounding students joined in, clapping fervently. The door to the broadcasting room swung open, and Feng Lin emerged with his hands in his pockets, exuding confidence. Lu Zhu and Zhang Haoyan followed suit. It seemed all the foreign teachers had gathered. It was time for the instructors to provide their feedback. Feng Lin approached the group of teachers with a smile, saying, "I invite you all to share your thoughts." "Hey, was that you speaking just now?" A white man exclaimed, gripping Feng Lin's arm. "Indeed, it was I," Feng Lin nodded. "I thought you were a voice actor from our country. You were incredible." The white man gave a thumbs up. "What makes him so impressive? Is my pronunciation not standard?" Lu Zhu's expression turned slightly awkward. "Director Lu, yours is quite standard, but one can still easily discern that you are not a local." Exactly. This teacher was completely indistinguishable. Not only that, he employed both Eastern and Southern American accents. He even used a London accent. I thought this gentleman was my fellow countryman. His pronunciation surpasses mine in accuracy. The foreign teachers present were oblivious to the context, all laughing and explaining. The multitude of students, particularly those from Feng Lin's class who understood the backstory, were left speechless. This teacher is remarkably skilled, articulating with a precision that surpasses that of native speakers. Chanxian could hardly believe it. She was astonished by how accurately Feng Lin spoke with an accent. As an academic achiever, she had previously researched extensively to master English. The English spoken in America is quite akin to the Mandarin of Huaxia. Although they are both Mandarin, individuals from various provinces exhibit distinct accents to some degree. It was unexpected that Feng Lin's command of English could reach such a level. With a cheerful smile, Feng Lin turned around and gestured a measurement of 1 centimeter towards Lu Zhu, indicating that he was indeed slightly superior to the director Lu. Lu Zhu's face turned ashen as he angrily strode away. Zhang Haoyan also prepared to leave, but Feng Lin seized his shoulder from behind, insisting, "Wait, what about an apology? I'm not old yet. My memory isn't that poor." Zhang Haoyan gritted his teeth. The crowd was too large for any nonsense, so he quickly turned back and muttered, "I'm sorry." After speaking, he hurriedly jogged away with a dark expression. Feng Lin, truly impressive. Lan Ruo thought back to when she heard Feng Lin boast about mastering 8 languages and had dismissed it as mere bravado. Now, it seemed there was a high probability it was genuine. Upon reflection, it made sense. Rumor had it that the first and second ranks of the Death Knight organization were the strongest. Feng Lin had previously mentioned that the third rank served as the brain of Death Knight, akin to a strategist. Therefore, Feng Lin, being the 6th rank, likely excelled not in combat, but in other domains. Feng Lin jested, just average, 3rd best in the village. From a distance, observing the close interaction between the two, Song Fan's expression grew increasingly cold. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. It appeared that ordinary thugs could not harm him. He needed to employ more ruthless measures. His brother had connections with individuals who engaged in illicit activities and would surely possess a solution. Song Fan drove his sports car towards an upscale restaurant owned by the Song family. There, Song Keming awaited him, approaching the car as he saw it pull up and opening the passenger door. "Brother, what's the matter?" Song Keming asked with a smile as he closed the door behind him. "I need you to help me deal with someone. You know our father wants me to pursue Lan Ruo, but someone has unexpectedly interfered," Song Fan replied, pulling out his phone to reveal a photo of Feng Lin. "Wow, it's him." Song Keming nearly leaped from his seat. "What? Do you know him?" Song Fan inquired, frowning. "Brother, do you know Su Ruoying?" Song Keming asked. Song Fan nodded. He certainly knew her, as her beauty was on par with Lan Ruo's. However, often one's identity and background could also enhance their allure, just like 2 equally beautiful women. one dressed plainly and the other adorned with a crown. Men of certain status might prefer the one with the crown, as such women are more challenging to win over, making the conquest all the more rewarding. I was just about to secure Su Ruoying for myself, and now this Feng Lin has meddled. Song Keming clenched his fists in frustration. Damn, this guy is opposing us. Do you have any plans? Song Fan was taken aback to discover that both he and his brother Feng Lin were enamored with the same woman, who was connected to them in a complicated manner. Brother, I have procured some sedatives from a friend, Song Keming said, producing a packet of dark yellow powder from his pocket. I plan to first secure Su Ruoying. Would you like to partake? No. Song Fan interjected. Lan Ruo's status is far beyond that of Su Ruoying. If her family finds out, our Song family will be doomed. He shook his head, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The Su family could not contend with the Song family, and would likely choose to endure the humiliation. The Lan family, however, was an entirely different matter. Brother, this time I will also invite Feng Lin. While he is incapacitated, I will arrange for a woman to be by his side. What do you think Lan Ruo would feel about that? Song Keming revealed a knowing smile. You rascal. When it comes to devious schemes, I am indeed outmatched by you. Song Fan chuckled, wrapping his arm around Song Keming, his eyes narrowing into slits. Next, we can find another man to masquerade as that woman's boyfriend and set a trap to catch him, ensuring a journalist covers the story. Wow, brother. Your idea is quite clever as well. The two brothers exchanged amused glances. Feng Lin taught only one class and had a single English lesson that day. He finally endured until the afternoon dismissal. Initially intending to ride back with Tang Chanxian on her electric scooter, he received a call from Su Ruoying. What is the matter? Feng Lin answered. Song Keming wants to discuss something with us, and I have agreed, Su Ruoying explained. She wished to personally convey to Song Keming that their relationship was impossible and implored him to leave the Su family alone. Song Keming? Feng Lin frowned, unaware of the connection between Song Keming and Song Fan. However, since it pertained to Su Ruoying, he felt compelled to investigate. All right, please come pick me up from school. Chapter 23. The drug in the wine. Feng Lin stood alone at the school gate when suddenly, he sidestepped to avoid an outstretched hand. Turning around, he found a cute girl with twin ponytails, petite in stature, barely reaching 1.6 meters, resembling a little lowly. He recognized her as a student he currently taught. Seated in the first row by the window. During a previous altercation with Zhang Haoyan, she had been engrossed in her phone, and throughout class, she wore headphones to watch videos. Feng Lin had taken note of her name, Guo Duo. Yet, he chose not to intervene. Akin to his approach with new recruits during his days in the clandestine military unit, he believed that those who slacked off would eventually be weeded out. Do you have eyes in the back of your head? How did you notice that? Guo Duo inquired, her expression one of astonishment. It was merely instinct, Feng Lin replied. Gazing down at Guo Duo, clad in a black and red tracksuit, her youthful face exuding innocence. One might mistake her for a middle school student, yet they were undeniably in a genuine university campus. I heard you were Tang Chanxian's boyfriend? Guo Duo questioned with curiosity. Who said that? Feng Lin furrowed his brow, realizing he had just arrived in class and had not interacted with Tang Chanxian at all. Everyone is talking about it. Several people claim to have seen Tang Chanxian riding her bicycle to school with you this morning. Guo Duo paused momentarily and replied nonchalantly. I advise you to break up with her immediately, or I will report you. Feng Lin, with his hands tucked into his pockets, queried in confusion. Setting aside whether you are a couple, what does my affair with her have to do with you? If I find it distasteful, it becomes relevant. You have one day to act. I mean what I say. Guo Duo strode towards a Maserati parked by the roadside, where a tall man in a suit emerged from the driver's seat, graciously opening the passenger door for her. Damn, quite the arrogance, Feng Lin muttered under his breath. Just as the Maserati departed, Su Ruoying's Mercedes-Benz arrived shortly thereafter. She rolled down the passenger window and said to Feng Lin, "Get in." Nodding, he took a seat beside her. Today, Su Ruoying donned a black tracksuit, her hair styled in a sleek ponytail, showcasing her exquisitely aloof features. Su Ruoying glanced at Feng Lin, started the car, and made a U-turn. A person like him should not bode well for you. Feng Lin supported his cheek with one hand, gazing through the car window at Su Ruoying inside. I have an inkling, but rest assured, I am merely going over to speak a few words. Though Su Ruoying did not inquire deeply, she was aware that her parents feared nothing more than retaliation from the Song family. She intended to clarify matters during her visit. Before long, the two arrived at an upscale hotel. They walked towards the grand entrance, where a uniformed male attendant approached with a smile. Are you Miss Su Ruoying and Mr. Feng Lin? Indeed, Su Ruoying replied with a gentle nod. Please follow me. The attendant led the way. They took the elevator to the 15th floor, entering an exceptionally luxurious private room. The attendant opened the silver door, gesturing for Feng Lin and Su Ruoying to step inside. They exchanged a glance and entered together. The opulence of the floor and ceiling was astounding. It was hard to believe that this was merely a dining space. On the dining table, a few cold dishes were already prepared. Song Keming sat alone, absorbed in his phone. Upon noticing Feng Lin and Su Ruoying's entrance, he rose with a smile. Please, take a seat. I will have drinks and dishes served shortly. Song Xiao, there's no need for such formality. I only came to discuss one matter with you. Sit down. Let's eat while we talk. I have something to share with you as well. Song Keming interrupted Su Ruoying's words, his tone laced with an air of dominance. Feng Lin chuckled, placing his hand on Su Ruoying's shoulder. Let's sit. It seems his matters won't be resolved swiftly. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ruoying nodded in agreement. A slight smirk appeared on Song Keming's lips as he pressed the communication device embedded in the wall, signaling for drinks and dishes to be served. In contrast to Su Ruoying's tension, Feng Lin appeared considerably more relaxed. With him present, the insignificant Song Keming would undoubtedly pose no threat to a single hair on Su Ruoying's head. Before long, an array of exquisite dishes was elegantly arranged on the table by the waitstaff. Finally, 2 bottles of red wine were presented. Come, let us fill our glasses. This is the 1982 La Fight, a rarity for the average person, Song Keming declared with a smile as he stood. No need, young Master Song. We have driven here and cannot indulge in alcohol, Su Ruoying firmly declined. As the general manager, she had attended numerous dining events for the sake of contracts and was accustomed to such refusals. Caution is essential for a woman in her position. I can partake. Young Master Song, pour me a bit, Feng Lin interjected with a smile, lifting his glass. Song Keming's expression shifted at this. Damn it, I hadn't anticipated this. His intention was to render both Su Ruoying and Feng Lin unconscious. He intended to toy with Su Ruoying, find another woman to feign a distraction for Feng Lin, and then be caught red-handed by the men, with the media capturing the scandal. Simply making Feng Lin faint would lead Su Ruoying to assist him back, and he could not resort to force against her. Given her character, she would certainly call the authorities. However, if Su Ruoying were to faint, he could claim ignorance, asserting he too had collapsed, perhaps even insinuating that Su Ruoying had been the one to instigate the situation. How simple. I shall have them prepare some soda, Song Keming announced as he stood and walked outside. Please hold on a moment. Watching him leave, Feng Lin reached for a bottle of La Fight. Su Ruoying smacked Feng Lin's hand and shot him a glare, gesturing for him to set it down. After all, he was the one treating them. Feng Lin chuckled softly, uncorked the red wine, and poured a modest amount into his glass. He took a gentle sip, but immediately spat it onto the floor. What is the matter? Su Ruoying inquired. There's a sedative in it. I sensed his ulterior motives, Feng Lin replied, placing the wine glass back on the table. Who are you trying to deceive? If a mere sip could reveal such a thing, who would ever fall victim? Su Ruoying scoffed. Then tell me, if the dishes could be communicated through a device, why did he need to personally step out for the soda? Feng Lin inquired calmly. Su Ruoying found herself momentarily speechless. Could it be that Feng Lin was indeed correct? If that were the case, Song Keming's intentions were all too clear. My apologies for the wait. Song Keming re-entered, holding a large bottle of soda. The meals and drinks were prepaid, so I took the liberty of purchasing this. He popped the cap and filled Su Ruoying's glass. Come, young Master Song, while the women enjoy soda, we men shall naturally indulge in wine. Feng Lin filled Song Keming's glass with the opened red wine, observing how he would avoid consuming the sedative. It wouldn't do to follow the mindless tropes seen on television, pouring the wine on the floor while the other party remained oblivious. Chapter 24. According to plan, let us drink first, young Master Song, Feng Lin said, raising his wine glass with a smile directed at Song Keming. Song Keming, with a grin, stood up and turned to Su Ruoying. Sowing, let us all partake together. Su Ruoying did not take a glass, but instead glanced at Feng Lin. Had it not been for Feng Lin's reminder, she would have unwittingly consumed the soda. However, now she found herself in a quandary. Feng Lin, smiling, held out the soda towards her. Drink. Su Ruoying accepted the glass, yet she remained oblivious to Feng Lin's intentions. Wasn't it said that there was a drug? Why must she drink? But at the moment Feng Lin released the glass, she noticed a small hole concealed beneath his thumb, through which the soda was leaking. Reacting swiftly, she blocked it with her own thumb. Astonished at how Feng Lin had managed this. Today, she was clad in a black tracksuit, which proved fortuitous. The soda could discreetly flow into her sleeve, invisible to onlookers, as it could not be detected against the dark fabric. Cheers! Feng Lin raised his glass once more, and this time Ruoying mirrored his action. Seeing this, Song Keming smiled and lifted his glass. Feng Lin drained his wine in one gulp, while Ruoying seized the opportunity to release the small hole, pressing her lips to the rim of the glass to feign drinking. In reality, the soda flowed down her sleeve. Song Keming noticed Feng Lin downing his drink in one go, and observed the level of soda in Ruoying's glass diminishing. Elation surged within him, prompting him to take a hearty sip before setting down his glass. Suddenly, he cleared his throat and produced a thick black handkerchief, covering his mouth. At that moment, Feng Lin realized that he had not swallowed a thing. Seizing the opportunity while covering his mouth with the handkerchief, Song Keming discreetly expelled the wine into it, allowing the handkerchief to absorb the liquid. Once finished, he discarded the handkerchief to the ground and smiled, asking, "Sowing, please share your thoughts." "All right." Ruoying retrieved a tissue from the side and discreetly wiped her hands beneath the table. "Young Master Song, I have feelings for Feng Lin. There is no possibility for us." Song Keming's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he maintained a smile and nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your understanding. And I hope you will spare my family. This matter is between us and has nothing to do with my parents," Ruoying said gravely. "Haha, I am not that kind of person, though I must admit, I am somewhat saddened." Song Keming opened another bottle of red wine and drank half of it in one go. At this juncture, Feng Lin deduced the truth. The second bottle surely contained no drug. His actions were intended to convince Ruoying and Feng Lin that he, too, was intoxicated. Thus, when he later attempted to take advantage of Ruoying, he would have justification. "Feng Lin, come, let us continue drinking." Song Keming placed the bottle of drug-laced wine before Feng Lin, deliberately swaying his body. Unable to restrain his laughter, Feng Lin mused about the young man's playful antics. He soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Closing his eyes, he channeled his internal energy, effortlessly suppressing the effects of the drug. Such a small dosage held no power over a person of his medical expertise. Even if the dosage were to multiply tenfold, he could stimulate acupressure points to ensure he remained alert for the next half hour. Half an hour was ample time for him to find a safe haven and enjoy a restful slumber. "Come on, young Master Song. Drink up. We're all men here." "I understand," Feng Lin proclaimed, lifting the bottle and taking another gulp before collapsing onto the table with a thud. He mumbled incoherently, "Drink. Everyone together." Ruoying, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of uncertainty. However, Feng Lin discreetly patted her legs beneath the table. Understanding his cue, she feigned dizziness and pretended to collapse, shattering her glass upon the floor to obliterate any evidence. At this moment, Song Keming's lips curled upward slightly. He had succeeded. "Sowing, Feng Lin," he called softly. Ruoying remained unresponsive, yet Feng Lin muttered, "Come on, keep drinking." Song Keming was not surprised. Men generally possessed greater resistance than women, especially given the limited amount of drug he had administered. "Huh, you little rascal, you think you can outsmart me?" he scoffed. Ruoying's disdain for Song Keming had reached its zenith. Clearly, Feng Lin's warnings were accurate. Song Keming pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "You may proceed as planned. Escort Ruoying and me to room 888 and send Feng Lin to room 788. After concluding the call, he opened a messaging app and sent a text to the women he had summoned. "Come, let us drink." At that moment, Feng Lin, in a dazed state, attempted to rise again, holding the wine bottle aloft. Startled, Song Keming initially thought Feng Lin had regained consciousness. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Feng Lin was still inebriated, merely acting tipsy. This was to be expected. He couldn't allow Feng Lin to fall into a deep slumber. If caught by reporters, Feng Lin would appear innocent, causing no uproar. The objective was to keep him in a semi-conscious state so that when the women approached, he would subconsciously comply, achieving maximum effect. "Young Master Song, let us keep drinking," Feng Lin slurred. "Come on, drink," Song Keming replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, Feng Lin stood up, seized the back of Song Keming's head, and poured the remaining half bottle of drug-infused wine down his throat. "Drink, young Master Song, you drink too." With a thud, Feng Lin collapsed once more onto the table. Cough. Damn you. Song Keming retched violently, yet he managed to swallow a considerable amount. If not for the eventual aim of ruining Song Keming's reputation, Feng Lin would have already disposed of the young man. However, he thought to himself, what if I were to faint as well? That would render me utterly incapable of action. Song Keming must not outsmart me. He swiftly approached Su Ruoying, seizing her garment. Before losing consciousness, he thought to seize what little advantage he could. Suddenly, a silver needle from Feng Lin pierced the nape of his neck, causing Song Keming to collapse instantly. Feng Lin supported him, laying him upon his designated seat, instructing him to lie down. Fortunately, you intervened in time, otherwise, I would have smashed a bottle over his face. Su Ruoying harbored a deep resentment towards Song Keming, wishing for his demise. She was grateful that Zhou Tian had previously accompanied her to follow Feng Lin, revealing Song Keming's true nature. The thought of marrying him sent shivers down her spine. Feng Lin retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocking it with his fingerprint. Upon seeing the messages on WeChat, his expression turned icy. He truly was a scoundrel. He rummaged through his pockets and discovered a transparent vial containing small blue pills. Damn it! Feng Lin cursed under his breath, feeling humiliated as a man. He pried open Song Keming's mouth and stuffed all the pills inside. What have you given him? Su Ruoying inquired hastily, her hatred for Song Keming notwithstanding. A life lost would yield regrettable consequences. Feng Lin waved dismissively. He won T-die. It's sildenafil. What is that? Su Ruoying asked innocently. Feng Lin chuckled. This medication is also known as Viagra. Chapter 25. The leading flower among three. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoying's face flushed crimson. Despite her innocence, she understood precisely what it was. She felt fortunate. Had Feng Lin not followed her, she shuddered to think of what might have occurred. Unconsciously, she cast a few more glances at Feng Lin. This man certainly possessed admirable qualities. And now he had gained another, the ability to provide her with a sense of security. At that moment, Feng Lin hurried back to his seat, whispering, "Get down." Su Ruoying nodded and pressed her face against the table. "Young Master Song, we have arrived." The door swung open, revealing three waitstaff. They noticed Song Keming sprawled on the floor. Though puzzled, they dared not inquire. The staff at such a grand hotel adhered to strict protocols, never prying into the personal affairs of guests, especially in a hotel owned by the Song family. Regardless, Song Keming had already issued his orders. They merely needed to follow through. The three attendants assisted Feng Lin and the others into the elevator. They first stopped on the 8th floor, where Song Keming and Su Ruoying were escorted away by two of the staff. Feng Lin was taken to a room on the 7th floor by the remaining attendant. Once they placed him on the mattress, the staff exited. Feng Lin rose and approached the rear window, discovering a stretch of desolate land behind the hotel. He stepped outside the window, effortlessly leaping onto the air conditioning unit, and then grasped the upper window frame. Through the glass, he observed that the staff had also vacated the premises. Song Keming lay on the bed, while Su Ruoying paced back and forth, her expression fraught with anxiety. Feng Lin tapped on the window a few times. Upon hearing the sound, Su Ruoying hurried over, flinging the window open, and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? What if you fall? I have been a soldier, whether it's the 7th or 8th floor. Even the 27th or 8th feels like child's play." Feng Lin nonchalantly replied as he vaulted into the room. "What shall we do?" Su Ruoying felt utterly lost. This was her first encounter with such a situation. "Do not worry. I will handle everything," Feng Lin assured her, hoisting Song Keming onto his back before leaping out the window. "Be careful," Su Ruoying called out as she approached the window, only to find Feng Lin had already entered the adjacent room. He gently placed Song Keming on the bed, removed a pillowcase, and placed it over his head. He then leaned out the window, reaching the 8th floor, and jumped into the room, turning his back to Su Ruoying. "Come on, I'll carry you." After a brief moment of hesitation, she clambered onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You are so heavy," he teased lightly. "You are the heavy one. I only weigh 100 pounds. Su Ruoying retorted, a hint of indignation in her voice. "Is that so? I find it hard to believe." Feng Lin chuckled, shaking his head. Given Su Ruoying's height and figure, a weight of merely 100 pounds would render her skeletal an utter mismatch. "Let me down. If you think I'm heavy, then don't carry me." Su Ruoying tightened her grip around his neck. Despite her weight exceeding 100 pounds, the notion of a woman weighing more than that was a matter of pride she would never concede. "Just a jest. Those extra pounds of yours are perfectly placed, and others would envy them." Feng Lin said as he stood on the window ledge, grasping the edge of the window frame, descending layer by layer until he reached the ground with remarkable speed. Ruoying gazed upward in astonishment, her heart racing at Feng Lin's sheer strength. Wait, I have something else to do. Feng Lin then grasped the window again, climbing back up floor by floor until he reached the 7th level. He opened his phone, and those inside informed him that they had arrived at the elevator. Feng Lin extracted a silver needle from his belt and pricked it into Song Keming's body. The man, who had been in a deep slumber, began to stir. Feng Lin stood quietly outside the room, waiting patiently. Before long, 2 individuals emerged from the elevator. One was a woman weighing over 300 pounds, her body abundant with excess flesh, and her face bore a ruggedness akin to that of a man. Accompanying her was a woman with dyed blonde hair, of average appearance. However, as a doctor, Feng Lin could clearly discern that her face was not natural. "Are you here to find Feng Lin?" he inquired as he approached. "Indeed, you must be one of young Master Song's associates. You may call me Mama Wang," she replied. The 300-pound woman, with a beaming smile, grasped Feng Lin's arm and said, "Young man, I have quite a few beautiful ladies here. Allow me to give you a business card." Feng Lin glanced at the woman, contemplated briefly, and chose to remain silent. "Xiaoli, please go inside. Everything will proceed as previously arranged," Wang Mama instructed the woman beside her. "Wait a moment," Feng Lin interjected, stopping the young woman. "Auntie, young Master Song specifically mentioned that he wants to provide me with an unforgettable experience, and I feel that this Xiaoli may not suffice. Hee, such high standards from a young man. However, I have an abundance of beauties here. Since you are one of young Master Song's, I shall find you another." Wang Mama replied. "There's no need. I believe Auntie here is quite satisfactory." Feng Lin smiled at Wang Mama. Xiaoli, standing nearby, was taken aback. What kind of aesthetic does this man possess? She weighed over 300 pounds. Was he not concerned about being crushed? Giggling, Wang Mama covered her mouth, laughing heartily. "Oh dear. In honor of young Master Song, I, the foremost of the 3 golden flowers of the city, shall make a comeback." I knew Annie was no ordinary person. Feng Lin commended, giving a thumbs up. "Hidden so deeply, yet you discovered it. These young girls know nothing. True skill lies with us seasoned individuals." Wang Mama confidently patted her chest. "Auntie, you should be aware of what will transpire next, right?" Feng Lin inquired. "Of course. Young Master Song has already informed me that during the filming, I will be pixelated," Wang Mama replied with a smile, her eagerness palpable. "Remember, when the object is placed on your head, do not remove it. Allow the apprehended man to unveil it personally for maximum effect," Feng Lin advised with a grin. "Truly, young Master Song is remarkably clever," Wang Mama remarked before entering the room. Feng Lin ascended the staircase to the 6th floor, then leaped out the window, gently landing on the ground below. "What were you up to?" Ruoying asked, puzzled. "Nothing much, just performed a good deed," Feng Lin replied, taking Ruoying's hand as they departed. Meanwhile, Wang Mama approached Song Keming, nodding with a smile. "This figure is quite impressive." Song Keming felt dizzy, unable to open his eyes, yet the sensations in his body persisted. He recalled being in the same room with Ruoying. The identity of the person beside him was all too evident. Little rascal, so proactive, Song Keming thought, feeling as though his throat might catch fire, his voice hoarse. Yet he struggled to respond. Simultaneously, the elevator doors opened, revealing 3 individuals. A female reporter held a microphone, a middle-aged man carried a camera, and a young man led the way. The man lamented to the camera, "I have poured my heart and soul into my girlfriend, giving her my entire monthly salary of 3,000, and yet, she treated me this way." As he spoke, he wiped away a tear. "Dear audience, we bring you a live broadcast from the scene. We have obtained the room key from the hotel. Let us venture forth to discover what transpires within." The young female host spoke gravely to the camera. The trio emerged and approached the door of room 788. The young man inhaled deeply, opened the door, and entered with the 2 others trailing behind. What lay before them was astonishing. The camera immediately focused on the 2 individuals inside, rendering them speechless. Particularly, the young man was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? A tank?" Indeed, it appears that earning money is not as effortless as one might believe. "Darling, what are you doing here? Don't film." Wang Mama, aware of Song Keming's situation, recognized that everything was unfolding as scripted. Although the young man felt a wave of nausea, he had been compensated and thus approached. "How shameless you are. Do you truly deserve my respect? Let everyone witness the true nature of this wretched man. Chapter 26. A grand performance. The young man forcefully attempted to push Wang Mama away, but her substantial weight, exceeding 300 pounds, rendered him powerless. It was Wang Mama who, with a cry of ouch, collapsed to the side. Come and see. Let everyone behold the shameless wretch that he is. The young man yanked the pillowcase away, revealing Song Keming's flushed face, drenched in sweat from an excess of medication. Song Xiao, it's you. The man was utterly bewildered. No way you are Song Xiao. Wang Mama nearby nearly leaped in shock. Song Keming suddenly rubbed his eyes and, with a lewd grin, remarked, how annoying. Where have you been? Why didn't you come? Upon opening his eyes, he took in the scene before him, momentarily stunned. Utterly at a loss. What was supposed to be Su Ruoying was, in fact, Wang Mama. Glancing at himself, he felt a wave of nausea. Song Keming, overwhelmed, found his blood rushing to his head, his mind blank, and with a heart-wrenching tremor, he coughed up blood and collapsed. The live broadcast experienced a slight delay. At that moment, Song Fan sat in the teacher's office at school. As per his usual routine, he should have returned home by now. However, today he lingered to allow others to enjoy Feng Lin's performance, ensuring he would not need to inform Lan Ruo himself. Naturally, the other teachers would convey the news. Oh, this woman is utterly repulsive. I can scarcely bear to watch. She shirks work, spends her man's money, and betrays her family, one female teacher exclaimed. Glaring at the computer screen in front of Song Fan, her face flushed with anger. Aside from her, 5 or 6 other teachers in the office gathered behind to watch. This man is far too honest. If I were in his shoes, I would have divorced her long ago. Hurry. Let me see just how beautiful this woman is to warrant such sacrifices from a man. Several male teachers chimed in, their indignation palpable. This man is simply spineless. At that moment, the door swung open, and the camera followed the man and the reporter inside. The teachers present held their breaths, fixated on the screen until a woman weighing 300 pounds appeared alongside a man. Goodness, such a taste. It's quite shocking. Is this man out of his mind? To be attracted to such a woman? No pixelation? This is live. Upon witnessing this, Song Fan nearly burst into laughter. His younger brother certainly knew how to have fun. He had found such a woman for Feng Lin. Was he intending to leave Feng Lin with a lifelong psychological scar? Look, that man is taking off the pillowcase. A male teacher pointed at the screen, and Song Fan's smile was impossible to conceal. Come on, Feng Lin, reveal your true self. Just then, Song Keming's face appeared on the screen. Upon seeing this, Song Fan's smile froze, and he rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have been mistaken. But it was indeed him. No doubt, his very own younger brother. He looked utterly pleased, using an incredibly distasteful tone to exclaim how detestable it was. Snap! Song Fan's brain hadn't even processed the moment, and just as he prepared to shut down the computer, the image vanished automatically. It seemed the television station had caught on. The surrounding teachers, of course, recognized Song Keming. He was none other than Song Fan's brother, a veritable scion of wealth. Who would have imagined his preferences were so peculiar? Though the footage was brief, in this digital age, information spreads with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the local lifestyle channel of Jiang City had become a trending topic. Subsequently, Jiang City's forums and message boards were abuzz with this incident. Have you heard? Song Keming from the Song family in Jiang City is frolicking with a woman over 300 pounds. Such wealthy individuals often possess eccentric tastes. Perhaps they've grown weary of ordinary women. The original video had been taken down, but I have a downloaded version. Seeking the video? May the kind soul above enjoy lasting peace. Not only online, but this incident quickly permeated the upper echelons of Jiang City's society. Initially, the event raised eyebrows, especially given that Song Keming belonged to one of the 4 prominent families. The head of the Song family, Song Zhengtao, watched the news report on television and, in a fit of rage, kicked the television to smithereens. This worthless fool. Bring him here at once. Song Zhengtao was no fool. He understood his 2 sons' personalities all too well. Clearly, Song Keming had fallen into someone's trap. His actions could easily tarnish the Song family's reputation and potentially lead to a disastrous drop in their stock market value. Meanwhile, the Su family, consisting of Su Chuan and Wang Qin, stared in disbelief at the video. So, Song Keming was fond of significantly older women? Suddenly, Su Chuan's face turned pale as he turned to Wang Qin and said, "You should keep your distance from him." Su Chuan, what do you mean by that? Song Keming may be feigning interest in Sowing, perhaps as a means to get closer to you. Su Chuan grasped Wang Qin's arm. He seemed to have fallen into a trap, yet his expression revealed a peculiar fondness for the portly figure. Meanwhile, Su Ruoying, accompanied by Feng Lin, made her way to her villa. Just as they arrived at her residence, Zhou Tian sent Su Ruoying a video via WeChat. As usual, Su Ruoying opened it, and the excited voice of Wang's mother filled the air. Feng Lin turned around, teasingly scolding her. "Don't you have any shame? Watching that kind of video in front of me. I clicked it by accident." Su Ruoying retorted, her cheeks aflame, feeling quite embarrassed. She quickly sent a voice message back to Zhou Tian, expressing her annoyance at the prank. "Isn't it a bit childish to play such tricks at our age?" Subsequently, she feigned indifference and stepped out of the car, standing by the passenger door, anxious that Feng Lin might dash off to Lan Ruo's house again. Feng Lin had no intention of leaving. His father had specifically instructed him to teach Su Ruoying a few self-defense techniques. Having witnessed Song Keming's capabilities earlier, it was clear that Su Ruoying needed to be equipped to protect herself sooner rather than later, or she would be at a severe disadvantage. Su Ruoying glanced at her phone again, noticing a string of messages from Zhou Tian, revealing that Song Keming was indeed in the video. Upon seeing this, Su Ruoying furrowed her brows, muted her phone, and reopened the video. After absorbing the content, she took a deep breath and handed the phone to Feng Lin, asking, "Did you do this?" Feng Lin, who had been with Su Ruoying and was unaware of the initial details, watched the video and shook his head with a smile. "The first of the 3 golden flowers is not just a title. What are you laughing at? If Song Keming isn't a fool, he'll know it was us. And he will surely retaliate with full force," Su Ruoying said gravely. At that point, Feng Lin might be in grave danger. "This is his phone," Feng Lin said, opening Song Keming's chat records and handing it to Su Ruoying. She perused the messages carefully, breaking into a cold sweat. "So that's how it is. If we hadn't been prepared, you would have been the main target this time." Song Keming intended to ensure that Feng Lin would never be able to hold his head high again. This impoverished young man might find it nearly impossible to secure employment due to this incident. Meanwhile, Song Keming's family was wealthy enough that such occurrences would hardly affect their daily lives. "Feng Lin," Su Ruoying grasped his shoulder, feeling a sense of guilt for dragging him into this mess. "I won't divorce you, so rest assured, as long as I have a meal, you will never go hungry." "Why do your words feel so heavy?" Feng Lin asked with a smile. "You don't understand the Song family's power. This incident could provoke Song Jingtao to take personal action against us. The Su family is likely facing a calamity." Just as Su Ruoying spoke, her phone rang, and the caller ID displayed Su Chuan's name. She sighed, sensing that the disaster for the Su family was imminent. The Zhou family would certainly not engage in a conflict with the wealthy Song family over the Su family. No one would come to their rescue. Su Ruoying needed to contemplate her escape plan. After all, she was capable of supporting a man if necessary. Chapter 27. The depth of the 4 prominent families. Su Ruoying now fears her own family, particularly Wang Qin, who has never experienced hardship. Regardless of her actions, she remains her mother. Su Ruoying answered the call and asked flatly, "Dad, what's the matter? Sowing, tell me the truth. Does this incident involving Song Keming have anything to do with you?" Su Chuan's voice was grave, trembling with anxiety. "What has happened?" Su Ruoying inquired. "I just received a call from the head of the Song family, Song Jingtao. He wants me to come over," Su Chuan replied. Su Ruoying clenched her fists, glancing at Feng Lin before speaking into the phone. "Yes, I did it, but I was compelled." "Enough. I know you were forced." Su Chuan's voice was filled with despair, and he sighed deeply. "I'll transfer 20 million to your bank account. Leave Jiang City with Feng Lin." With that, Su Chuan hung up. Su Ruoying stood frozen, the phone still pressed to her ear. Feng Lin, who stood beside her, overheard the conversation. To be fair, Su Chuan was a decent man. "No." Su Ruoying's eyes reddened. She opened the car door and said to Feng Lin, "I must go back to help our family through this crisis. Take me with you." Feng Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, recognized that this predicament stemmed from him. After spending the last few days together, he realized Su Ruoying was a commendable woman. He could not bear to watch her fall into despair. At the Song family estate, the circular stone table on the lawn hosted Song Jingtao, the head of the Song family, who sat sipping tea. His already gaunt face, paired with his sinister eyes, looked menacing. Seated in a wheelchair beside him was Song Keming, with his brother, Song Fan, standing behind him. On the opposite side of the table sat Su Chuan. "Dad, what I said is true. It was Su Ruoying and Feng Lin who caused my downfall. Dad, you must avenge me." Song Keming lamented, still feeling unwell, as if he bore psychological scars. The doctor had previously examined him and stated that he had consumed a significant amount of Viagra, coupled with excessive physical exertion. The effects had yet to subside, potentially causing him permanent harm. He was terrified. What would life mean if he became a eunuch? Sichuan, give me a response. Song Jingtao raised his teacup, his voice as cold as ice. This matter requires further investigation. Everything seems too coincidental. Sichuan replied, his head bowed. Sichuan, are you implying that I am lying? Song Keming shouted, abandoning any pretense of civility. This was his lifetime of happiness at stake. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought, to see Feng Lin and Su Ruoying suffer to their demise. Song Xiao, I do not dare to presume. Yet the police have detained that journalist. Once they are released, the true mastermind will be revealed. I firmly believe my daughter is innocent. Su Chuan, with a determined demeanor, insisted on maintaining his stance. Su Chuan, you are courting death. Let me tell you to be silent. Song Jingtao interjected, his expression calm as he rested his chin on his hand. Su Chuan, provide me with a satisfactory answer. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Mr. Song, this matter bears no relation to my daughter. It is undoubtedly the work of Feng Lin alone. Su Chuan clenched his fists, strenuously distancing himself from the issue. Mr. Song should pursue Feng Lin, not the Su family. We haven't interacted much before, yet I find you rather intriguing, Song Jingtao remarked, waving a hand dismissively at Su Chuan. You may leave. Thank you, Mr. Song. I shall begin my investigation at once. Su Chuan rose, bowing respectfully before turning to depart. Dad, are you just letting him go like that? Song Keming shouted in anger, forcefully striking the armrest of his wheelchair. I want Feng Lin dead. Dead. You incompetent fool. Lacking any cunning. It is no wonder you fell into their trap. Song Jingtao admonished sharply. Song Fan placed a hand on Song Keming's shoulder, explaining, many matters cannot be spoken openly. What if Su Chuan records our conversation? Song Keming paused, nodding slightly as he realized his anger had clouded his judgment. If he had openly declared Feng Lin's death in front of Su Chuan, that recording could easily spell disaster for the Song family, if handed to the police. Many actions must be conducted discreetly, such as ensuring Feng Lin disappears without a trace, unbeknownst to anyone. Father, I apologize, Song Keming murmured, his voice low. I was too emotional. Just as well. Song Jingtao's fingers rhythmically tapped on the stone table, his piercing gaze fixed on the direction Su Chuan had taken. The Su family. Wang Qin remained oblivious that Feng Lin was behind Song Keming's troubles. She merely considered it a spectacle, as she gazed at Feng Lin seated before her. She paid him no mind. With her daughter now holding a substantial order worth 300 million, it was best to avoid inciting her ire. Before long, Su Chuan re-entered the room. Father, I am so sorry. Su Ruoying cried, rushing forward to embrace Su Chuan. Did we not tell you to leave? I have already transferred 20 million to your account. That should suffice for your living expenses. Su Chuan's eyes softened as he gently stroked Su Ruoying's hair. Father, I will not leave. I am going to plead with Mr. Zhou for assistance, Su Ruoying said, her eyes reddening. Foolish child, it might be manageable with a small company. But this is the Song family you are dealing with. You must understand that the Song family's business is even more formidable than the Zhou family's. Among the four prominent families, only the Song and Gu families have risen through commerce. The richest in Jiang City has always shifted between these two families. If the Gu family's stocks rise today, they will be the foremost. If the Song family's stocks rise tomorrow, they will take the lead. Su Chuan recognized that the initial wave of attack from the Song family could very well be commercial in nature. The Zhou family would not offend the Song family because of them. What has happened? Wang Qin, who was engrossed in her phone, noticed the unusual dialogue between the two and hurried over to inquire. The Song family seeks revenge against us. Our Su family is doomed, Su Chuan stated calmly. I will withdraw our funds as swiftly as possible, and we shall leave Jiang City. Indeed, we will depart from Jiang City. No matter how formidable the Song family may be, they cannot extend their reach beyond this place. As long as we have our resources, we can start anew. Su Ruoying nodded emphatically. No, I will stay with your mother, and you shall accompany Feng Lin. Su Chuan's expression grew serious. Why? Su Ruoying asked tearfully. You do not understand. Do you truly believe that becoming one of the four great families is merely a matter of wealth? Su Chuan was aware that financial resources were only one aspect of it, and even that represented a minor portion. The true essence lies in the martial practitioners, also known as ancient warriors. Each of the four great families possesses such formidable experts, capable of eliminating individuals without a trace, leaving no room for investigation. Thus, the commercially stronger Song and Gu families harbor a deep-seated apprehension towards the Lan and Zhou families. The hierarchy of Jiang City's four great families is a well-known secret. At the pinnacle is the Lan family, backed by the state, particularly with the venerable Mr. Lan still alive, a position they rightfully hold. The Zhou family follows as a close second. It is rumored that Zhou Tian's strength is unfathomable, best described as terrifying. Many assert that were it not for Lan He's support from the nation, the Zhou family would reign supreme in Jiang City. Chapter 28. I seek Zhou Tian. Su Chuan was not foolish. He had previously agreed to Feng Lin's marriage into the family because they had only offended Song Keming. He believed that Song Jingtao would not take action against the Su family due to his son. However, the situation had changed. With this incident occurring, Song Jingtao would undoubtedly not let it slide. In such grand families, what holds the utmost importance? Certainly, it is their reputation. Su Chuan sensed that this time. It was not merely a commercial suppression. They might even face life-threatening dangers. Fleeing separately would at least increase their chances of survival. It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, would our Su family find itself in this predicament? Wang Qin shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Feng Lin. Mom, am I truly your biological child? For the sake of money, would you rather see me fall into a fiery pit? Su Ruoying wiped her tears. If it weren't for Feng Lin, she would still be in the dark. Marrying someone like Song Keming, the future consequences were unimaginable. It's all right. We still have the Zhou family's orders. We can seek their assistance, Feng Lin said from the side. Feng Lin, let me be frank with you. Su Chuan sighed deeply. Once, he had pledged to the old man, promising to agree to Feng Lin and Su Ruoying's marriage. Otherwise, their family would be doomed. He felt as though the eyes of heaven were watching him. Perhaps it was the breach of his vow that led to their current predicament. Feng Lin, the path to becoming one of the four great families is not paved with wealth, but rather with the strength of ancient warriors. Su Chuan's words not only puzzled Feng Lin, but also left Wang Qin and Su Ring, who were nearby, in a state of bewilderment. Ancient martial artists? Feng Lin murmured softly, realizing why the Zhou family, where Zhou Tian resided, was counted among the four prominent families. You must have never heard of such individuals, right? Allow me to enlighten you. Their physical abilities far surpass those of ordinary people, enabling them to kill unseen. In an effort to maintain his composure, Su Chuan took out a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and taking several deep puffs. Dad, what era are we in, that they would still dare to kill? Su Ruoying said coldly. You are indeed correct. They dare to do so. Su Chuan nodded emphatically. Surely you remember the Shirtu group, which was quite notorious in Jiang City. Did you not notice how their upper management mysteriously vanished? Su Ruoying's face turned ashen. After all, the heir of the Shirtu group had once pursued her relentlessly. A most unpleasant experience, as he often blocked her at the company entrance. She had even reported him to the authorities no less than 10 times. Dad, could it be that they? Indeed, as far as I know, they offended both the Song family and the Zhou family. Who took action, I cannot say. Su Chuan inhaled another puff of smoke. How do you propose we investigate? People just disappear without a trace. Darling, are you implying that the Song family might send such experts to deal with us? Wang Qin's voice trembled with fear. It is highly likely. Which is why I said seeking help from the Zhou family is futile. Zhou Tian, the head of the Zhou family, is a formidable ancient martial artist. Su Chuan sighed deeply while gazing at Feng Lin. Do you think our family holds enough influence for Mr. Zhou to send someone to protect us? Feng Lin, it's all your fault. Our family was perfectly fine until you appeared, and since then, nothing has gone smoothly. Wang Qin's resentment towards Feng Lin poured forth. You're given a 300 million order for free, and you still consider it not smooth? Feng Lin scoffed, finding her greed insatiable. Wang Qin retorted sharply. That order was not yours to give. It was Zhou Xing who facilitated it. Speaking of which, Xing. She is our only hope now. Su Ruoying retrieved her phone and dialed Zhou Xing's number, recognizing the gravity of their situation. She was indifferent to her own dignity. Her sole concern was the safety of her family. Su Chuan and Wang Qin exchanged glances. Perhaps there truly was a way out. Given that Zhou Xing was Zhou Tian's biological daughter. Hello, Xing, I have a favor to ask. The Song family may pose a threat to us. Could you please speak to your father and seek his assistance? Su Ruoying spoke into the phone as she stepped outside. She did not want her mother to know that Feng Lin's actions had led the Su family into this predicament. Before long, Su Ruoying returned. Xiaoying, what news? Wang Qin asked anxiously. Ziying said she would speak with her father right away, assuring that he would help us through this crisis. Su Ruoying replied with a smile. Wonderful. Let us hope for the best. Wang Qin clasped her hands together as she sat on the sofa. Feng Lin said nothing. His own plan involved seeking Zhou Tian's assistance, for he could not remain here indefinitely to protect them alone. He had his own matters to attend to. Before long, Su Ruoying's phone rang. Wang Qin, filled with excitement, urged, "Quick, put it on speaker." Su Ruoying nodded, her fingers trembling as she pressed the phone. "Hello? Ying, how are you?" "Xiaoying, I'm sorry. My father says he can assist for a while, but not indefinitely. We cannot always rely on the Zhou family to protect you at the Su household." Upon hearing this, Wang Qin's previously animated expression turned pale. Su Chuan, feeling powerless, shook his head and sighed, contemplating escape. "Xiaoying, don't worry. Since he disagrees, I'll stay at your home. The Song family won't dare to act recklessly with me around." Zhou Ziying continued. "This is the only solution for now. Tell Zhou Tian to send a few skilled individuals." Woo. I haven't even finished my words. Before Zhou Ziying could complete her statement, Su Ruoying seized Feng Lin by the neck with one hand, pressing his face against her chest. The world darkened for Feng Lin as he struggled for breath. Su Ruoying needed to keep him in check, ensuring he wouldn't speak carelessly. Having already offended the Song family, provoking the Zhou family would be disastrous. "Ying, you needn't blame yourself. This matter isn't your fault. I'll hang up now." After ending the call, Su Ruoying released Feng Lin, who promptly collapsed onto the sofa, greedily gasping for air, having nearly suffocated. "Feng Lin, do you think our situation isn't dire enough? How dare you directly address Mr. Zhou Tian?" Wang Qin rose, ready to confront Feng Lin. "Enough. The situation has already unfolded." Su Chuan gently shook his head at Wang Qin. "You stay here. I'll go speak with the Zhou family." Feng Lin stood and headed for the exit. "You worthless scoundrel. Seeing the Su family in decline, are you planning to flee?" Wang Qin spat venomously. "If it weren't for Su Ruoying, I wouldn't even bother with you." Feng Lin retorted, pointing at Wang Qin before striding away. "You insolent brat. How dare you speak to me like that?" Wang Qin chased after him, hurling insults. "Mom, I believe Feng Lin. He must have a plan," Su Ruoying said, sitting on the sofa with her head lowered. "You've been brainwashed by that boy. Trusting him is futile. Even Zhou Ziying, his own daughter, is of no help. What can this outsider possibly do?" Wang Qin's face twisted in frustration as she clutched her hair, exclaiming, This is maddening. Now that it has come to this, let us pack our things." After leaving the Su household, Feng Lin hailed a taxi driver to the Zhou residence. The Zhou family also resided in the eastern district of the city, just 4 or 5 kilometers away. In mere minutes, Feng Lin arrived at their estate. Stepping out of the car, he gazed at the immense mansion beside him, far more impressive than the Lan family's. This was only natural, as the eastern district was a newly developed, affluent area, with modern homes surpassing their predecessors. "Halt! Who are you looking for?" A man in security attire approached as Feng Lin neared the grand entrance of the estate. "I'm looking for Zhou Tian," Feng Lin replied with a smile. The security personnel's gaze turned icy. Even the heads of the 4 prominent families must address him as Mr. Zhou. "Who do you think you are?" Chapter 29. Perhaps I'll just take your daughter. Feng Lin chuckled and shrugged, unwilling to engage in further conversation with such a person. He retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Tian. "Hello, I'm at your doorstep, but your men are blocking my way," Feng Lin stated into the phone. After all, he was asking for a favor and could not resort to forceful entry. Inside the estate, Zhou Tian was exercising in the courtyard. Upon learning that Feng Lin was at the entrance, he sprinted over. The staff were taken aback. A figure of Zhou Tian's stature, who usually placed great emphasis on propriety, was acting in such an unseemly manner. "Open the door. Hurry." His voice echoed before his presence arrived. As Zhou Tian called out to the security personnel, those surrounding were left speechless by the unfolding situation. The gates were swung open, and the burly man who had previously obstructed Feng Lin lowered his head, trembling uncontrollably. "Mr. Feng, why didn't you inform me beforehand? I would have sent someone to escort you," Zhou Tian said respectfully, bowing to Feng Lin. He then glanced around and declared, "From now on, when you see Mr. Feng, treat him as if you are in my presence." "Yes." The security personnel all lowered their heads. The man who had blocked Feng Lin could no longer withstand the pressure. His legs weakened, and he nearly knelt. However, Feng Lin grasped his shoulder, preventing him from doing so. Stand firm, Feng Lin commanded, then proceeded into the estate. There are those who possess talent yet lack temperament, those who possess talent and have temperament, and those who lack talent yet possess a bad temper. From a young age, Feng Lin's father had instilled in him the principle of not losing his temper over trivial matters. The man gazed at Feng Lin's retreating figure with newfound respect. Only after Zhou Tian and Feng Lin departed did the onlookers dare to exhale. Who was that young man? I've been following Mr. Zhou for 7 or 8 years, and this is the first time I've seen him display such an expression. He must be a significant figure, certainly not from Jiang City. Indeed, the most esteemed in Jiang City would be old Master Lan, but even in his presence, Mr. Zhou has never shown such deference. Feng Lin followed Zhou Tian to a corner of the estate. This was the training area, filled with an array of cold weapons. The ground was pockmarked with holes, and the original lawn had vanished, leaving only bare earth. Sir, regarding my concealed injuries, it has yet to be 7 days. So I suspect you are here for the Su family, Zhou Tian suggested, gesturing for Feng Lin to take a seat on a nearby chair. Correct, Feng Lin nodded. Zhou Tian, smiling as he sat across from Feng Lin, curiously inquired, "What is your connection with the Su family? Do you recall my mention of the annulment of the engagement? I have a betrothal with Su Ruoying," Feng Lin explained with a smile, spreading his hands. "The previous generation of our families had some dealings, and I merely wished to offer assistance." "I see," Zhou Tian remarked. "So, you are currently single?" "Yes, one could say that," Feng Lin replied. Feng Lin and Su Ruoying share merely a collaborative relationship, and regarding Lan Ruo, they have yet to reach the status of romantic partners. Marriage is one of life's most significant commitments, prompting Feng Lin to deliberate extensively before solidifying any relationship. He must first assess all his potential fiancées. To be candid, I happen to have a daughter who is currently without a suitor, Zhou Tian remarked. "You must be referring to Zhou Zing, correct? Do you know her, sir? That is splendid. If you do not mind, perhaps you could take my daughter as your own." Zhou Tian chuckled. "As long as you can persuade her to accept the role of an unacknowledged concubine, I would consent." "Oh, the notion of selling off my daughter is but a fade. The truth lies in healing her affliction, does it not?" Feng Lin replied, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Having seen through the entire charade, he abhors being indebted to others. 300 million in orders in exchange for treating Zhou Tian's daughter. Before arriving, he had already devised a plan. The Zhou family would protect the Su family, and in return, he would heal Zhou Zing. It was a fair exchange, with neither party owing the other. "Sir, you are indeed remarkable," Zhou Tian exclaimed, rising in excitement to bow before Feng Lin. "If you can heal my daughter, I am willing to offer the entirety of the Zhou family's fortune. What would I do with such wealth?" Feng Lin stretched languidly and approached the display of weapons nearby. "Your daughter does not have much time left." Zhou Tian's complexion turned ashen. "I knew it the moment I laid eyes on her. She is sustained solely by medication," Feng Lin stated, retrieving a sword and lightly waving it. "Sir, my internal injuries and my daughter's condition were inflicted by the same individual. I lament my lack of strength." Zhou Tian's eyes grew cold as he pressed his hand against the stone table before him. "Had I possessed your level of prowess, my wife would not have perished." With a sudden crack, the stone table shattered into pieces. "To be honest, saving your daughter is more arduous than healing you, as the injury resides near her heart, which carries inherent risks." Feng Lin swung the sword, cleaving a falling leaf in two. "I consulted a physician previously. The current medications have become ineffective. Increasing the dosage would be unbearable for her body, yet abstaining would result in her demise." Zhou Tian approached Feng Lin. "I can assure you, regardless of the outcome, I am willing to bestow the Zhou family upon you." "What? If your daughter were to pass, you would relinquish the Zhou family?" Feng Lin inquired with a smile. "My daughter is my sole concern. If she were to die, I would seek vengeance, though I am aware it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg." As Zhou Tian spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the distant villa, where Zhou Zing was pulling a suitcase and heading outside. Upon noticing Feng Lin, she rushed over, exclaiming, "Feng Lin, what are you doing here?" "Ying, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Feng Lin, your fiancé." Zhou Tian indicated Feng Lin. "What?" Zhou Zing gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. How can this be? However, she realized she had not fully examined the photographs Feng Lin had presented earlier. Was it possible that her image was among them? Zhou Zing shook her head vigorously. The thought that her picture might be in Feng Lin's possession felt like an implicit affirmation that he had not lied. Those women are indeed his fiancée, yes. Do not speak nonsense. You assist the Su family, and I shall aid your daughter. This is quite fair. Feng Lin rolled his eyes. He had yet to finish with his own fiancée, and was now being asked to take on more. He dared not play such a game. With the master's words, I am reassured. Zhou Tian turned back and called out to the distant woods, Guo Wen, Guo Wu. Before long, a pair of twins approached, standing at approximately 185 centimeters tall, with square faces radiating masculinity, and seemingly in their 40s. Mr. Zhou, they both bowed simultaneously. I have a task for you. Ensure the safety of the 3 members of the Su family, Zhou Tian instructed them. Understood. They nodded in unison. Remember, you will only heed the commands of Su Ruoying, Feng Lin reminded. Yes, the twins had observed Zhou Tian's demeanor toward Feng Lin from afar, and it was evident he was a figure of great importance. I will accompany you, Zhou Zing said, looking incredulously at Feng Lin. Who exactly is this person? Her own words seemed ineffective, and this outsider had managed to sway her father. You cannot go. I must examine your wound. You are at risk of life-threatening danger. Feng Lin stated, hands in his pockets, his expression calm. You wish to see my wound? You must heed the master's words. Zhou Tian interrupted Zhou Zing. Father, you clearly know my wound is. Zhou Zing pouted, covering her front, her delicate face slightly flushed. Her injury was near her heart, and while it would not have mattered if she were a man, as a woman, there were private areas to consider. How could she allow Feng Lin to see? Feng Lin offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, do not worry. In my eyes, there is no distinction between the injuries of a man and a woman. Chapter 30, Blind to Reality You. Zhou Zing pointed at Feng Lin, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Then, she looked in astonishment at Zhou Tian. Under normal circumstances, no man would dare speak such words in her presence. Zhou Tian would have slapped him long ago. Why, then, did Zhou Tian wear a smile, completely unfazed? Ying, follow Mr. Feng Lin to the bedroom. He is a doctor, Zhou Tian said, approaching and patting Zhou Zing's shoulder. Hurry, my time is precious. Feng Lin strode towards the distant villa. Zhou Zing was still reluctant to go, but Zhou Tian grasped her arm, urging her to follow. If her injury could be treated, the burden he had carried for over 20 years would finally be lifted. After the trio departed, Guo Wen and Guo Wu also set off. They drove their Audi towards the Su family home. They were among the earliest to follow Zhou Tian, who initially operated a security company. They were thoroughly familiar with such tasks and even found them enjoyable, as life at the Zhou residence was often tense under Zhou Tian's authoritative presence. However, when it comes to shielding affluent individuals, they are indeed treated as esteemed guests. The Su family. Wang Qin has nearly finished tidying up. Su Chuan is meticulously monitoring the stock market and his own enterprises, preparing to sell his shares at an opportune moment to maximize profits. Su Ruoying remains seated on the sofa, patiently waiting. She has faith in Feng Lin, believing that even if he does not succeed, he will return to her. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. You may lose your life if you linger, Wang Qin reminded from the side. Wait for Feng Lin. We will leave together. Su Ruoying raised her head and said, Why are you waiting for him? He may have already fled, Wang Qin retorted, pulling a large suitcase as she opened the door to the villa, only to see a security guard approaching from a distance. They were unaware that their conflict with the Song family was not known to the guard. Madam, there is someone outside requesting to see you. They claimed to be from the Zhou family, the guard stated calmly. What? The Zhou family? Su Ruoying, seated on the sofa, sprang up in shock. Su Chuan, who had been analyzing stocks, immediately stood as well. Quickly, please let them in. Before long, Guo Wen and Guo Wu stood in the living room of the Su family's villa. Guo Wen, with an unperturbed expression, said, Which of you is Miss Su Ring? Mr. Zhou specifically instructed that from this moment forth, we will heed only Miss Su's commands. Su Chuan and Wang Qin exchanged glances, both looking towards Su Ruoying. It was identical to last time. Could it truly be Feng Lin? Hello, I am Su Ruoying. She approached, still somewhat bewildered. May I ask if it was Feng Lin who requested Mr. Zhou to send you here? Indeed, Guo Wu nodded. Having overheard Zhou Tian's conversation where Feng Lin's name was indeed mentioned. It really is Feng Lin. Su Chuan frowned. Even Zhou Zing, his own daughter, proved ineffective. Yet Feng Lin could sway Zhou Tian. What method did he employ? That lad Feng Lin still thinks he can deceive us. Wang Qin, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up, expressing her disbelief that Zhou Zing was less reliable than this outsider. I suspect you are merely actors he has hired. Su Chuan secretly agreed. It was indeed plausible that they were brought in temporarily to placate them. Actors, you say? Are you implying we are incapable of protecting you? Guo Wen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Precisely. Wang Qin replied coldly. Perhaps Feng Lin paid you a mere 100 to come here. He has likely fled already. Mom. Su Ruoying approached, casting an apologetic glance at the two men. I'm sorry, my mother has this temperament. I believe the lady has a valid point. Since we are here to protect you, we should demonstrate our capabilities. Guo Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He lifted his left foot and forcefully stomped down on the marble floor. Boom. His left foot sank half an inch into the floor, which began to crack like a spider's web, spreading in all directions over a span of 1 meter. Wang Qin was rendered speechless. Her gaze fixed upon the fractured floor beneath her feet, the reality of the situation dawning upon her. To think that a single step could shatter the marble flooring in such a manner. What would happen if that force were directed towards a person? Su Chuan was astounded. This was indeed the prowess of an ancient martial artist. Would this suffice as proof? If not, I shall also demonstrate my inadequacy. Guo Wen remarked with a calm demeanor. No need. Gentlemen, please take a seat. My dear, extend our apologies to these two gentlemen. Quickly, Su Chuan urged in haste. Wang Qin felt bewildered. Her mind a muddled haze. If such influential figures bore a grudge, it was possible that even before the Song family arrived, the Zhou family might act against them. I apologize, gentlemen, for my lack of discernment. No need for formalities. Guo Wen interrupted Wang Qin, then turned to Su Ring. Miss Su, we shall heed your commands. Wang Qin stepped back, pulling Su Chuan away, as her confusion deepened. Could it be that the previous order was also facilitated by Feng Lin? Did he perhaps have a connection with Zhou Tian, or even a favorable relationship? Meanwhile, Feng Lin had nearly completed his examination. He exited the bedroom and made his way to the living room. Zhou Zing hurriedly donned her clothing, her face flushed like a ripe apple. She gazed at Feng Lin's retreating figure, feeling utterly embarrassed, especially since Feng Lin was the man her close friend had her sights set on. However, this thought led her to ponder Feng Lin's allure. How could someone as exceptional as Su Ruoying be enamored with him? Feng Lin settled onto the sofa in the living room, crossing his legs as he remarked, with the assistance of a skilled individual. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived past 5 years. Sir, my admiration for you knows no bounds. Zhou Tian's expression shifted. Realizing that Feng Lin had merely glanced at the injury to discern what had transpired, he spoke the truth. Zhou Zing had indeed been rescued by an elderly man in the past, or she would not be alive today. Yet, that elder had only offered a momentary aid before vanishing. Consequently, Zhou Tian had developed a habit of seeking contact information from any skilled individuals he encountered, even if it meant being overly persistent. I will send you some medicinal herbs for her to consume in the morning and before bed. Her constitution is currently frail. An acupuncture could pose risks. Feng Lin took out his phone and sent Zhou Tian a list of herbs. Thank you, sir. Zhou Tian bowed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Once Feng Lin had resolved matters on this front, he departed alone. As he traveled, he intended to call Su Ring, but happened to spot two familiar figures approaching. It was his former classmates, Guodong and his petite girlfriend, Qianjing. The two noticed Feng Lin from afar and quickly jogged over. Feng Lin. Haha. What a surprise to see you here. I truly apologize for being preoccupied last time, Guodong exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. Beside him, Qianjing wore a sycophantic smile. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. My superior was waiting over there, and working individuals have it tough. Yes, I understand. Feng Lin nodded calmly. Having witnessed the events of the last encounter in the rearview mirror, upon seeing him step into a Mercedes, the two individuals hastily pursued him for a few strides, driven by the notion that they could exploit the situation. Feng Lin, this is the East District. You don't reside here, do you? Guodong inquired with a smile. Beside him, Qianjing wore an envious expression, for this was indeed a villa area. Feng Lin shook his head. You are overthinking. How could I afford to live here? I am merely passing through. Chapter 31. Sowing discord. Feng Lin looked at the two and remarked, Aren't you both here as well? Do you live in this area? Haha, to be frank, even in Jiang City's ordinary neighborhoods, we cannot afford to buy a place, Guodong replied with a wry smile. We are just passing through, taking some photos. Mr. Feng, don't jest. I saw you in a luxury Mercedes last time, Qianjing chimed in. recalling that they had even checked on it when they returned. A true million-dollar vehicle. Feng Lin feigned understanding. Oh, you mean that car? It doesn't belong to me. However, knowing such a wealthy heir does indicate that Mr. Feng's status is not ordinary. Jing continued. What status? You're thinking too much. I was merely the chauffeur for that lady. Feng Lin was reluctant to acknowledge his identity. This woman had said so much merely to gain some advantage from him. What? You were a chauffeur? Jing's expression shifted abruptly. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. No, that can't be right. You two seemed quite familiar with each other. Allow me to clarify. She is my supervisor, and we maintain such a cordial demeanor at work. I've heard she is a mistress, Feng Lin explained softly. What? A mistress? Jing finally grasped the situation. It was her beguiling nature that garnered the affection of those executives, hence her flirtatious behavior. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. This Feng Lin remained a pauper. Haha, a misunderstanding indeed. I thought you had suddenly struck it rich, Guo Duo said, pulling out his phone. Here, let us exchange contact information. We should arrange a reunion with our old classmates. Feng Lin did not decline, and after exchanging contacts, he smiled. I have a few matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Farewell to you both. Goodbye, Guo Duo waved as Feng Lin walked away. Once he was out of sight, Jing pouted. What a waste of feelings. I thought I had encountered someone important. Well, it's not so easy to meet someone significant, Guo Duo replied, shaking his head slightly. You're right. If I could meet wealthy individuals, I wouldn't still be renting a place with you, Jing remarked coolly. Guo Duo's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly composed himself. Feng Lin arrived at the Su residence, spotting Wang Qin and Su Chuan engaged in conversation at a distant stone table, while Su Ruoying was absorbed in her phone. Upon noticing Feng Lin's return, Su Ruoying hurried over, grasping his hand. Mr. Su, did he harm you? Harm me? Why would he do that? Feng Lin shook his head, grasping Su Ruoying's shoulder. From now on, whenever he ventured out alone, he must be accompanied by a bodyguard. I have already instructed that my parents must remain together during this period, one to protect them and the other to safeguard me. As Su Ruoying spoke, Wang Qin approached from a distance, still incredulous that Feng Lin possessed such capabilities. Do you know Mr. Zhou? Yes. I became acquainted with him during the last 300 million order, Feng Lin nodded. But why are you able to converse with Mr. Zhou? I served in the military. A true soldier who has seen the battlefield. He favors men with blood on their hands. Feng Lin replied with an indifferent expression. Su Chuan also walked over. Smiling as he said, Feng Lin, regardless of circumstances, you have saved our family. Thank you. No need for gratitude. I shall take my leave. Feng Lin turned away. Su Ruoying hurriedly followed. I'll see you off. No need. You should stay at home and rest for the next few days. Feng Lin declined her offer, sensing that the Song family would surely take action. With the protection of experts from the Zhou family nearby, the most likely target for the Song family would be Feng Lin himself. He also hoped to draw some enmity, as he possessed a counterattack armor. After leaving the Su residence, Feng Lin retrieved a red metallic token from his wallet, about the size of a bank card. It was embossed with steel-printed numbers and Feng Lin's identification information. This document was known as the Red Class A Mission Pass, which Feng Lin privately referred to as the counterattack armor. In simple terms, if someone provoked Feng Lin and he held evidence, he could legally eliminate them. Within the Night of Death organization, only 2 individuals possessed the counterattack armor, the 2 strongest members, number 1 and number 2. Just as Feng Lin departed, a Rolls-Royce Phantom halted before the Su residence. Song Fan emerged from the back seat, accompanied by a middle-aged man sporting a beard, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. The two walked side by side into the depths of the Su household. Su Chuan and the others remained in the courtyard, not yet having retreated. Upon seeing Song Fan, their expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be that they have arrived? Sensing the ill intentions of the newcomers, the Guo brothers, Guo Wen and Guo Wu, also approached from a distant lawn. Is it them? Song Fan turned back to inquire, confirming their presence. Previously, he had received reports that the Zhou family was there to protect the Su family. They had come to ascertain the situation. Indeed, the Guo brothers from the Zhou family were formidable. While they could handle one opponent, they struggled against 2. The bearded man beside him remarked coolly. Song Fan's eyes darkened as he recalled hearing that Su Ruoying had a close relationship with Zhou Tian's daughter. He did not expect the Zhou family to actually dispatch personnel for protection. This indirectly confirmed that the Su family had suspected they might meet their demise. Haha. Do not be alarmed. We mean no harm. We have thoroughly investigated, and it is Feng Lin who is our true enemy. Song Fan smiled and spread his hands. Given the presence of the Guo brothers, it was nearly impossible to eliminate them unnoticed. What? Feng Lin? Wang Qin asked, her face a mask of confusion. Song Xiao, what exactly has transpired? You must have heard about my brother's predicament today, right? That was Feng Lin's doing. I sincerely apologize for involving you. Song Fan was not as foolish as his brother. His immediate plan was to sow discord among them. He intended to mislead them into believing that the Song family was solely targeting Feng Lin, thereby causing them to lower their guard. Today, Su Chuan was extremely disrespectful. His father has already commanded that the Su family be eradicated, so it was Feng Lin who caused this, making our Su family bear the brunt of the blame. Su Chuan, were you deliberately keeping this from me? Wang Qin suddenly erupted in fury, grabbing Su Chuan's clothing. I have always said this kid is a harbinger of doom. Yet you all refuse to believe me. A faint smirk played on Song Fan's lips. I have come to inform you of this matter. It has nothing to do with the Su family. With that, Song Fan departed alongside his bearded companion. Their primary objective now was to locate Feng Lin and apprehend him without delay. Damn it. Feng Lin did this, but he did it to save me. Su Ruoying protested. If it weren't for Feng Lin, I might have perished. Stop frightening me. Sever all ties with Feng Lin. Divorce him immediately. I do not care if you are divorced or unmarried. Just do it at once. Wang Qin pointed at Su Ruoying, exclaiming, maintaining your relationship with him may lead to the annihilation of our Su family. Do you understand? I do not understand. Feng Lin offended the Song family solely to rescue me. I will not divorce him. Su Ruoying retorted coldly. Enough. Can't you discern the purpose behind the Song family's visit? Can you not guess their intentions? Su Chuan decided to side with Feng Lin this time, feeling a sense of unease within himself. While with the Song family, he had distanced himself from Feng Lin, allowing him to take the fall. Chapter 32. Dare to sleep in my class? Perhaps it was due to his words that the Song family had shifted the blame onto Feng Lin. The members of the Song family were undoubtedly instigating discord, attempting to make them believe they were only targeting Feng Lin, thereby causing them to relax their defenses. Su Ruoying suddenly exclaimed, "Who was that accompanying Song Fan just now?" It was a master from the Song family, nicknamed Beard. We do not know his real name. Guo calmly explained. Upon hearing this, both Su Chuan and Wang Qin were momentarily stunned. Perhaps Su Ruoying's suspicions were indeed correct. If they had merely come to inform them of this situation, why would they bring an expert along? A thought crossed their minds. The Song family had brought a master with the intent to resolve matters with them. However, upon witnessing that the Su family also had a formidable presence, they chose to retreat. This cannot stand. Feng Lin is in peril. If they discover we have someone protecting us, they will undoubtedly seek trouble with Feng Lin. With that, Su Ruoying immediately picked up her phone to call Feng Lin. Meanwhile, Feng Lin was nearing the urban village. He glanced at Su Ruoying's call and answered, "What is it?" "Feng Lin, come to our house immediately. The Song family is looking for you, and you are in danger," Su Ruoying said urgently on the other end. "Do not worry. I have skilled individuals with me." Feng Lin lied to reassure Su Ruoying. Knowing that there were others protecting Feng Lin calmed her nerves. Feng Lin smiled as he ended the call, secretly hoping those individuals would find him soon. He had been wandering the streets, yet no one approached him by nightfall. He sighed deeply, scoffing at the tracking skills of these people. It was best to return home and rest. The following morning, Feng Lin did not ride Tang Chanxian's electric scooter. As he was currently in a precarious situation, he was unconcerned for himself, but he feared for Tang Chanxian's safety should the Song family come after her. He decided to run to school alone, entering the campus shortly after arriving. After just a few steps, he sensed someone trailing him. "Oh, so they were waiting for me at school," Feng Lin murmured. It was no wonder he had evaded them all afternoon yesterday. The Song family knew he was a teacher here and had no intention of searching for him, knowing he would undoubtedly appear at this location the following morning. Feng Lin paid no mind to them, casually strolling to his classroom with his hands in his pockets. Seated at the podium, he crossed his legs and surveyed the few students below. His gaze first landed on Guo Duo, who sat in the corner of the front row, sporting twin pigtails. As she did the previous day, she wore headphones while engrossed in her phone. Feng Lin stretched languidly, leaning on the podium. Today he had 2 full periods of English to teach. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have preferred to teach physical education instead. Guo Duo. As the class bell rang, Feng Lin abruptly straightened and called out. Guo Duo showed no reaction whatsoever. Her female classmate beside her gently nudged her arm. She removed her headphones and followed her desk mate's gaze to Feng Lin. Hand over your phone. I'll return it after class. Feng Lin extended his hand toward Guo Duo. The students seated behind, including Zhang Haoyan, stifled their laughter. This Feng Lin was truly amusing. He consistently provoked influential figures. Guo Duo was the little princess of the Gu family, one of the 4 prominent families. Typically, she was very low-key. As long as no one initiated trouble with her, she would not cause any. However, to provoke her would yield severe consequences. On what grounds? Guo Duo asked calmly. On the grounds that I am your teacher. Feng Lin approached her, extending his hand. Now, hand it over. Guo Duo's expression radiated disdain as she turned off her phone and placed it on the desk. Try touching it. I dare you. Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Lin snatched the phone and returned to the podium. Feng Lin, you really think you can get away with this? I suppose you don't care about your job anymore. Guo Duo stood up and exclaimed. Do you dare threaten me? For now, the phone stays with me, and your parents can come to collect it personally. Feng Lin decisively pocketed the phone. Zhang Haoyan nearly burst into laughter. Guo Duo's father was none other than the head of the Gu family, a person of considerable stature. Would such a prominent figure come to meet a mere teacher like you? Tang Chanxian, exasperated, covered her face, reflecting that if one wished to establish authority, they ought to at least consult her first. Who in the class was untouchable? She could have warned Feng Lin in advance. Each time, he chose someone with such an impressive background. Feng Lin, let me tell you, it's over for you. Guo Duo turned to her desk mate and extended her hand, saying, May I borrow your phone? I need to call home. With a hint of mischief, Feng Lin replied, You needn't bother. I'll make the call for you. He unlocked her phone, navigated to the contacts, and found an entry labeled Dad. He pressed dial and activated the speakerphone. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. University students were quite mature and well aware of each other's backgrounds. For instance, many in the class flattered Guo Duo, hoping that upon graduation, they might secure a position in her family's company. Such a connection would certainly bolster their own reputations. What's wrong, dear? A middle-aged voice emanated from the phone. Hello. Are you Guo Duo's father? Feng Lin inquired. Who are you? The man on the other end immediately became tense. I am Guo Duo's homeroom teacher. She has been wearing headphones and using her phone during class. Not only does she not acknowledge her mistake, but she has also threatened me. I have confiscated her phone, and you may come to retrieve it at your convenience. Feng Lin spoke into the phone. The man on the other end fell silent for about 10 seconds, clearly taken aback. Initially, upon hearing the man's voice, he had feared that his daughter had been kidnapped. He never imagined that a mere homeroom teacher would dare to confiscate his daughter's phone. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts, teacher. I will send someone to collect it this afternoon. That's good to hear. I shall hang up now, Feng Lin concluded, putting the phone away and smiling at Guo Duo. You. Very well. Guo Duo returned to her seat and laid her head down on the desk to sleep. Get up. Do you dare to sleep during my class? Don't think your cute looks will spare you from punishment. Feng Lin approached Guo Duo again, noticing she had not moved. He grabbed her twin ponytails as if steering a wheel and shook them from side to side. Astonishment rippled through the classroom. The students were at a loss for words. Let go. The words were not Guo Duo's, but rather Tang Chanxian's. She could no longer tolerate Feng Lin's reckless antics and rushed over to grip his arm. Pushing him away, Tang Chanxian continuously signaled to Feng Lin, urging him to take a seat at the podium. Observing this, the rest of the class was filled with regret. They had missed a golden opportunity to flatter Guo Duo, which Tang Chanxian had seized instead. Guo Duo's face flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment was unclear. She shot a cold glare at Feng Lin before swiftly exiting the classroom. All right, everyone sit down. Let's continue with the lesson. Feng Lin, with an unfazed demeanor, took his seat, calmly surveying his surroundings. The entire morning passed without Guo Duo's return, yet Feng Lin remained unfazed. After completing his 2 classes, he resolved to confront those who had been trailing him. Just as he exited the school gates, he noticed an overwhelming number of black Volkswagens parked nearby. Upon spotting Feng Lin, over 20 individuals descended from the vehicles, converging towards him. Observing his surroundings, Feng Lin immediately sprinted in the direction of the urban village, with the throng relentlessly pursuing him. Chapter 33. You are a master. Feng Lin did not run at an excessive pace. He occasionally glanced back, concerned that his pursuers might not possess remarkable stamina. They were unlikely to be affiliated with the Song family, for if they sought to assassinate him, They would not do so overtly. Aside from the Song family, the only other person he had recently antagonized was Guo Duo. The university, situated on the outskirts, allowed Feng Lin to leap beneath the highway, obstructing their vehicle's passage. Eventually, he arrived at a small hillside, a location with few individuals, a prime spot for an ambush. After dispersing the crowd, he feigned exhaustion, confident that those who wished him ill would soon reveal themselves. The pursuers, noticing Feng Lin had halted, assumed he was out of breath and charged forward with renewed vigor, ultimately encircling him completely. "Hey kid, aren't you quite the runner? Go on, keep running. I'll break your legs." This group of individuals did not rush to attack. They seemed to be waiting for someone. As anticipated, they parted to reveal Guo Duo approaching. "Feng Lin, you think you're so tough? Do you really believe I'm an easy target?" Guo Duo extended her hand, her voice sharp, demanding, "Return my phone." A slight smirk curled at the corners of Feng Lin's mouth as the one trailing him finally appeared. Everything unfolded according to his plan. "Wow, Duo, I never expected you to be this formidable. I was mistaken. Here's your phone," he said, pulling the device from his pocket and approaching Guo Duo with a grin, cradling the phone in his hands. As Guo Duo seized the phone, she coldly retorted, "Humph. Do you think this will let you off the hook? Everyone, don't come any closer." Feng Lin suddenly wrapped his arms around Guo Duo, tightening his grip around her neck while gesturing toward the crowd. "Humph. I don't believe you would dare to kill me." With a dark expression, Guo Duo commanded the onlookers, "Get him. Teach him a lesson." Just then, her face flushed, and an odd sound escaped her lips. Feng Lin's hand had found its way to the back of her athletic pants. "I may not dare to kill you, but I certainly wouldn't hesitate to strip you of your pants in front of these witnesses. Go ahead, test me," Feng Lin whispered in her ear. Guo Duo's face turned crimson. At that pivotal moment, Feng Lin might genuinely follow through. Taking a deep breath, she calmly replied, "Let me go. I've got my phone now, and I want to punish you. Do you think I'm foolish?" "Have everyone retreat to the highway," Feng Lin stated calmly. Guo Duo nodded gently, aware that Feng Lin would not dare to act against her. "Very well," she replied. The crowd around them gradually retreated towards the distant road. Once they were far away, Feng Lin released Guo Duo, stating, "You may leave now. I keep my word, and I hope you do as well." Currently, it was still in the planning stages. After the crowd had departed, Feng Lin feigned resting in that splendid location, knowing that the assailant would surely take action. "Humph. This time, I shall let you go." Guo Duo turned to leave. Suddenly, Feng Lin's expression changed, and he lunged forward, pinning Guo Duo to the ground. "Feng Lin, what are you doing?" Guo Duo exclaimed, her face filled with fury. Just as she was about to unleash her anger, she noticed an arrow embedded in the ground where she had been standing. Whoosh! Feng Lin abruptly turned, catching another incoming bolt with one hand. Guo Duo, lying on the ground, was taken aback, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. The arrows were genuine, and Feng Lin had caught one effortlessly. Damn it! The prowess of the attacker was undeniable. This was no mistake. The target was unequivocally Guo Duo. The assailant was merciless, and should Guo Duo perish here, Feng Lin would be unable to absolve himself, even if he plunged into the Yellow River. "You must leave," Feng Lin urged her. Guo Duo nodded, her mind blank, devoid of the courage to remain. Feng Lin then hurled the arrow skyward. From a distant hillside, a middle-aged man gasped, having merely glanced at the arrow Feng Lin had thrown. In the next moment, Feng Lin vanished from his sight. "Do not search for him. Look behind you." Feng Lin stood with his hands in his pockets, one foot resting on a nearby stone. "Impossible." The middle-aged man was taken aback, suddenly turning to shoot at Feng Lin. Boom! Feng Lin executed a swift kick, striking the man's neck, sending him crashing against a large tree, leaves scattering in every direction. "Brother, your intentions are truly sinister. Were you not here to kill me? Hurting the innocent is utterly ignoble," Feng Lin remarked nonchalantly as he approached with his hands in his pockets. "You are skilled." The middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Not that impressive," Feng Lin replied, pulling out his phone to record. "Now tell me, who sent you to kill me? I am a man of my word. Reveal it, and I shall spare your life." "Huh. Regardless, the mission is doomed to fail." The middle-aged man suddenly produced a dagger and plunged it into his own body, collapsing immediately. Feng Lin smirked slightly, sitting on a nearby stone, quietly observing. After approximately half a minute, the man's previously motionless form began to stir, hastily clutching his wound. Faced with someone far superior, the strategy of self-inflicted injury to feign death and launch a surprise attack during their inspection proved to be quite effective. It appears you have undergone professional training. Feng Lin rested his chin on his hand, observing him with a detached demeanor. Inflicting harm upon oneself requires considerable courage. I did not expect you to fall for this ruse. Indeed, you are a master. I concede, let us begin. The middle-aged man closed his eyes. I shall grant you 10 seconds to ponder. Consider whether your opponent is worth the sacrifice of your life. After 10 seconds, you shall meet your demise. Feng Lin's hand pressed against a nearby stone. Crack! His fingers plunged into the rock, seizing a handful of gravel. 10 seconds elapsed. What a character. Feng Lin flung the gravel violently towards his adversary. He took the opponent's phone and wallet, humming a tune as he departed. The prospect of death no longer stirred any turmoil within him. Guo Duo and the others had already left, and Feng Lin followed the narrow path, preparing to return. However, at the end of this path, a black Volkswagen awaited. Upon seeing Feng Lin approach, Guo Duo emerged from the back seat, suddenly pointing at him, accusingly exclaiming, "You did this on purpose, didn't you? That person was your friend." Feng Lin, somewhat helpless, covered his face. This turn of events had indeed taken him by surprise. He had not anticipated that the opponent would attack Guo Duo. Unsure of how to explain himself, he chose silence and continued on his way. Halt! Guo Duo called out from behind, but Feng Lin did not turn back. She returned to the back seat, perplexed as to why anyone would wish to kill her. It was entirely plausible that Feng Lin acted with intent, seeking to play the hero. That individual was indeed Feng Lin's acquaintance. Watching Feng Lin's retreating figure, she commanded the driver to turn around. She needed to investigate whether there were any signs of a struggle. Chapter 34. Learn more physics. If no signs of a conflict are found, it would imply that Feng Lin and the other party are allies. Perhaps the crossbow arrows were mere facades, incapable of inflicting fatal harm. Under the guidance of these individuals, Guo Duo returned to the scene. She discovered that the crossbow arrow, which had been embedded in the ground, had vanished. Search the area for any indications of a struggle, such as the arrows. Yes. The others dispersed to scour the vicinity. Guo Duo stood at her previous position, glancing back. According to the trajectory of the arrow, it should be on the nearby hillside. Miss. Just as Guo Duo prepared to move forward, a man from a distance shouted, "The soil here seems problematic." Not only Guo Duo, but others nearby also gathered around. They discovered that the soil was exceptionally moist, accompanied by a pit. This was likely not excavated by human hands. It bore signs of stone. Indeed, the trajectory was elliptical. There must have been a stone here previously. Guo Duo nodded inwardly and promptly ordered the group to search for that stone. The surrounding individuals began to look, and eventually, they uncovered the stone not far away. Guo Duo gazed at the stone and addressed the 3 burly men. "Push it aside for me." The trio exerted all their strength, straining with every ounce of effort, yet they barely managed to shift it a fraction. Stop! Despite the minimal movement, a narrow crevice had appeared. Guo Duo turned on her phone's flashlight and peered inside. Ah! A gasp escaped her lips as she was struck with terror, her face paling. The others, upon glancing within, also exhibited signs of distress. There lay a corpse. "Miss, what should we do?" one of the robust men inquired. "It's all right, cover the stone back up. We shall return." Guo Duo urged herself to regain her composure. This incident, she realized, was not orchestrated by Feng Lin. Someone truly intended to harm her, and it was Feng Lin who had saved her, even eliminating the threat. Shaking her head vigorously, she wondered how this could be. Feng Lin appeared so youthful and was merely a teacher. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, recalling Feng Lin's expression. Could he have been injured? With that thought, she hurriedly entered the vehicle and instructed the driver to depart. Feng Lin examined the phone. It revealed nothing of significance, and he was disinclined to delve further. As long as he was aware that it involved the Song family, that sufficed. He extracted several hundred yuan in cash from his wallet, discarded the SIM card, and sold the phone at a mobile shop. This endeavor netted him a total of 800 yuan, prompting a chuckle from him. Upon returning home, he discovered Tang in the courtyard, washing clothes. With her hair tied back, her delicate face was revealed. The fact that she bore such a beautiful daughter as Tang Chanxian attested to her own attractiveness. Feng Lin approached with a smile. "Auntie, you're back so early today?" "Yes, I found a job, and I officially start tomorrow," Tang replied cheerfully. If only I had your education. I heard from Chanxian that you've become a teacher. Just an English teacher, Feng Lin said, glancing at his phone. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he answered as he made his way to his room. Hello. Feng Lin, it's me. Guo Duo. What is it? I'm going to report you. I know you killed someone. If you don't want me to go to the police, tell me your address immediately. I'll come find you, Guo Duo declared from the other end. Feng Lin stretched lazily, amused by her resilience in returning to investigate. I can send you the address. But you must come alone, he replied into the phone. All right, Guo Duo agreed without hesitation. After ending the call, Feng Lin sent her a text message. He then reclined on the sofa, pondering over an excuse. The police did not require a reason, but he crafted one solely to deceive Guo Duo. As a teacher, he could not allow his students to discover that he was a murderer. Shortly thereafter, he heard a vehicle pull up, followed by Guo Duo's voice calling from the courtyard. Feng Lin, is Feng Lin home? Tang Hong was in the courtyard washing clothes when she looked up at Guo Duo and said with a smile, Feng Lin is in the room. Are you Tang Chanxian's mother? Guo Duo gazed at Tang Hong in surprise. Recognizing her as a classmate of Tang Chanxian from high school, she had witnessed Tang Hong picking up Tang Chanxian on numerous occasions. Indeed you are? Tang Hong inquired, puzzled. I am a classmate of Tang Chanxian. I came to see a teacher today, Guo Duo replied, surveying the architecture around her. No wonder Feng Lin and Tang Chanxian shared such a close relationship. It turned out they lived together. Upon entering Feng Lin's room, she found him lounging on the sofa. Guo Duo promptly closed the door, realizing that the ensuing conversation must remain unheard by Tang Hong. Feng Lin, tell me what exactly happened. I hope you do not deceive me. She approached Feng Lin with urgency. You are quite the brave one, unfazed even by a corpse. Feng Lin remarked, sitting up and scrutinizing Guo Duo's face. Allow me to remind you that I am not a child. I am of legal age. Guo Duo responded coldly. Feng Lin cast a casual glance at her. Not a child, you say? Guo Duo instinctively covered herself and turned away. Feng Lin, do not presume I jest. I have contacted the authorities. Go ahead and report it. After all, I am the victim here. And you might as well accuse me of inciting a brawl. Feng Lin replied nonchalantly. Guo Duo rolled her eyes. I belong to one of the 4 prominent families. I have my ways of resolving issues. The 4 prominent families? Feng Lin's expression turned serious as the realization dawned upon him. He had previously pondered why someone would attack Guo Duo, and now it was clear they intended to implicate Feng Lin, ensuring that Guo Duo's demise would lead to dire consequences for him at the hands of the Gu family. All right, let me enlighten you about what transpired. Feng Lin paused, recounting his earlier thoughts to Guo Duo. 2 individuals were embroiled in a deadly struggle. One killed the other, and upon discovering us, the assailant sought to eliminate witnesses. Guo Duo pondered the authenticity of his account. The assailant fled because he realized he could not kill us. He too was gravely injured. Feng Lin continued. So, you buried that person? Guo Duo inquired. Indeed, the murderer escaped, and fearing false accusations, I covered him with stones. Feng Lin confirmed. How could you manage such heavy stones alone? Guo Duo retorted. Have you heard the saying? Give me a fulcrum, and I can move the earth. You should study physics more. Perhaps then you wouldn't be such a poor student. Feng Lin rolled his eyes and slumped back onto the sofa. Annoyed, Guo Duo felt her teeth grind, yet the logic was sound. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Regardless, you saved my life. Our debts are settled now. And I shall not trouble you again, she said, crossing her arms and pouting slightly as she turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she paused and turned back, whispering, What is your relationship with Tang Chanxian? Why are you so invested in our affairs? Feng Lin, confused, recalled that their conflict had originated from Tang Chanxian. Chapter 35. Buy one, get one free. As Guo Duo began to utter a word, she hesitated, resolutely deciding against consenting to their relationship. Feng Lin, reclining with his legs crossed, smiled amiably and inquired, What should we do then? I, too, am in need of a girlfriend. If you won't allow Tang Chanxian to be with me, will you take her place? Dream on. I could find you a woman. Guo Duo retorted, her cheeks flushed. No need to search. I have my standards. It's not just any woman who catches my eye. Pointing at Guo Duo, Feng Lin declared, You are the one. Since you forbid Tang Chanxian from being with me, you must accompany me instead. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. You saved me today, so I won't hold it against you. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Guo Duo opened the door, waved goodbye to Tang Hong, and departed. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Song family estate, only 4 individuals occupied the lavish living room. The patriarch, Song Jingtai, sat on the principal sofa, while Song Keming, appearing haggard, was confined to a wheelchair. Song Fan, along with his previously unkempt beard, occupied a 2-seater couch. Mr. Huang, is the connection established yet? Song Jingtai's expression was grim. The bearded man, known as Huang Wei, was the most formidable ancient martial artist of the Song family. Having reached the early stages of the hidden strength, the training of ancient martial artists involves the transformation from visible to concealed energy. Visible energy, as the name suggests, encompasses observable attacks, accessible to anyone, such as punches and kicks. However, most individuals remain stagnant at the early stages of visible energy throughout their lives. Only upon attaining the mid-stage does one officially qualify as an ancient martial artist, as they can harness an additional force, qi. The potency of their attacks is evident from the outset, capable of breaking bones with a single blow, their physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The later stages of visible energy are even more formidable, but entering the hidden strength represents a completely different echelon. It is akin to gunpowder, exposed to air and ignited. It merely sparks. Yet, if encapsulated and concealed within paper, transformed into a firecracker, it results in an explosion, magnifying its power manifold. Huang Wei glanced at his phone and gently shook his head, indicating the line must have been lost. The expressions of the Song family turned pale, enveloped in silence. What could the Su family possess that compelled Zhou Tian to risk offending us to protect them? After a prolonged silence, Song Fan finally spoke pensively. They all believed that Zhou's faction had eliminated their dispatched expert. Dad, you must avenge me. Song Keming growled ominously. Silence. Song Jingtai rested his chin on his hand. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Mr. Huang, do you have any other solutions? Huang Wei sighed deeply. Old Song, given our relationship, I will speak candidly. We cannot afford to offend the Zhou family. While the others may be manageable, Zhou Tian is particularly troublesome. Song Jingtai, feeling powerless, closed his eyes, well aware of Zhou Tian's formidable strength. Once, Huang Wei explicitly stated that even if he were to combine forces with a dozen others, they would still fall short against Zhou Tian. Are we to simply swallow this affront? Song Keming slammed his fist onto the wheelchair. No, there are indeed ways, though they will require a substantial sum of money. Huang Wei twirled his phone between his fingers. I am acquainted with several formidable assassin organizations. As long as the funds are sufficient, they can guarantee success in this endeavor. Uncle Huang, why didn't you mention this sooner? Song Keming smiled. How much are we talking about? Song Zhengtao, being a businessman, would not engage in a venture that incurs a loss. It would be unwise to exhaust all his resources merely to eliminate a few individuals. I'll inquire immediately. But let me caution you, the more powerful and peaceful the country, the higher the fees. Huang Wei retrieved his phone, searching for the contact information of a certain individual. For instance, the cost to eliminate someone in Huaxia is at least 10 times that of doing so in the Middle East. I am aware of this. Song Jingtao nodded slightly. As a businessman, he knew many people from various nations. Huaxia is considered one of the safest countries in the world. I've made contact. They have a promotion going on. Kill one, get one free. Huang Wei sat beside Song Jingtao, enlarging the image sent by the other party. Song Jingtao scrutinized the advertisement. In the distance, Song Fan approached curiously, observing the image. The cost of assassination correlates directly with the victim's personal wealth and social influence. Goodness. For someone with assets exceeding 1 billion, it only costs 5 million in the Middle East, yet in Huaxia, it demands 500 million? That's a 100-fold increase. Song Jingtao furrowed his brow. If action is to be taken, it must be thorough. Su Chuan's family of 3, along with Feng Lin, 4 individuals, surely amounting to over 10 billion. Who knows what additional fees may apply? This is no trifling sum. Old Song, look here, there's a 300 million all-inclusive deal. Huang Wei pointed to the bottom of the image. Song Jingtao focused intently on the text. To encourage new assassins, we are launching a 300 million package for 5 individuals. Within a month, you may command the assassin to eliminate 5 targets. This initiative requires an upfront payment of 100 million, and should the tasks remain unfulfilled within the month, a refund of 10 million will be issued. Song Fan's eyes lit up. Dad, this sounds promising. Mr. Huang, can we trust this? Song Jingtao inquired, his brow furrowed. The assassin organization is known as Peony Underneath, a renowned entity worldwide. I can assure you of their reliability. Huang Wei patted his chest. Excellent. Just 100 million. Then this is settled. Song Jingtao nodded. For the past few nights, Feng Lin had been dining at Tang Hong's home. He took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Annie, please accept this money. I feel guilty for constantly eating your meals. This sum was given to him by a group of ruffians, and Feng Lin had no personal use for it. The Tang family was not affluent, yet they made an effort to provide him with meals, including meat, every night. Feng Lin, you should know my principles. We owe you 300,000, and I cannot accept this. Tang Hong shook her head vigorously. I hope you will not be angered by what I am about to say. Feng Lin set down his chopsticks and glanced at Tang Chanxian. I prefer individuals with a good physique, and my fiancée's figure is far from my ideal. While dining, Tang Chanxian glared at Feng Lin, but continued to shove meat into her mouth. I have been observing Chanxian for 2 days, having consumed only 2 buns at lunch. How much weight could she possibly gain? Feng Lin pushed a sum of money towards Tang Chanxian. Take this as your living expenses. At that moment, her mouth resembled that of a squirrel as she chewed vigorously before swallowing. Are you certain? Take it. After all, I am a university lecturer, and I can certainly afford your meals. Feng Lin stood up with a smile. I am full. Feng, Tang Hong called out, followed by a deep sigh. Their family was indeed not affluent. One could say they were penniless. Mom, take it. Once I graduate and earn money, I will repay him tenfold. Tang Chanxian said with a smile. From now on, a glass of milk and an egg every morning, Feng Lin remarked. He is right. You are indeed too petite. Men prefer the more voluptuous. Tang Hong glanced at Tang Chanxian. Mom, even you say that. Tang Chanxian pouted in protest. Chapter 36. Fading light of tomorrow, another day dawned. Su Ruoying and Su Chuan had become somewhat familiar with their 2 bodyguards. Su Chuan and Wang Qin remained at home, issuing commands to the company. As for Su Ruoying, she had a 300 million contract with the Zhou family, necessitating her to be out and about with a bodyguard in tow. Feng Lin, as before, boldly traversed the streets, making his solitary way to school. As he walked toward the school, he curiously surveyed his surroundings, surprised to find no one following him today. Upon arriving in class, he leaned on the podium and yawned. After a year or 2 of languishing, rising early for several consecutive days had left his body unaccustomed. Teacher, I thought you were going to take a leave today, Zhang Haoyan, seated in the back row, exclaimed in astonishment. He had heard that a group had chased Feng Lin the day before. Little did he expect him to be standing there in one piece. I wish I could take a leave. Feng Lin stretched lazily, glancing at Guo Duo. Is yesterday's lesson not enough for you? Do you dare to look at your phone again? The surrounding crowd fell silent, bewildered that he would provoke Guo Duo upon arrival. As if yesterday's reprimand had not sufficed. TCH, Guo Duo huffed, removing her headphones and setting her phone aside. The sight left everyone around them dumbfounded. What was happening? Guo Duo had actually softened. Even Tang Chanxian was utterly astonished, unsure of what Feng Lin had done. Teacher, Tang Chanxian suddenly stood up. This morning, the student council sent a message stating that each class must select a performance for tomorrow, celebrating the school's 60th anniversary. Feng Lin scratched his head, momentarily forgetting that this individual was the class monitor. A performance? Does anyone in our class possess any talents? Feng Lin scanned the room. No one answered. What a disgrace. Feng Lin stretched lazily and remarked, if no one else is willing, I'll leave it to you, Chanxian. Just sing a song at your leisure. All right, I agree, came the reply. Indeed, I have never heard Chanxian sing before. Several girls in the class chimed in. Tang Chanxian was always eager to assist, effortlessly engaging with everyone, which made her quite popular among the girls. Teacher, I hope you take this seriously. There are rewards for the previous classes. I heard the counselor is offering 2,000 yuan, Tang Chanxian stated. 2,000. Feng Lin rested his chin on his hand, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he asked, tell me, which student in our school has a background more formidable than Guo Duo's? His question left the students baffled, as it revealed his awareness of Guo Duo's affluent family. Why are you bringing me up? Guo Duo replied coldly. With such a strong background, if I let you perform, which judge would dare not select you? Feng Lin said with a cheerful grin. I won't go? If you think you can raise my pay, you're dreaming. Guo Duo slammed her hand on the table. The other students around them exchanged speechless glances, finding this teacher's boldness quite astonishing. I've decided, This performance will be entrusted to Tang Chanxian and Guo Duo, Feng Lin declared, pointing at them. He was genuinely curious about the relationship between Guo Duo and Tang Chanxian. I'm not going. Guo Duo feigned sleep, resting her head on the desk. Regardless, I'm assigning you two. By the way, the 2,000 yuan reward will be split between you. Feng Lin yawned and leaned on the podium. Now self-study. During the break, Tang Chanxian took the initiative to sit beside Guo Duo. Initially, she had no intention of participating, but the prospect of 1,000 yuan was too tempting to resist. Duo, since the teacher has mentioned it, let us come up with a program, Tang Chanxian whispered. Just to be clear, I want to be singing. That's too klitsch, Guo Duo replied, turning her head. Are you in? That's wonderful, Tang Chanxian exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, at the Song family estate, a woman wearing a baseball cap and black casual attire strode in, one hand in her pocket and the other pulling a suitcase. The Song family awaited her arrival, and upon seeing the woman, they were all taken aback. They had not anticipated that the one they had hired for 100 million was a woman. Hello, please provide the passphrase, Huang Wei said, pulling out his phone to display a text message that served as a verification code to prove she was not an imposter. 213, 250, 41. The woman removed her cap, revealing a delicate face, seemingly in her 20s, exuding an innocent aura reminiscent of an inexperienced student, even appearing somewhat adorably naive. Indeed, it's her. Huang Wei put away his phone and nodded at Song Zhengtao. I'm exhausted. I've been on a plane all night. Du Qingyu unceremoniously sank into the sofa, retrieving an alpine lollipop from her pocket and popping it into her mouth. The individuals surrounding her exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Could they have encountered a scam? They had already entrusted the other party with 100 million. Now, a mere random individual had been dispatched, evidently with no intention of fulfilling the task. When the month elapsed, they would simply turn away, returning a mere 10 million to them, thereby profiting 9 million without any effort. Such dealings were intrinsically unsavory. Even if they were duped, they could only lament their misfortune. Greetings, I am Song Zhengtao, your employer for this endeavor, he said, taking a few steps forward with a smile. I am Du Qingyu. Miss Du, I must inform you that the target is under the protection of formidable experts, Song Zhengtao said cautiously. Do you believe you can handle this alone? What? Do you doubt my skills? Du Qingyu inquired flatly. It's not a matter of disbelief. It's just that the other side has ancient martial artists for protection. I am merely concerned for your safety. Whoosh. Before Song Zhengtao could finish his sentence, a steel nail whizzed past his ear. With a resounding thud, it embedded itself into the wall behind him. Startled, Song Zhengtao stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. The others turned to look, their hearts racing with tumultuous waves of shock. Do you not also have ancient martial artists protecting you? If I had aimed slightly off, you would have lost your life just now, Du Qingyu calmly remarked. Holding the lollipop in her hand, Huang Wei whispered in Song Zhengtao's ear, based on that move, she is on par with me. Perhaps she matches your prowess. But you must understand, I am an assassin, capable of appearing in the most unexpected places, Du Qingyu stated before placing the lollipop back in her mouth. Haha, Miss Du, I apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. You truly are extraordinary, Song Zhengtao exclaimed, exhilarated. Impressive indeed. Song Fan and Song Keming also chuckled, acknowledging her strength, and noting her innocent and charming appearance. If only one could take her home as a wife, it would be sheer delight. Enough idle chatter, tell me who to kill. Along with their name and photograph, I assure you they won't see the light of the next day. Du Qingyu glanced at her watch. For today, I will eliminate one target, then I require a night's rest. The remainder shall follow thereafter. Very well. As you wish, Miss, Song Fan said, retrieving a photograph of Feng Lin from his pocket. Here, this man is one of the targets. His name is Feng Lin. What? His name is Feng Lin? Du Qingyu exclaimed, nearly dropping her lollipop in surprise. Indeed, does Miss recognize him? Song Fan asked, puzzled. I do not, Du Qingyu replied, examining the photograph. It must be a coincidence of names. Miss, may I inquire if capturing the target alive warrants additional payment? Song Keming, seated in the distance in his wheelchair, asked. Su Chuan and Wang Qin appeared utterly useless in his eyes. A simple execution would suffice. However, it would be a grievous loss to eliminate a stunning beauty like Su Ruoying. As for Feng Lin, capturing him alive would present a most exquisite opportunity for torment. Song Keming contemplated administering 20 bottles of Viagra to him, intending to cause an explosive demise. Naturally, a financial incentive was necessary. The expertise required for a live capture far exceeded that of mere assassination, hence the bounty would be increased by an additional 100 million. Du Qingyu carefully tucked Feng Lin's photograph into her pocket. Father, I yearn to inflict suffering upon Feng Lin and Su Ruoying, Song Keming stated coldly. Very well. We have witnessed Miss Du's prowess, so let us add another 200 million. Song Jingtao nodded in agreement, calculating that the total would amount to 500 million. Well within their limits. Feng Lin finally endured until the afternoon's dismissal. Today S2 English classes were scheduled for both morning and afternoon. It appeared time needed to be reorganized, as this arrangement was a significant waste. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he encountered a woman approaching from the side. It was none other than Du Qingyu, though her face was concealed by a mask and a cap, leaving only her clear, innocent eyes visible. Handsome, could you lend me some money? I've lost my wallet and phone, Du Qingyu implored anxiously. Do not attempt to deceive me. Simply provide your family's phone number, and I shall call them, Feng Lin replied. With the convenience of modern transactions, if she had truly lost her belongings, he could have her parents transfer funds via WeChat, and then he could simply give her the money, considering it an act of kindness. Du Qingyu hesitated momentarily, looking slightly aggrieved as she said, But I do not know my parents' number. Then borrow from someone else, Feng Lin retorted, dismissively. Please, I beg you, just 100 yuan. She suddenly grasped his hand and gently blinked her eyes, adding, I could accompany you for an evening. 100 yuan? First, let me see your face. I have high standards, Feng Lin smirked slightly. Of course, you must also prove you are free of any infectious diseases. As she held on to Feng Lin, he subtly touched her wrist in return. This individual was formidable, already reaching the pinnacle of the early stages of dark energy training. Her control over qi was refined, indicating a powerful concealed technique. Even someone at the late stage of this dark energy would pale in comparison to her. While conversing with Feng Lin, she concealed her qi within, remaining undetected as an ancient martial artist. It appeared she was a skilled operative sent by the Song family. Du Qingyu released his hand. Pouting slightly, you truly lack charm. This is utterly devoid of interest. Haha, I was merely jesting, Feng Lin replied with a faint smile. In school, I am considered a paragon of attractiveness among the faculty. You must secretly harbor a crush on me, no? How vexing, discovered by the teacher. Du Qingyu turned her face away, previously believing he was not easily fooled, but now realizing he was a man of concealed passions. I have high expectations for my partner's physical capabilities. Should you manage to keep pace with me, I may grant you certain privileges. With that, Feng Lin dashed towards the suburban highway. Prior to her arrival, Du Qingyu had already surveyed the surroundings. The direction Feng Lin chose led to an abandoned road, marking him as quite a foolish individual. As she lamented the absence of an opportunity, she immediately quickened her pace to match Feng Lin's. His speed was unhurried, and he occasionally glanced back. It was evident that this woman had little experience in combat. Despite possessing profound stealth techniques, she struggled to apply them effectively. Walking posed no challenge, but once she exerted herself to run, the energy within her dissipated almost imperceptibly. Feng Lin surveyed his surroundings, feeling that this location was suitable. Before he could make a move, Du Qingyu suddenly accelerated, appearing behind him in an instant, delivering a punch aimed at his back. However, Feng Lin swiftly sidestepped, landing on the ground below the road. His reflexes were commendable. Du Qingyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, following closely behind him, her figure darting forward once more to catch up. This time, however, she refrained from striking, merely standing opposite him. Oh, so you do not harbor a secret affection for me? Feng Lin inquired nonchalantly, his hands pocketed. I have no interest in idle chatter, Du Qingyu retorted, pulling a black bag from her pocket. Now, will you put it on yourself, or shall I assist you? Feng Lin shrugged with a hint of exasperation. My dear, I have not provoked you, have I? You are merely a pawn in someone else's game. Eliminating you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Du Qingyu approached Feng Lin with an air of casual indifference, dismissing him entirely. It was clear to Feng Lin that she was not affiliated with the Song family, as he had previously suspected. While a master of early-stage hidden energy was understandable, the concealed techniques she wielded undoubtedly originated from a significant organization. In a flash, Du Qingyu lunged at Feng Lin from 2 meters away, her body materializing before him in an instant as she delivered a punch aimed at his chest, intending to knock him unconscious. With a swift motion, Feng Lin extended his palm, catching her fist with precision. He yanked her towards him, following up with a swift knee strike. The impact sent Du Qingyu hurtling backward, her eyes wide with shock. As she skidded along the ground for several meters before coming to a halt, blood erupted from her medical mask, staining it crimson. Such ignorance, Feng Lin scoffed. Striding past her, with such meager skills, you dare to call yourself an assassin? Du Qingyu gazed at him in disbelief, feeling as though her internal organs had been shattered. A searing pain coursed through her body, robbing her of the strength to rise. As she watched Feng Lin advance, she suddenly flung her hand, launching a steel nail towards him. In this critical moment, she abandoned any notion of capturing him alive. With a sharp clang, Feng Lin caught the nail between two fingers. In that instant, despair washed over Du Qingyu. Had she heeded her mother's advice to stay home, she would not be facing death on her very first mission. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Do not be hasty to weep. Answer my inquiries as posed. Feng Lin cast the steel nail onto the ground. Her tactic was indeed clever. Should there be accomplices, they might strike at Ruoying and the others from close range. Guo Wan and Guo Wu were utterly caught off guard. Speak. How many of you are there in total this time? Where are they now? Feng Lin crouched beside Du Qingyu. Humph. Du Qingyu scoffed coldly, closing her eyes as she declared, if you wish to kill me, then do so. I rather admire a woman with such defiance. Feng Lin retrieved a dagger from her pocket, stating nonchalantly, the methods of assassination employed by male and female assassins differ significantly. Their fates upon capture diverge greatly as well. You must understand this, correct? Du Qingyu trembled in fear, stammering, if you have the ability, then kill me. You will not perish, at least not before I extract the information I seek. Feng Lin grasped Du Qingyu's hair and dragged her toward the distant woods, during which her cap fell to the ground. Chapter 38. Is there such a fortunate occurrence? Death is not to be feared. The most terrifying aspect lies in the journey toward it. Du Qingyu currently embodies this sentiment. She is oblivious to what awaits her next. The terror she feels is stifling, rendering her breathless. As the eldest daughter of her family, when has she ever endured such horrific oppression? Unable to contain herself, she erupted into loud sobs. Feng Lin turned back, releasing Du Qingyu's hair and seizing her shoulder. Crack! Crack! Ah! Bastard! Woe is me! Du Qingyu's arms suddenly fell limp. A sharp pain surged through her head, causing her to collapse to the ground. Fear not. It is merely a dislocation, preventing you from ambushing me while we play. Feng Lin hummed a tune while unzipping Du Qingyu's leisure suit, casting the outer garment aside. The question remains. Reveal your secrets, and I shall spare you. I will not divulge anything. Though frightened, Du Qingyu's confidence was unwavering. She would never bring shame upon her mother. Her mask, stained with blood, obscured her speech, making her words unclear. Feng Lin used her dagger to sever the strings of the mask, exposing her face. The bloodstains at the corners of her mouth were unmistakable. Feng Lin's expression faltered. Something about this felt eerily familiar. She wiped the blood from her face with the mask, gradually revealing the woman's true visage. Her expression remained frozen for an extended moment. By heavens! Feng Lin swiftly retrieved a photograph from her pocket, turning it to reveal a woman in a white dress. She scrutinized the contours of Du Qingyu's face, realizing they were indeed one and the same. I must inquire of you. Is this individual you? Feng Lin held the photograph up to Du Qingyu. Still engulfed in tears, Du Qingyu cast a fleeting glance at the image and, amidst her sobs, asked, Why do you possess my photograph? Damn it! Feng Lin cursed inwardly. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Is this a novel? A film? May I inquire if you are familiar with the name Feng Lin? Feng Lin, you must be certain. Feng Lin, do you perhaps possess my photograph? Are you my fiancé? Du Qingyu suddenly let out a sharp scream, followed by an outburst of tears. Goodness! It truly is you. Feng Lin swiftly grasped her arms, reattaching them. If my father were to discover that I had harmed my fiancé in such a manner, he might very well obliterate me. Du Qingyu, enduring excruciating pain, continued to kick at Feng Lin, weeping uncontrollably, her sorrow palpable. Feng Lin found himself helpless, standing there with no recourse. This situation is not my fault. Knowing I am your fiancé, why would you attempt to harm me? He picked up the coat from the ground and draped it over her shoulders. I have never seen you before. I merely assumed you shared a name with someone else. Du Qingyu wiped her tears and wobbled to her feet. Feng Lin immediately supported her. Leave me be. Do not touch me. I wish to annul our engagement. I would rather die than marry you. Woe is me. Du Qingyu forcefully shook off Feng Lin's hand, drying her tears. Is this truly such a fortunate turn of events? Feng Lin asked, his expression grave. In truth, upon discovering that this fiancée was an assassin, he had promptly dismissed her. She was far removed from the woman of his dreams. Marrying an assassin is less desirable than bringing Su Ruoying home. Indeed, even if you were to kneel and plead, I would never wed you. Du Qingyu asserted vehemently, wiping her tears with her sleeve. Feng Lin clapped his hands together, unable to suppress a chuckle. Very well, let us consider our engagement nullified. Be sure to inform your family that it was you who initiated this. Du Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. This was not how she had envisioned it. Conventionally, Feng Lin should have immediately apologized and begged her to reconsider. After all, marrying someone as beautiful and distinguished as her was a privilege. By the way, my dear sister, although we are no longer engaged, we can remain friends. You ought to abandon the mission to assassinate me. As Feng Lin prepared to leave, he turned back to speak. Humph, do you truly believe I would give up? In any case, there are others tasked with this assassination besides you. Du Qingyu, wobbling as she stood, called out to Feng Lin's retreating figure. Typically, I am quite amiable, but do not take advantage of my kindness. Feng Lin smiled faintly, a hint of foreboding in his demeanor. You will be the one to perish. Du Qingyu retorted fiercely, as she watched Feng Lin depart. She promptly retrieved a small mirror from her pocket to tidy her hair and wipe the blood from her face. Upon returning home, Feng Lin noticed a cherry parked in front of his house. He recognized the license plate as belonging to Lan Ruo. I was just about to call you, she said, rolling down the window and peering out with a smile. What brings you here? Feng Lin approached and took a seat in the passenger seat. My grandfather wishes to speak with you, though I am unaware of the specifics. Lan Ruo pressed the accelerator and turned the vehicle around, driving away. In the estate of the Lan family, Lan He was practicing Tai Chi on the lawn when he spotted Feng Lin entering. With a warm smile, he greeted, Good afternoon. No need for such formality. What brings you here? Feng Lin replied, hands tucked into his pockets, standing beside Lan He. Xiao Ruo, I wish to speak with him privately. Lan He remarked, casting a glance at Lan Ruo, who pouted slightly before making her way towards a distant villa. Thus, only Feng Lin and Lan He remained. I have something to inform you, Lan He stated, fixing his gaze on Feng Lin while gesturing towards the sky. I have received news regarding Lu Nian's whereabouts. Feng Lin's demeanor, previously calm as still water, suddenly turned frosty and piercing. This woman is none other than the third member of the Dead Knight. That traitor. Aren't you curious about her location? Lan He inquired, somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated Feng Lin's eagerness to ask. I have retired. With so many exceptional masters in the world, if you wish to eliminate her, there is no need to inform me, Feng Lin explained matter-of-factly. She has surfaced in Wang Village, Jiangnan, specifically at the cemetery outside the village, before Wang Lin's grave. Wang Lin was the sixth member of Dead Knight. Feng Lin clenched his fists inwardly, pondering the duplicity at play. If it weren't for her, Wang Lin would still be alive. She appeared there, deliberately leaving behind a memory card containing only a recording for you. Lan He produced his phone, tapping it while elaborating. I must admit, Lu Nian is quite astute, as this is the quickest way to reach you. A cultured female voice emanated from the phone. Hello, boss, this is Lu Nian. I apologize for not being able to meet you face to face. After all, I know you better than anyone else. If we were to meet, I wouldn't last 10 seconds. In the first 5 seconds, you would reminisce about our past, then hesitate for 2 seconds on whether to kill me. And in the final moments, you would think of the 6th. Ultimately, I would perish in those last seconds. I have left some valuable items for you. Familiar websites and passwords. Please send my regards to Second Master. Love you dearly. The voice faded away. Now, do you understand why I sought you out, Feng Lin? Since you are retired, hand over what she left for you, Lan He said, stowing his phone and lifting his gaze. May I use your home computer? Feng Lin replied, his expression unyielding. Lan He pointed to a nearby stone table, upon which rested a black notebook, specifically designed with Lu Nian's hacking prowess in mind, something Feng Lin was likely more familiar with than he was. Feng Lin nodded, approaching the stone table and opening the laptop. Curiosity piqued regarding what the other party intended to provide him. Chapter 39. Surrendering the stash. This was a brand new computer, devoid of any content. The network used was not the local wireless, but rather a specially designed data card. Feng Lin opened the browser and entered a URL. This website had been established by Lu Nian, serving as a means of communication for the organization's members scattered across the globe. Upon entering the URL, a dialog box appeared, revealing nothing but blankness. Feng Lin swiftly entered the password, and a download package appeared on the screen. He first inspected the contents of the package and turned to say, "It's all videos. Let's download them and see what she's up to." Lan He fixed his gaze on the screen. Feng Lin nodded and proceeded to download all the videos. There were only 2 short clips, each lasting merely 10 seconds. And the download completed swiftly. Feng Lin opened the first video, which was recorded via mobile phone surveillance. It merely revealed a woman's silhouette. However, Feng Lin immediately recognized the figure as Lun Yan. Soon after, her voice echoed, "This is the route I took when I stole the data and fled, boss. You should understand now that the Hidden Legion has an insider." Feng Lin and Lan He exchanged glances, their expressions grim. No wonder her escape had been so effortless. "But I do not know who he is. When he delivered the message to me, he used a voice changer," Lun Yan's voice concluded, and the video ended. Feng Lin promptly opened the second video. This was a slideshow featuring photos of former members of the Night of Death, accompanied by cheerful background music. Lun Yan's voice emerged again. "Although I was with you all on a mission, I developed feelings for you. The previous memory card was a deception, boss. My current strength is no less than yours. You once said your dream was to live in the countryside with the person you love, enjoying tranquility. I said the same. But I deceived you. I do not like tranquility. Not at all. I desire to have everything I want, to command others to act as I wish. We are destined to be on different paths." Feng Lin rubbed his temples, reclining in the rocking chair. Meanwhile, Lan He uploaded the 2 videos to the authorities. "Why do you think she revealed the insider's information to us?" Lan He inquired from the side. "Need I say? Such a selfish person would certainly wish to eliminate all competitors and devour the cake alone," Feng Lin replied, shaking his head slightly. "That woman is deeply concealed. Despite her obsession with power, the others in the Night of Death had no inkling." "What will you do next?" Lan He asked. Feng Lin did not respond immediately. After a prolonged silence, he finally queried, "Do you think Lun Yan is a bit arrogant?" "Arrogant? Absolutely infuriatingly so. She completely disregards you." Lan He nodded vigorously. It was truly a pity that someone like Feng Lin, who had remained idle, had not found a purpose. "Locate her exact position and inform me. I will go eliminate her," Feng Lin stated calmly as he rose from the rocking chair. "I was waiting for you to say that." Lan He laughed heartily. Feng Lin felt an immense sense of relief. With the understanding of Lun Yan's character, the previous clouds of despair dissipated. Just after leaving the Lan residence, he received a call from Guo Duo, who informed him that their former class monitor was planning to marry soon and had invited everyone for a gathering today. It was a perfect opportunity for several classmates from Jiang City to come together. Feng Lin and they were originally inhabitants of different worlds. Yet when Guo Duo extended the invitation, he found it difficult to decline. After Lan Ruo escorted him home, Feng Lin reclined on the sofa to rest. He recalled the previous encounter with the assassin and decided to send Ruoying a message, urging her to remain vigilant. Just as he took out his phone, he heard Ruoying's voice. Guo Wu closely followed her as they entered the house together. "Do you have time tonight? We are celebrating the commencement of our collaboration with the Zhou family. I would like to invite you and Ying to dinner." Ruoying, donned in a black tracksuit with her hands tucked into her pockets, walked in. "Sorry, I don't have time tonight. A classmate has invited me out for dinner," Feng Lin replied, shaking his head. "Can I join?" Ruoying inquired. "Forget it. You are too beautiful, and I fear the other female classmates might feel overshadowed." Feng Lin chuckled awkwardly, primarily concerned about the reputations tarnished by Guo Duo and Qianjing, who had labeled Ruoying as a mistress. It would be quite awkward if Ruoying were to discover this. "Humph." Ruoying crossed her arms and nodded slightly. "You make a fair point. But I still intend to go, lest you become too familiar with those female classmates." Feng Lin sighed helplessly. "My friends are all quite ordinary. You may go, but you must keep your identity confidential. Rest assured, even if you don't speak of it, I will keep it a secret. Otherwise, a throng of people will try to ingratiate themselves with you," Ruoying replied, recalling her previous classmates. After adding her on WeChat, they would incessantly chat with her, trying to get close. Ignoring them would lead to whispers about her arrogance, while engaging with them would result in them taking liberties, whether it be asking for loans or job introductions. If we need to keep it a secret, then 100,000 yuan car is too conspicuous. Feng Lin noted that there was a shop selling electric scooters in the nearby urban village. The gathering place was quite distant, so having an electric scooter would be much more convenient. Thus, he took Su Ruoying there. "Boss, how much is this?" Feng Lin asked, perched on a sleek black scooter, giving it a gentle shake. "Today's promotion, 2,000, and you can ride it off," a square-faced man called out from a distance, smiling. Feng Lin checked his pockets, realizing he had only 800 yuan left, having given the previous 10,000 to Tang Hong. "Fork over the money," he said, glancing at Su Ruoying beside him. "You have quite the stash. Hand it over." Su Ruoying extended her delicate hand, gazing coldly at Feng Lin. "Come on. I gave you the 100,000 I won last time. Have some dignity." Feng Lin stuffed the cash into his pocket, refusing to relinquish it. "I was merely safeguarding it for you. Hand it over, or I 1T buy you the scooter and will cause a scene at your gathering." Su Ruoying glared at Feng Lin. He rolled his eyes, damn it. Ultimately, he had no choice but to surrender all the cash to Su Ruoying. Still not reassured, she rummaged through Feng Lin's pockets, extracting over 20 yuan in change. "You didn't leave me a single dime?" Feng Lin questioned. "I will give you 100. Once it is spent, come to me for more. I do this for your own good. A man should not possess too much money. I trust you. But I do not trust those women," Su Ruoying said earnestly, reminiscent of a mother deceiving her child with a New Year's red envelope. Feng Lin inwardly cursed, realizing that she did not truly believe in him. Su Ruoying gifted Feng Lin a sleek black electric bike, fully charged at home. They set out on the bike as dusk fell, arriving at the gathering location. Feng Lin panted slightly, relieved to have made it there. Su Ruoying was a law-abiding citizen. In Jiang City, regulations clearly stated that riding an electric bike within the inner city's third ring was prohibited for passengers. Consequently, Feng Lin's bike was confiscated, leaving him to run behind. "I should have taken a taxi," he lamented. "Feng Lin, is that you?" At that moment, a rotund man with a prominent belly approached. "Do you remember me?" "Xiao Pang, Zhang Feifei." "Of course, I remember. We were desk mates," Feng Lin replied with a smile, shaking hands with Zhang Feifei, recalling their camaraderie from the back corner of the classroom. "And who is this?" Zhang Feifei inquired, glancing at Su Ruoying. "Could she be your sister-in-law?" Su Ruoying's expression stiffened slightly, yet she managed a cordial smile. "Hello. Wow. Brother Lin, you found yourself a fairy," Zhang Feifei exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Just then, a BMW rolled up, and Guo Duo and Jing stepped out. Feng Lin observed the car. It was a basic model from the 1 series, evidently several years old. Whether it was rented or a second-hand purchase remained unspoken, for everyone had the right to flaunt their status. Zhang Feifei dashed over, exclaiming, "Wow, Donggu, you're driving a BMW now. Impressive." Chapter 40. "Do you have a job now?" Guo Duo chuckled as he closed the car door, nodding slightly. "It's nothing special, just a modest income." Zhang Feifei squinted his eyes with a grin, turning to Jing. "This must be your sister-in-law, right?" "Hello, I'm Zhang Feifei. But you can call me Xiao Pang." Suddenly, Jing's gaze shifted toward Feng Lin, recognizing the woman beside him. Upon viewing Su Ruoying's unparalleled figure from the side, it struck her, this was the woman who had previously been labeled as the mistress. Guo Duo also took note of Su Ruoying, as she was undeniably conspicuous in the crowd. "Feng Lin, is this your girlfriend?" Jing approached, surprised that Feng Lin had taken an interest in such a captivating woman. However, from her perspective, this was to be expected. When classmates reunite after graduation, the purpose is all too clear. It's merely a fade. To put it bluntly, it all comes down to one word: pretense. Feng Lin likely lacked substantial wealth, which explained why he had settled for this woman, pretending to have a beautiful girlfriend. "Hello. I am his girlfriend," she affirmed. Su Ruoying approached with a casual demeanor and spoke. Jing responded with a detached nod, turning her face away, disinterested in engaging. Su Ruoying cast a puzzled glance at Feng Lin, as if to ask, "I haven't provoked her, have I?" Feng Lin merely smiled at Su Ruoying, aware that the other party likely looked down upon her for being a third wheel. However, he could not voice the truth and instead whispered to Su Ruoying, "I've long said you are too beautiful. It makes others feel inferior." Su Ruoying let out a soft hum, although she did not vocalize her displeasure. It was undeniable that she felt a pang of discontent within. Before long, the crowd around them grew increasingly larger, now numbering around 10. Ultimately, a Mercedes-Benz parked in the distance, signaling the arrival of the host. 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle. One man sported a stylish perm and donned a sleek black suit, while the woman, dressed in a beige dress, appeared exceedingly modest, her face adorned with minimal makeup, exuding the charm of a neighborly sister. The class monitor has arrived. We've been waiting for you, someone exclaimed. Haha, the study committee member is here too. I always thought you two were a perfect match. Another chimed in. The class monitor truly excels. He managed to win over our class beauty. Everyone turned to offer their congratulations, except for Feng Lin and Ruoying, who remained standing apart. Why don't you go over there? That woman seems to be your type, Ruoying remarked, her gaze fixed on the distance. We're not acquainted, Feng Lin replied, rolling his eyes, sensing an undertone in Ruoying's words. The class monitor, named Lee Lelay, came from a family that owned a shopping mall. Although he was far from being a true wealthy heir of Jiang City, he was the wealthiest among their class. The woman, Zhao Tian, hailed from a humble background and was the academic top performer. During high school, Lee Lelay had persistently pursued Zhao Tian, but she had rebuffed him. Astonishingly, 5 or 6 years later, they had ended up together. I really envy Zhao Tian, someone remarked. At that moment, Qianjing approached Feng Lin. Why envy her? I think Guodong treats you well, Feng Lin stated nonchalantly. I heard Guodong say that back in high school. Zhao Tian wouldn't give Lee Lelay the time of day, believing her academic prowess would lead her to great success. Qianjing quietly elaborated, gazing into the distance. After 4 years of college, she still had to start as an ordinary employee, and after several years, her salary barely reached 5 or 6,000. Ruoying nodded, aware of the salary standards in Jiang City, given her position as a company executive. Aside from specialized professions like programming, a typical university graduate earning 4,000 to 5,000 was already quite commendable. Rumor has it she was defeated by reality and sought out Lee Lelay, who promptly broke up with his girlfriend to be with Zhao Tian. Qianjing's eyes gleamed with envy. She wished she could be in that woman's position. Feng Lin and Ruoying exchanged glances, surprised to discover this envy was rooted in such sentiments. Is that you, Feng Lin? You're also in Jiang City. It's been ages. Lee Lelay exclaimed, as he and Zhao Tian approached, hand in hand, towards Feng Lin. During their high school years, a conflict arose between the two, ignited by none other than Zhao Tian. For a period, Feng Lin and Zhao Tian were quite close, as he had treated her father's illness during that time. However, as tasks became demanding, their interactions dwindled. Now, as Zhao Tian gazed at Feng Lin, her eyes sparkled with vitality. Having spent considerable time working away from home, it was evident that her earnings were far inferior to those in the bustling metropolis. Feng Lin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Is this your girlfriend? Lee Lelay exclaimed, taken aback as he turned to Ruoying. Despite her simple athletic attire, her impressive physique could not be concealed. Her height, figure, proportions, and visage were nearly flawless in feminine beauty. Following Lee Lelay's gaze, many classmates gathered around, previously focused solely on him, astonished to discover such an exquisite woman in the corner. In comparison, the once radiant Zhao Tian seemed to dim instantly. Hello, Ruoying greeted with a gentle nod. Realizing that Lee Lelay did not recognize her, likely due to their differing social circles. As the CEO, Ruoying was not a celebrity, so it was understandable that these individuals were unfamiliar with her. Haha, the notorious truant Feng Lin has managed to find such a stunning girlfriend, Lee Lelay remarked, casting a lingering glance at Ruoying before turning back with a grin. Everyone, let us head inside. Feng Lin took Ruoying's hand, trailing behind the group. So, you've been skipping classes all along. Will this academic achiever be at a disadvantage alongside a slacker like you? Ruoying whispered in Feng Lin's ear. He rolled his eyes, explaining that his truancy was due to undertaking missions. Besides, he had already absorbed the knowledge from high school textbooks in his early teens. In the private room of an upscale restaurant, a group of individuals gathered around a large round table. Feng Lin and Ruoying sat together, with Qianjing to Ruoying's left and Zhang Feifei to Feng Lin's right. All right, it's been a while since we last met. I'll get straight to the point. My family has given me 5 million for my entrepreneurial venture, Lee Lelay announced, propping his chin and smiling at the assembled crowd. Wow, 5 million. No wonder you're the class leader. No, we should now refer to you as President Lee, Guodong interjected, offering a compliment. The others soon joined in congratulating him. Rest assured, we are old classmates. If I have meat to eat, I guarantee you'll have soup to drink, Lee Lelay asserted, his gaze frequently drifting towards Ruoying, growing ever more captivated by her beauty. Does President Lee mean to say you're preparing to bring us on as founders in your new company? Zhang Feifei exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice. The group erupted in joy, recognizing the opportunity that lay before them. As siblings, I want to resort to pleasantries. If we are to embark on this entrepreneurial journey, we must strive for excellence and take it seriously, Lelay stated, just as the dishes and drinks were served. Zhang Feifei promptly stood to act as a server, filling the glasses before Lelay and Zhao Qingqing. The class leader is right. When it comes to selecting partners, one must proceed with caution. Very well. If there's anything we can assist with, do not hesitate to speak. Several men assured, thumping their chests. I have a few candidates in mind. First is Guo Duo, who was quite the talker in school. I've heard he has been in sales for a few years now and can articulate quite well. Guo Duo exchanged a glance with Jing, both rising in excitement to toast Lelay. Calm down, we're all friends here. Lelay then turned his gaze towards Ruoying, smiling. Are you currently employed? The expressions of those around them shifted uneasily. He was bypassing Feng Lin to directly engage his girlfriend. The implications felt somewhat amiss. My apologies, class leader, but my girlfriend is currently employed, Feng Lin interjected, wrapping an arm around Ruoying's shoulders with a smile. Chapter 41. Can you take me away? Lelay suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Feng Lin, you can't be serious, right? One must never covet a friend's wife. I harbor no such nefarious intentions. Indeed, Feng Lin responded, over the years in sales, I've encountered my fair share of grand occasions. This world is indeed superficial. Beautiful women tend to close more deals. Guo Duo immediately chimed in to support Lelay. From earlier, it seemed Lelay intended to elevate him to a managerial position. This opportunity was one he must seize. Well said. One's appearance is the client's first impression of the company. Zhang Feifei placed a hand on Feng Lin's shoulder. Brother Lin, seize the opportunity. Ruoying offered a faint smile. I am quite satisfied with my current job. You should first consider the position and salary I'm offering. Lelay cheerfully raised his glass. I wish for you to become my secretary, essentially taking my place. Secretary? The crowd exchanged knowing smiles. For they were all familiar with the adage. When there's work, the secretary is busy. When there's none, they're idle. Zhao Qingqing's expression darkened as she focused on her food. By the way, every female secretary I've encountered has been quite attractive. When you accompany Mr. Lee to social events, your beauty will undoubtedly reflect positively on the company. Jing glanced at Ruoying, realizing they must align with Lelay for the time being. Indeed, I appreciate honesty. I find you appealing simply because of your beauty. Lelay raised a finger, grinning at Ruoying. The base salary is 10,000. And if your performance is commendable, I could even offer you a share in the company. Gasps filled the room as everyone was taken aback. Jiang City is not a first-tier city and pales in comparison to metropolises like Yanjing and Modu. Very few present had ever earned such a salary. Feng Lin, someone of your caliber likely never attended university, did you? If business isn't your forte, I can make you the head of security. Lelay lifted his glass, standing to proclaim, of course, this is merely a suggestion, not a mandate. Let us toast first. Glasses were raised in unison. Feng Lin smiled at Ruoying, thinking, it's just a dinner gathering. Don't mind them. Let them show off, and it will all pass. Suddenly, Feng Lin's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Tang Chanxian. Rising to his feet, he smiled at the others, saying, apologies, it's a call from home. With that, he exited the private room. Upon stepping outside, he answered the call with a cheerful tone. What is going on? My mother asked me to check on you. Why haven't you returned home so late? She's worried about your safety, Tang Chanxian replied, her tone tinged with annoyance. Realizing he had forgotten to inform them about the gathering with classmates, Feng Lin felt a pang of guilt. I understand now, he said before she hung up. He tucked his phone into his pocket, intending to visit the restroom, when he noticed Zhao Qingqing emerging as well. She looked at Feng Lin, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions, and after a brief pause, she offered a faint smile. How have you been all these years? Quite well, and you? Feng Lin responded politely. Not so good, Zhao Qingqing replied flatly. Feng Lin found himself at a loss for words, and awkwardly remarked. Many envy you for having found a wealthy boyfriend. You are astute. I cannot believe you don't see what Lelay intends to do with your girlfriend, she said, lowering her head, a hint of sorrow evident in her demeanor. Feng Lin, could you take me away from this city? Are you out of your mind? I have a girlfriend, and we are deeply in love, Feng Lin replied, his brow furrowing in concern. Apologies. I've had a bit to drink, Zhao Qingqing said with a hint of regret as she walked toward the restroom. Feng Lin watched her retreating figure, shaking his head slightly. Such is life, where not everything unfolds as one wishes. Lin Gu, come drink with us. It's been years since we last met. And you haven't even had a drink yet, Zhang Feifei exclaimed, seizing Feng Lin's arm upon his return to the room. Feng Lin nodded and raised his glass. As they were enjoying their drinks, the door to the private room suddenly burst open. A bald, muscular man barged in, seizing Zhao Qingqing by the hair and throwing her to the ground. Blood trickled from his forehead. Damn it! Whose woman is this? Step forward, he bellowed at the group. Lelay slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, She is my woman. Feng Lin, sitting by the door, quickly crouched down to help Zhao Qingqing to her feet, whispering, What happened? I came out of the restroom, and he started to manhandle me. I smashed a flower pot from the mirror onto his head, Zhao Qingqing said, covering her face, which bore a vivid handprint, clearly from the assailant. Upon hearing this, all the men present stood up, realizing it was not Zhao Qingqing's fault. They would not miss the opportunity to defend her. You started it. Do you dare to bark at us? One shouted. Apologize to my sister-in-law right now. Or believe me, I'll take you down. Who dares to touch my big brother? At that moment, a group of well-built men in suits poured in, their strong physiques betraying their martial prowess, filling the room to capacity. Although there are over a dozen individuals present in this gathering, only 8 of them are men. Upon noticing this situation, the men who were initially standing awkwardly took their seats, wearing polite smiles. While it was manageable to stand their ground, the thought of enduring a beating for Lelay required considerable contemplation. However, Lelay remained standing. Under the circumstances, he could not afford to lose face. Whom are you associated with? Lelay inquired nonchalantly, pulling out his phone. What's this? A noteworthy character? The bald, muscular man, nursing a wound on his head, asked first. Tell me who you're with. Have you heard of Brother Nyo and Nyo Ergo? We often drink together, Lelay replied. As a minor affluent second generation, he certainly had acquaintances, as people would work for him for financial gain. Nyo Ergo? Little Nyo dares to call himself a brother? The bald man scoffed, then turned his head and commanded, Call him. Sure thing. A stocky man with a crew cut dialed a number and switched to speaker mode. After a few rings, a voice came through. What is up, Brother Zhang? Little Nyo, your people are quite formidable. Do I dare to provoke them? The bald man yelled into the phone. Is it Brother Two? You've got it wrong. My people would never dare to offend you. Nyo Ergo's voice trembled with fear. Lelay's complexion turned pale as he realized that the gang leader he knew was so terrified. It's me, Lelay. Lelay? Brother Two. This man isn't with me. I merely assist him occasionally. We have no connection. Nyo Ergo hastily distanced himself upon realizing it was Lelay. All right. You're no longer involved. Brother Two gestured for those beside him to hang up the call. The other men present looked utterly bewildered, evidently having encountered a significant figure. They were merely ordinary workers and never anticipated attracting such a person as ire. With a cold smirk, Brother Two fixed his gaze on Lelay. You have 2 choices. 1, your woman comes with me, and I demand a sincere apology. Absolutely not. Lelay categorically refused. If this matter became public, how could he ever hold his head high again? Then, the second option, every man here will smash your heads with bottles, just like mine. Brother Two pointed at his own wound. Leave immediately. I am calling the police. Su Ruoying, unable to endure any longer, took out her phone and asserted vehemently. Whoa. Did you not notice there is a beautiful woman here? Go ahead and report it. Just be careful. Perhaps one day you'll find yourselves in an unfortunate accident. Brother Two threatened ominously, instilling fear in everyone present. Brother Two, I thought you were indisposed. A familiar bearded figure suddenly appeared. Feng Lin recognized him as the one who had previously boasted before him and even handed him 1,000 yuan. What are you staring at? Chapter 42. Wild implications. Everyone around was at a loss for how to react. Had they known, they would have never attended this gathering. Mr. Sun, an incident has arisen. We shall discuss our business later. Lu Tu turned his head, offering a somewhat apologetic smile. Goodness, what is wrong with you two? Have you lost your senses? Sun Kuan feigned astonishment, exclaiming, who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves? The individuals present were rendered speechless, as one formidable figure had not yet departed. And now another had appeared. Zhao Qingqing clenched her jaw, standing tall as she gazed at Lu Tu, declaring, I will accompany you to offer my apologies. She hesitated to step forward, seemingly awaiting Li Lei's intervention to prevent her from moving. A loud refusal was anticipated. Yet, Li Lei remained silent, not uttering a single word. After taking just 2 steps, her hand was seized, not by Li Lei, but by Feng Lin, who was seated near the entrance. Feng Lin stood, beckoning to Sun Kuan outside with a mere gesture of his fingers. Sun Kuan, brimming with arrogance, shot him a glance, pondering who dared to address him so audaciously. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. Wasn't he this the formidable person he had encountered previously? Even now, he found it hard to believe. This man was indeed powerful. Today, his entourage was limited, and he certainly could not contend with Feng Lin. He worked for the Song family, overseeing some less-than-orthodox entertainment venues. As for Lu Tu, he was affiliated with Sister Yi from Jiang City. Sister Yi commanded numerous entertainment establishments, earning her the title of the underground matriarch of Jiang City. Their relationship was merely superficial. Privately, they wished for each other's downfall. If they were to clash head-on with Feng Lin, assistance would be unlikely. Feng Lin, are you out of your mind? Ruoying gently tugged at Feng Lin's arm, warning him that these individuals were not the same small-time thugs from their earlier gambling escapades. Those who dined in such an upscale venue, all clad in tailored suits, were undoubtedly not ordinary folk. Others shared the same sentiment. The bearded man, conversing amiably with the bald figure before them, must hold a similar status. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, instead silently anticipating the spectacle of Feng Lin being bested. Since a confrontation is not feasible, Sun Kuan naturally opted for the most prudent approach, smiling as he inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" The crowd around them gasped in astonishment. Feng Lin was acquainted with this notable figure. "My friend encountered some unwarranted advances from this bald man while in the restroom. After my friend retaliated, I asked for your leniency in resolving the matter amicably." Feng Lin spoke with an air of calm. Sun Kuan nodded slightly. Feng Lin's manner of speaking afforded him some respect. He smiled at Lu Tu, saying, "Brother Tu, he is my good friend. Let us consider this matter settled, as your initial actions may not reflect well if they were to circulate." Ruoying's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Lin was indeed familiar with this bearded man. As for Feng Lin's classmates, they were left speechless in astonishment. They discreetly glanced at Lee Lelay, recognizing the formidable figure he knew, who now seemed to fear this bald man. Yet, Feng Lin's standing was comparable to that of the bald figure. It was evident who held the upper hand between Feng Lin and Lee Lelay. Unexpectedly, Lee Lelay found himself taken aback. If the earlier scruffy beard had signified that Feng Lin was the recognized leader, it could have been explained. Yet Feng Lin's tone of speech was entirely that of a peer, even laced with a hint of condescension. "Never mind. Let this be a stroke of bad luck for me." Lu Tu held disdain for Sun Kuan, yet this time, he represented the Song family. Sister Yi had specifically instructed that this visit was for business discussions, and they must avoid causing trouble. As these individuals departed, Sun Kuan smiled at Feng Lin, wishing him a good meal. Before leaving, he made sure to close the door to the private room. Once the outsiders had exited, an eerie silence enveloped the entire space. The first to shatter this quiet was Zhang Feifei, exclaiming, "Wow, Lin Gu, you are the true big shot. Feng Lin, are you not joining such an organization, are you?" Guo Duo inquired from the side. "No, I merely have an acquaintance there," Feng Lin responded with a smile, gesturing toward the dining table. "Everyone, please continue to eat." Zhao Qingqing flashed a grateful smile at Feng Lin before returning to her seat. Yes, everyone, let us resume our meal." Li Lelay chimed in, his smile broad as he earnestly advised Feng Lin to keep his distance from such people, declaring them not to be good individuals. "Rest assured, I am a cultured person." Feng Lin replied with a nod of affirmation. After the earlier incident, the guests felt somewhat weary and wished to depart swiftly. Thus, they began to disperse. Just before leaving, Zhao Qingqing unexpectedly approached Feng Lin and cheerfully stated, "Thank you for your assistance earlier. Let us add each other on WeChat." Li Lelay's expression turned slightly green, but he could only swallow his anger for the moment. To express fury now would only portray a sense of impotent rage. Faced with prominent figures, one dares not utter a sound, yet among one's own, one assumes the role of the leader. Feng Lin did not refuse. After adding each other on WeChat, he hopped onto the back of Ruoying's electric bike, and they set off. Shortly after their departure, a Mercedes-Benz parked nearby also started up, heading in the direction Feng Lin had taken. Wasn't he that the car the woman drove earlier? Qianjing recalled the license plate number, 888. Guo Duo furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that Feng Lin was growing increasingly enigmatic. "That woman seems to have an interest in you. She kept looking at you during dinner," Ruoying remarked as she rode ahead, the evening breeze tousling her hair. It had been quite a while since she last rode an electric bike. This feeling was rather pleasant. "It's become a habit," Too outstanding a person, Feng Lin replied with a faint smile. "Huh, shameless," Su Ruoying retorted, leading Feng Lin towards her residential area. "Are we not on the right path? The battery is running low. You will stay at my place tonight." Su Ruoying guided Feng Lin to her villa. Upon arrival, Guo Wu's vehicle was also parked in the designated spot in front of the house. Feng Lin. Suddenly, Lan Ruo happened to descend from her car, spotting Feng Lin seated behind Su Ruoying on the electric bike. Observing this, Su Ruoying promptly twisted the handlebars, accelerating toward her home, with Lan Ruo trailing behind, as both their residences were situated along the same road in the villa district. Separated by merely 2 villas, a distance of just over 50 meters, Lan Ruo seized Feng Lin's arm as Su Ruoying opened the door. With a face full of grievance, she implored, "Feng Lin, are you staying with her tonight?" "I am not. Haha. My electric scooter ran out of power, and I merely came to recharge it," Feng Lin replied awkwardly. "He is staying with me." "You, little mistress, why do you linger so persistently?" Su Ruoying grasped Feng Lin's other arm, tugging him forcefully towards her abode. Lan Ruo feigned fragility before Feng Lin, clearly no match for Su Ruoying. Together with herself, she was drawn into the villa. "Get out," Su Ruoying commanded, pointing at Lan Ruo. Lan Ruo clung tightly to Feng Lin's arm. "I won't leave unless Feng Lin comes with me." "Give it up." "Feng Lin is sleeping here tonight," Su Ruoying asserted, holding onto Feng Lin's arm, fearful he might escape. "Feng Lin, come back with me. I'll soothe you to sleep and tell you stories," Lan Ruo shyly suggested. Upon hearing this, Feng Lin immediately shook off Su Ruoying's hand. "I'm going with Lan Ruo. I particularly enjoy listening to stories." Su Ruoying's face flushed. What a shameless fellow he was. However, for the moment, she was determined to deceive Feng Lin into staying and resolutely prevent him from leaving with Lan Ruo. "Feng Lin, I only have 1 room with bedding, so we might have to squeeze together tonight," Su Ruoying began to imply fervently. Chapter 43. A disgrace. Feng Lin's expression abruptly turned serious. Smiling, he pushed Lan Ruo's hand away. "I had a bit to drink today, and my head feels a bit foggy. I think I'll rest here." Lan Ruo rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, "You've got to be kidding." Moments ago, he seemed perfectly coherent, yet upon hearing Su Ruoying's suggestion, he had no intention of leaving. Still, Lan Ruo had her own persona to maintain. If she were to speak more harshly than Su Ruoying, it would undermine her own character. As one matures, they often develop various personas, which is a sign of growth, unlike the simplistic nature of a child. Different individuals evoke different personalities. For instance, one behaves entirely differently in front of elders compared to their friends. Lan Ruo exemplified this. She only revealed her true self to those she was intimately familiar with. "I'll be sleeping here too, Feng Lin. I've decided to have a good talk with Su Ruoying to clear up our misunderstandings." Lan Ruo thought of a perfect strategy. If she shared a bed with Su Ruoying, Feng Lin, no matter how much he might wish to, would be too embarrassed to approach. Humans are not mere animals. Reason often triumphs over primal instincts. "Who wants to sleep with you?" Su Ruoying scoffed. "Then you can sleep with Feng Lin. I'll take the sofa tonight," Lan Ruo replied calmly. Su Ruoying could never share a bed with Feng Lin. Her earlier statement had merely been a ruse to keep him from leaving. Cough, cough. "Feng Lin, you should sleep on the sofa tonight. Lan Ruo and I will share the bed." Su Ruoying could only acquiesce, for it was the most prudent course of action. Her sole intent was to prevent Lan Ruo and Feng Lin from indulging in their private world. "Humph, women are all great deceivers," Feng Lin murmured softly, then reclined on the sofa. Su Ruoying and Lan Ruo ascended to the 2nd floor. This was a villa area, and the design of their houses was identical, albeit with some variations in decor. Although Lan Ruo had never visited Su Ruoying's home, she effortlessly found the master bedroom. "I'm going to take a shower," Lan Ruo said, glancing back at Su Ruoying. Su Ruoying nodded, retrieving a key from the drawer of her vanity and unlocking the door to the side bedroom on the 2nd floor. She then carried her comforter out from the closet and stood at the railing, addressing Feng Lin below. "Come up and use my comforter. At least you have some conscience." Feng Lin chuckled as he ascended, arranging the bedding before lying down, savoring the delightful fragrance that wafted from it. Before leaving, Su Ruoying pointed to her room across the way, warning, "If you dare to touch my door tonight, I'll break your legs." "As if I'm afraid of you touching my door," Feng Lin retorted, feigning annoyance, dismissing her as if she were an inexperienced woman. Su Ruoying returned to her room and locked the door. Lan Ruo had already showered. Her hair cascaded down, and her glasses were placed on the nearby dresser. Su Ruoying casually rinsed off as well, emerging wrapped in a towel. I never imagined we would end up sleeping in the same bed, Lan Ruo mused, reflecting on how, since graduating from university and starting their careers, they had both purchased homes in the same area. They would often see each other, but had never exchanged a word. I'm quite surprised too, Ruoying replied, settling into the comforter. What do you think is so appealing about that scoundrel Feng Lin? He doesn't deserve you. You should seek a better man. I prefer someone of a lower status, easier to control. I advise you to leave him. You know my nature. Once I set my sights on something, no one can take it from me. Lan Ruo cast a placid glance at Ruoying, aware that even her father would not dare to speak of Feng Lin's status, let alone Ruoying. What a coincidence. I feel the same way, Ruoying countered, stretching languidly to reveal her exquisite figure. Their rivalry was palpable. They both understood that from the very beginning, she had emerged victorious, having won far too much. Humph. Just some flab. How proud you are. It will sag eventually, Lan Ruo scoffed. If you're envious, just admit it. Even when I grow old, I'll still be more beautiful than you are now. Beautiful, my foot. Beautiful, my foot. As they chatted, they suddenly grabbed each other's hair, engaging in a playful tug-of-war. Feng Lin opened his eyes, glancing at his phone. It was now 11 at night. How could he still hear noise from the room across? It seemed they were enjoying a lively conversation. Feng Lin stretched and prepared to rest, but at that moment, his eyes widened in shock as he heard footsteps. Someone had leapt into Ruoying's villa courtyard. Despite the other party's efforts to tread lightly, the vibrations from the wall resonated clearly to Feng Lin's ears. This sound could not possibly be attributed to a mere creature. As Feng Lin pondered the identity of the intruder, the individual suddenly accelerated. This is not good. Ruoying's window. Without hesitation, Feng Lin sprang to his feet. Flinging open his door, years of combat experience had instilled in him the habit of never undressing to sleep in unfamiliar surroundings. He rapped on Ruoying's door, and after 2 knocks, he unleashed his internal strength. Bang! The lock disintegrated instantaneously, and Feng Lin forcefully pushed the door open. Before him lay the dim glow of a bedside lamp, yet he could clearly see Ruoying and Lan Ruo. Their hair resembled a bird's nest. With Lan Ruo perched atop Ruoying, the tableau seemed frozen in time, both women gazing at Feng Lin in a state of shock. However, Feng Lin merely cast them a cursory glance before hastening to the window, pulling back the curtains. The intruder had already fled, likely alerted by the noise of his earlier knock. The force emanating from the retreating figure was akin to that of Du Qingyu. If his instincts were correct, it was indeed her. He had not anticipated her recklessness in seeking out Ruoying. Had he not been present tonight, Ruoying could have faced grave danger. It appeared that this threat needed to be eradicated. Feng Lin drew the curtains shut once more, his expression grave as he turned to leave. At that moment, Ruoying and Lan Ruo finally regained their composure. Yet, reality was not akin to a film. In such circumstances, a woman's first reaction was certainly not to scream. In fact, their natures would hardly allow for such a display. They instinctively covered themselves with their garments, their cheeks flushed, as if struggling to breathe. Feng Lin. Ruoying's voice suddenly pierced the air. What's wrong? As Feng Lin turned back, he found himself enveloped by a black tracksuit that obscured his head. I'll bite you to death, Ruoying exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck, and they both tumbled onto the carpet, her teeth sinking into his shoulder. Seizing the moment while Feng Lin was blinded, Lan Ruo charged forward, delivering several kicks to him in a fit of fury. What the hell are you doing? Feng Lin protested, his tone laced with innocence. What are you pretending for? Do you think your serious expression can intimidate us? How shameless. Ruoying's cheeks were so flushed that it seemed they might drip with water, revealing her vulnerability to Feng Lin. Chapter 44. All his deceptions laid bare. Lan Ruo swiftly opened the wardrobe and retrieved 2 dresses, draping them over Ruoying. Her top remained ensnared on Feng Lin's head. Stop fooling around. Feng Lin grasped Ruoying's arm, easily prying it away. He then discarded the black tracksuit from his head onto the floor. I, Feng Lin, am forthright and honorable. I disdain employing such tactics. Feng Lin, unless you provide me with a flawless explanation, I shall not forgive you, Ruoying declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Feng Lin, her heart still racing. Moments ago, someone was at your window. It must have been an assassin, Feng Lin informed the two. Who are you trying to deceive? I have a pinhole camera installed here. If there isn't any footage, I will personally ensure your demise, Ruoying stated as she sat at her desk, activating the desktop computer. Before long, She had accessed the surveillance footage. Feng Lin gazed at the screen, noting that there were 4 angles, leaving no blind spots. The 3 of them fixated on the display. Indeed, 2 minutes earlier, a figure clad in black, donning a mask, leaped into their courtyard. The intruder hastily approached the window, effortlessly grabbing hold of the second-floor balcony and perched upon the window ledge. Yet, in the next moment, the individual suddenly leaped down and fled the scene. Just before the escape, a sound of vibration was audible. That was Feng Lin breaking open the door. Ruoying and Lan Ruo exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. It was indeed true. I apologize, Feng Lin, I misjudged you. Lan Ruo offered a sheepish smile to Feng Lin, having just kicked him several times. It's all right. As long as the misunderstanding is cleared, you should rest early. Feng Lin replied, nodding calmly as he departed. Stop. Ruoying grasped Feng Lin's arm, voicing her lingering curiosity. Why didn't you say anything about how he acted just now? Lan Ruo also perked up her ears, equally intrigued by the matter. Despite their fierce altercation, particularly Ruoying, who had even torn off her undergarments, Feng Lin displayed no reaction whatsoever. What is there to say? Isn't it quite normal? During my time in the army, we often expressed our feelings in such a manner, Feng Lin remarked nonchalantly. When 2 individuals wrestle, the loser cleans the toilets. Ruoying and Lan Ruo were left speechless. Feng Lin, regardless of the circumstances, you owe Xiaoying an apology. You did, after all, see her just now, Lan Ruo insisted. Noting that from that angle, the view must have been quite exquisite. Immediately after this, Feng Lin made a hasty exit. Ruoying remained stunned for a considerable time before suddenly recalling that she had previously informed Feng Lin. He had deliberately escalated the situation, clearly having witnessed her. How infuriating. Ruoying forcefully slammed the door shut. That wretched Feng Lin, the grievances from years past remain unavenged, and now he has taken advantage of the situation. I must devise a plan for revenge. The following morning, Feng Lin awoke early, the events of the assassination attempt from the previous day having deprived him of restful slumber. Rising, he discovered Ruoying and Lan Ruo busy preparing breakfast downstairs. After a brief wash, he made his way down. Yawning as he addressed Lan Ruo, I'll need to take a day off today. I have some matters to attend to. Very well. Lan Ruo nodded. Ruoying had hinted at the situation the day before, so she had some understanding of what had transpired. However, these were merely verbal assertions. If one could master the evidence, it would be entirely feasible to apprehend the members of the Song family. You aren't seeking that individual from yesterday, are you? Ruoying inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Rest assured, I shall converse with Mr. Zhou and see what solutions he might propose. Feng Lin replied with a calm smile. Today, refrain from going to the office. Instead, wait for your father. It is preferable for the 2 of them to remain together rather than scattered like Guo Duo and Guo Wu. Indeed, be courteous to Mr. Zhou. Do not provoke his ire, Ruoying cautioned. Feng Lin nodded in acknowledgement. After enjoying breakfast there, he departed in Lan Ruo's vehicle. Feng Lin, do you have an affinity for men? Lan Ruo asked with a smile during the drive. Having encountered many such situations, I have learned that those who once attempted to assassinate us, realizing they cannot confront us head-on, invariably resort to cunning. The simplest method is the allure of beauty. A lingering gaze could spell one's demise, Feng Lin explained, resting his chin on his hand and gazing out the window. No wonder, Lan Ruo mused silently. Acknowledging his reputation as a member of the fabled Night of Death, Feng Lin instructed Lan Ruo to drop him off on the street leading to the Zhou residence before she returned. He intended to inquire about the Song family's specific background. If it proved inconsequential, he would eliminate them effortlessly. At the Zhou residence, the guards greeted Feng Lin with respectful bows. Mr. Feng, they exclaimed, having memorized Zhou Tian's words. Their demeanor towards him mirrored that of Zhou Tian himself. Is Mr. Zhou available? Feng Lin inquired. Mr. Zhou has just returned from his morning exercise, the lead guard replied. Ah, Feng Lin nodded, his hands tucked in his pockets as he strolled leisurely inside. In the distance, he spotted Zhou Tian practicing with a spear. Upon noticing Feng Lin's approach, Zhou Tian quickly planted the spear into the ground and walked over with a smile. What brings you here so early, sir? I wish to gather information regarding the Song family. They have provoked me, and I intend to find the opportunity to eradicate them. Feng Lin stated as he took a seat on a nearby chair. Your prowess would undoubtedly allow you to eliminate them with ease. But it is advisable to keep your identity concealed, Zhou Tian cautioned. Oh, the Song family is formidable? Feng Lin asked, surprised. The Song family is worthless. But Song Jingtao's wife is quite formidable. Her name is Wei Yanzi, the illegitimate daughter of the second son of the Wei family in Jiangbei, Zhou Tian explained, wiping the sweat from his brow with a white towel as he sat beside Feng Lin. The Wei family in Jiangbei. Feng Lin murmured. Indeed, Jiangbei is a province. And the Wei family is a true aristocracy, operating on an entirely different level than the four prominent families in our Jiang city, Zhou Tian patiently elucidated. To put it plainly, the Song family, led by Song Jingtao, serves as the eyes of the Wei family, embedded within Jiang city. How intriguing. This is the first time I have encountered such information. Feng Lin chuckled lightly, realizing that perhaps his experiences had led him to interact with a higher echelon, leaving him somewhat unaware of the intricate complexities of the ant's nest. You have primarily not delved deeply into the prominent families of Jiangbei, whose influence spans the entirety of Jiangbei province, albeit most remain shrouded in secrecy. Zhou Tian paused momentarily and suddenly remarked, for instance, in our city, nearly 40% of the entertainment venues are under the control of Yexin. Feng Lin inquired with a calm demeanor. Is she also an eye of the Jiangbei aristocracy? Indeed, Yexin is referred to as the underground queen of our city, and only a select few are aware that she hails from the Yi family of Jiangbei. At this juncture, Zhou Tian chuckled, stating that the Yi family has long harbored animosity towards the Wei family, engaging in conflict for many years. If you wish to move against the Song family, you might leverage Yexin. Huh, how intriguing. Feng Lin, stroking his chin, reflected that he had previously been too engrossed in his tasks to notice these fascinating dynamics. At noon, guided by Zhou Tian, Feng Lin arrived at an establishment named Shuixian. According to Zhou Tian, Yexin resides here. The first floor of the establishment is a bar, yet at this hour, it lacks the excitement of the night scene. Suddenly, Feng Lin spotted a familiar face, the bald man from the gathering. Lu Tu recognized Feng Lin as well, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he lit a cigarette and beckoned a few of his subordinates to join him, making their way towards Feng Lin. The events of that day had only fueled his irritation, yet, in the interest of business, he chose to take a step back. Ultimately, however, no deal was struck, and upon returning, he faced a reprimand from Sister Yi. That night, he had been thoroughly bested by this young man, leaving him with nothing. Today, he naturally intended for the young man to face some repercussions. Chapter 45. The teacher is punishing the wrongdoers. As Feng Lin stepped into the establishment, he immediately sensed the malevolent gazes from Lu Tu and his entourage. However, he merely cast a casual glance before fixating on the directional sign nearby. His objective this time was to locate Yexin. The sign clearly indicated that the establishment consisted of 7 levels. The first floor, being the largest, housed the bar, while the second to 7th floors contained typical amenities such as leisure areas, CAFs, and beauty centers. Nevertheless, prior to entering, Feng Lin had deliberately counted, noting that there were actually 8 floors. According to Zhou Tian, Yexin typically resided on the 8th floor. Hey, do you remember me? Lu Tu sauntered over, cigarette in mouth and a bottle of beer in hand, nonchalantly ruffling Feng Lin's bald head as he approached. Just as his words fell, 7 or 8 burly men surrounded Feng Lin. Apologies, but I suffer from prosopagnosia. All bald heads appear identical to me, Feng Lin replied with a faint smile, recognizing that these men were merely Yexin's subordinates. You have an intriguing demeanor, drag him out. Lu Tu commanded his companions. Stop. At that moment, a woman with chestnut-colored hair approached with a smile. Tu Go, what is going on? Xiaonuan, do you know this kid? Lu Tu asked, turning in surprise to face the approaching woman. Feng Lin followed the sound, his gaze sharpening as he realized it was none other than his own student. With her brown hair and elongated face, she wasn't conventionally beautiful, but there was a certain charm about her. He recalled the first day of class when she had inquired whether he had a girlfriend. Her name was Bainuan. Now, she donned a white lab coat adorned with a striking skull emblem. Yes, this is my friend. Tu Go, do me a favor and buy him a drink later, Bainuan said with a smile as she approached Feng Lin. Xiaonuan, for your brother's sake, Tu Go will let this slide just this once. Lu Tu shot a cold glance at Feng Lin before turning away. He too had wished to reprimand Feng Lin, but Bainuan's elder brother was a formidable enforcer under Yijia. At just 28, he was at the peak of his prowess, having single-handedly dismantled several defiant organizations. Lu Tu, a veteran in Yijia's circle, had to respectfully address Bai Nuan's brother as brother Bai in their encounters. What are you doing here? Feng Lin frowned slightly, tugging at Bai Nuan's ear. Who allowed you to come to a bar dressed like this? Ouch! Let go! Bai Nuan exclaimed in pain, pinching Feng Lin's arm. I asked for leave from the class monitor. It's my friend's birthday today. Once you've celebrated, return home promptly. Your primary responsibility is your studies, Feng Lin advised earnestly. Cut it out. What about you? What is a teacher doing here? Bai Nuan retorted, rolling her eyes. I'm here to find someone, Feng Lin replied as he moved further inside. However, he was halted by a group of young men and women sitting in the corner. Xiaonuan, you just said you had no boyfriend. You've been keeping secrets. One of them teased. Haha, he is way more handsome than my boyfriend. Since you're here, let us have a few drinks. The group, clad in eclectic attire, pulled Feng Lin toward a corner booth, where an array of drinks was laid out, and a birthday cake took center stage. Xiaonuan, care to introduce? A woman with short red hair asked with a grin from across the table. You've misunderstood. He is not my boyfriend. He is my teacher, Bai Nuan explained, her expression becoming slightly awkward. Wow. The crowd gasped at this revelation, exchanging knowing glances at Bai Nuan. Xiaonuan, you're quite bold. It's normal for couples to have an age gap of 10 years or more nowadays, and you're not that far apart. Exactly. I support this union. They all jested. Feng Lin, urged by the group, indulged in a few drinks. All right, you all enjoy yourselves, but don't overindulge, especially you, he said, glancing at Bai Nuan before making his way toward the bar. As the crowd watched his retreating figure in silence, the red-haired woman, the birthday girl named Zhang Ting and a close friend of Bai Nuan, whispered, Xiaonuan, your teacher is quite intriguing. Do not mind him, let us continue drinking. Although Bai Nuan stated this, her gaze remained fixated on Feng Lin, who sat at the bar, with Lu Tu and others just 2 meters away from him. A bottle of Louis XIII. Feng Lin instructed the bartender at the counter. Sir, we only have one variety available, priced at 58,800. Are you certain? The bartender asked with a smile. Absolutely. Feng Lin nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, the group around Bai Nuan was taken aback. Xiaonuan, your teacher seems to be quite affluent. Zhang Ting remarked with a chuckle. Bai Nuan remained silent, as her understanding of Feng Lin was limited. The bartender placed a bottle of liquor before Feng Lin, maintaining a professional smile as he inquired, May I ask if you have a membership card? If not, payment will need to be made in advance. Without hesitation, Feng Lin uncorked the bottle and took a swig, assuring them, Do not worry, someone will cover the tab. Lu Tu, who had been observing Feng Lin, stood up and laughed. Kid, who is covering it? The boss here, Yexin, Feng Lin replied, striding towards Lu Tu with the bottle in hand. The expressions of Bai Nuan's companions shifted dramatically. Xiaonuan, is your teacher inebriated? Yi Jia is not someone you can provoke easily. Indeed. Hurry and stop him before Yi Jia becomes angry. He'll be finished. Although these individuals appeared to be streetwise youths, they were deeply loyal. Bai Nuan nodded and quickly jogged over. What do you think you are? You dare utter Yi Jia's name. Lu Tu, who had been waiting for a chance to teach Feng Lin a lesson, raised his glass and swung it towards Feng Lin's head. With a sudden crack, Lu Tu's hand twisted awkwardly, sending the bottle flying from his grasp and shattering on the distant floor. Ah! Lu Tu's scream echoed as the bottle shattered, causing Bai Nuan to halt in her tracks. Feng Lin seized Lu Tu by the nape of his neck and pinned him to the ground, placing his left foot on Lu Tu's other arm. Taking another sip of his drink, Feng Lin calmly addressed Lu Tu's companions. Go summon Yexin and inform her that there is an audacious individual vandalizing her establishment. With that, Feng Lin applied pressure with his foot. Crack! Ah! Lu Tu emitted another anguished cry, prompting the onlookers to rush towards the distant elevator. As for Bai Nuan's friends, they stood in stunned disbelief. Is he truly a teacher? Feng Lin took another sip, his demeanor tranquil as he settled back into the booth, patiently awaiting the outcome. Previously, with Lan Ruo by his side, Feng Lin had strived to maintain a gentlemanly impression. However, this time, devoid of a fiancé and recognizing that the bald man was no good, his regard for Yexin plummeted upon discovering her connection to the bald man. Noticing the unfolding situation, Bai Nuan approached Feng Lin, exclaiming, Feng Lin, what are you doing? Let him go. The teacher is disciplining a scoundrel. This matter does not concern you, Feng Lin replied. Feng Lin cast a fleeting glance at Bai Nuan and remarked coolly, Remember to attend class this afternoon, or I shall have to inform your parents. Bai Nuan's friends exchanged exasperated glances, Such words from Feng Lin seemed profoundly out of character. Just then, the elevator door slid open to reveal a tall man clad in a black suit, his expression impassive as he approached. He bore a long face, reminiscent of Bai Wan, standing impressively at nearly 6 feet 5 inches tall. In the distance, Zhang Ting sighed. Little Nguyen's guardian has arrived. Chapter 46. My patience for villains is limited. Zhang Ting and Bai Wan had known each other since childhood. Zhang Ting was aware that Bai Wan was an orphan, relying solely on her brother, Bai Jian. Bai Jian possessed a rather reserved disposition, often withdrawn and frequently bullied in his youth. Nevertheless, he had a fierce protective instinct, especially when it came to his sister. Anyone daring to harm her would find themselves facing his wrath. Bai Jian had previously worked on a construction site, but for reasons unknown, he had taken a position as a security guard here 2 years ago, which markedly improved Bai Wan's quality of life. Initially intending to work after high school, Bai Jian had instead provided financial support for Bai Wan's university education. Brother, Bai Wan exclaimed, rushing towards the tall man as she grasped his arm. Bai Jian, with a simple smile, gently extricated her hand and moved toward Feng Lin. Brother, help. This kid is disrespecting Sister Yi. Lu Tu, sprawled on the ground, twisted his face into a mocking grin upon seeing Bai Jian's arrival. Bai Jian is here, and this boy is quite the sight. Brother, you can't hit him. Bai Wan interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Feng Lin. Rest assured, Sister Yi merely instructed me to break one of his arms. Bai Jian seized Bai Wan by the arms, lifting her aside to block her from intervening. Yes. Several men immediately grasped Bai Wan's arms. Brother, stop, Bai Wan shouted. With a thunderous motion, Bai Jian unleashed a punch towards Feng Lin, the force generating a powerful gust. Feng Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise, sensing the energetic fluctuations within the blow, chaotic and uncontrolled, barely reaching the peak of initial strength. Not only Lu Tu on the ground, but also several of his associates were exhilarated. After such a lengthy interval, they were finally witnessing Bai Jian in action again. With a dull thud, Feng Lin effortlessly caught Bai Jian's fist. Before his opponent could react, Feng Lin released the hold, allowing his hand to rest lightly on Bai Jian's shoulder. With a tremendous crash, it seemed as if an immense force bore down upon Bai Jian, instantly pinning him to the ground. The floor beneath them cracked under the pressure. Shock enveloped the onlookers, leaving them momentarily speechless. Even Lu Tu, a seasoned veteran, was taken aback by witnessing Bai Jian felled by another. The remarkable aspect was that the youth had not even exerted himself. Bai Wan stood in stunned silence, having feared that her brother would severely injure Feng Lin, only to find that her brother himself had sustained a grievous injury instead. As for Bai Wan's friends, they were at a loss for words. Is this really a teacher? What subject does he teach? Suddenly, Bai Jian, sprawled on the ground, arched his back and clung to Feng Lin's leg. How intriguing. A faint smile played on Feng Lin's lips. His control over strength was remarkably precise. Earlier, upon hearing Bai Wan call him brother, he had shown restraint, using just enough force to render Bai Jian unable to resist. The fact that he was still capable of movement indicated that his physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Boom. Without any movement from Feng Lin, Bai Jian's arms trembled violently, and his previously arched body collapsed back to the ground. His arms, which had been wrapped around Feng Lin's legs, dangled limply like noodles. Brother! Brother! Bai Wan screamed, breaking free from those behind her, and immediately knelt beside Bai Jian. She noticed blood oozing from his nose and mouth. Lu Tu was completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of person he had provoked. Ding! At that moment, the elevator in the distance chimed, and a woman in uniform approached Feng Lin, saying, Sir, our boss requests your presence. Feng Lin raised his wine bottle towards the camera in the corner, stating, As I mentioned earlier, this bottle of wine is on you. The woman in uniform gently tapped her Bluetooth earpiece and smiled. The boss has agreed. Please follow me, sir. Very well. Feng Lin nodded lightly, reassuring Bai Wan. Do not worry. He will be fine and should regain consciousness in about a minute. After speaking, he took the Louis XIII and walked towards the elevator, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Upon entering the elevator, Feng Lin noticed that the building only had 7 floors. Arriving at the 7th floor, he found a CAF. In a distant window seat sat a woman in a black dress. She possessed a pair of phoenix eyes, her gaze profound and imbued with a hint of melancholy. Slightly older, around 30, she exuded an aura of mature charm. Before her stood a silver laptop, which she closed upon noticing Feng Lin's entrance. The waiter escorted Feng Lin to her table and then departed. Feng Lin took a sip of his drink and sat down opposite the woman with a smile. I am Yexin. I wonder where I may have offended you, sir. Yesterday, at a gathering with friends, that bald man bullied my friend. Feng Lin leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, and replied, I see. Since you have dealt with him, I shall not apologize. Yexin smiled faintly. Indeed. Feng Lin nodded, taking another generous sip of his drink while scrutinizing Yexin thoughtfully. A man of your stature should not stare so intently. Is it not somewhat impolite? Yexin inquired with a smile. You are aware of my status? Feng Lin asked. Your mastery over hidden strength is unparalleled. You are at least at the mid-stage of this skill, Yexin explained. Feng Lin downed his drink in one go, placing the bottle on the table. They say every dog has its owner. I wonder if your personality is akin to that bald man's. Yexin propped her chin on her hand and remarked. A single dog can patiently teach, but with many dogs, there will inevitably be some unruly ones. Feng Lin frowned slightly, expressing his distaste. Could we refrain from using such repetitive phrases? It is rather off-putting. Haha, you are quite humorous, sir. I perceive that your visit is not solely to reprimand Lu Tu. Am I correct? Yexin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You belong to the Yi family of Jiang, while Song Jingtao is of the Wei family in the same region. I have intentions to eradicate the Song family, and it has been suggested that I seek your assistance, Feng Lin stated directly. Are you implying that you wish for our Yi family to take the blame? That is unacceptable, Yexin replied, shaking her head slightly. If we eliminate the Wei family's influence in Jiang City, they may retaliate against my Yi family in another city, she added. Is there absolutely no room for negotiation? Feng Lin inquired with a smile. None, Yexin affirmed, shaking her head once more. Very well, Feng Lin nodded, raising 2 fingers. Now for the second question. I intend to eliminate the Song family along with you. What do you plan to do about it? Sir, how can you be so careless? Speaking so bluntly? Are you not afraid I might record this conversation and report you? Yexin asked. Not at all. Feng Lin replied with a nonchalant shake of his head. Yexin then turned her gaze upon him, pondering whether he was jesting. The dynamics within true aristocratic families are exceedingly intricate. For instance, Yexin, as a legitimate heir, has consistently faced suppression. She was compelled to leave the Yi family and forge her own path. Over the years, she has managed quite well, building her own influence. When faced with the members of the Yi family in the future, she would possess the confidence to stand her ground. The power she has painstakingly cultivated cannot be obliterated by Feng Lin. Were it anyone else, she would dismiss it as mere amusement. However, the man before her possesses the capability to do so. Haha, sir, many matters require careful contemplation. I cannot provide you with an immediate answer, Yexin stated, placing her phone on the table. If it is convenient, let us exchange contact information. I have little patience for malefactors, Feng Lin remarked, retrieving his phone and setting a timer. I shall grant you 10 minutes to consider. Chapter 47. For the sake of the child in establishments of such entertainment. The key subordinates often include individuals like Lu Tuesday. Undoubtedly, this proprietor is not above reproach. Feng Lin held no interest in such characters and would not show leniency simply because she was a woman. This is the first time I have been referred to as a villain. Yexin giggled, her laughter vibrant and captivating. Sir, what will you do in 10 minutes? Uncertain. But for you, it will surely be a cataclysmic disaster. Feng Lin began to meditate quietly. Suddenly, Yexin rose and approached Feng Lin from behind, whispering in his ear. Do you mind older women, sir? Not at all, Feng Lin calmly responded. What do you think of me, sir? Yexin asked, her hand resting on his shoulder. That is unacceptable. Your current gesture conjures an image in my mind, that in times of trouble, you would resort to such tactics with men, Feng Lin said, pushing her hand away and glancing at his phone. A minute has already elapsed. Yexin found this tactic ineffective and could only retake her seat opposite Feng Lin. What is your name? What is your profession? She inquired. Why do you ask? I do not consider myself a villain, nor do I wish to associate with one, for they lack integrity. Yexin opened a nearby notebook and gazed at Feng Lin. I am Feng Lin, unmarried, currently a teacher, he elucidated. Yexin promptly contacted a hacker friend, capturing Feng Lin's image with her phone. She sent the photo and his name to her acquaintance. Her hacker friend was exceptionally skilled, though his services came at a steep price. This situation might pertain to her very life. Thus, monetary concerns became trivial. Silence enveloped them as time ticked away. 10 minutes later, Feng Lin pressed pause. Yexin received a message containing but a single line. This individual's identity is highly encrypted. No information can be retrieved. A subtle smile graced Yexin's lips upon reading this. Typically, individuals with such secure identities either hail from formidable organizations or serve their nation. Collaborating with such a person entails considerable risk, but also promises substantial rewards. Mr. Feng Lin, I am willing to collaborate with you, Yexin declared, closing her notebook. Although she was unaware of Feng Lin's intentions, collaboration appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Very well, let us exchange contact information. Feng Lin nodded, and they exchanged phone numbers. I will reach out to you regarding the specifics. I must take my leave now. I will see you off, sir. No need. Feng Lin declined, tucking his phone into his pocket and departing alone via the elevator. Yexin watched his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. After Feng Lin descended, he discovered that the area had cleared. Lu Tu had departed, and Bai Nuan and Bai Jian were also absent. Feng Lin said nothing further. His hands stuffed into his pockets as he left, burdened with numerous tasks ahead. He hailed a taxi to the Eastern District, his destination being the Song family. His objective was to apprehend Du Qingyu. As he approached the Song residence, Feng Lin retrieved a black mask from his pocket, leaping gracefully over the side wall into the estate. Meanwhile, Du Qingyu sat on the living room sofa, scrutinizing the information gathered by Song Fan. Compared to the data on Su family's members, Feng Lin's dossier contained only scant details. Name, Feng Lin. Gender, male. Occupation, English teacher. Beyond that, nothing else had been unearthed. Miss Du, what shall we do next? Song Keming, having freed himself from the wheelchair, still felt considerable pain below. I did not anticipate that Feng Lin would have skilled protectors nearby. Du Qingyu licked her lollipop, her gaze fixed on Feng Lin's photograph. Having been bested by Feng Lin, she could not disclose this incident. Instead, she deceived the Song family, claiming that Feng Lin was also surrounded by formidable guardians. The Song family believed her wholeheartedly, especially since the Su family had their own protectors. Protecting Feng Lin is indeed within reason. I truly wonder what benefits this Feng Lin has bestowed upon Zhou Tian. Song Keming said with a cold expression. Your primary task is to capture Feng Lin and Su Ruoying alive. If it were assassination, they would already be dead. Du Qingyu retorted proudly, lifting her chin. I have utmost faith in Miss Du's capabilities. However, merely allowing them to die will not quell the resentment in my heart. Song Keming's objective is to torment Feng Lin, hence there is no rush. They have a month for this endeavor. If, in the final days, they are still unable to capture him alive, killing him can be postponed. Suddenly, Du Qingyu turned around, her figure swiftly moving as she leaped out of the window. Feng Lin happened to be below, catching her, and then quickly scaling the wall to escape. The earlier commotion was intentional on his part. It's you, Feng Lin. Du Qingyu's expression changed abruptly, not expecting him to come personally. A blade emerged from Feng Lin's sleeve, poised at Du Qingyu's neck. Behave and come with me. Hailing a taxi, Feng Lin embraced Du Qingyu as they settled into the back seat. He uttered the name of Su Ruoying's neighborhood. Given that their adversary was an assassin, Feng Lin could not allow her to come into contact with Tang Chanxian. Su Ruoying's residence was also in the Eastern District, and soon they arrived. Feng Lin, what are you planning? Du Qingyu's voice trembled slightly. I have already warned you. What do you think I will do? Feng Lin seized Du Qingyu and leaped into Su Ruoying's villa, then ascended to the second floor through a window. He brought Du Qingyu back to the room where he had rested the previous day. Once inside, he finally released her. Du Qingyu stood there anxiously, not daring to move an inch, having already witnessed Feng Lin's prowess. Take out your phone and call home, Feng Lin commanded from a position of dominance. I want to call, Du Qingyu pouted. Not calling, are you? Feng Lin grasped her delicate neck, pressing her to the ground. He promptly sat on her, pinning her arms down with his legs, rendering her immobile. Feng Lin rummaged through her shirt pocket in search of her phone, but instead discovered a small red wallet. Upon opening it, he found a sum of 1,000 or 2,000 in cash, along with a plane ticket and an ID card. Casually, he stuffed the cash into his pocket and glanced at the ID. Indeed, your grandmother's name is Du Qingyu. Du Qingyu struggled fiercely, but found herself unable to break free. Yet she continued to retort. Feng Lin found a mobile phone in another pocket, searching for contacts within. He discovered that the phone contained no contacts. Feng Lin nodded to himself, recognizing the mark of an assassin, aware of the need to carry a specialized phone. Humph. That's because your grandmother has no friends. Only my mother is listed as a contact, and I have long memorized her number, Du Qingyu said defiantly. Feng Lin rolled his eyes and pinched Du Qingyu's cheek with force, remarking on her pride. Since her approach proved futile, he decided to call his father to relay the necessary information. As she was his fiancée, it was only appropriate that her family be informed before any drastic measures were taken. Hello, I'm busy. Make it quick, Feng Chen answered the call, adding a casual remark about 3 rules. Feng Lin sighed. Do you know Du Qingyu? She received an assignment to eliminate me, and I captured her. Feng Chen's voice elevated slightly. I remember her now. She is your fiancée. You cannot harm her. Then you must contact her family immediately and have them come to retrieve her, Feng Lin replied, glancing at the still form of Du Qingyu on the floor. I don't have her family's contact information, Feng Chen lamented. The bedroom was remarkably silent, although Feng Lin did not use the speakerphone. Du Qingyu could hear every word distinctly. A smirk crept onto her face as she playfully made a face at Feng Lin. What shall we do? She poses a threat to me now, Feng Lin inquired. I suggest you solidify your bond. For the sake of the child, she will surely relent, Feng Chen proposed. Du Qingyu, who had been making faces just moments ago, suddenly turned pale as a sheet. Chapter 48. Let go of my husband. It seemed this was the only method left to consider. Feng Lin nodded to himself. You dare. That old man on the phone should beware. My mother will not spare you. Du Qingyu shouted into the phone, panic rising in her voice. So you are Du Qingyu? You have a lovely voice. Your future child could pursue music, Feng Chen stated before abruptly ending the call. Feng Lin leaned closer to Du Qingyu, his face drawing nearer to hers. What are you planning, Feng Lin? I advise against any rash actions. I've had 99 boyfriends, and I carry a contagious disease. Du Qingyu stammered, her thoughts spiraling. Her mother's dream was for her to marry and settle down, which made her rebellion all the more poignant. Accepting this assignment to assert her independence, surely, she could not return home with a child before completing her mission. What a coincidence. I also have a contagious disease. We are quite compatible, Feng Lin quipped, playfully pulling at Du Qingyu's clothing, merely seeking to intimidate her. He pondered the implications if he were to act on his threats. Suddenly, Feng Lin heard a voice, raising a finger to Du Qingyu's nose. He warned, put your clothes back on immediately. It will be more than just a child if you do not. With that, he shoved Du Qingyu into the nearby wardrobe, tossing her clothing inside as well. Just as he shut the wardrobe door, the bedroom door swung open. Ruoying entered with her hands in her pockets, her demeanor cold and indifferent. Why are you here? Feng Lin yawned, confusion etched across his face. I was bored and checked the surveillance on my phone, only to find you entering with a woman dressed in casual attire. She replied. Ruoying surveyed the room with an expression of indifference, failing to spot the woman. Ah, that woman was the one who attempted to assassinate you yesterday. I rendered her unconscious and concealed her in the wardrobe. Feng Lin pointed towards the adjacent wardrobe, having not evaded the surveillance cameras upon entering. He had merely instructed Du Qingyu to hide, wishing to spare Ruoying the sight of her disrobed state. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. I see. Ruoying felt a sense of relief, having previously suspected that Feng Lin was clandestinely involved with that woman. She approached the wardrobe, intent on discovering the woman's appearance. Be cautious. What if she awakens? Feng Lin cautioned, and scarcely had his words left his lips when the wardrobe door swung open. Du Qingyu emerged, her head peeking out, leaving both Feng Lin and Ruoying dumbfounded. Not only was she not clothed, but she had actually removed even more of her attire. Honey, what is the meaning of this? Who is this woman? Du Qingyu stepped out, wrapping her arms around Feng Lin, directing her inquiry at Ruoying. What the? Feng Lin had yet to process the situation when he observed Ruoying's expression darken. She lunged forward, grasping Feng Lin's neck and pinning him against the bedding nearby. Feng Lin, you shameless man, not only are you seeking women, but you also bring them to my home? It was understandable for Ruoying to believe such a thing. For Du Qingyu's eyes possessed an innocent quality, devoid of any impurities. This was clearly a woman who had barely ventured into the world. It was no surprise she could be deceived. What? This is your home? Du Qingyu asked with a naivety that was almost disarming, before quickly donning her clothing and pointing at Feng Lin. Did you not say this villa was yours? Oh, Feng Lin. So, you brought her back to play the affluent gentleman? Ruoying remarked coldly, realizing that Feng Lin's true residence lay in a village within the city, making it implausible for him to deceive such an innocent woman. With her clothing now properly worn, Du Qingyu stealthily approached the window, preparing to escape. Feng Lin extended his arm and seized her hand. Understanding that an escape was futile, Du Qingyu leaned closer to Feng Lin, pushing against Su Ruoying's body. "What are you doing? Let go of my husband." "Enough." Feng Lin broke free, grasping both women's arms and leading them outside. Upon reaching the living room on the first floor, he tossed them onto the sofa. "Sit down." "Honey," Du Qingyu said coyly, swaying her body, her large, clear eyes exuding an undeniable charm. Su Ruoying's gaze turned icy, her demeanor bristling with indignation. "How amusing." Feng Lin wrapped his arm around Du Qingyu's waist, settling onto the sofa beside her. "Are you truly?" Su Ruoying noted Feng Lin's newfound assertiveness, her pupils darting with disbelief. "Indeed, she is my wife," Feng Lin declared, his hands growing increasingly restless. Du Qingyu struggled to maintain her composure, yet Feng Lin's actions escalated. Finally, unable to contain herself, she broke free and exclaimed in anger, "Get away." Feng Lin questioned with confusion, "Are you not my wife? Not even allowing a touch?" "I am your grandmother," Du Qingyu retorted. If she agreed further, it was uncertain how Feng Lin would handle her. Suddenly, she stepped back a few paces, a steel nail appearing in her hand, aimed at Su Ruoying's neck. "Feng Lin, you've been deceived, haven't you? Don't move. If you do, I will kill her." Su Ruoying was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that if Du Qingyu's clothing had been removed by Feng Lin, then his actions, as those of a couple, were not excessive. Why was she unable to tolerate it? The answer was evident. This woman was intentional. She had stripped herself and was slandering Feng Lin. "Feng Lin, I misunderstood you," Su Ruoying said, her face full of regret. "Feng Lin, I'm not joking. If you move, she dies." Du Qingyu held Su Ruoying tightly, retreating inch by inch. This brainless woman deserved to die. "What if I move?" Feng Lin stood up, swaying his body as if performing morning exercises. Su Ruoying's teeth ground in frustration. But this time, it was all her fault. She could only swallow her anger. Du Qingyu, however, was on edge. She knew she could not defeat Feng Lin. If she were caught again, her chances of escape would be nearly zero. "Du Qingyu, once is one too many. If you dare to leave, you will surely die the next time we meet." As Feng Lin's words fell, a large hand suddenly grasped Du Qingyu's wrist from behind. It was Guo Duo, who had approached. Feng Lin had only performed those exercises to draw attention to himself. In that fleeting moment, he dashed forward, seizing Du Qingyu and pinning her to the ground. Su Ruoying also took the opportunity to break free. "Well done. Let's head back." Feng Lin nodded at Guo Duo. Su Ruoying, standing beside them, was exceedingly polite, bowing and thanking Mr. Guo Duo. "No need for such courtesy," Guo Duo replied with a smile. Before heading towards the car outside, Feng Lin once again wrapped his arm around Du Qingyu's shoulders as he sat on the sofa. "Su Ruoying, I have a question for you." "What is it?" Su Ruoying, still shaken from the earlier incident, felt cold sweat trickling down. "This fellow is hiding many nails on him. I intend to search him thoroughly, leaving no corner unchecked." As Feng Lin spoke, he glanced at the trembling Du Qingyu in his arms, revealing a knowing smile. After all, she was an assassin. It was up to him. Su Ruoying nodded in agreement. It wouldn't do for her to search him herself. What if she were caught again? Ha ha. Just then, Du Qingyu suddenly threw her head back and laughed heartily. This smile left not only Su Ruoying, but even Feng Lin somewhat bewildered. "What are you laughing at?" Feng Lin frowned, observing her antics with suspicion. "Ha ha. Feng Lin, I'm not joking anymore." Du Qingyu suddenly leaned against Feng Lin's shoulder, adopting a charmingly submissive demeanor. "What do you call him?" Su Ruoying incredulously inquired. "Sister, please introduce yourself." "My name is Du Qingyu, and I am Feng Lin's fiancé, Du Qingyu declared, raising 3 fingers, "I swear." "Feng Lin, is this true?" Su Ruoying asked, perplexed. Feng Lin cast a deep glance at Du Qingyu, who appeared innocent yet harbored intricate thoughts. Given this revelation, he found himself unable to act excessively. "Indeed, however, I have already called off our engagement," Feng Lin explained. "I haven't agreed yet. I think Feng Lin is quite admirable. I intentionally caused you trouble to catch your attention," Du Qingyu said, clinging to Feng Lin's arm and flashing a bright smile. Su Ruoying was at a loss for words, beginning to believe the authenticity of the photographs in Feng Lin's possession. "Just who is Feng Lin?" "Du Qingyu, your words are quite charming. Are you willing to heed my words?" Feng Lin was resolute in his disbelief. He could not allow her to leave this time. "Feng Lin, go ahead, what is it?" Du Qingyu chuckled. Feng Lin returned her phone to her, stating, "Call your parents." The smile vanished from Du Qingyu's face. "So everything you said was false," Feng Lin expressed with disappointment. "No." Du Qingyu sighed softly. This seemed to be her only means of escape. On her first mission, she had not expected to encounter a master like Feng Lin. Reluctantly, she dialed her mother's number. Feng Lin activated the speakerphone, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, until a woman's voice resonated from the other end. The voice was cold and magnetic. "So you know to call me? Have you run into trouble?" "Indeed, I have." "Hello, I am Feng Lin," he said, holding the phone firmly. "You are Feng Chen's son?" The woman on the other end inquired. "Correct, Auntie. Du Qingyu has undertaken an assassination task against me. I have spared her once, but she dares to return." Feng Lin paused before continuing. "I would like to ask you to take her away. I am not invulnerable. Should I lose control, it would not bode well for her." "Are you implying that you intend to kill her?" "If you dare to harm her, I will kill your father." The voice from the other side turned icy and menacing. Du Qingyu stuck her tongue out at Feng Lin. "Goodness." Feng Lin pinched Du Qingyu's thigh, exclaiming, "Why has my future mother-in-law been so temperamental lately?" "Ouch." Du Qingyu yelped in pain. "Feng Lin, what are you doing? Do you think I'm joking?" The woman on the other end immediately grew anxious upon hearing Du Qingyu's cry. "Auntie, Du Qingyu is trying to kill me and claims she wishes to break off our engagement. I also believe I am unworthy of her, and it would be best for our families to part ways." Feng Lin spoke clearly into the phone. "This time, I shall give you face and let her go. Should she threaten my people again, she will face dire consequences." "Feng Lin, you are being outrageous." "Indeed, in the Central Plains, in the city of Luo, at the foot of the mountain, there lies a humble earthen dwelling in Fengjia village, where my father resides. Dare to lay a finger on him." Feng Lin has never encountered such arrogance. How audacious to threaten his father. He is genuinely incensed. "My father once imparted wisdom. Do not lose your temper with those who are fundamentally unequal, for they do not merit such a response." Thus, in the face of Wang Qin's taunts, Feng Lin chose to remain placid. However, Du Qingyu is evidently not ordinary, particularly with her concealed aura technique. Should she dare to make a move, Feng Lin would not hesitate to bring ruin upon them. After speaking, Feng Lin terminated the call, coldly tossing his phone into Du Qingyu's embrace, commanding her to leave. Du Qingyu gazed into Feng Lin's eyes, perceiving the murderous intent, and was left speechless, opting to depart hastily. Once she left, Feng Lin continued to sit on the sofa with an impassive expression. Ruoying approached, gently nudging his shoulder, remarking, "Now that she has gone, why maintain this facade?" Feng Lin, still simmering with anger, found himself amused by Ruoying's words. "What are you talking about? You speak as if you could truly eliminate someone, relying solely on Mr. Zhou's backing." Ruoying reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Lin, who was resting with his legs crossed, eyes closed. The Song family's influence must surely be waning. Du Qingyu had no intention of returning to the Song family. For doing so would be humiliating. She could not continue to provoke Feng Lin. It was evident that Feng Lin had developed a murderous intent, and she felt her mother's actions were foolish. Why threaten someone's father for no reason? Her phone buzzed again. It was her mother. Upon answering, she said, "It's me. He let me go." "He didn't harm you, did he?" Du Xilan inquired from the other end. "No, but this task is impossible to complete. He truly intends to kill me," Du Qingyu replied, pouting slightly. "Come back. Let the engagement be annulled. After all, you two cannot be together, if marriage is to happen." According to family rules, Feng Lin must become a part of the Song family, and that scoundrel Feng Chun would never agree. Du Xilan asserted. "Mom, I've finally gotten away. I'd like to return later," Du Qingyu replied with a smile. "You little rascal, don't stir up trouble again. I'll give you 5 more days." With that, Du Xilan ended the call. Just as Du Qingyu was preparing to head back, she noticed Feng Lin emerging from the community gate on a black electric scooter. She jogged over, positioning herself in front of him with a radiant smile. "Don't be angry. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to talk." Before she could finish, she hopped onto the back seat. "Get down. You're not riding with me," Feng Lin insisted, unwilling to expose his back to someone he barely knew. "TCH. Du Qingyu scoffed, taking a seat in front. Feng Lin settled into the rear position, asking, "What is it?" "I apologize for what transpired earlier. I no longer intend to assist the Song family," Du Qingyu declared as she rode the small scooter towards the suburban road, the gentle breeze tousling her hair. A whiff of fragrance wafted into Feng Lin's nostrils. Distinctly different from Su Ruoying's scent, yet equally pleasant. Do you think I would believe you? There's no need for you to believe me. In any case, I shall certainly not trouble you from this day forth. Du Qingyu fixed her gaze ahead, voicing her lingering curiosity. Why do you not eliminate them? This matter had occupied Du Qingyu's thoughts for quite some time. Feng Lin possessed the strength to quietly eliminate several members of the Song family, without anyone being the wiser. Why then did he afford them the opportunity to hire assassins? I have a fatal weakness under normal circumstances. I despise being indebted to others. Once Feng Lin finds himself in someone else's debt, he feels an urgent compulsion to repay it immediately, lest he be troubled by discomfort. Should he kill the members of the Song family, he would incur a debt of gratitude to the state. The authorities would undoubtedly assist Feng Lin in suppressing the matter. The favors of those old foxes are not easily repaid. They might even deliberately allow the situation to escalate, ultimately stepping in to aid Feng Lin. Thus, he required someone who hoped for the disappearance of the Song family to take action. Yexin was the chosen one. Suddenly, Du Qingyu turned her head and asked, Feng Lin, do you have a woman you admire? Chapter 50. The Gu family banquet. Feng Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed at the trees below, uttering only two words. Once, I did. Du Qingyu, unsure how to continue the conversation, led Feng Lin back. As they approached the building, Du Qingyu alighted from the vehicle, retrieving a card from her pocket. If you need assistance, just give me a call. It's complimentary. With that, she skipped away, hands behind her back. Feng Lin glanced at the card, which bore an unevenly scrawled black handwriting, her name accompanied by a number. He tucked the card into the pocket of his clothing, just as his phone buzzed with a message. Upon reading it, he mounted his bike and headed to the Zhou residence. The little electric scooter did not pause at the entrance. Feng Lin rode directly into the estate. Several guards at the Zhou family estate marveled. Indeed, a master. Even his mode of transport is so grounded. Mr. Feng, I just received an invitation. Tomorrow marks the 80th birthday of the elder from the Gu family. Isn't that a coincidence? Zhou Tian pointed at the invitation resting on a chair. Will you attend? Feng Lin inquired. Zhou Tian nodded. Yes, at present, only two of the older generation remain among the four great families of Jiang City. One is Lan He, and the other is Gu Changqing. Are you suggesting that Song Jingtao will also be present? Feng Lin grasped the implications. Indeed, Gu Changqing is even older than Lan He. He is considered one of the first affluent individuals since the opening of the country. Zhou Tian smiled. I suspect all members of the four families will attend. Will Lan He be there? Feng Lin asked. No, Lan He's status is somewhat unique. He generally does not mingle closely with merchants, though his son, Lan Jun, will undoubtedly be in attendance. Zhou Tian recalled that after Lan Jun embarked on his business ventures, he was expelled from home by Lan He, resulting in a separation of their family. All right, a sudden thought has struck me. Feng Lin's lips curled into a slight smile as he took out his phone, sending a message to Yexin to prepare herself. He made a special trip to the school that afternoon, remembering that it was the anniversary celebration, which featured exclusive performances. To his pleasant surprise, he arrived just in time to witness Guo Duo and Tang Chanxian's act. Their performance consisted of singing, with the background music provided by Guo Duo's piano. Tang Chanxian was responsible for the vocals, while Guo Duo played the accompaniment. However, the song Tang Chanxian chose had no lyrics. Titled the opera, it was entirely a melodic recitation. Tang Chanxian's voice was remarkably clear and ethereal. As soon as she began to sing, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, followed by fervent applause. Captivated by her enchanting performance, the previously boisterous crowd fell into a hushed reverence. Unable to resist, Feng Lin took out his phone to record their act, realizing he had underestimated Tang Chanxian's artistic talent. After the performance concluded, a lingering silence enveloped the crowd, as everyone remained entranced for a brief moment before erupting in thunderous cheers. I love you, Tang Chanxian. Our class leader is amazing. Noticing the location sent by Yexin, Feng Lin turned to leave, prioritizing his pressing matters. Upon returning home that evening, he found Tang Hong and Tang Chanxian enjoying dinner. Hearing the sound of the electric scooter, Tang Hong stepped outside to take a look. Feng Lin, you arrived just in time, she remarked. Is that so? Then I shall not be polite, Feng Lin replied, placing the scooter aside to charge before sitting down at the dining table. He glanced at Tang Chanxian and asked, how did you fare in the competition today? Humph. Tang Chanxian turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge him. Feng Lin, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong? I haven't done anything to upset you." Feng Lin, "Don't take it to heart. She was just complaining to me that you didn't care about the performance at all and didn't even bother to watch," Tang Hong interjected, placing chopsticks in front of Feng Lin while playfully tapping Tang Chanxian's forehead. "Who says I didn't watch?" Feng Lin challenged. "You didn't. You weren't even at school today," Tang Chanxian retorted, stuffing her mouth with food, feeling neglected by Feng Lin. She and Guo Duo had practiced tirelessly in the music room until late the previous night, hoping to impress him, only to find that he had not attended school. "I was busy today, but I still made it to see your performance," Feng Lin defended himself, pulling out the recording to place it on the table. "This video is from my camera, not downloaded." Tang Chanxian, skeptical, opened the video, and her voice resonated through the speakers, confirming it was indeed the live performance. "See, you've misunderstood Feng Lin again, haven't you?" Tang Hong chimed in, admiring her daughter's vocal prowess. "Exactly. Auntie, you must understand. I had important matters to attend to today. Yet, thinking of Chanxian's performance, I pedaled 10 kilometers just to see it. I feel so wronged, as it caused me to delay my work, and now I return only to receive her cold shoulder," Feng Lin lamented, his expression one of grievance. The visage of Tang Chanxian blushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her head and murmured, "Who cast a shadow upon your countenance? It is merely your own fanciful thoughts. Now hasten to dine." Feng Lin chuckled and shook his head. After partaking in the meal, he retreated to his chamber. The following day, being Saturday, he required no leave of absence. According to his plans, Feng Lin mounted his small electric scooter and made his way to the Gu family estate. Today, he was to perform a ruse alongside Yexin. At the outskirts of the East District, a grand estate stood, the very residence of the Gu family. It is worth noting that half of the East District of Jiang City is under the auspices of the Gu family. Numerous vehicles lined the road outside the sprawling manor, not all of which were luxury cars. True affluence seldom engages in vehicular competition. For the prominent businessmen in this area, automobiles serve merely as modes of conveyance. Even the most prestigious Rolls-Royce Phantoms, valued in the tens of millions, are within the financial reach of tycoons possessing billions in assets. Items that are accessible to the masses naturally lose their allure as status symbols. Nonetheless, despite their disinterest in automobiles, their attention was drawn to one particular vehicle, a sleek black electric scooter. Feng Lin navigated through the throng, his appearance starkly contrasting with the tailored suits surrounding him. "Feng Lin," a familiar voice called out, belonging to Ruoying, who stood in the distance. Today, for the birthday banquet, she had exchanged her usual athletic attire for a gray dress. Her single ponytail had unfurled, cascading like a waterfall down her back, enhancing her femininity. The Su family, having entered the 10 billion club, naturally fell within the invitation's purview. Su Chuan and Wang Qin also noticed Feng Lin, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Wang Qin grasped Su Ruoying's hand, whispering, "Don't speak with him. Isn't it embarrassing?" Not only Wang Qin, but Su Chuan also rolled his eyes in resignation, feeling too shy to admit his acquaintance with Feng Lin. Feng Lin's current attire made him appear as though a beggar had intruded upon a gathering meant for the elite. "Mr. Su, do you know this individual? He possesses quite the character," a woman clad in formal attire remarked with a smile directed at Su Ruoying. "I do not know him," Wang Qin hurriedly denied. "I know him. He is a good friend of mine," Su Ruoying declared as she released Wang Qin's grip and approached Feng Lin. She grasped the handlebars and whispered, "Have you lost your mind? What are you doing here?" She had intended to inform Feng Lin the previous night about the gathering at the Gu family, but ultimately chose to refrain, believing he did not belong to this social sphere. "Ha! Where are the security personnel? How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry waltz into Mr. Gu's soiree?" At that moment, a figure approached from afar. It was Song Keming. Accompanying Song Keming was none other than Du Qingyu. Shortly thereafter, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt at a distant parking spot, from which two individuals emerged, Song Zhengtang and Song Fan. The crowd surrounding the scene gasped in admiration, for the Song family had arrived. It was the first time Song Zhengtao had laid eyes on Feng Lin. However, given his status, he merely cast a casual glance at Feng Lin before proceeding with Song Fan into the estate. The task of voicing displeasure was left to Song Keming. As Song Fan was on a path of sophistication, he could not afford to act like a ruffian and hurl insults at Feng Lin. "Where are the security personnel?" Song Keming called out to the assembly. The onlookers could hardly suppress their laughter, for the events of a few days prior had become the talk of the city. Despite being suppressed, Song Keming's proclivities were well known. Soon, several tall men clad in black uniforms approached from the distance. Although Song Keming resembled a clown, his wealth deterred anyone from provoking him. "Sir, this road leading to the estate is private property. May I inquire if you possess an invitation?" One of the security guards inquired with a polite smile. They were professionally trained and maintained decorum in such circumstances, eschewing any semblance of rudeness. "Goodness. So this road is private territory?" Feng Lin mused, glancing down at the asphalt beneath his feet. "Did you just realize that? This has always been the Gu family's estate. They merely cleared a section for the road," Song Keming retorted, pointing at Feng Lin. "Leave at once. This place is not for someone of your ilk." "Who says so? Feng Lin is one of us from the Su family, and we hold an invitation. Why should he be barred from entry?" Su Ruoying rebuked Song Keming. In the distance, Wang Qin felt as though she had become the target of scorn. Unable to endure the humiliation, she promptly pulled Su Chuan towards the estate. The crowd turned their attention to this confrontation, murmuring among themselves. Su Ruoying of the Su family was indeed formidable, daring to chastise Song Keming. Indeed, however, the repercussions may be dire. The Su family's assets barely amount to 10 billion. While the Song family has seen a decline of over 20 billion in the stock market recently, yet remains the third largest in Jiang City. Su Ruoying, what does your family amount to? With their relationship now openly established, Song Keming felt no restraint. Capturing her would allow for a satisfying reprisal, and then he would deal with her decisively. The security personnel found themselves in a predicament, for according to protocol, those with invitations were permitted to bring family members. What is all this commotion about? "This young lady is my friend. I invited her." Just then, a charming girl in a white dress with twin ponytails approached. It was Guo Duo, Feng Lin's student. She hopped onto the back of Feng Lin's electric scooter, tapping him on the shoulder. "Let us go home." The spectators' eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing this interaction. The rider of the electric scooter was acquainted with the Gu family's little princess, explaining his audacity in entering. The security guards immediately dispersed, relieved that they had refrained from taking action, for otherwise, they would have lost their positions. Su Ruoying was equally astonished. When had Feng Lin become acquainted with Guo Duo? Unbeknownst to her, Guo Duo was a student of Feng Lin. Feng Lin smiled at Su Ruoying and said, "I will head in first." After speaking, he turned the handle and drove Guo Duo towards the estate, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Everyone made way for Feng Lin, who became the most striking figure on the street. Upon entering the estate, Su Chuan and Wang Qin, who were chatting in the distance, also spotted Feng Lin. Riding an electric scooter in such a setting was rather conspicuous. Wang Qin rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she was mistaken. How could Feng Lin be accompanying Guo Duo? After all, she was the little princess of the Gu family. They proceeded deeper into the estate, and at the corner of a large building, Guo Duo tapped Feng Lin and said, "Stop here." Feng Lin squeezed the brakes and halted. Guo Duo jumped off the scooter. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "What brings you to my house?" "I have some matters to attend to today," Feng Lin replied with a smile. Guo Duo gently shook her head, her twin ponytails swirling like the blades of a dual-leaf fan, and said, "Well, it's fortuitous that you came. We secured first place." "Did you know? You mean in the program?" "Indeed, I am aware," Feng Lin replied, though he was not entirely sure. "I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you. When the instructor's salary comes in, you can give it to Tang Chanxian. You won't be at a loss." Guo Duo said as she pulled out her phone from her pocket. "No need. Chanxian is my sister. I don't need that 2,000. Feng Lin thought she might say something more, so he turned the electric scooter around and said, "Anyway, thank you for letting me in." After that, he rode the scooter towards the front yard. The surrounding security guards did not dare to intervene. After all, he was a friend of the young lady. Feng Lin parked the scooter next to the fence on the side of the estate and turned to look at the lawn. It had been nearly decorated, with pristine white tables and chairs, and fresh flowers adorning the center of the tables. Many guests had already taken their seats. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, drawing the attention of those engaged in conversation. This middle-aged gentleman, sporting a mature pompadour and gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of elegance. Beside him was Lan Ruo, making the identity of the man quite apparent. "Mr. Lan Jun, long time no see. Please convey my regards to Mr. Lan He," he said. The guests, who had already seated themselves, stood up in unison, gathering around Mr. Lan Jun, including Su Chuan. Power far outweighs wealth. One can possess riches without authority, but one with power is never short of funds. While Lan Jun held little power, Lan He was a different matter entirely. He was a true heavyweight. Lan Jun maintained a polite smile, merely nodding at the attendees without engaging in further conversation. Lan Ruo raised her eyebrows in surprise. She hadn't expected to see Feng Lin here. Just as she was about to approach, Lan Jun grasped her hand and led her toward the main seat. An elderly bald man, leaning on a cane and wearing a smile, approached. His face was marked by numerous age spots. Seated were Song Zhengtai and Song Fan, who both stood up. Mr. Gu. Not only they, but also the crowd chatting in the distance, stood up to extend their congratulations to Gu Changqing. Many years ago, on his birthday, Gu Changqing had specifically requested that no gifts be brought. A man of his stature did not require such trivialities. He merely wished to gather the merchants of Jiang City to discuss the recent business landscape. Beyond this, it also provided an opportunity for the merchants to become acquainted with one another. Ha! Please, everyone, take your seats. Gu Changqing laughed, leaning on his cane as he settled into the main seat. According to tradition, this table was reserved for members of the 4 prominent families. Mr. Zhu, may your fortune be as vast as the Eastern Sea and your longevity rival that of the Southern Mountains. Song Fan respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. He indeed. Little Fan has grown under my watch. His future achievements will surely surpass those of your father. Gu Changqing nodded with a smile before turning to Lan Jun. Where is your father? He has some matters to attend to and will be away for the next few days, Lan Jun explained with a smile. Feng Lin had also taken her seat, though not at the Su family's table. Soon, a hearty laughter echoed from afar. Ha! Mr. Gu, I'm late. The voice belonged to Zhou Tian. Accompanying him was merely a bodyguard, as Zhou Xing had not come. Darling, Sowing, Wang Qin called out, hastily urging them forward. Having finally established a connection with the Zhou family, it was essential to strengthen the bond. Both nodded and stood up, moving towards Zhou Tian. Chapter 52. Find her too. Not only they, but others around also gathered close. Zhou Tian was indeed a significant figure. Many whispered that once Lan He and Gu Changqing, the elders of this generation, passed away, Jiang City would largely fall under Zhou Tian's dominion. Assets and stocks were ephemeral. Only one's own strength was enduring. Mr. Zhou, I am Su Chuan, and I must express our gratitude for your support of our family. Su Chuan approached with a smile. Su Ruoying also deliberately engaged, asking with a smile, Mr. Zhou, why hasn't Yingyin come? That girl is still fast asleep. I couldn't be bothered to wake her, Zhou Tian replied, his gaze landing on Feng Lin, with whom he merely exchanged a glance, refraining from further interaction. This was a prearranged understanding between them. If he displayed too much enthusiasm toward her today, their plans would falter. You rascal, you've finally arrived. I thought you dared not show me your face. Gu Changqing jested, pointing at Zhou Tian. How could I dare? If it weren't for Mr. Gu's guidance back then, I would merely be the owner of a security company. Zhou Tian laughed as he took the seat closest to Gu Changqing. Su Chuan and Su Ruoying felt slightly disappointed. It seemed they would have to wait until the banquet concluded. Just then, a couple entered from outside, and upon seeing them, Feng Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, they had arrived. Yexin. She wore a black dress, her deep-set eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring one within their depths. The dress accentuated her graceful figure, exuding an aura of mature allure. Her presence left everyone in the vicinity in utter disbelief. To think that Yexin had also graced the occasion. Indeed, despite my repeated attendance at Mr. Gu's birthday celebrations, this was the first time I had encountered her. Whispers circulated among the guests, alluding to her extraordinary nature. Those from the 4 prominent families were particularly aware of Yexin's true identity. However, since she had arrived, it was only fitting for the host, Gu Changqing, to extend a warm welcome. He had yet to rise when he noticed Yexin taking the initiative to sit down, conveniently positioning herself beside Feng Lin. Wang Jin stepped back a few paces, remaining motionless. The few individuals seated at Feng Lin's table were taken aback. After all, Yexin, though 30 years of age, remained unmarried. Such a mature and captivating woman was incomparable to any average young girl. Miss Yi, greetings. I am the general manager of Xingu Group. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut, around 50 years of age, said with a smile. Yet, Yexin offered no response, her chin resting on her hand as she turned her gaze toward Feng Lin. I heard you previously vandalized my establishment and harmed my associates." Upon hearing this, the others at the table fell silent, realizing she had come to confront someone. "Surely, you must have mistaken me," Feng Lin replied, his expression one of skepticism. "Is it him?" Yexin inquired, glancing back. Wang Jian, who had been standing behind, stepped forward and nodded subtly, confirming it was indeed him. Yexin then raised a glass of red wine, standing to pour its contents forcefully onto Feng Lin's face. The previously bustling atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Those seated at the head table turned their attention toward the scene, while only Zhou Tian wore a faint smile. In the distance, Song Keming nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Feng Lin had foolishly provoked Yexin, a woman notoriously ruthless. Unless Zhou Tian provided Feng Lin with a full-time 24-hour bodyguard, trouble was inevitable. "What are you doing?" Ruoying, who had been observing the situation, noticed that Feng Lin had not retaliated and, infuriated, stood up. She hadn't yet had the chance to intimidate Feng Lin, and now someone else had interjected. "Sit down." Wang Qin, pale with fright, quickly grasped Ruoying's hand. However, Ruoying shook off Wang Qin's grip and strode forward. "By what right do you throw wine at him?" "Because I wish to." Yexin's profound gaze began to emanate a menacing energy, causing the atmosphere to stiffen once more. "I am unharmed," Feng Lin said, using his sleeve to wipe his face. "I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to. My apologies, I must take my leave." He retrieved his keys from his pocket and rode away on his electric scooter. Gu Chanxian raised an eyebrow in curiosity, pondering who this individual was and how he had managed to ride an electric scooter to his residence. Seeing Feng Lin depart, Yexin also stood up and turned to leave. Wang Jian closely followed behind her. The weather has been rather sultry lately, causing young individuals to become easily irritable. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Gu Chanxian raised his wine glass to the crowd, proclaiming, "Cheers. Allow me to toast to everyone first." With Gu Chanxian's efforts to uplift the atmosphere, the surroundings quickly reverted to their previous chaotic state. Song Zhengtao observed Zhou Tian from the corner of his eye. It appeared that his earlier assumptions were incorrect. He did not recognize Feng Lin. His protection of the Su family may well be due to Ruoying, who shares a close bond with his daughter. Wang Qin noticed the crowd beginning to chatter again and quietly stood up, grasping Ruoying's hand, urging her to return to her seat promptly, as that individual is not someone we can afford to provoke. She often visits Yexin's beauty salon for her skincare regimen and frequently hears those individuals discussing Yexin. She embodies the essence of a true leader, and those who offend her tend to vanish without a trace. "Mom, I feel a bit unwell. I think I shall head back." Ruoying, who frequently traverses Jiang City, was naturally aware of the rumors surrounding Yexin. She felt a twinge of concern for Feng Lin and contemplated following him to check on his well-being. Wang Qin sighed deeply, bewildered by the inexplicable allure Feng Lin held over her daughter, drawing her into such depths. "Who was that woman just now?" inquired Du Qingyu. Seated beside Song Keming, her curiosity piqued as she sensed something amiss. Miss Du, that individual is far from ordinary. Her subordinates are reckless." "Feng Lin, my dear boy, may you find fortune in your endeavors," Song Keming replied, a smile ever present on his lips. Du Qingyu joined in the laughter, initially believing the woman to be Feng Lin's girlfriend. This would explain Feng Lin's restraint. However, if they are not in a romantic relationship, why would he endure such treatment? Clearly, something was amiss. Feng Lin rode his electric scooter, making his way westward. He stopped midway along a suburban road. A few minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up beside him. The door swung open, and Wang Jian leapt out, lifting Feng Lin's scooter into the vehicle. Feng Lin climbed in alongside him. The smiling Yexin in the passenger seat turned back and remarked, "Sir, my acting skills are quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, exceptionally well done," Feng Lin nodded, affirming that this was precisely what he intended to achieve. The current Feng Lin had vanished. Those who did not know him would undoubtedly remain indifferent. Yet, the Song family had always kept a watchful eye on him. Should he disappear, they would promptly suspect Yexin's involvement. "Boss, it seems that individual behind us is following us," the driver noted through the rearview mirror, spotting a vehicle trailing closely behind. Feng Lin glanced back. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, it was Ruoying. Could she possibly be Mr. Feng Lin's girlfriend? Yexin inquired with a playful smile. "No." Feng Lin hesitated momentarily before glancing at Wang Jian in the vehicle, instructing, "Bind me with the rope." Wang Jian looked up at Yexin, who gave a slight nod, indicating her compliance with Mr. Feng Lin's wishes. Wang Jian retrieved a rope from the side and securely bound Feng Lin. Stop the car, bring that woman over, and you drive her vehicle to the underground garage of the mall, Feng Lin instructed Wang Jian. He regarded Su Ruoying with a hint of apprehension, fearing her potential to disrupt his plans. In this remote area devoid of surveillance cameras, it was necessary to restrain her as well. Do as instructed. Yexin nodded with a smile. The driver promptly slammed on the brakes. Su Ruoying, trailing behind, noticed the sudden halt and stopped her vehicle as well. She observed a tall man, the one who had previously accompanied Yexin, leaping out of the car. Wang Jian rapped on Su Ruoying's window. Upon opening the window, she inquired, "What's the matter? Why are you following us?" Wang Jian's strength far surpassed Su Ruoying's. He swiftly seized her wrists with one hand and shut the car door with the other. "Let go of me. What are you doing?" Su Ruoying struggled vehemently, shouting, "I'll call the police. Release me." At that moment, the driver approached to assist. Within moments, they had restrained Su Ruoying. They opened the rear door of the Mercedes, tossing her beside Feng Lin. Su Ruoying's eyes widened in shock. "Feng Lin, you're here too? What a coincidence." Feng Lin replied with a smile. "Everything is proceeding according to plan." Wang Jian took the wheel of Su Ruoying's car while the driver navigated toward the rear entrance of Yexin's establishment. Ahead lay a warehouse where a dozen individuals awaited. Yexin exited first, and the crowd respectfully nodded, greeting her with boss. "Take the two inside the car to the underground warehouse," Yexin commanded. Understood. Several individuals secured Feng Lin and Su Ruoying as they entered through the back door. Inside was a vast warehouse filled with various goods. In a corner, a discreet switch was activated, revealing a hidden compartment in the floor. A staircase emerged from the darkness. "Descend." The men ordered Feng Lin and Su Ruoying. Accompanied by them, the two arrived at the underground warehouse, which contained a series of small rooms. Feng Lin and Su Ruoying were pushed into a pitch-black chamber, after which the door was firmly shut. "What shall we do, Feng Lin?" Su Ruoying feigned bravery as she felt around her body. Dressed in a skirt, her phone was in her bag, which remained in the car. Feng Lin retrieved his phone, switched it to airplane mode, and sighed, "There's no signal here. Damn it. What should we do?" Su Ruoying clung to Feng Lin's arm, her voice trembling. "We won't die here, will we?" "Uncertain," Feng Lin replied, feeling along the walls until he discovered a switch that illuminated the dark room. Su Ruoying surveyed their surroundings and noted a makeshift bed along with a private restroom nearby. "Rest assured, since we are here, we shall find peace. The Zhou family will undoubtedly come to our rescue." Feng Lin found Su Ruoying's adorable expression, which displayed a hint of timidity, rather charming. "Indeed, Ying will certainly seek Mr. Zhou's assistance upon discovering my absence." Su Ruoying nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief. The Gu family's banquet had concluded, and their guests began to depart. Zhou Tian glanced at his phone before making his exit. Su Chuan had been waiting for Zhou Tian and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Zhou, I wonder if you have a moment?" "Apologies. I have urgent matters to attend to," Zhou Tian replied, nodding at Su Chuan before leaving without a backward glance. Su Chuan exchanged a resigned look with Wang Qin and could only follow the crowd back. Upon arriving at the Su residence, they realized Su Ring had not returned. However, neither of them paid it much heed, assuming she was still with Feng Lin. After all, with Guo accompanying her, she would surely be safe. Suddenly, Guo approached, holding his phone and said, "Not good. Guo cannot locate Miss Su, and his calls are not going through." "What? Isn't Mr. Guo always with Xiaoying?" Su Chuan's expression shifted. "No, Guo mentioned that while you were at the Gu family's, he stepped away to use the restroom and smoke a cigarette. When he came out, Miss Su's car was already gone." Guo's countenance grew serious. "Darling, it must be Yexin. She must be behind this," Wang Qin said anxiously from the side. "It's possible. I'm calling the police right now." Su Chuan promptly took out his phone. "No need, Mr. Su. Guo has already reported to Mr. Zhou, and they are at the police station now," Guo reassured him. "Rest easy. Miss Su is under the protection of the Zhou family. No one can harm her." "Indeed." Su Chuan and Wang Qin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "That is a valid point. No matter how formidable Yexin may be, she would not dare to provoke the Zhou family." At the Song family estate, Song Jingtao and others sat on the sofa. He turned to Huang Wei and inquired, "Is this true?" "Indeed, Su Ruoying has vanished. The Zhou family even went to the police station to review the surveillance footage." Huang Wei confirmed with a nod. Father, today, Ruoying did not show courtesy to Yexin, and later, she chased after her. Something unpleasant must have transpired, Song Fan speculated, casually crossing his legs. Unpleasant? Investigate Feng Lin to see if he has also gone missing, Song Jingtao commanded immediately. Since Ruoying has disappeared, the one who provoked Yexin, Feng Lin, must be involved as well. Huang Wei nodded and promptly left. By the way, I have Feng Lin's number, Song Fan said, pulling out his phone to dial Feng Lin's number, which would confirm whether he had been abducted. The others leaned in to listen to the phone. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Hearing this, Song Keming quickly took out his phone and dialed Ruoying's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Chingu revealed an imperceptible smile, as she had already surmised what Feng Lin intended to do. It follows then that Yexin must have captured the two of them. Song Jingtang also felt a twinge of fear. Indeed, those from the Yi family were formidable, and it seemed Yexin had skilled individuals at her side. Father, it leaves me somewhat discontent that Feng Lin may perish at Yexin's hands. Song Keming's expression darkened ominously. Should Feng Lin truly be killed, they could easily send Chingu in his stead. He did not wish for Feng Lin and Ruoying to meet such a simple end. Suddenly, Chingu spoke up, preparing to subtly stir the pot, as a way of repaying the favor Feng Lin had shown her. I have a notion, but I wonder if it should be shared? Song Jingtang replied with a smile. Miss Du is one of us. Feel free to speak. I believe Mr. Song is quite astute. Thus far, he has not overtly acted against the Su family. Now that trouble has befallen Feng Lin and the Su family, no one is likely to suspect you. Chingu sat on the sofa, unwrapped a lollipop, and promptly popped it into her mouth. Song Jingtang's expression shifted to one of clarity, and he exclaimed, Haha, Miss Du has enlightened me. Fan, contact Yexin immediately. I must speak with her. Father, I still do not understand, Song Fan said, confusion etched across his face. Song Keming appeared equally bewildered. I ask you, with Feng Lin and Ruoying dead, who bears the greatest suspicion? Song Jingtang inquired with a smile. Naturally, it is Yexin. Both Song Fan and Song Keming replied in unison. Indeed, if we sacrifice a little, we can compel Yexin to deliver Feng Lin and Ruoying to us, allowing you to exact your revenge. Even if they die, no one will suspect us. Upon hearing Song Jingtang's explanation, Song Fan and Song Keming both gave Chingu a thumbs up. I must tell you, this is but one part of the plan. There is more. Song Jingtang's gaze turned cold. Afterward, we shall take action against Sichuan. Who would suspect us? Song Fan clapped his hands excitedly. It is still Yexin. Correct. The Yi family, to which Yexin belongs, is the sworn enemy of our Wei family. Song Jingtang paused momentarily, then continued, when we eliminate Sichuan. Let the commotion be substantial. The authorities will surely scrutinize Yexin, and she will be finished. Song Fan and Song Jingtang were both lost in jubilant reverie, contemplating how they would rid themselves of the Yi family's branch, and how the Wei family would no longer be underestimated. Meanwhile, Feng Lin and Ruoying sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. Suddenly, the iron door swung open, and Wang Jian approached, pointing at Feng Lin and commanding, You, come out. Feng Lin, Ruoying called softly. Do not worry. Feng Lin reassured her with a comforting smile. Chapter 54. Hidden Talents and Fame after Feng Lin departed. The iron door was locked once more. Wang Jian led Feng Lin to another room in the distance, where Yexin was sipping coffee. What was this underground warehouse previously used for? Feng Lin asked with a smile as he entered and took a seat. You must have heard how I arrived at this point. Those who defy me find themselves confined here for months, and they all behave themselves. Yexin gently sipped her coffee and smiled, saying, As you predicted, Mr. Song Zhengtao has asked to meet me this evening to discuss business. She added, You should ask for more. The money you require is essentially your compensation for assisting me this time. Just before Feng Lin departed, he suddenly turned back, instructing someone to prepare some food for them. Ah, I see. Mr. Feng is concerned about his girlfriend going hungry. Shall I arrange a match for you two? Yexin teased, lifting her cup. Noticing that Feng Lin remained silent, she took his lack of response as tacit acceptance. Feng Lin returned to the room, knowing this matter must remain undisclosed to Ruoying. Revealing the truth would implicate her in the orchestrated demise of the Song family trio. A reality that could be too harrowing for her to bear. Go in. The iron door swung open, and a young man, trailing Feng Lin, shoved him inside before locking the door behind him. Feng Lin, are you all right? Su Ruoying rushed over to steady him. Haha, I'm fine. They just scolded me a bit and slapped me a few times. Their leader hasn't arrived yet, so the blows weren't too painful. Feng Lin smiled reassuringly at Su Ruoying and guided her back to the bedding on the floor. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cupped his cheek, asking with genuine concern, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all. I have thick skin. A few slaps feel as though they haven't touched me," he reassured her, shaking his head slightly. "Don't cry. Have you forgotten that I was a Special Forces soldier?" "Humph. It's all your fault. Why did you provoke Yexin?" Su Ruoying retorted. Just then, the door swung open once more, and 3 burly men entered, brandishing cleavers. Su Ruoying instinctively curled up beside Feng Lin. "Our boss is tied up with urgent matters and can't return for the time being, so you mustn't starve," the leader, a round-faced giant, declared. "Bring it in." A man appeared, carrying several bags, containing 4 meat sandwiches and 2 bags of milk. However, he did not hand them to Feng Lin immediately. Instead, he dangled them teasingly before them. Su Ruoying swallowed hard. She had not eaten all day and felt a pang of hunger. "Hey, I heard you two are a couple?" The round-faced man raised his cleaver, pointing it at Feng Lin. Feng Lin furrowed his brow slightly. "Yes, what of it?" "Nothing much. I simply enjoy watching romantic films." The man replied, turning to Su Ruoying. "You, kiss this man right now, or I will chop off his hand." Su Ruoying's complexion drained of color at the threat. Feng Lin recalled Yexin's earlier comments about matchmaking. It was all becoming clear now. This Yexin had a certain audacity. Su Ruoying lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, her fingers twisting nervously as she pondered her options. "I knew you were a fake couple. Once I deal with this guy, we can have some fun," the round-faced man said, advancing towards Feng Lin with his cleaver raised. "Stop. I'll do it," Su Ruoying exclaimed, her eyes reddening with fear. She clenched her teeth, her cheeks flushed to the point of almost bleeding. But this was for Feng Lin. Afterward, Su Ruoying was so embarrassed that tears streamed down her face as she kept her head lowered, unable to meet Feng Lin's gaze. "Haha, not bad. Another 50. And the locations must not repeat," the burly man with a round face remarked coldly. Su Ruoying clenched her fists tightly, but for Feng Lin's sake. She had no choice but to comply, targeting not just her face, but also her hands and arms. At last, they managed to reach 50. "Very well, eat up." The burly man signaled for food to be placed beside them, and the others turned to leave. As the door closed, the burly man winked at Feng Lin, concealing his true intentions. "Bah." Su Ruoying shot Feng Lin a glare before rushing to the restroom to rinse her mouth. How could he disdain me? And yet, he still wishes to pursue me. Feng Lin touched his face, chuckling as he retrieved a meat sandwich from his bag and began to feast. "I do disdain you. If it weren't for rescuing you, I wouldn't." Su Ruoying still felt her heart racing. To think that all her firsts had been in her control until now. And now she had lost one. Taking a deep breath to restore her composure, she also grabbed a meat sandwich. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the CAF of the Narcissus Club, Yexin and Song Zhengtao sat across from each other at a table. Beside Song Zhengtao were his 2 sons, while behind Yexin stood Wang Jian. "Miss He seems to be asking for quite a lot, doesn't she? I only require 2 individuals. Yet you demand 8 billion? Song Zhengtao remarked, glancing at the contract in hand, playfully tapping the table with his fingers. "If I recall correctly, Miss Ye's personal assets amount to merely around 10 billion. Mr. Song, I am not foolish. Although our dealings are clean, it is apparent that the disappearance of these 2 is linked to me," Yexin replied, lifting her coffee cup, her eyes narrowing. "If you were to kill them, I would be the one held accountable. Miss Ye, you are being overly dramatic. With so many expendable individuals at your disposal, can't you simply find a scapegoat?" Song Jingtao chuckled, stroking his chin. Yexin let out a cold laugh. Sensing that a consensus was unattainable, "Wang Jian, show them out." "Dad." Song Keming grasped his father's arm, a pleading expression on his face. He felt that without revenge, he would carry a lifetime of shadows. Song Jingtao was deep in thought. He did not engage in unprofitable ventures. 8 billion. In addition to the 5 billion owed to Du Qingyu. This incident had already cost 13 billion. He pondered whether it was worth it. Capturing Feng Lin and Su Ruoying, then eliminating Su Chuan and Wang Qin to frame Yexin would surely lead to her downfall. Du Qingyu still had several opportunities for murder. He could instigate plenty of discord. With this in mind, Song Jingtao slammed his hand on the table. "I agree. Haha. Mr. Song is decisive. Yexin nodded gently at Wang Jian, who then departed. The iron door to Feng Lin's room swung open once more, and a burly man entered, pulling Feng Lin out. Feng Lin. Su Ruoying immediately grasped Feng Lin's arm. Don't worry. Wait for me. Feng Lin gave Su Ruoying a reassuring look. After leaving the room, Wang Jian stood outside, escorting Feng Lin away from the underground warehouse into the night. The sky had completely darkened. Do you agree? Feng Lin inquired. Agreed. As per our plan. We will have them wait at this mountain road in the suburbs. Wang Jian indicated on his phone's map. All right, your pardon's here. Feng Lin stretched his body, retrieved a pair of black gloves from his pocket, thrust his hands into his trouser pockets, and vanished into the shadows. Wang Jian returned to Yexin's side, only to find that the members of the Song family had already departed. Sister Yi, should we send someone to check? Wang Jian asked. No need. Feng Lin's objective is merely to draw the fire towards me. If I send someone, I'll be the one left holding the blame, Yexin replied, gazing out at the bustling traffic, hoping this time fortune would favor her. At 30, she was no longer in her youth. Should she lose this gamble, the chance for a comeback in her lifetime would be nearly non-existent. At the bend of the mountain road in the suburbs, Song Jingtao's Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked. Apart from the three of them, Huang Wei served as the driver, always accompanying Song Jingtao wherever he went. Damn it, why are they still not here? Song Keming, sitting in the passenger seat, cursed under his breath, his impatience mounting. He had envisioned countless tormenting methods for Feng Lin over the past few days, such as forcing him to drink 10 bottles of Viagra and then tossing him into a pigsty. The thought made him chuckle. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from outside Song Keming's window. Chapter 55. She is also my fiancée. Startled, Song Keming jumped. As for Huang Wei, he turned on all the lights and discerned a shadow outside. Who the hell are you trying to scare? With Huang Wei beside him, Song Keming felt emboldened and rolled down the window, hurling insults at the figure outside. Huang Wei also leaned out to scrutinize the mysterious silhouette, only able to see a person adorned with a black mask. Upon closer inspection, his pupils constricted in fear, for the mask bore a single character inscribed in bold strokes of black ink. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, Huang Wei understood all too well the significance of this mask. His body trembled, and a ringing began in his ears, yet he gritted his teeth to maintain his composure. It's just a mask, he reassured himself. Perhaps it was merely someone attempting to intimidate him. This was the first time Song Zhengtao had witnessed such an expression on Huang Wei's face, and he too stared out, unaware of the identity of the masked figure. Who are you? He demanded. Boom. Before Huang Wei could finish his sentence, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, rendering him breathless, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat. Spare me. Huang Wei began to gag, clutching his neck, his voice strained and desperate. Cold sweat formed on his forehead in an instant. The three members of the Song family were left bewildered, oblivious to what was transpiring. However, witnessing their guardian in such a state of fear rendered them too afraid to even breathe. Step on the gas and get out of here. Feng Lin's voice resonated deeply. Huang Wei, sensing an abrupt relief in his neck, immediately pressed down on the accelerator to flee the scene. Mr. Huang, what on earth has transpired? Song Jingtao inquired gravely once the vehicle roared to life. No questions. Keming has stirred up a grave disaster. We must return at once. Huang Wei's breath came in rapid bursts as he intensified the acceleration, eager to escape this cursed place. However, as they navigated a bend in the mountainous road, the right front tire suddenly blew out. The car lurched dangerously to the right, perilously close to the precipice below. Boom. The vehicle crashed against the edge of the guardrail, plummeting downwards. A series of terrified screams echoed as the car struck the rocks below. With a resounding crash, the luxury vehicle crumpled upon impact. Feng Lin, observing the descent, understood that in reality, a car falling from such a height rarely ignites. He needed to assist in hastening the process. Help! Song Keming's voice was feeble. He had just endured a violent blow to the head, leaving him in darkness, unable to see anything. Feng Lin flicked open his lighter, igniting the gasoline below. Whoosh! Flames rapidly engulfed the entire vehicle. Through the flickering light, Song Keming glimpsed the figure before him, extending a hand in desperate appeal. Help! Please! Feng Lin removed his mask, folding it neatly before stowing it away in his pocket. You are Feng Lin. Song Keming screamed as the flames began to scorch his body, yet his legs remained trapped, preventing any escape. Feng Lin, save me. I was wrong. I should never have provoked you. Please save me. The fire spread mercilessly. Song Jingtao and Song Fan did not succumb immediately. The collision had rendered them semi-conscious, unable to utter a sound. They could only faintly perceive Feng Lin. Their eyes filled with endless regret. Why had they antagonized this man? Unmoved by Song Keming's pleas for mercy, Feng Lin's expression remained devoid of emotion. Those who had previously crossed him often found themselves in such dire straits at the brink of death. Initially, Feng Lin had felt a surge of compassion, but sparing them had only led to more severe retribution. Time, indeed, teaches many lessons. Boom. With a resounding jolt, Huang Wei broke free from the vehicle. His original intention was for Feng Lin to witness the conclusion and then turn away. Yet, he remained steadfastly in place. Uncle Huang. Huh. I knew you would be fine. Kill him. Kill Feng Lin. Song Keming cackled with a twisted expression, entirely oblivious to the flames consuming him. All he desired was for Feng Lin to perish. Kill that bastard. Huang Wei was no fool. Though uncertain if Feng Lin was the legendary death doctor, he had witnessed the manifestation of dark energy firsthand. Transformation, the realm beyond dark energy. In simpler terms, it could be unleashed into tangible forms. Just moments ago, Feng Lin had transformed that dark energy into a hand that seized his throat. Those who enter this realm are all renowned figures of legend. Take, for instance, the prestigious Wei family of Jiangbei. It is said that a master at the transformation realm has elevated the Wei family into true nobility. Swiftly, Huang Wei fled into the dark forest. But how could he escape the grasp of Feng Lin? This script had long been penned by Feng Lin, and several would meet their demise here. A silver needle pierced Huang Wei's nape, and he collapsed on the spot. Feng Lin returned to the factory and dialed Yexin, informing her that everything had concluded. They would be allowed to leave tonight. After speaking, he retreated to his room. Upon seeing Feng Lin, Ruoying embraced him tightly, weeping. Where have you been? You've been gone for so long. I was terrified. Bang. The iron door swung open, and Wang Jian entered, holding Ruoying's handbag, which he handed to her, declaring, You may leave now. Really? We can go? Ruoying glanced at Feng Lin, puzzled by the ordeal he had endured. Let us hasten. Feng Lin grasped Ruoying's hand, dashing away from the scene. Outside the warehouse stood Feng Lin's electric bike. He led Ruoying away. A sense of survival washed over her as the night wind blew. She wrapped her arms around Feng Lin, resting her cheek against his back. After a considerable time, she gently remarked, Feng Lin, you have suffered. Feng Lin smiled faintly. It's nothing. After all, it's all over. Ruoying felt a surge of emotion. Feng Lin must have faced unspeakable torment to ensure her escape. What truly transpired? She asked, tightening her embrace. Well, Yexin is also my fiancée. I called off our engagement, and she refused to accept it, leading to our abduction. Feng Lin explained. The previously touched Ruoying's expression darkened instantaneously. So, she was Feng Lin's betrothed, while she thought herself an enemy, causing her to worry and weep for so long. She pinched Feng Lin sharply and scolded, Stop the bike. Get off. What's wrong? I've already broken off the engagement. Feng Lin feigned innocence. There's no taking passengers in the third ring. Ruoying puffed her cheeks, pushing Feng Lin off the bike before speeding away herself. The next morning, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the entire Jiang city. Song Tang, head of the Song family, along with his 2 sons and their driver, perished in a car accident. For the ordinary citizens of Jiang City, it was merely a trivial matter for gossip, but among the elite, it stirred a tempest. Particularly among the other prominent families, as the death list revealed that the driver was none other than Huang Wei, the Song family's strongest ancient martial artist. How could he have met his end in such a manner? Following the news release, the local police promptly apprehended Yexin based on her recent encounter with the 3 members of the Song family prior to the accident. The Su family, Wang Qin, upon reading the news, felt an overwhelming desire to set off firecrackers at the entrance and arrange several tables. To her astonishment, the Song family, whom she had long wished to see vanquished, had met their own demise. Su Chuan's anxious heart finally found solace. Last night, Feng Lin had spent the night at Ruoying's residence. This morning, upon seeing the same news, Ruoying hurried to the Su family home. As for Feng Lin, he rode his electric scooter to the Zhou residence. Good morning, sir. Zhou Tian greeted Feng Lin with a smile. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Chapter 56. It is time to awaken. Feng Lin remained seated on his electric scooter, his feet planted on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he replied with a smile, "Let us begin with the bad news to ease the tension." The situation regarding the Song family had escalated significantly. He had heard that Yexin had been taken away, and he feared she might crumble under the pressure. Zhou Tian, while demonstrating a set of martial arts moves, remarked that the Wei family had also been alerted and would likely arrive at the Song estate by noon. Not to be feared, Feng Lin responded with a dismissive shake of his head. "What is the good news?" Zhou Tian cheerfully announced. "The good news is that my daughter has taken your medicine and is showing marked improvement." Feng Lin rolled his eyes, having expected something more significant. Nevertheless, it could be considered a silver lining. One could hardly deem recovery a misfortune. As Feng Lin prepared to depart on his electric scooter, he received a text from an unknown number. "Feng Lin, you are quite an interesting person. I am heading home now." The message was signed by Du Qingyu. Feng Lin chuckled wryly, relieved to have made some progress, though he hoped their paths would not cross again. It was a Sunday, and there were no classes at school. Feng Lin planned to visit Ruoying, as the crisis at the Su household had been averted, and he intended to withdraw from their engagement. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhou Tian's residence, he noticed a Lincoln parked nearby. Two individuals emerged from the vehicle. The leader was a middle-aged woman with shoulder-length, dyed blonde hair, her frame slender and delicate. Behind her stood a sharply dressed middle-aged man, his posture as straight as a sword, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings like a serpent stalking its prey. Suddenly, he touched his nose, and in that fleeting moment, Feng Lin caught sight of the tattoo on the back of his hand, a single black character, YU. Feng Lin felt his heart race, a surge of anger flooding his mind. The 9YU was a clandestine organization, shrouded in mystery, notorious for its ruthlessness and disregard for human life. Lu Nian was their undercover agent. Had it not been for their misstep, Lu Nian would likely have remained undiscovered. "I am Wei Yanzi. Simply mentioning my name will suffice." The middle-aged woman, her expression unchanging, glanced at the security guard at the entrance before her gaze landed on Feng Lin, her demeanor suddenly freezing as she fixed her eyes on him. Wei Yanzi. Feng Lin had heard this name from Zhou Tian. She was the illegitimate daughter of the second son of the Wei family and the wife of Song Jingtai. The reason for her visit was evident without further thought. However, the connection between the Wei family and the Abyss was something Feng Lin felt compelled to investigate thoroughly. "Who are you?" "My second uncle is quite busy," she said, somewhat surprised, questioning whether this woman recognized her. Why was there such animosity in her gaze? "I am Wei Yanzi, the wife of Song Jingtai," Wei Yanzi stated coldly, fixing her icy stare on Feng Lin. Realizing she was from the Song family, Feng Lin gestured for them to enter, leading the way slowly on her electric bike. Internally, she pondered the implications. Surely there was more to this than met the eye. Had her cover been compromised? She recalled that her actions had been executed with precision. The surrounding security guards dared not obstruct them. Zhou Tian had previously made it clear that Feng Lin's word was as good as his. Zhou Tian was still active in the courtyard, taking great care with his physical well-being. "Second uncle, the Song family is here to see you," Feng Lin called out from a distance, a subtle reminder for Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian turned to look at Feng Lin and raised his face in surprise. He hadn't expected them to arrive so soon. "Ah, Miss Wei, it's been a while," he said, gesturing towards a nearby stone table. "Please, have a seat." "No need," Wei Yanzi replied, her expression composed as she stood before Zhou Tian. "I wish to inquire about Song Jingtai. I'm sorry, I only heard the news this morning." "It seems he was in a car accident last night," Zhou Tian replied, shaking his head lightly, feigning helplessness. "Impossible. The driver was Huang Wei. He possesses dark energy strength. Even if others perished, he would not." Wei Yanzi vehemently disagreed. Feng Lin, riding her electric bike in circles, noted that this woman was somewhat astute. "Have you seen the autopsy report?" Zhou Tian asked. "I have. It states he was burned to death," Wei Yanzi said, her eyes narrowing. "So, I come to consult Mr. Zhou. Who in Jiang City could have caused someone like Huang Wei, at the dark energy level, to be burned alive? Do you suspect me?" Zhou Tian's gaze grew serious. "No. I am merely inquiring whether a new expert has arrived in Jiang City," Wei Yanzi replied, producing a document from her possession. "This is the police investigation into my husband's bank transactions over the past few days." Feng Lin raised her eyes, listening intently. "My husband has transferred over 10 billion to overseas private accounts in total, with 2 cards, one transferring 5 billion and the other 8 billion, Wei Yanzi stated matter-of-factly. "Something must have transpired in between. I truly do not know," Nor have I heard of any recent conflicts involving Mr. Song. Zhou Tian continued to feign ignorance. Perhaps you could check with other families. They might possess some insight. I have already done so. While I could not uncover anything regarding my husband, I did find a lead concerning my son, Song Keming. Wei Yanzi produced her phone and opened a surveillance video. Yesterday, during the celebration for the old Master Gu, my son had a confrontation with your nephew, Feng Lin. As Feng Lin abruptly halted his movements, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Previously, he had been puzzled by the peculiar gaze of the woman before him. Ah, how amusing. Feng Lin, perhaps you should elucidate this to Miss Wei, Zhou Tian remarked, unexpectedly acknowledging that the other party had indeed deduced the truth. It is true that I have some discord with young Master Song. However, I would not go so far as to incite my second uncle to eliminate him, Feng Lin thought, disinterested in further explanations. Given that she possessed surveillance footage, it was evident she was aware of the events that transpired yesterday. Moreover, she had even investigated the reporters from before and one of the notable figures in Jiang City. From their accounts, a singular piece of information emerged. Song Keming intended to target Feng Lin. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhou Tian. He had an alibi. He consistently watched television in the living room around 9 each night, and the footage could attest to this. Zhou Tian then invited Wei Yanzi to his living room, to which she replied, "No, thank you. I trust Mr. Zhou. I merely came to inquire about a matter, and if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." As she turned to exit, she cast a lingering glance at Feng Lin. It was only after their figures faded from view that Zhou Tian let out a bitter laugh. "Mr. Feng, are we in trouble?" "No, they are the ones in peril. Have you heard of the Abyss of Nine Yews?" Feng Lin inquired calmly. Zhou Tian's expression shifted to one of gravity. Could it be the notorious organization rumored to have the capacity to topple nations? Feng Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the middle-aged man accompanying Wei Yanzi is one of their members. Zhou Tian's complexion paled instantly. "Sir, do not frighten me. Such an organization could annihilate us with merely a finger. Stay calm. Those marked with inscriptions are the lowest tier among them. In the Abyss of Nine Yews, they scarcely qualify as life." Feng Lin mounted his electric bike and departed from the Zhou residence. He had been suppressing his murderous intent, refraining from seeking vengeance. Yet this group had audaciously approached him. The silent, dead of night was ripe for awakening. Feng Lin dialed a number. Chapter 57. It turns out he is on the 5th level. The dead of night consisted of only 7 individuals, each a formidable warrior capable of taking on 100 foes. Particularly, the second member was noteworthy. Within the ranks of the dead of night, everyone referred to each other by their designated numbers. For instance, Feng Lin was known as number 1, addressed as boss by the others. Lu Nian, designated as number 3, was referred to as Old 3. However, the second member was treated uniquely, universally addressed as Second Master, including by Feng Lin himself, who regarded him as a mentor of sorts. As Feng Lin perused his contacts, he murmured softly, "Second Master has mobility issues. I shall refer to him as Old 4. Hello." The call connected, revealing a neutral voice on the other end, soft and devoid of any inflection. "Old 4, it has been quite some time, and yet you greet me with such indifference," Feng Lin remarked, halting his bike, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Sikong Jin remained unchanged, adhering to his habit of using a single word when he could easily use 2. "If there is nothing else, I shall hang up." "Stop. Among us, you seem to have the most leisure time. Come assist me, for I have discovered traces of the netherworld." Feng Lin's gaze lingered on the towering structures in the distance. Sikong Jin, who had been momentarily taken aback, finally spoke. "Have you partnered with the state again?" "Not at all. It is merely our organization, the Night of Death," Feng Lin murmured. "I shall send you the address." A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Feng Lin's face. With the assistance of the fourth brother, any endeavor on his part would undoubtedly become considerably more manageable. Sikong Jin, a year younger than Feng Lin, possessed a talent that could rival his. Among the original 7 members of the Night of Death, apart from the first and second, the strongest was Sikong Jin. He was affectionately nicknamed Sikong Yang Yang by Lu Nianqi. Within the Night of Death, there were 3 women, designated as the 3rd, 5th, and 7th members, all of whom had ventured into the world of beauty. Yet, in the realm of seduction, these 3 stunning women could not compete with Sikong Jin's prowess in cross-dressing. Feng Lin rode his electric scooter towards the Su residence, where Su Ruoying and her family were engaged in cheerful conversation in the courtyard. Following the conclusion of the Song family's affairs, Zhou Tian had recalled the two protectors assigned to them. Upon seeing Feng Lin, Ruoying instantly rose and approached him, while Wang Qin cast a discontented glance in Feng Lin's direction. However, in light of her current happiness, she refrained from confronting him. I have come to annul our engagement, Feng Lin stated candidly, directing his attention towards Ruoying. With the matters concerning the Song family resolved, this is in accordance with our original agreement. Chuan opened his mouth, seemingly ready to interject, but ultimately fell silent. After the events they had endured, he had come to terms with the situation. His daughter's marriage was a matter best left to her discretion. After all, the Su family was not in want of wealth. They could sustain her even if she chose to remain unmarried for life. Annul the engagement if you must. Do you truly believe my daughter cannot find a suitable match? Wang Qin felt as though she had been insulted, as if Feng Lin was suggesting her daughter was unworthy of him. Feng Lin, accustomed to the barking of dogs, chose not to take offense. Instead, he awaited Ruoying's response. I will not annul it, Ruoying declared, her arms crossed, her flawless figure accentuated. I shall not withdraw. From a distance, Chuan subtly shook his head, recognizing the truth. His daughter might genuinely harbor feelings for Feng Lin. What do you mean? We had an agreement. Feng Lin sighed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Xiaoying, we are annulling this engagement. You are so beautiful, even if it were a sham marriage. Should you ever find yourself divorced, suitors will flock to you. Wang Qin interjected, aware of the promising young talents in Jiang City. Which one of them is not superior to Feng Lin? Ruoying paid little heed to Wang Qin's comments, her hands tucked into her pockets as she strode outside. She was uncertain of her true feelings, unable to comprehend the turmoil within her heart. The mere thought of Feng Lin marrying someone else, especially Lan Ruo, unsettled her deeply. Feng Lin followed closely behind Ruoying on his electric scooter. Wang Qin gazed at the retreating figures of the two, exasperated as she sat beside Chuan. Aren't you going to say something? Our daughter is certainly worthy of him. Chuan smiled and shook his head, remaining silent. Just as their conversation unfolded, a security guard hurriedly approached, announcing that individuals claiming to belong to the Song family sought an audience. The mention of the Song family sent a tremor of fear through Wang Qin's expression. Aren't they all dead? She exclaimed. Please. Chuan struggled to maintain his composure. Moments later, Wei Yanzi entered, accompanied by the middle-aged man from before. Greetings. May I inquire who you are? Chuan stood, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Mr. Su, I am Wei Yanzi, the wife of Song Tang, she replied, scanning the surroundings and noting the lack of formidable figures. Indeed, merely a modest family. Oh, so you are Madame Song. Please, take a seat. Despite the death of Song Tang, the legacy he left behind remained substantial, and Wei Yanzi, as the legal heir, held the power to overshadow the Su family. Wei Yanzi gently shook her head. No need. I am here to inquire about a person named Feng Lin. Feng Lin? Wang Qin stood in astonishment. How could such a destitute young man attract the attention of such a prominent figure? Indeed, it is Feng Lin, the nephew of Zhou Tian. Wei Yanzi clarified. Zhou Tian's nephew? Wang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Lin is Zhou Tian's nephew. Surely this cannot be true. This was no ordinary relationship. Zhou Tian's sister was Feng Lin's mother, a connection that far surpassed distant relatives. No wonder Zhou Ziying struggled to sway Zhou Tian, while Feng Lin could easily do so. Previously, Feng Lin had deceived them, claiming he had served in the military, but it was all due to his lineage. Furthermore, the substantial order worth 300 million was granted to the Su family solely because of Zhou Tian's regard for him. Now it all made sense. Suddenly, Wang Qin's complexion turned as pale as paper. Ruoying had gone out with Feng Lin. Surely they weren't contemplating divorce. That could not happen. Zhou Tian had only one daughter, Zhou Ziying, who would eventually marry. With such vast assets, he would undoubtedly bequeath them to Feng Lin. Wang Qin swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed Ruoying. While Chuan remained calmer than Wang Qin, a tempest of realization surged within him. Feng Lin was indeed Zhou Tian's nephew. At last, he comprehended why his father, who had never engaged in unwise dealings, insisted he agree to Ruoying's marriage proposal before his passing, even compelling him to swear an oath. His father had long been aware of Feng Lin's mother's relationship with Zhou Tian, which is why he had arranged the engagement with Feng Lin's father. Had Feng Lin's identity been revealed before the marriage, Zhou Tian might have objected, suspecting the Su family coveted the Song family's wealth. However, An engagement arranged during childhood would likely elicit no objections from Zhou Tian. Oh, haha. To be candid with Madame Song, Feng Lin and my daughter have been betrothed since childhood. Su Chuan let out a hearty laugh. Oh, so you've been betrothed since childhood? What kind of person is Feng Lin? Wei Yanzi inquired. Feng Lin is a child of great integrity and honesty, respectful to elders and loving to the young. A truly rare gem of a man. Wang Qin praised him fervently, despite her phone being unreachable, which left her in a state of desperation. Is that so? I heard that Feng Lin has some discord with my son, Song Keming. Wei Yanzi suddenly asked, narrowing her eyes. Do they have a conflict? I am unaware. Su Chuan, being astute, understood that even with Feng Lin as an ally, he could not provoke the Song family. Chapter 58. Yet he is a man. After exchanging a few more words with Su Chuan, Wei Yanzi took her leave. Su Chuan's responses were meticulously crafted, indicating that Wei Yanzi was oblivious to the connection between the Song family and Feng Lin. As Feng Lin's future father-in-law, he naturally sided with him. Meanwhile, Wang Qin continued to frantically dial, but to no avail. She resorted to calling Su Ruoying, having yet to acquire Feng Lin's mobile number. Su Ruoying, with her hands tucked into her pockets, strolled along the road. Seeing her mother's call, she knew it was a reminder to hasten the divorce with Feng Lin. In a fit of anger, she switched off her phone. Feng Lin, following closely on his electric scooter, called out, Su Ring, what do you mean? I have other fiancés. We can't remain in this state of engagement indefinitely. Su Ruoying was at a loss for words. She was no fool. Perhaps she had developed a smidgen of affection for Feng Lin. It is said that when one is enamored, they unconsciously mimic the actions of the beloved. She suddenly realized that, having never favored the habit of placing her hands in her pockets, she had taken a liking to it in recent days. How about this? You go meet your other fiancés. Perhaps they are not as good as I am, Su Ruoying suggested, stopping with an air of indifference. That would be unfair to you. You'd merely become my backup. Feng Lin shook his head. It's fine. I've never been a backup. I'm quite curious about that feeling. He replied. Su Ruoying, taken aback by her own emotional turmoil, wondered when she had become so conflicted. This was not her true self. Taking a deep breath, she reverted to her former demeanor and shouted at Feng Lin, I want to divorce you. Go ahead, bite me. You shameless fool. Feng Lin had never encountered such a woman. If she were unattractive, her desperation to marry would be understandable, but this stunning beauty was surprisingly audacious. I am shameless. So what? Su Ruoying boldly confessed, taking a seat on the back of Feng Lin's scooter. Take me home. Feng Lin sighed deeply. After all, he would be in Jiang City for the time being and needed to investigate Wei Yanzi. If the Wei family had a partnership with the Nine Nether Realm, or worse, if they were its minions, then this family must be eradicated. Feng Lin escorted Su Ruoying back to her villa. As they passed by Lan Ruo's courtyard, he noticed her engaged in physical training. It was Sunday, a day when Lan Ruo typically devoted time to maintaining her fitness. Feng Lin, come and offer me some guidance, she called out, seizing the rare opportunity to see him. Despite Feng Lin's modest abilities, he was undoubtedly stronger than her. Prompted by Lan Ruo's request, Feng Lin recalled that his father had asked him to mentor Su Ruoying. Seizing the chance to train together, he replied, let's head to Su Ruoying's home. After charging his electric bike, he turned to face the two stunning women before him. Su Ruoying donned a black athletic outfit with her hair tied in a simple ponytail, while Lan Ruo wore a vibrant red ensemble, having removed her glasses and styled her hair in a bun. With his hands clasped behind his back, Feng Lin assumed a lofty demeanor, declaring, if you wish to grow stronger, the first step is to enhance your physical endurance. Let us begin with 100 burpees. Lan Ruo, already possessing commendable strength, executed each burpee with precision. Su Ruoying, though possessing robust physical attributes, found herself struggling to keep pace after 30 repetitions. Her breath labored and arms fatigued. Yet, her indomitable spirit refused to yield. Glancing at Lan Ruo, she gritted her teeth and resolved to persevere. I did it. Lan Ruo exclaimed, raising her hand, a sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead. All right, Su Ruoying, you've only completed 48. Keep going. Feng Lin urged, pointing at Lan Ruo. Now, envision me as your adversary and employ all your strength to defeat me. Lan Ruo, aware of Feng Lin's capabilities, charged at him without hesitation, attempting to execute a shoulder throw. You fool, I'm your enemy. How dare you turn your back on me? Feng Lin retorted, seizing the nape of her neck and forcefully pushing down. With a resounding thud, Lan Ruo found herself pinned to the ground. If I had a knife in hand, you would be finished. Let's go again. He released her and stepped back, overwhelmed with excitement. Lan Ruo realized that training alongside a skilled partner would undoubtedly lead to her improvement. At 11:30 that morning, Feng Lin's phone vibrated. He answered promptly, a smile gracing his face. Have you arrived? Yes, I'm at the airport. I'll share my location with you. Jin replied before abruptly ending the call. All right, you two take a break and have some food. I'll be stepping out for a moment, Feng Lin announced as he mounted his electric bike, preparing to depart. Aren't you going to eat? Lan Ruo inquired, approaching him. Feng Lin waved his hand dismissively. No, I will dine with a friend. As he rode away, Ruoying and Lan Ruo exchanged glances. I suspect he is off to pursue another woman, Ruoying remarked coldly. Shall we follow him? Lan Ruo suggested. Absolutely. They concurred. With that, they climbed into Lan Ruo's domestic car, opting for a less conspicuous vehicle as they set off to track Feng Lin. The Eastern District, being suburban, led further out to the Jiang City Airport. It is merely a distance of about 10 kilometers. It was the nearby airport that initially drew the investment in this villa district. Feng Lin, riding his electric bike, finally arrived outside the airport. He parked the vehicle and, utilizing WeChat's location sharing, walked towards the distance. From afar, he spotted several men surreptitiously taking photographs with their phones. On their screens was a figure clad in a suit, sporting sunglasses and with braided hair. He could overhear fragments of their conversation. This girl is stunning. I just stole a glance. She appears completely barefaced. Not a trace of makeup. Indeed, who would have thought she could look so dashing in a suit? Feng Lin couldn't help but smile wryly at the familiarity of the scene. Approaching, he patted the shoulder of Jin, exclaiming, Old 4. Jin removed his sunglasses, revealing a face with a perfect oval shape. His features were almost flawless. Upon closer inspection, one would struggle to find any pores. With bright eyes and a captivating smile, he exuded an allure that was almost appetizing. Yet, he was undeniably a man. Compared to Feng Lin, Jin stood at a modest height of about 175 centimeters. It was precisely this stature that allowed him to go undetected during his covert operations while disguised as a woman. Feng Lin immediately embraced him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. How have you been these past few years? Quite well, Jin replied, tucking his sunglasses into his pocket, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Haha, same old, same old. Let me treat you to a meal. Feng Lin playfully patted Jin's back a few times before leading the way. Jin casually kept one hand in his pocket, walking alongside Feng Lin. Bystanders gazed in astonishment as this striking beauty climbed onto the electric bike. Some couldn't help but curse inwardly. In this day and age, are there still such innocent women? Lan Ruo and Ruoying observed from inside the car. Although they could only see Jin's profile, they recognized him immediately. It must be his fiancée. Ruoying clenched her teeth in frustration. While her figure surpassed that of the other, in terms of facial beauty, they were indeed comparable. Old 4, let us stick to our usual routine. Your favorite, braised chicken, Feng Lin announced as they headed toward the city, chuckling. Jin, however, was fixated on the rearview mirror of the electric bike, his tone flat. Someone is following us. I'll take care of them. Chapter 59. What are you doing in the men's restroom? No need. No need. We are all friends here. Feng Lin chuckled awkwardly, given their tracking skills. He had already noticed them on the way to the airport. Really? Jin turned to glance at the car behind them, noting, the boss still has quite the charm with women. Stop rambling. If you were a bit more affable, there would surely be plenty of girls around you. Feng Lin replied with a smile and a shake of his head. There are 7 members in total. Number 3 is an undercover agent, and number 6 has been eliminated. Now, only 5 remain. After disbanding the Dead Knight group, the high-ranking officials of the nation's secret military faction have extended invitations to them all. However, these individuals all declined, stating that only death could summon them back. Although Feng Lin was abroad, he still heard this news. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. I had assumed that after disbanding the Death Knight, you would have cut your hair short. Feng Lin observed Jin through the rearview mirror. I recall that initially, he wore a wig, but it was too easily discernible. For the sake of convenience and assassination, he opted to grow his hair long. He had grown accustomed to it. Jin, with an expression of calm indifference, remarked that he understood Feng Lin's setbacks were merely temporary. Sooner or later, he would restructure the Death Knight. He had been patiently waiting. At a Huangmin chicken rice restaurant in the East District, Feng Lin parked his electric bike in front of the establishment and led Jin inside. "Boss, 2 large servings of Huangmin chicken, extra spicy." Feng Lin called out to the owner, who was busy at the computer. "Got it." The owner glanced up at Feng Lin and Jin, marveling at Jin's beauty. However, he only looked a few times. No matter how stunning someone was, it had no bearing on him. Making money was of utmost importance. Feng Lin retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator, and the two sat across from each other at a table. Ruoying and Lan Ruo arrived at the entrance, still debating whether to enter. Ultimately, their curiosity prevailed. The two got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant. Upon spotting Feng Lin, Ruoying raised her brows in surprise. "Feng Lin, what are you doing here?" Feng Lin rolled his eyes, thinking, "Why do you think I'm here?" Yet, as an emotionally intelligent man, he chose not to reveal too much, simply responding, "I just picked up a friend from the airport and stopped here for a bite." "Is this your friend?" Lan Ruo gently adjusted her glasses and smiled. "Hello, I'm Lan Ruo." Jin nodded lightly, taking a sip of cola without uttering another word. "Haha. Apologies, my friend is like this. Please don't mind him." Feng Lin awkwardly attempted to smooth over the situation. "No worries." Lan Ruo felt a twinge of discomfort internally. Why act so grand at the airport? "Boss, a small serving of Huangmin chicken, 2 portions." Ruoying called towards the kitchen. "Sure, please have a seat." The owner emerged, astonished, his eyes widening. What was happening today at his little shop? Beautiful women were coming in one after another. Due to the presence of outsiders, Feng Lin and Jin's conversation turned more casual. After they had eaten their fill, Feng Lin leaned back in his chair, exhaling contentedly. "The spiciness is truly satisfying. Ladies, you may continue eating here. I'll take my friend and leave." Feng Lin stood up, giving Ruoying a light pat on the shoulder before departing with Jin. Ruoying initially did not react, but her cheeks soon flushed. To have been called wife in front of his fiancé, he could suggest he was preparing to call off their engagement. Contemplating this, Ruoying felt a surge of secret delight, even managing to cast a provocative smile at Lan Ruo. Feng Lin has departed, and Lan Ruo no longer feels the need to pretend in front of Ruoying. Angrily, she stands up and calls out to the owner, "Bill, please." "Hee. Ma'am, that will be 76 yuan in total," the owner replies, approaching with a friendly smile and rubbing his hands together. 76? Ruoying frowns, pointing at the menu. "Do you think we are uneducated? It clearly states here that a small portion costs 15. For the two of us, that totals only 30. Indeed, you two ordered 30 worth. But your husband just ordered 2 large portions, which amounts to 40, plus 2 bottles of cola for 6. The owner gestures towards the spot where Feng Lin had been sitting. "Uft." Lan Ruo bursts out laughing as she finally comprehends the situation. No wonder Feng Lin referred to Ruoying as wife. It was merely to make her pay. "Wife, that's 76 in total. Remember to settle the bill." Lan Ruo winks at Ruoying before dashing out. How infuriating. Ruoying grumbles through clenched teeth, cursing Feng Lin for his trickery. After retrieving her money, she steps outside, taking her place in the passenger seat of Lan Ruo's car, ready to ask for reimbursement for the meal. However, Lan Ruo is left agape, pointing at a distant public restroom. Ruoying follows her gaze, eyes widening in shock, and rubs them in disbelief. Feng Lin and his companion emerge from the men's restroom together. Jumping out of the car, Ruoying strides towards Feng Lin, accusingly pointing at him. "You have no shame." Feng Lin, misunderstanding her words as a complaint about the bill, chuckles and shrugs. "You took so much money from me. Are you upset over 100? What are you talking about?" "I'm referring to your friend. What were you both doing in the men's restroom?" Ruoying retorts angrily. "Restroom? Just relieving ourselves." Feng Lin suddenly pauses, realization dawning upon him as he puts an arm around Jin's shoulder. "He is a man, my brother." "A man? Are you joking?" Ruoying scrutinizes Jin's neck, moving to the side, gasping in shock as she covers her mouth. While not immediately apparent from the front, a careful examination from the side reveals a slight bulge, an unmistakable sign of masculinity, the Adam's apple. "Now do you believe me?" Feng Lin flicks Ruoying's forehead. "You two should head home. I have matters to attend to." With that, Feng Lin hops onto his electric scooter and speeds off towards the Water Ferry Club. Having received a message from Yexin stating she was back. Presently, Jin cannot stay here, and Yexin has ample space available. Ruoying sits in stunned silence in the passenger seat, prompting Lan Ruo to nudge her. "What's wrong?" Ruoying whispers, The one beside Feng Lin is a man. What the hell? Lan Ruo exclaims, unable to believe it. Feng Lin and Sikong Jin arrive together at the CAF on the 7th floor. Yexin, still clad in a black dress, sits there sipping her coffee. Sir, I find myself regretting our collaboration. The police situation remains unresolved. And now the Wei family has come knocking. Yexin complains with a smile upon seeing Feng Lin enter. Suddenly, she noticed Sikong Jin beside Feng Lin. And to her surprise, she found it difficult to discern whether the individual was a man or a woman. Does the Yi family not reward you? Feng Lin chuckled as he took a seat opposite Yexin. No, I have severed ties with them. I am now a solitary figure. Which is why I have placed everything in your hands. Yexin lifted her coffee cup and took a delicate sip. Rest assured, you have made the right choice. Feng Lin gestured towards Sikong Jin. Provide my brother with a place to stay. It must be tranquil. Very well, Yexin nodded gently, realizing that he was indeed a man. Now, let us discuss matters concerning the Wei family. Feng Lin signaled for Sikong Jin to sit down, gauging whether Yexin was aware of the news from the 9 Yus. Chapter 60. Regrets of Wang Qin. Ruoying chose not to follow Feng Lin any longer and returned home with Lan Ruo. Upon learning that Feng Lin had met with a man, she felt a sense of relief. Back at her quaint villa, Ruoying recalled the training session from that morning. She was a person of immense self-confidence, particularly unwilling to be outdone by her longtime rival, Lan Ruo. Thus, she began training in her yard, pushing beyond her physical limits. After approximately 10 minutes, a Porsche Cayenne came to a halt in front of her home. Wang Qin emerged from the passenger seat, visibly distressed, as she pounded on the villa's fence and exclaimed, "You have finally returned. Mom, what is wrong?" Ruoying approached and opened the door. Wang Qin rushed over and grasped Ruoying's arms. "Where's Feng Lin? Have you two divorced?" Ruoying's expression darkened. "Indeed, it was about this matter again. Mind your own business. I have told you countless times that my affairs with Feng Lin have nothing to do with you. I was wrong." Xiaoying, mother acknowledges her mistake. "I failed to recognize the gravity of the situation." Wang Qin lamented, nearly on the verge of kneeling, revealing that she had made several trips that day for this matter. First, she went to the civil affairs office, but found no sign of the couple after waiting for an extended period. Next, she returned to find Ruoying absent. Fearing that they might have already divorced, she rushed back to the civil affairs office. What on earth is wrong? Ruoying furrowed her brow. "My dear daughter, Feng Lin is a significant figure. Do you not understand? He is Mr. Zhou Tian's nephew." "What? Who told you that?" Ruoying was unaware of this detail. And Zhou Tian did not know Feng Lin either. It is true, the Song family confirmed it themselves. They are one of the 4 great families. And their information is surely more reliable than ours. Wang Qin pleaded, gripping Ruoying's arm. "Quickly call Feng Lin. We have already prepared the banquet for tonight. I must seek his forgiveness." "Forgiveness for what? You have not truly repented. You are merely drawn to Feng Lin's status." Ruoying retorted coldly. "That is not the case. My dear daughter, I assure you, I have no such intentions. In fact, both your father and I have noted your affections for Feng Lin." Wang Qin held onto Ruoying's hand, a beseeching look in her eyes. Ruoying sighed deeply, setting aside Wang Qin's motives. Extending an apology to Feng Lin would ultimately be a positive step. Upon contemplating this, she retrieved her mobile phone. Meanwhile, Feng Lin had concluded his discussion, and starting today, the 4th brother would temporarily reside here. He was an orphan, devoid of parental figures. When Feng Lin was merely 15, he rescued him from an organization. At that time, his hair was rather long, leading Feng Lin to mistakenly believe he had saved a girl. Since then, he had been inseparable from Feng Lin. According to Second Master, for the past 2 years, he had lived in solitude, seldom venturing outside. Second Master had visited him previously and found his home cluttered with takeout boxes. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent his time playing video games, rendering him exceedingly idle. Feng Lin could not allow him to languish. It was indeed time to assign him some tasks. In the coming days, he would have him investigate Wei Yanzi, which should yield some results. Just as he prepared to return, Feng Lin received a call from Ruoying. He answered, inquiring what was the matter. "Feng Lin, do you have time tonight? My mother wishes to invite you to dinner to offer her apologies." Ruoying's voice was tinged with awkwardness, fully aware of Feng Lin's disdain for Wang Qin. What scheme was afoot now? The mere thought of that woman irked Feng Lin. "You must come, it's important." Ruoying had no choice but to deceive Feng Lin. "All right, I can manage a farewell dinner. Come pick me up at my home tonight." Feng Lin nodded and ended the call. Upon returning home, he happened upon Tang Chanxian, who was berating someone over her phone. Noticing Feng Lin's return, she coldly exclaimed into the device, "Do you think I fear you? Filthy trash. Scram." With that, she hung up. What transpired? Feng Lin parked his electric bike and plugged it in for charging. My mother encountered a despicable superior. It's utterly revolting, Tang Chanxian said vehemently, recounting her mother Tang Hong's ordeal. It turned out that during her tenure, her supervisor, aware of her single status and striking appearance, had persistently harassed her. With no other recourse, Tang Hong resigned and returned home. To her dismay, the individual even dared to threaten her over the phone. "Where's Auntie?" Feng Lin inquired, his indignation rising. "My mother is resting. Best not to disturb her." Tang Chanxian gently shook her head. Feng Lin chuckled as he ruffled Tang Chanxian's hair. Though young, her spirit was even more resilient than her mother's. "Don't mess with my hair." Tang Chanxian pushed his hand away, puffing her cheeks slightly. "Have you got a girlfriend? You never come home these days. What? Is this little girl feeling jealous?" Feng Lin laughed, pinching her pouted cheek. "Who's jealous?" Tang Chanxian's face flushed crimson as she pinched Feng Lin's hand. "Recently, there's a female executive who knows my English is quite proficient and is attempting to recruit me to her company." When Su Ruoying arrived, Feng Lin intended to ask her to assist Tang Hong in securing a job. It would be a simple favor. The salary must be higher than a teacher's, right? Tang Chanxian's expression turned a shade envious, yet she recognized Feng Lin's capabilities. His English was indeed exceptional. "Indeed. I asked her to help find a decent job for Andy, which is quite straightforward." Feng Lin chuckled as he patted Tang Chanxian on the shoulder, assuring her that he would handle the matters concerning Auntie's employment. "Good." Tang Chanxian recalled a detail. Her mother mentioned that when Feng Lin lent them money previously, there was a beautiful woman by his side, exceedingly wealthy. Perhaps the executive Feng Lin spoke of was indeed her. Feng Lin returned to his room and reclined on the sofa to rest. Tang Chanxian followed him in, bowing deeply. "Feng Lin, once I graduate and earn money, I shall repay you tenfold." He laughed. "When I graduated, I thought the world's billionaires were mere rubbish. Do you truly believe money is so easily earned?" Stretching lazily, he reminisced about Zhao Qingqing, whom he encountered at a gathering. In high school, she was a top student, yet after graduating from university, she had become just an ordinary person. "I shall repay you fivefold." Tang Chanxian, feeling somewhat disheartened by Feng Lin's words, responded. "What if I can't repay?" Feng Lin asked with a smile. "I leave it to your discretion," she said, promptly turning to dash back to her home. This girl." Feng Lin shook his head with amusement. At 6:30 in the evening, Su Ruoying arrived at Feng Lin's doorstep, stepping out of her car and calling out his name. The first to emerge was Tang Chanxian, curious to see what the executive looked like. Stealing a glance at Su Ruoying, her gaze inadvertently fell upon her. Lowering her eyes to her own tablet, she felt embarrassed to linger there. "What on earth does this girl look like?" Feng Lin stepped out of the room and addressed Tang Chanxian. "We won't be dining tonight. Rest assured, I'll take care of Auntie's work." With that, Feng Lin departed with Su Ruoying. As he settled into the car, he inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why did your mother invite me to dinner?" "Oh, you'll understand when you arrive," Su Ruoying replied with a wry smile. At the Su residence, Wang Qin and Su Chuan awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Feng Lin exit the car, Wang Qin approached with a beaming smile. Little Lin, please come in. We've been waiting for you for ages." Chapter 61. Feng Lin felt utterly bewildered, sensing a peculiar atmosphere. Had this woman taken leave of her senses today? "What is wrong with you?" "Try to act normally," he said, gently prying her hand away and stepping back politely. Little Lin, please come in. Our chef has prepared a splendid meal." "Let us hurry inside before it gets cold," Wang Qin said, her smile unwavering. Under Su Ruoying's guidance, Feng Lin made his way into the interior of the Su family's villa. The dining table was adorned with a lavish spread, with a bottle of red wine prominently displayed in the center. Noticing this, Feng Lin felt compelled to clarify their intentions. "Speak up. What are you plotting? My time is precious. I have no time for games." He stood with his hands in his pockets, scrutinizing the group before him. Su Chuan and Wang Qin exchanged glances. Ultimately, Wang Qin lamented, "Feng Lin, I am but an unworthy soul, unable to recognize your greatness. Pray, let us be spared from your wrath. Have you perhaps misunderstood? I am no significant figure." Feng Lin smirked and turned to depart. "Do not leave, young Master Feng." We truly were unaware that Mr. Zhou Tian is your second uncle. Had I known your esteemed identity, I would never have dared to show you disrespect. Wang Qin exclaimed in alarm, hastily grasping Feng Lin's arm, on the verge of kneeling. Suddenly, Feng Lin halted, pondering the term second uncle. He recalled the earlier events, realizing that this appellation was merely a jest he had conjured. Such a prank would certainly not be divulged by Zhou Tian. Hence, it was undoubtedly Wei Yanzi who had revealed this information. He was taken aback that she had sought out the Su family to inquire about him. With an impassive expression, Feng Lin inquired, "From whom did you hear of this matter? Indeed, you have acknowledged it." Wang Qin's face lit up with excitement. In terms of status, Feng Lin surpassed the previously esteemed Song Keming. First and foremost, Zhou Tian's prowess eclipsed that of the Song family. This incident had enlightened Wang Qin to the realization that mere wealth pales in comparison to true power. Had it not been for the protection of Zhou Tian's formidable allies, they might have perished. Furthermore, the Song family had two brothers, destined to divide their inheritance. In contrast, Zhou Ziying, a woman, would eventually be married off. Thus, Feng Lin stood to inherit a substantial fortune. Today, Song Jingtao's wife, Wei Yanzi, visited us to inquire about your relationship with us, Sichuan remarked, igniting a cigarette and chuckling from a distance. What did you say? Feng Lin furrowed his brow in inquiry. Sichuan took a puff and clarified. I mentioned that you and our Xiaoying were betrothed in childhood, and she even inquired about your character. Young Master Feng, I made sure to extol your virtues at that moment. Wang Qin hurriedly approached, eager to claim credit. Feng Lin contemplated for a moment, sensing a proximity in their relationship that could potentially lead to misunderstandings. However, with Sikongjin nearby, it would be effortless for him to ensure Su Ruoying's protection. Get away from me, you repugnant creature. Feng Lin glared at Wang Qin beside him. Yes, young Master Feng. Wang Qin chuckled, quickly retreating a few steps. Now that he understood the situation, Feng Lin resolved to sit down and dine. In truth, he was not fond of having such individuals aware of his true identity. While the Su family was somewhat tolerable, it was Wang Qin who truly disgusted him, not Su Ruoying. Should any future fiancé share a temperament akin to Wang Qin's, flattering him knowing his formidable identity, and even pretending to be what he desired, it could easily cloud his judgment. Should he ever find himself incapacitated, such a woman would undoubtedly abandon him without hesitation. Therefore, Feng Lin's intention was simple, to approach any future fiancé with the guise of an ordinary person. Let us sit down for a meal. Feng Lin beckoned to those around him. At present, it seems that Feng Lin has assumed the role of the head of the Su family. With his consent, the three members of the Su family took their seats. Su Ruoying sat beside Feng Lin, while Su Chuan and Wang Qin occupied the seats opposite him. Su Ruoying rolled her eyes, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her mother's behavior. She picked up her chopsticks, ready to partake in the meal. Put them down. Young Master Feng hasn't even touched his chopsticks yet. Who gives you the right to eat first? Wang Qin scolded Su Ruoying. In a fit of frustration, Su Ruoying slammed her chopsticks on the table. Let us just eat. Feng Lin picked up his chopsticks and selected a piece of beef. The way young Master Feng eats is truly handsome, Wang Qin flattered. Mom, that's enough. Su Ruoying could no longer contain her irritation. This was utterly embarrassing. Su Chuan, feeling helpless, remarked, let us just enjoy our meal. Sooner or later, Feng Lin will be part of the family. Is this how you treat family? Exactly. Su Ruoying nodded in agreement, then glanced at Feng Lin. You clearly have this status. Why don't you share it with us? Feng Lin countered, taking a bite of his food. Why should I? Should I let you know that I am wealthy and surrounded by skilled individuals, only to have all the potential fiancés flock to me? The three members of the Su family fell silent, understanding Feng Lin's intention. It was akin to those wealthy individuals seeking partners. They often concealed their wealth when searching for women, knowing that many would be attracted solely to their riches. Feng Lin likely harbored the same mindset. After satisfying his hunger, Feng Lin stood up and stretched, having consumed most of the meal himself. While the Su family barely touched their food. I have things to do. I'll take my leave. He yawned, preparing to head home. Young Master Feng, why not stay tonight? Let Sowing keep you company, Wang Qin suggested, glancing at Su Ruoying. Mom, please mind your own business, Su Ruoying interjected, grasping Feng Lin's hand and swiftly departing. The two settled into the car, with Su Ruoying driving Feng Lin back to the urban village. If I were to tell you that Zhou Tian is not my second uncle, what would your reaction be? Feng Lin propped his chin in his hand. looking at Su Ruoying with curiosity. I don't care if he is your second uncle. If you dare to bully me, I will retaliate. Su Ruoying shot Feng Lin a cold glare. Feng Lin chuckled and shook his head. Through their time together, he had come to find Su Ruoying to be a rather intriguing individual. Suddenly, the car thudded against something, prompting Su Ruoying to slam on the brakes. The impact was so forceful that, despite being buckled in, her body lurched forward involuntarily. However, Feng Lin remained steadily seated, extending his hand to brace Su Ruoying from falling. What just happened? I think I hit something. Now it was nighttime, and with the aid of the headlights, Su Ruoying discerned two people crouched in front of the car. Lamenting, "Don't move," Feng Lin instructed as he opened the car door and stepped outside. Two middle-aged men were gathered around a dog, a Siberian husky, with blood splattered across the ground. Upon noticing Feng Lin exiting the vehicle, one of the men, sporting a buzz cut, bellowed, "You will compensate for my dog. I've raised it for 5 or 6 years, and you've killed it." Su Ruoying also observed the dog lying in a pool of blood and stepped out to apologize. "I'm truly sorry, I didn't see it. But does an apology suffice? Money. If you don't hand over 30,000 yuan today, you shall not leave." The buzz-cut man snapped. 30,000. Su Ruoying felt the sum excessive, yet she understood the man's sentiment. After all, she could afford it and pulled out her phone. "Fool. They are merely trying to swindle you," Feng Lin remarked, seizing Su Ruoying's phone and advancing towards the dog. "Let me see your dog. Get lost. You killed my dog and still have the audacity to look at ours. Do you believe I won't kill you?" Another man, clad in casual attire, brandished a dagger, cursing at Feng Lin. "This woman is a fool. Do you think I am as well?" Feng Lin glanced at Su Ruoying, gesturing toward the dog. "The dog has long been dead." "What? The dog was already dead?" Su Ruoying scrutinized the creature on the ground. It was nighttime, and aside from the car's headlights, only the distant streetlight provided illumination. It was indeed difficult to discern clearly. "You're speaking nonsense. If it was dead before, how do you explain the blood on my hands?" The dagger-wielding youth extended his hand, stained crimson. "Allow me to explain the blood." Feng Lin suddenly lunged forward, retrieving a bottle from the buzz-cut man's pocket. He unscrewed the cap and let the contents, a red liquid, drip onto the ground. "This must be chicken blood." Feng Lin sniffed it and tossed the bottle off the roadside. Su Ruoying understood. They were in cahoots to deceive. Indeed, these men had graduated from mere scams to more elaborate schemes. "You little brats, just wait. Never walk alone at night again." The buzz-cut man, realizing their scheme was exposed, pointed at Feng Lin and shouted. They were merely trying to extort money. Robbery would land them in jail. But most would simply consider themselves unfortunate and not pursue the matter further. As they turned to leave, Feng Lin stepped forward, blocking their path. "Who said you could leave? You've swindled me, and now you dare to threaten me? Do you think I have no temper?" Feng Lin's gaze grew increasingly sinister. The two exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. This young man was not adhering to the usual script. Typically, in such situations, it was merely a parting threat. Who would want to provoke you for no reason? They hadn't anticipated he would take it seriously. The young man raised the dagger, pointing it at Feng Lin, and coldly declared, "You think I want to act?" With a resounding thud, Feng Lin delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him tumbling off the road. As for the middle-aged man with a buzz cut, upon seeing this, he was so frightened that his legs trembled. He did not expect to encounter a skilled fighter. And in his panic, he turned to flee, shouting, "Brother, I was wrong." Feng Lin, however, found no inclination to pursue them further. He patted Su Ruoying on the shoulder and got into the car. Su Ruoying nodded, somewhat displeased, muttering, "I hold a doctorate. You are the foolish one." Feng Lin chuckled softly, realizing that this woman held grudges quite well. "By the way, do you know Aunt Tang Hong? Tomorrow, please help her find a job. She doesn't have much education, only a high school diploma." As he neared home, Feng Lin recalled his promise to Tang Chanxian. Aunt Tang Hong has a decent image. She could work as a receptionist. If she doesn't mind the labor, the company is also hiring cleaners. Su Ruoying, being the president of the new company, was in the midst of collaborating with the Zhou family and was currently hiring. It would be quite easy to arrange a position for Tang Hong. Feng Lin inquired, "Which position offers a higher salary?" "For newcomers, cleaning pays better, but the growth potential as a receptionist is greater. If she performs well, I may consider promoting her." Su Ruoying glanced at Feng Lin, reflecting on how it seemed he had been the one assisting her during this time. Whether it was the 300 million order, the misconduct of Song Keming, or the troubles caused by the Song family towards the Su family, it was all Feng Lin's doing. She had not provided him with any substantial assistance. Naturally, when he finally made a request, it warranted serious attention. All right, then let us go with the receptionist position. Which company? I'll take her there tomorrow morning. Feng Lin nodded and took out his phone to jot down notes. Ruoying took his phone, opened the Notes app, and entered their company's address, stating that arriving by 9 in the morning would suffice. Okay. Feng Lin tucked his phone away. Ruoying did not accompany him home, but left after dropping him off. Feng Lin discovered that the front door was locked, evidently indicating that they did not expect to return that night. He chose not to knock, but instead surveyed the surroundings, finding no one else present, and easily leaped into the courtyard. It was now past 9 in the evening. The doors of Tang Hong's family were already secured, yet the lights inside remained aglow. Feng Lin chose not to disturb them and returned to his room for a good night's sleep. The next morning, Feng Lin yawned and opened his eyes. It was Monday, but his class did not start until 10:30, so he had ample time. Feng Lin, how did you get in? Tang Chanxian, brushing her teeth, looked at him in surprise. I flew in, Feng Lin replied, stretching and gently swaying his body. He had rested well the previous night, but felt a bit sore. Feng Lin, you're awake? Aunt Tang Hong emerged from her room, smiling, though her complexion appeared somewhat haggard. Aunt, I found you a job at a large company when I was with a friend yesterday, Feng Lin said with a smile as he approached her. I've made arrangements for you to arrive by 9 in the morning. Ah, you are unaware that the place where I previously worked was also a large corporation. Tang Hong let out a deep sigh. Feng Lin raised an eyebrow and inquired, what was its name? Such a large company still harbors scum. I shall report him at my earliest convenience. It was called Starlight Group. I heard it was a joint venture between two major groups in Jiang City. I initially joined because of the hype, Tang Hong replied, shaking her head in resignation. There was another matter she had not disclosed to Feng Lin. The manager of the Human Resources Department had threatened her, asserting that she could forget about finding work in Jiang City from now on. She had spent the entire night restless. Filthy Starlight Group. Tang Chanxian cursed while brushing her teeth. Feng Lin scratched his head, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name. He glanced at his phone and realized it was indeed the new company established by Ruoying. Feng Lin immediately asked, Auntie, what position did you apply for? Tang Hong smiled wryly. I lack formal education, so I could only apply for a cleaning position. The salary is quite generous, 4,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus. Feng Lin nodded inwardly, confirming it was Ruoying's company. He had heard her mention the previous night that they were hiring and were particularly short on cleaners. Feng Lin felt somewhat exasperated. Auntie, the company I recommended to you is none other than Starlight Group. What? Tang Hong exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Tang Chanxian instantly pointed her toothbrush at Feng Lin, accusingly saying, Are you in cahoots with that scum? If you slander me again, I'll give you a good thrashing. Feng Lin shot a glare at Tang Chanxian before turning to Tang Hong with a reassuring smile. Auntie, do you remember the woman who was often by my side? She is an executive at the company. The previous Miss Su? Tang Hong certainly remembered that woman, who had an air of affluence about her and seemed extraordinary. So, she was indeed an executive. Precisely. Her position is certainly superior to that of the HR manager. Accompany me today. I shall have that scum dismissed. Feng Lin felt a sense of responsibility since he had facilitated the connection to this company. Such trash in management could not be tolerated. Tang Hong's disposition was that of a quintessential good-natured person. Mom, I will accompany you. Tang Chanxian glanced at Feng Lin and declared, Teacher, I will take a leave of absence this morning. You little rascal, Feng Lin rolled his eyes, noting her sudden acknowledgement of her status as a student. Ultimately, Feng Lin acquiesced, wanting to reassure Tang Chanxian. Auntie, the position I found for you is as a receptionist. You should change into something more formal. He observed Tang Hong in a rather ordinary dress, paired with black pants, appearing too casual. What? Receptionist? That position requires at least a college diploma. Tang Hong was taken aback. She had reviewed all the positions when choosing this company and knew she only qualified for cleaning. Chapter 63. A choice. Feng Lin chuckled and shrugged. That is why I mentioned that my friend is in upper management. We shall take the back door. All right. I will go change, Tang Hong said excitedly as she hurried toward her room. Tang Chanxian glanced at Feng Lin before following her inside. Before long, Tang Hong emerged, adorned in a sleek black office uniform. The attire consisted of a fitted black blazer and a pencil skirt, her hair elegantly styled into a bun, showcasing her fair complexion. In terms of physique, Tang Hong possessed a voluptuous figure, embodying the classic hourglass silhouette. Such a mature woman undoubtedly represents the ideal in the eyes of many older men. Feng Lin, at my age, does this attire seem inappropriate? Tang Hong's expression revealed a hint of unease, having scoured for quite some time to find this ensemble, which was originally issued to her during her tenure as a waitress at a high-end restaurant. Are you really that old? Otherwise, I might as well call you sister to avoid any generational confusion, Feng Lin chuckled, noting that Chanxian had only just reached adulthood. Tang Hong married young, and she was still shy of 40. In some major cities, women of her age remained unmarried. You certainly have a way with words, Tang Hong replied. Her smile as radiant as blooming peach blossoms as she adjusted her outfit. After the trio finished their breakfast, it was past 8 o'clock, and after a brief tidying up, they hopped onto their electric scooters to head to the office. Tang Hong rode alone, while Tang Chanxian sat behind Feng Lin. In approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the company's location, a tall building crowned with a massive sign that read Starlight Group. Tang Chanxian looked up, counting the floors, impressed by the stature of the establishment. Indeed, it was a large corporation, and this entire building belonged to them. The trio parked their scooters in a nearby space. Feng Lin glanced at his phone. It was only 8:30, and he intended to call Ruoying to check on her. However, at that moment, a balding middle-aged man in a suit emerged from a distant Audi. His rotund belly and slick demeanor left a rather unpleasant impression. As he approached with a smile, Tang Hong's expression soured. Feng Lin, it's him, she whispered discreetly. Upon hearing this, Tang Chanxian prepared to confront him, but Feng Lin firmly grasped her by the nape of her neck, pulling her back to his side. Haha, little Tang, it seems you've come to a realization. This is a good thing, Zhao Gangtai said with a grin. Zhao, I don't need your help this time. Someone has already referred me for a job, Tang Hong asserted, gaining confidence with Feng Lin beside her. Don't need my help? I am the head of the Human Resources Department. All hiring and firing falls under my purview. Without my consent, who would dare employ you? Zhao Gangtai replied, shaking his head slightly. I fail to understand. Are my offered conditions not generous enough? Ridiculous, Tang Chanxian retorted, still held back by Feng Lin. What is a little brat like you know? The janitorial position pays $4,200 a month. I'm willing to offer her an additional $3,000 to keep me company. Isn't that a good deal? Zhao Gangtai continued, a smirk playing on his lips. Besides, her husband has passed. A widow must have her needs. How dare you? Tang Chanxian could no longer contain her anger at the insult directed at her mother and forcefully broke free from Feng Lin's grasp. However, Feng Lin acted swiftly, delivering a kick that sent Zhao Gangtai sprawling to the ground. Clean up your mouth. You insolent brat, do you dare to strike me? Zhao Gangtai exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Lin. You're finished. Do you think I can't make a single call to have you fired? Who are you trying to intimidate? Feng Lin retorted just as a security guard, having noticed the commotion from a distance, rushed over. Security, stop them. Do not let them escape. With great effort, Zhao Gangtai, his corpulent form struggling, managed to rise from the ground. He retrieved his phone, fixing a cold glare at Feng Lin. If you have the guts, tell me where you work. I am a teacher at Jiang City University, Feng Lin replied with a hint of amusement, confident that Zhao would be unable to reach the dean. Ah, a university teacher. Is it? Perhaps you are unaware of who I am, Zhao Gangtai exclaimed, dialing a number on his phone. To emphasize his confidence, he activated the speakerphone. After a few rings, a middle-aged voice answered, Zhao, I'm in a meeting. I'll call you back shortly. Understood, Director, Zhao Gangtai replied before hanging up. Then snapped a photo of Feng Lin with his phone. Just you wait. Tang Hong and Tang Chanxian exchanged worried glances, their faces paling. It was evident that Zhao Gangtai had connections with influential figures at the university, having just addressed someone as director. Tang Chanxian was acutely aware that Feng Lin was merely an ordinary teacher. If her family's issues led to his dismissal, she would be at a loss on how to face him. Tang Hong shared the same sentiment, fully realizing the difficulties of securing a good job in today's society. Are you Feng Lin? At that moment, a familiar voice drifted from afar. Feng Lin initially thought it was Ruoying, but upon turning, he discovered it was Jing, his classmate Guo Duo's girlfriend. What brings you here? Feng Lin inquired, puzzled. I work here. I started 2 days ago, Jing replied, clad in office attire. Only now noticing Zhao Gangtai's presence. Zhao, what brings you here? Jing inquired with a smile. Do you know this kid? Zhao Gangtai asked, pointing at Feng Lin. Yes, he is my boyfriend's classmate, Qianjing responded, only to suddenly recognize the troubling expression on Zhao Gangtai's face. What's wrong, Mr. Zhao? She asked, her voice trembling. What's wrong? This brat actually dared to strike me. Zhao Gangtai scolded. What? Feng Lin, how dare you? Do you not wish to remain in Jiang City? Qianjing seized the opportunity, fully aware that Zhao Gangtai was the HR manager of the company, a highly sought-after position. She too was part of that department. As the company grew, many would vie for a chance to enter, even willing to pay a hefty price. Jianxian simply needs to maintain a good rapport with General Zhao, and she will undoubtedly be able to bring people in the future. The straightforward benefits are immeasurable. It seems as though the entire Jiang City belongs to him. Offending him would jeopardize my standing here. Feng Lin has long harbored disdain for Jianxian, seeing her as a mere opportunist, a sycophant. Indeed, I cannot speak for others, but if you fail to thrive, General Zhao will certainly ensure it comes to pass. Jianxian is aware that Feng Lin is acquainted with certain ruffians, yet ultimately, they hold no sway in reputable circles. Zhao Gangtai, however, is an associate of the Su Group, which boasts assets exceeding 1 billion. Following the collaboration between the Su Group and the Zhou family, Zhao Gangtai has been appointed here as the manager of the Human Resources Department. To speak plainly, Zhao Gangtai is a member of Jiang City's elite. This decision is not a challenging one for Jianxian. Feng Lin, do not assume that with a mistress shielding you, you are invincible. Have you heard of the Zhou family? This company is backed by them. Jianxian crossed her arms, her demeanor and expression rife with contempt. Feng Lin nearly burst into laughter. He glanced at his phone, eagerly wishing for her to meet this mistress. Chapter 64. You are dismissed, oh? What is this situation? Enlighten me. Let me have a chuckle. Zhao Gangtai squinted his eyes in amusement, simply instructing the director to expel the teacher. It would undoubtedly come at a high cost. However, if he were to uncover Feng Lin's vulnerabilities and inform the director, perhaps a simple meal would suffice to settle the matter. He is being supported by a mistress. Jianxian pointed at Feng Lin, her claims becoming increasingly absurd. What? Supported by a mistress? Zhao Gangtai scoffed, a derisive smile crossing his face. This is utterly ludicrous. It is akin to him being financed by Tang Hong, who in turn supports Feng Lin. Precisely. That mistress, maintained by a corporate executive, exudes the allure of a seductress. Cruising in a Mercedes, yet maintains a close relationship with Feng Lin. Jianxian, with her arms crossed, cast a cold glance at Feng Lin. Huh, young man. Who would have thought that a worthless individual, kept by a mistress, would dare to put on airs before me? Zhao Gangtai chuckled dismissively. Tang Hong and Tang Chanxian also stared at Feng Lin in shock. Jianxian, with a nonchalant expression, addressed Feng Lin, claiming, do not blame me for exposing you. It was your audacity to lay hands on General Zhao that prompted this. He has shown me immense favor. Indeed, Jianxian, from now on, perform commendably in the Human Resources Department. Zhao Gangtai nodded in satisfaction, mockingly gazing at Feng Lin, stating that as a teacher, being kept by a mistress is a disgraceful predicament. Tang Hong's face grew increasingly pale as she grasped Feng Lin's hand, preparing to lead him away. Although she could not condone Feng Lin's actions, he had treated her well. Tang Hong is a person who values gratitude. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz parked in the distance. Su Ruoying had just disembarked and caught sight of Feng Lin afar. She checked her phone. It was only a little past 8:40. Surprised that Feng Lin and the others had arrived early. Feng Lin, I apologize for my tardiness. Su Ruoying greeted from a distance, striding towards them with purpose. Ha! Feng Lin, your luck is truly remarkable. Just as we mention your mistress, she arrives. Qianjing scoffed upon spotting Su Ruoying, her laughter dripping with disdain. Tang Hong and Tang Chanxian turned in unison, realizing that this woman was indeed the mistress being supported. Tang Hong nodded to herself, acknowledging that it made sense. No wonder she once had so much money. Feng Lin had mentioned this woman was a high-ranking executive in the company, clearly embarrassed and attempting to deceive them. In truth, Su Ruoying was that very executive, playing the role of the mistress. Tang Chanxian pouted slightly, eyeing Su Ruoying with skepticism, muttering, "TCH. It must be a lie. Hello, mistress. Here to see Feng Lin again." Qianjing continued her mockery, casting a knowing smile at Zhao Gangtai, seemingly seeking approval. However, Zhao Gangtai's expression darkened. His face turning ashen, in a fit of rage, he struck Qianjing across the face, shouting, "Get lost, you wretched creature." The slap left Qianjing in shock. her hand covering her face as she plaintively questioned, Zhao, this person is Feng Lin's mistress, isn't she? Mistress? Su Ruoying fixed her gaze on Qianjing, her expression one of displeasure. Despite enduring humiliation at Feng Lin's hands, she was ruthless in her business dealings. Regardless of an employee's seniority, she would not hesitate to terminate anyone who crossed her line. Miss, I have no connection to her, Zhao Gangtai stammered, dropping to his knees before Su Ruoying, repeatedly bowing his head. His current status was solely due to the Su family. Miss Qianjing, having only been around for 2 days, during which Su Ruoying had been working from home, was entirely unaware of her identity. Qianjing, your probation is over. You are fired. Zhao Gangtai coldly declared. Do you know who this is? She is the president of Xinguang Group, a shareholder of Su Corporation, and the daughter of the chairman. What? Qianjing's mind blanked in shock, and she stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. How is that possible? Feng Lin said she was a mistress. How could someone like Zhao Gangtai deceive her in such a situation? Tang Hong and Tang Chanxian stood frozen, wide-eyed in disbelief. This was no mere executive. She was clearly the leader of Xinguang Group. Xinguang Group calls the shots. Tang Chanxian whispered in fear, worried her earlier mutterings were overheard. It's true. It must be true. Feng Lin, what on earth happened? Su Ruoying inquired, her curiosity piqued. With his hands shoved deep in his pockets, Feng Lin recounted the entire incident. Upon hearing it, Su Ruoying's countenance darkened. As a woman, nothing infuriated her more than such men, especially after having dealt with someone as despicable as Song Keming. Zhao Gangtai, will you resign of your own accord, or shall I dismiss you myself? Su Ruoying's voice was as cold as ice, piercing to the bone. Given your years of experience, you should be aware that a voluntary resignation initiated by the company entails a penalty fee. Zhao Gangtai hung his head, too intimidated to speak. He had always relied on the Su family, and now that they had allied with the Zhou family, their power was only destined to grow. I assure you, I can provide you with the penalty fee, but I will also file a lawsuit against you, Su Ruoying continued. Zhao Gangtai, terrified, fell to his knees, pleading, Miss, I resign of my own accord. I resign of my own accord. If he were to be sued, he could forget about finding another job in the future. Considering your status as a long-standing employee, I shall be lenient, Su Ruoying remarked, gesturing towards Qianjing and signaling to the security personnel to escort her out. Feng Lin, you deceived me. You were the one who claimed she was a mistress. Qianjing shouted as she was dragged away by security, regretting her situation to the point of wishing for her own demise. Under Su Ruoying's lead, the group entered the elevator together. Su Ruoying pressed the button for the 25th floor. Tang Hong and Tang Chanxian remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Feng Lin, however, smiled and lightly touched Su Ruoying's arm. Yet, Su Ruoying forcefully pushed him away, taking out her phone to send a WeChat message to Feng Lin. He glanced down to read it. We shall have a thorough discussion regarding the mistress matter, accompanied by a string of bomb emojis. Ding! The elevator chimed as it reached the top floor. Su Ruoying produced a key and unlocked the door marked with the title of president. Inside was a vast office, decorated in an exceptionally minimalist style. Apart from the black desk and chairs and a sofa, the predominant color was white. Please, take a seat, Su Ruoying said, offering a faint smile to Tang Hong and Tang Chanxian. Oh, we wouldn't want to impose, Tang Hong replied, feeling quite uneasy. Under normal circumstances, someone of her standing would not be entitled to speak with the president. Auntie, do not be so formal. This is my childhood friend. We grew up together in the village, Feng Lin said, draping his arm around Su Ruoying's shoulder. However, Su Ruoying promptly pushed Feng Lin away. Aunt Tang, I will arrange for the assistant manager of the HR department to meet you shortly. Your position will be as a receptionist. Very well. I will certainly strive to perform well, Tang Hong responded eagerly, nodding her head. Let me make one thing clear. I value competence. Should there be any lapse in work ethic or any undesirable habits, termination will follow, Su Ruoying stated, having already sent a message to the assistant manager. I understand. Tang Hong cast a glance at Feng Lin, aware that this was entirely his favor. She could not afford to bring shame upon him. Tang Chanxian also discreetly observed the two, noting that their relationship seemed strained. Uncertain of the circumstances, she felt a sense of relief upon seeing the discord between Feng Lin and Su Ruoying. Chapter 65. You decide what to do next. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman entered the office, addressing her as president. This is Tang Hong, who is responsible for the reception duties. Please assist her in completing the onboarding procedures. There is no need for a probationary period. She will be a formal employee right away, Su Ruoying commanded, pointing at Tang Hong. The middle-aged woman cast a glance at Tang Hong, pondering inwardly that this woman was quite extraordinary. It seems I shall need to cultivate a closer relationship with her in the future. After a brief conversation, Tang Hong and Tang Chanxian were led away. Now, only Feng Lin and Su Ruoying remained in the office. Feng Lin, speak up. Everyone has left, and if you don't clarify this matter for me, we are far from finished. Su Ruoying locked the door and fixed a cold gaze upon Feng Lin. Sigh. Speaking of this incident makes me furious. After that gathering, I encountered Qianjing again, and she mentioned seeing you driving a Mercedes. Feng Lin's expression was one of indignation. She claimed you are the mistress of a wealthy man. What do you have to say for yourself? Su Ruoying's expression softened slightly. This was understandable. Previously, when she was with Feng Lin, they rode an electric bike, appearing to be from an ordinary family. However, just a few days later, she was driving a Mercedes, which naturally led to wild speculations. I was seething with anger at that moment. I insisted that my girlfriend, aside from her work, also drives as a side job to support our household. She is a remarkably beautiful and kind-hearted person. Indeed, that is correct, Su Ruoying nodded, shamelessly admitting it. Yet, it was evident she remained unconvinced, firmly believing you were the mistress, albeit not voicing it outright. Feng Lin attributed the blame to Qianjing, having long harbored a disdain for her. How despicable! Su Ruoying muttered silently, though she felt somewhat enlightened now. She addressed Feng Lin, stating, "You need not concern yourself with matters regarding Tang Hong. I will take care of it." "Very well then. I shall take my leave," Feng Lin replied, nodding as she exited via the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor lobby, she discovered Tang Chanxian waiting for her. "Where's your mother?" Feng Lin inquired as she approached. "She went to sign the contract. She asked us to leave first," Tang Chanxian replied, lifting her chin. Feng Lin nodded, handing her the keys to her electric bike. "Take me to school." After saying this, she took out her phone and glanced at the screen. It was Guo Duo's number. It was evident what the call was about. Feng Lin sat on the back of the electric bike as she answered the call. "Hello, Feng Lin. This is Guo Duo. I just heard about my girlfriend's situation. I owe you an apology." Guo Duo's voice was laced with anxiety. He had not anticipated that the mistress Feng Lin mentioned was the president of a major corporation. "It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you." Feng Lin thought Guo Duo was a decent person. "When are you free? Let's have a meal together. I would like to make amends." Guo Duo invited, fearful that Feng Lin might hold a grudge. "No need. A meal won't suffice. The main issue is that your girlfriend has offended the president, and I cannot speak on her behalf." "Isn't that president your girlfriend?" "You are mistaken. There is someone she does not favor pursuing her. I merely serve as a shield. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up now." After saying this, Feng Lin ended the call and tucked her phone into her pocket. Tang Chanxian glanced at the rearview mirror and observed Feng Lin putting away his phone before calmly inquiring, "She must be your girlfriend, right?" "No," Feng Lin replied, shaking his head. "TCH," Tang Chanxian muttered under her breath. Upon returning to school, she headed straight to her classroom, while Feng Lin leisurely strolled around the campus. Although he had attended classes for a few days, he did not possess his own office. Sitting on a bench in the schoolyard, Feng Lin crossed his legs and gazed at the boys and girls playing in the distance. Before long, he noticed students from his class arriving at the playground. Checking his schedule on his phone, he realized that the current period was their physical education class. Due to the small number of students in his class, they joined the 5th class for lessons. After a brief warm-up of 1,000 meters, the teacher dismissed them, allowing everyone to engage in free activities. "Teacher," Bainuan approached with a smile, her curiosity piqued after the previous incident. "What kind of person are you? How could you defeat my brother so effortlessly?" Feng Lin looked at Bainuan and chuckled, shaking his head. "I was just a soldier for a few years." "Huh, what did you need to see Sister Yi for?" Bainuan took the initiative to sit beside him, intrigued by the mysterious figure she had encountered only a couple of times without ever exchanging words. "I went to reason with her. One of her subordinates bullied my friend." Feng Lin casually fabricated an excuse. In the distance, Tang Chanxian and Guo Duo sat together, occasionally casting glances toward Feng Lin. It was puzzling how Bainuan, who frequently skipped classes to surf the internet, had developed such a close relationship with him. Suddenly, a basketball came crashing toward Feng Lin, who caught it with one hand. He looked up and noticed a tall boy with a crew cut in a jersey, a slight smirk forming on his lips. It was deliberate. "Hey, The boy with the crew cut waved at Feng Lin. Feng Lin seized the basketball and exerted a bit of force, sending it flying with a loud thud. The crew cut boy, initially oblivious, realized too late as the ball struck him, causing him to lose balance and tumble to the ground with a thud. Ha! Guanggu, feeling a bit weak, are we? I bet he did that on purpose to attract the girl's attention. Guang, hearing the taunts from those around him, felt a chill in his gaze and found it difficult to maintain his composure. He forcefully kicked the basketball away and approached Feng Lin, pointing a finger at him. You think you're pretty tough, huh? Guang, what are you doing? This is our instructor. Lan Ruo stood up and shouted. Feng Lin appeared contemplative, seemingly grasping the reason behind this boy's aggression. What of it? Can an instructor maliciously use a basketball against me? Guang beckoned Feng Lin with his finger. Let us settle this like men. He's our English teacher. Why would I compete with you? Lan Ruo grasped Feng Lin's arm, trying to restrain him. In a one-on-one match, Feng Lin would easily defeat Guang. After all, he had bested her brother. Yet, when it came to basketball, Feng Lin was undoubtedly no match for Guang. Guang, during her previous high school years, faced significant academic challenges, yet she managed to secure a place in a university's sports program. Primarily due to her exceptional basketball skills, it is rumored that personnel from the city's sports bureau have taken notice of her talent, promising a bright future ahead. Many teachers at the school have shown her considerable support. Now is fear creeping in. Where did that bravado go when you struck me with the basketball? Guang smirked. If you're afraid, then apologize. It's not about fear. Competing against you holds no advantage for me, Feng Lin replied, surveying the onlooking students with a smile. If I win, they'll say I'm bullying a student. If I lose, they'll claim I'm inferior to my own student. You win? Do you know who I am? Who in this entire school can defeat me? Guang crossed her arms, her gaze laced with disdain. If you can win, I'll gladly concede my head. Teacher, stop pretending. She's genuinely formidable. The city's sports bureau has even invited her to compete, Zhao Tian interjected as he approached. Initially, he had no animosity towards Feng Lin. His past actions were merely to curry favor with Song Fan, and now that Song Fan was no longer a concern, he saw no need to provoke Feng Lin. Forget about the head, just give me some money. Feng Lin chuckled, addressing Tang Chanxian, who was walking over. If I win, you owe me 5,000 as a scholarship for our class. Tang Chanxian cast a deep glance at Feng Lin, her head lowered in slight embarrassment. His request was clearly a generous offer. Since her enrollment, she had consistently ranked first in all exams, firmly placing her within the top 5 of the entire grade. Without a moment's hesitation, Guang agreed, confident in her impending victory. All right, I accept, but what happens if you lose? Feng Lin smiled and shrugged. If I lose, whatever you say goes. Chapter 66. Astonishingly bold. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. Feng Lin truly exhibited the audacity of a newcomer, seemingly unaware of Guang's prowess. If you lose, you must crawl from here to the school gate at noon, Guang declared, her intentions clear. She aimed to humiliate Feng Lin. It was no wonder she had been messaging by Nuan without receiving any replies. It was likely due to this handsome new teacher. Teacher Feng, don't agree. Tang Chanxian approached, shaking her head while whispering in his ear, I still need to ride back with you this afternoon. I don't want to be embarrassed. Guo Duo stood nearby, her expression neutral. She had already witnessed Feng Lin's physical capabilities and believed he could hold his own against Guang. All right, I'll accept. I absolutely cannot let our class lose face. Feng Lin winked at Tang Chanxian before striding towards the court. Tang Chanxian sighed in resignation. Did this English teacher genuinely think he could rival a sports teacher? Yet, even as a sports teacher, he would still fall short of Guang's talents. The impending contest between the two quickly drew a crowd of students. Even several distant physical education teachers, who had been chatting, came over to witness the spectacle. Within a mere minute, the basketball court became a hub of eager spectators, with only Feng Lin and Guang standing at its center. The new teacher is quite handsome, isn't he? I must not have seen him before. But what good is looks? He might resign tomorrow, and then it would be quite embarrassing. The surrounding students were abuzz with chatter. Guang's skills are evident. During the previous school competition, he was virtually untouchable. It was as if a master player had entered a novice match. The goal was set at 20 points. Whoever reached that first would be the victor. Guang lightly dribbled the basketball and addressed Feng Lin. You may begin. Feng Lin nodded, signaling for Guang to start. Without hesitation, Guang was eager to showcase his talents before the crowd. Let the game commence. Huang Guang suddenly bent down, spinning past Feng Lin's body, and leapt high into the air. With a resounding boom, he executed a slam dunk. Huang Gu is magnificent, cheered his teammates from the school team. Among the spectators, several female students joined in the applause. A person like Huang Guang is akin to a highly valuable stock, almost guaranteed to yield profits. Should he make it to the national team, his market value would soar. Marrying him would mean that even if he were a benchwarmer, his earnings would far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Huang Guang tossed the basketball to Feng Lin, smirking, "It's your turn now." He then assumed a defensive stance. Feng Lin lightly dribbled, reacquainting himself with the weight of the ball. It had been years since he last played. Suddenly, he leapt high, executing a flawless shot from the midcourt. The students around gasped in astonishment. Tang Chanxian instinctively clenched her fists, a smile breaking across her face. No wonder Feng Lin was so confident. He was indeed skilled. Bainuan also smiled, realizing she had worried unnecessarily. Huang Guang, equally astonished, watched with wide eyes. Everyone focused intently on the arc of the basketball, and finally, it struck the ground, followed by uproarious laughter. "Ha, that is hilarious. Not even close. That confident expression made me think you were a master, but it turns out you're just a novice." Tang Chanxian sighed, covering her face in embarrassment. Bainuan sighed deeply as well, wishing she had discouraged him from participating. Huang Guang chuckled as he retrieved the ball. "Now it's my turn." He dribbled lightly twice before faking a move and shooting from the three-point line. Boom. Another successful shot. The crowd erupted in cheers. Now that was a three-pointer. Only Feng Lin remained calm as he accepted the basketball, dribbling lightly to feel its weight. Not bothering to aim at the hoop, he launched the ball from midcourt. "What are you doing? Do you even know how to play? If you're not interested, just concede." Some onlookers could no longer contain themselves. It was clear this teacher had no intention of playing fair. Who throws the ball from midcourt like that? Huang Guang curled his lips into a smirk, this time not glancing back. Bang! Goodness! The ball went in. Zhang Haoyan pointed at the hoop, exclaiming with exhilaration. The students from Feng Lin's class gasped in disbelief. Could it really be thrown in? However, the others remained unfazed, merely dismissing it as a stroke of luck. Everyone has had such moments. Huang Guang's expression remained unchanged. This was quite normal, especially for an athlete of his caliber. He resumed dribbling, determined to perform a dunk, as it appeared far more impressive. He relished the cheers from the women. With a feint, he sidestepped Feng Lin, leaped high, his confidence radiating from the corners of his mouth. Yet suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Feng Lin had appeared before him without his notice. Moreover, his leap far surpassed Huang Guang's. With a resounding smack, Feng Lin sent the basketball flying, causing Huang Guang to tumble to the ground. The once boisterous audience fell silent, astonished by the earlier display of athleticism. Even the physical education teachers chatting in the distance were taken aback. Standing at 185 meters, Feng Lin was tall among ordinary people, but not particularly so among basketball players. Nonetheless, the height he just achieved was enough for his head to nearly touch the rim. Again, Huang Guang yelled as he picked himself up from the ground. Feeling insulted by the block, he was determined to retaliate against Feng Lin. After retrieving the basketball, Feng Lin casually tossed it again. This time, it was less a shot and more of a careless throw. Bang! The ball went in. The onlookers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, many pulling out their phones to record the spectacle. Huang Guang took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Just as he prepared to launch an attack, Feng Lin appeared at his side and effortlessly intercepted his pass. Huang Guang was utterly bewildered. On the third, fourth, and fifth attempts, after a single miss, Feng Lin scored flawlessly from the midline, each shot swishing through the net. Holy cow, is this for real? I can't believe he is playing like this. I suspect there are cameras around. This must be a video shoot. The crowd was at a loss for words. After one or two successful shots, it could be attributed to luck, but the fact that he scored each time was astonishing. As for the students from Feng Lin's class, they were utterly amazed, exclaiming how incredible it was. With such skills, who needs to teach English? Feng Lin maintained a calm demeanor. This was precisely why he didn't engage in basketball. Not only him, but any slightly stronger martial artist would refrain from playing. It was simply too easy. These individuals possessed a precise control over their strength. Just like Du Qingyu with her steel nails, hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy. Basketball was no different. Once familiar with the weight, one could score even with eyes closed. In total, Feng Lin scored 7 three-point shots, clinching victory in the match. Huang Guang lay prostrate on the ground, beginning to question his existence. Zhang Haotian, the matter of the 5,000 is now in your hands. Feng Lin glanced at Zhang Haotian beside him before turning to leave. After he departed, the two physical education teachers finally reacted and promptly contacted the dean. If the school were to produce a globally renowned star like Yao Ming, the dean would awaken from dreams with a smile. Once the physical education class concluded, the students returned to their classrooms, their gazes towards Feng Lin markedly altered. Just as Feng Lin was about to speak, he noticed a text message from Lan He. Upon reading it, he frowned slightly and approached Tang Chanxian, handing her the keys to his electric bike. Please ride it home this afternoon. We have self-study for English class. With that, Feng Lin exited the school and took a taxi to the Lan residence. Today, a distinguished guest graced the Lan household. Chapter 67. I have seen you in my dreams. Feng Lin arrived at the gate of the Lan family in a taxi. The guard, already familiar with him, did not impede his entry. With his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face, Feng Lin strolled inside. In the distance, he spotted Lan He seated at a table across from a middle-aged man. This man, sporting a few strands of gray hair and some wrinkles at the corners of his mouth, bore a resemblance to Feng Lin. With stubble adorning his chin and dressed in a black suit that was left unbuttoned, he exuded a somewhat disheveled appearance. Holding a cigarette, he turned back with a smile. Kid, back already? Why are you here in Jiang City instead of playing mahjong with the old ladies in the village? Feng Lin approached with a grin. The man was none other than his father, Feng Chun. I had some business and happened to pass through Jiang City, so I thought I'd stop by the Lan family. Feng Chun smiled at Feng Lin, prompting a chuckle from Lan He. What have you summoned me for this time? Feng Lin glanced at Lan He. I already know you've called Si Kong Jin. The higher-ups have complete faith in you, and whatever you do, they want me to assist you wholeheartedly. Lan He, initially unaware, had learned from Lan Ruo yesterday that Feng Lin had a friend more beautiful than any woman. It was obvious that this referred to Si Kong Jin. Feng Lin did not hesitate to elaborate. I have discovered traces of the Nine Nether Realm. Don't tell me you need my assistance. Just inform me when the time comes. Lan He remarked with a sly smile. Feng Lin rolled his eyes, realizing it simply meant he wanted him to investigate. Feng Chun checked the time on his phone, extinguished the half-smoked cigarette, and returned it to the pack. Lan, we have some private matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Very well. Remember our family's engagement. Lan He nodded and stood up with a smile. Rest assured, no need to see us off. Feng Chun waved his hand, draping his arm over Feng Lin's shoulder as they exited. Outside the Lan residence, a Phoenix brand bicycle was parked. Feng Chun pushed the bike, departing alongside Feng Lin. Old man, you rode your bicycle here? Feng Lin rolled his eyes, incredulous at the notion of cycling all the way from Central Plains to Jiangbei. Damn it. I still need to settle some matters with you. Did you tell Du Xilan where I was staying? Noticing Feng Lin's puzzled expression, Feng Chun clarified. That's Du Qingyu's mother. Feng Lin nodded. Indeed, that woman dared to threaten me with you, and I cannot tolerate it. You understand nothing. That woman has a secret crush on me. What if you tell her my address, and she comes to my home? Feng Chun helplessly rolled his eyes. Huh, you're not still playing that trick like Duan Zhengchun, are you? Ending with the line that my fiancée is actually my sister. Feng Lin pursed his lips, clearly skeptical of his father's words. Don't spout nonsense. I only have your mother as a woman. Feng Chun mounted his bicycle, leisurely pedaling forward, stating, I plan to be away for a while. Feng Lin followed behind, reminding him, let me clarify, don't come back with a few fiancés again. Matters of fiancés cannot be taken lightly. They must match your birth date and time, a rare occurrence, something to be encountered but not sought. Feng Chun waved his hand at Feng Lin and departed. Feng Lin gazed at his father's retreating figure, chuckling as he shook his head. The only man he admired since childhood was his father. He seemed frivolous but imparted many life lessons. Feng Chun rode his bicycle with both hands off the handlebars. He retrieved the half-finished cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with a lighter. He then took out his phone, dialing a number, before finally grasping the handlebars with one hand. Hello, I've spoken with my son. With the cigarette between his lips, Feng Chun uttered this line before hanging up. Soon after, his eyes brightened, halting his bicycle in front of a woman with two ponytails. The person was none other than Guo Duo. As there were no classes that Monday afternoon, the last English class of the morning had turned into a self-study session. With so few students in class, most had already left. Guo Duo suggested to Tang Chanxian that they go shopping. Excuse me, do you have a boyfriend? Feng Chun pulled a notebook from his upper pocket, looking at Guo Duo. What are you doing? Guo Duo furrowed her brows, asking with some wariness. While she had encountered older men flirting before, it was her first time meeting an older man on a bicycle. It's just like in my dreams, Feng Chen sighed. I dreamt yesterday that my son got married, and his bride was you. Get lost. Guo Duo shouted, resembling an angry little lion. Her temperament is just like my daughter-in-law's. Would you mind sharing your name and contact information? Feng Chen retrieved a black pen from between the pages of the notebook. Smiling as he inquired, Duo, what is going on? At that moment, Tang Chanxian, who had parked her electric bike in the distance, hurried over. Feng Chen glanced at Tang Chanxian, exclaiming, You look so familiar. I've seen you in my dreams. You and my son, Uncle Feng Chen. Tang Chanxian suddenly pointed at Feng Chen's face. Feng Chen's expression froze, the familiarity growing stronger. This time it wasn't a fabrication. He truly seemed to have seen her somewhere. Oh, you are Chanxian. It was no wonder Feng Chen had forgotten. It had been 6 or 7 years since Feng Lin attended high school here. He remembered Tang Chanxian as a little girl back then. What are you doing? Tang Chanxian inquired. Please follow me, Feng Chen said, gently pulling Tang Chanxian a few steps away, before quietly inquiring, What is that young girl's name? Please tell me her phone number. His notebook was filled with names and contact details, and after flipping through several pages, he finally found a blank space. Her name is Guo Duo, from the Gu family in Jiang City. Tang Chanxian was unaware of Feng Chen's intentions and responded casually. All right. Feng Chen noted it down, then produced a black card from his pocket and handed it to Guo Duo, saying, In case one day your family encounters an irremediable illness, feel free to call me. With that, he closed his notebook and rode away on his bicycle. Chanxian, who is he? Guo Duo asked, looking down at the card, which bore no name, only a phone number. Had she not known Tang Chanxian, she might have discarded it on the spot. He is Feng Lin's father, that old rascal. What did he say to you? Tang Chanxian inquired. Guo Duo's face flushed crimson. She felt too shy to divulge the details. It's nothing. No, wait. It's something. A familiar voice interrupted. Both girls turned to see Feng Lin stepping out of a taxi and approaching them. School hasn't let out yet, has it? Ugh. You're a teacher who skipped out, so why shouldn't we leave? Guo Duo grasped Tang Chanxian's hand and headed toward the shopping mall. Feng Lin followed closely. He felt the need to supervise Tang Chanxian, as their spending habits diverged. He could not allow her to develop poor habits. Sure enough, Guo Duo led Tang Chanxian toward a luxury goods store. Feng Lin stepped forward and grasped Tang Chanxian's shoulder, asserting, We are not buying anything from here. I'm just looking. Tang Chanxian replied with a smile. However, their conversation caught the attention of the sales staff, who had intended to assist but instead paused to play on their phones. Such encounters irked them the most. People who couldn't afford items yet asked a myriad of questions. The most insufferable were those who came merely to show off, for instance, brand-name bags, deliberately obscuring the logos while posing for photographs to share on social media. Guo Duo picked up a black handbag and asked, Hey, does this bag come in other colors? That one is 38,000. Please put it down for now. Also, photography is not permitted here. A disinterested sales associate reluctantly approached from afar. Who took a picture? What is your attitude? Guo Duo could not tolerate such disrespect. Apologies. I was only offering a friendly reminder, the sales associate replied, a disingenuous smile gracing her lips, laced with a hint of mockery. Do you really think I can't afford these bags? Guo Duo retorted, her frustration mounting. It was a rare occasion for her to go shopping with Tang Chanxian, and yet they were met with such unwarranted rudeness. The sales associate's sarcastic tone pierced through the air. No, I believe you can afford them. You could even buy out the entire store. Enough. Feng Lin gently tapped Guo Duo on the shoulder, remarking that she was merely trying to provoke him into purchasing one of the bags from this establishment, and they would not be deceived. He chuckled lightly, acknowledging the high emotional intelligence of this gentleman. The shop assistant smiled at Feng Lin. However, he furrowed his brow slightly. He had offered both parties a way to diffuse the tension, yet she chose to escalate the situation instead. Critiquing another's emotional intelligence seemed only to serve as a means to elevate her own standing. Guo Duo retrieved her phone, feeling aggrieved by the treatment she had received, and declared, Feng Lin, do not stop me. I will file a complaint against her. Feng Lin remained silent, recognizing that the woman's attitude was indeed problematic. Here, this is the manager's number. I will share it with you. The shop assistant, with an air of pride, opened her contacts and directed her gaze at Guo Duo, adding, Take a good look. It's saved under brother-in-law. Fuming, Guo Duo felt as though her twin ponytails might spring to life. I will directly lodge a complaint against this mall. The shop assistant shrugged dismissively, saying, very well. I can resign today and return in a few days. What will you do then? Some words were better left unsaid, lest they hurt their pride, she thought. Speak. We can withstand it. Feng Lin had quietly activated his phone's recording function. All right. You said it. Now I must ask. Where do you find the audacity? Do you truly believe you can afford such luxuries? The shop assistant shook her head slightly and continued. You are merely lower-class individuals. You know, even if you were to carry those bags, others would merely label them as knockoffs. Lower class. And who might you be? What brings you here? Feng Lin interjected, positioning himself between Guo Duo and Tang Chanxian, draping an arm around each of their shoulders. I possess self-awareness. I am not of the upper class. But I am certainly a notch above you, he stated. The shop assistant offered a subtle smile. Tang Chanxian clenched her teeth, feeling a surge of anger. Yet she understood that this was not the appropriate venue for an outburst. It could attract unwelcome trouble. Just then, a man in a suit approached from behind Feng Lin. Turning to face him, Feng Lin recognized Lee Lelay, the former class monitor from high school, whom he had seen only recently. Beside Lee Lelay stood a short-haired woman of notable beauty, though she was not Zhao Tian. The once haughty shop assistant's complexion paled upon seeing Lee Lelay. Li Xiao, is this your friend? She stammered. Indeed, Lee Lelay replied with a grin, eyeing the two young women beside Feng Lin with a knowing smirk. I didn't realize, he mused, that these are your sisters. Feng Lin, sensing the moment, glanced at the flamboyant woman next to Lee Lelay and inquired, where is Zhao Tian? I broke up with her, came Lee Lei's cheerful response, though internally, he seethed with resentment. After dating Zhao Tian for 6 months without reaping any rewards, she had abruptly left him. He had always believed that Feng Lin was the cause, having overshadowed him during their gatherings. Feng Lin chose not to elaborate further. It was no concern of his. What transpired here? Lee Lelay asked, casting a curious glance at the unfolding scene. Are you the one in charge here? We're here to shop. Yet this saleswoman looks down upon us, Guo Duo remarked, pointing at a woman nearby. The saleswoman's face turned as pale as a sheet. After all, Lee Lelay was the son of the mall's owner, undoubtedly a scion of wealth. To her astonishment, the man before her was acquainted with such influential figures. What is the meaning of this? How dare you belittle my classmate? Lee Lei's expression turned icy as he pointed at the saleswoman, exclaiming, do you intend to close down your store? Please spare me, young Master Lee. I am truly sorry, I was wrong. The young saleswoman, trembling in fear, suddenly knelt down. This shop belonged to her brother-in-law. If it were to shut down because of her, she might face dire consequences. Follow me, and I will have you contact your boss immediately, Lee Lelay ordered, gesturing for the saleswoman to lead the way into the back of the store. The young saleswoman nodded vigorously, her voice quaking as she spoke. Young Master Lee, I truly recognize my mistake. If you wish, I can keep you company for a night to apologize. We can discuss that later. For now, I require you to perform a task, Lee Lelay stated, his gaze growing increasingly cold as he looked towards Feng Lin in the distance. Feng Lin was taken aback. When had his relationship with Lee Lelay become so amicable? Tang Chanxian gently nudged Feng Lin and inquired with a smile. You seem to have quite a few friends. Let us not put it that way. They are not really friends, Feng Lin said, leading Tang Chanxian and Guo Duo away, intending to leave the premises. After all, the matter was resolved. The saleswoman had knelt down to apologize, and it would be unreasonable to harm her. Haha, Feng Lin, I have already called the owner of this place. She will surely face repercussions. Lee Lelay approached and patted Feng Lin on the shoulder. Feng Lin smiled and shook his head, asserting that there was no need for punishment, as it was merely a trivial matter. We are old classmates. In my presence, you certainly shall not be wronged. Lee Lelay waved his hand dismissively, taking the short-haired woman with him as they departed. Feng Lin was also ready to leave. However, the previously frightened saleswoman approached them with a bright smile, holding out a white handbag. I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. This is a limited edition from our store, valued at 99,000. Please feel free to try it. Humph. Now that is more like it, Guo Duo replied, accepting the handbag and handing it to Tang Chanxian. Here, Chanxian, give it a try. I'll pass. Tang Chanxian was acutely aware of her circumstances. The saleswoman's words, though harsh, were undeniably accurate. The items here were beyond her financial reach. Were she to possess 100,000, she would prioritize improving her family's living conditions, Perhaps by purchasing a washing machine to spare her mother from hand washing, or investing in a small electric vehicle to make her mother's commute easier during rainy days. Just try it. What is there to be afraid of? Guo Duo placed the handbag on Tang Chanxian's shoulder, circling around her. Looks good. All right, let us explore other shops. Tang Chanxian promptly removed the handbag and returned it to the saleswoman, taking Guo Duo's hand to leave. Stop right there. Suddenly, the female clerk exclaimed loudly. Guo Duo turned around with a hint of impatience, asking, "What now?" "Our limited edition bag has been marred by a scratch." The clerk pointed at the side of the bag, where a long crack resembling a knife's incision marred its surface. "That is impossible. I don't have anything sharp on me," Tang Chanxian exclaimed, trembling as she examined her body in fear. "It was perfectly fine when I handed it over. This bag costs 99,000. You must purchase it, or I shall call the police." The clerk shoved the bag back into Tang Chanxian's arms. Stunned, she gazed at the bag in her embrace, her mind blank, nearly toppling over. "This costs 99,000. Where am I supposed to get that much money? What is happening?" Lelay approached from a distance, pointing at the clerk in admonishment. "Young Master Li, this isn't my fault. They damaged our store's limited items. And the price is 99,000. The clerk lamented, her face awash with despair. Feng Lin narrowed his eyes, already piecing together the situation. Chapter 69. Creating great trouble. Feng Lin had a hunch that, if things went as expected, this was all Lelay's doing. Lelay feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Is that true? 100,000 is quite a sum. It wasn't me. I swear." Tang Chanxian, clutching the limited edition bag, was on the verge of tears. Her mother had just found a job. Where could she possibly procure such a sum? Was she to borrow money yet again? "Let me see." Lelay took the bag into his hands, scrutinizing the marks. "It's ruined. The leather is torn. This bag is worthless now." Upon hearing this, Tang Chanxian's expression darkened further. She had previously thought of a plan to borrow money to buy the bag, then sell it to someone else, hoping to only lose a few thousand in the process. But now it seemed she would be paying 100,000 for a piece of junk. 99,000. I expect each of you to contribute, or I shall call the police, the clerk stated flatly, though she felt an inner thrill. This would trap them, and she might earn a few thousand in commission. Just as Guo Duo was about to speak, Feng Lin pressed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to remain silent for the moment. This was clearly a trap, and Guo Duo intended to settle it with money. However, Feng Lin had no intention of letting them off easily. He smiled at the clerk. 100,000 is indeed a significant amount, and we cannot produce it. You may proceed to call the police. Tears streamed down Tang Chanxian's face unknowingly, regretting not heeding Feng Lin's advice to avoid this luxury store. Feng Lin, you may not realize this, but such money could lead to imprisonment, Lelay sighed. How about this? I will cover the cost. Feng Lin smiled, recognizing that Lelay was finally revealing his true colors. Young Master Li, how could I possibly accept such a gesture? Allow me to be candid. I have fallen for your sister at first sight. The sum of 100,000 is a gift, no need for repayment. I merely request her company for a few days. Upon uttering these words, Lelay chuckled and raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. Do not be upset. This is merely my approach. Get lost, Guo Duo retorted, pointing angrily at Lelay. Do you think I cannot afford 100,000? Impressive, young lady. In that case, I shall withdraw. I am merely offering a suggestion. Lelay replied with a grin. After all, 100,000 for a night could entice even a third-tier celebrity. The female shop assistant scoffed from the side. I have already alerted the authorities. They will be here shortly. Do not fret. Trust me, Feng Lin said, carefully wiping away Tang Chanxian's tears. He intended not only to forego any monetary compensation, but to turn the tables on these individuals. Before long, two uniformed police officers approached. The leader, a round-faced middle-aged man, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, accompanied by a young woman who seemed to have recently joined the force. The middle-aged officer inquired, "Who called the police?" "I did. These individuals damaged our limited edition handbag, valued at 99,000. The shop assistant indicated towards Feng Lin and the others. Tang Chanxian, still dabbing her tears, handed the damaged handbag to the middle-aged man. "How did this happen?" he asked. Brother, I was waiting for you to ask that," Feng Lin said, draping his arm around Tang Chanxian's shoulder with a smile. "We are unsure how it occurred, but judging by the seam, it appears to be a sharp blade. Does it not?" The middle-aged officer scrutinized the bag and nodded. "The tear is indeed smooth. You are correct." Feng Lin pointed to the camera on the wall. When we tested it earlier, the handbag was intact. After handing it to the shop assistant, the incident occurred. You may gather evidence. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. Are you implying that this shop assistant is the culprit? The middle-aged officer furrowed his brow. The shop assistant's eyes widened in panic. Yet she continued to protest. That's slander. Why would I damage our own merchandise? Do not be anxious. A simple search will suffice, Feng Lin suggested with a smile. From earlier until now, none of these 3 women have moved. Whoever possesses a blade must be the perpetrator. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's face turned ashen. The young female officer, standing behind the middle-aged man, stepped forward, stating, "They are women. I shall handle it." She first searched Tang Chanxian, then Guo Duo, finding no weapon. Finally, she approached the shop assistant, who was visibly trembling. At this point, the 2 officers had already deduced the truth. "Jiang, we have found it," the young officer exclaimed, retrieving a small segment of a utility blade from the shop assistant's sleeve. Seeing this, the shop assistant's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor. Lelay, standing at a distance, inwardly cursed. Feng Lin had restrained himself from speaking earlier, biding his time for the officers. Had he initiated an investigation of the camera sooner, the blade could have been discreetly disposed of. She deliberately refrained from speaking, aiming to lower the guard of the staff. Upon realizing this, Tang Chanxian finally exhaled in relief. So it was a case of the thief crying, "Stop, thief. You may leave now." Captain Jiang addressed Feng Lin and the others. "No, we cannot leave yet. My sister is unwell, and this woman has slandered us, causing extortion. We must pursue legal action against her." Feng Lin grasped the ponytail of Guo Duo and gently shook it, instructing her to summon her lawyer. "All right." Guo Duo smiled as she took out her phone to call the family lawyer. The female shop assistant, seated on the ground, was utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend how she had found herself on the wrong side of the law. Although not a lawyer herself, she was aware that extortion of 100,000 was sufficient to violate criminal law. "No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me." The shop assistant pleaded with Feng Lin, her heart filled with regret. "By the way, brother, I can roughly surmise her motive for extortion." Feng Lin played back the recording from earlier. The 2 police officers stood by, listening intently. "It wasn't me. It was Lelay. He made me do it." The shop assistant was no fool. She would not risk imprisonment for someone else's sake, especially without any benefit to herself. "How dare you slander me? Do you have any evidence? Beware, I might sue you for defamation." Lelay appeared somewhat flustered, having not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. "Who is slandering whom? You clearly instructed me to teach them a lesson. It was you who told me just now." As the shop assistant spoke, the recording on Feng Lin's phone echoed Lelay's words, where he stated he would pay 100,000, but only if Feng Lin's sister accompanied him. Upon hearing this, the 2 officers fixated their gazes on Lelay. If that were the motive, he could indeed be involved. Before long, 3 middle-aged men in suits approached from a distance, each carrying a briefcase. "Miss." The trio approached Guo Duo, bowing respectfully. The shop assistant and Lelay gasped in shock. Could these be influential figures? Guo Duo recounted the events that had transpired. The lead lawyer nodded lightly, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. "Miss, rest assured. The amount of 100,000 is substantial, warranting a prison sentence of more than 3 years, but less than 10. The shop assistant turned pale, realizing the gravity of her actions. "Moreover, we can also pursue compensation from them for you, Mississippi." The lead lawyer produced a business card and handed it to Captain Jiang. "Hello, I am the lawyer for the Gu family, and I would like to understand the specifics of this situation." Among those present, only Feng Lin and Guo Duo remained composed, while the others were left trembling in fear from Feng Lin's series of maneuvers. The expressions of the 2 police officers mirrored shock. They had encountered many such incidents, but most individuals opted to downplay serious matters and trivialize the minor ones. Unexpectedly, they have blown trivial matters out of proportion, escalating a minor issue into a significant crisis, resulting in a potential sentence of over 3 years, but less than 10. As for the female attendant, her mind seemed to come to a complete halt. Initially, her intention was quite straightforward. She merely sought to curry favor and to impress Lelay. Little did she anticipate the ensuing chaos. "It was Lelay. He is entirely to blame for my actions. I swear. I swear," the attendant shouted hoarsely, believing herself to be somewhat attractive with aspirations to marry a wealthy man. However, if she were to serve time in prison, who would still desire her? What if she ended up incarcerated for 5 or 6 years, emerging in her 30s? Not me. You are slandering me. I will send you a lawyer's letter. Lelay was taken aback, immediately dialing his father to relay the events that had transpired. At this moment, several lawyers present began downloading and meticulously listening to the recording made by Feng Lin, ensuring that not a single word was overlooked. Spare me. I truly recognize my mistakes. I have been blind to the gravity of the situation. Please let me go. I beg you. The female attendant knelt on the ground, fervently bowing her head to Feng Lin and the others. She understood that even if Lelay admitted fault, her culpability was the gravest. It was akin to hiring a hitman. The one who pays may escape unscathed, but the one who executes the act certainly faces dire consequences. Guo Duo crossed her arms and let out a soft huff, glancing at Feng Lin, acknowledging his prowess. Had Feng Lin not been present, her approach would have been simple. Throw 100,000 yuan in the attendant's face and drag Tang Chanxian away. Such an action would have served no educational purpose, and the attendant might even benefit from a substantial commission from her money. Yet, Feng Lin managed to compel her to kneel without spending a dime. Just then, a middle-aged man with a square face hurriedly approached from a distance. Upon seeing this man, Lelay finally sighed with relief and smiled as he walked over. Dad. The newcomer was Li Jinshan, the owner of the shopping mall. What is going on here? Li Jinshan inquired, frowning. Lelay cast a cold glance at Feng Lin, contemplating future opportunities for revenge. He pointed at the female attendant, claiming, "This woman has slandered me." No, it was Lelay who made me do it. The attendant was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, Li Jinshan noticed Guo Duo beside Feng Lin and hurried over. "Miss Gu, who are you?" Guo Duo wrinkled her nose. Lelay shouted, outrageous. "He is my father, the owner of this mall. How dare you?" Li Jinshan slapped Lelay across the face and kicked him to the ground. "Dad, what are you doing?" Lelay exclaimed, holding his face. "Do you know who this is? She is the young lady from the Gu family, one of the 4 prominent families in Jiang City. Kneel and apologize." Li Jinshan bellowed, delivering another kick. "Hurry up. Recently, the Song family stock market has plummeted, and the Gu family unquestionably reigns as the foremost family in Jiang City. He is merely a mall owner, with assets barely exceeding 100 million. The Gu family need not take matters into their own hands. Those sycophantic corporations can effortlessly bring him to ruin." "What?" The bewildered female clerk, at a loss for an appropriate expression, slapped herself. As a native of Jiang City, how could she be unaware of the Gu family? She had audaciously mocked a member of one of the 4 prominent families, branding them as inferior. Lelay was equally taken aback, rendered speechless. "What are you waiting for? Kneel and apologize." Li Jinshan delivered another resounding slap to Lelay's head. Hastily, Lelay bowed deeply to Guo Duo, exclaiming, "I am sorry, Miss Gu. I was wrong. And my dear sister." Guo Duo pointed to Tang Chanxian beside her. "I am so sorry." Lelay bowed again to Tang Chanxian, pleading, "I realize my mistake. Please spare me." He could hardly fathom that Feng Lin was acquainted with a young lady from the Gu family. Would an apology suffice? My sister's emotional distress compensation. Feng Lin draped his arm around Tang Chanxian's shoulders, speaking nonchalantly. "Indeed." Li Jinshan nodded vigorously, retrieving a bank card from his pocket with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, a token of appreciation. No, the police are watching. We will not ask for more. Just transfer 2,000 via WeChat." Feng Lin displayed his payment code to Li Jinshan. Nodding, Li Jinshan promptly transferred 2,000 to Feng Lin. "All right, let us depart." Feng Lin took hold of both Guo Duo and Tang Chanxian, glancing back at the kneeling Lelay before leaving. "Feng Lin, you are truly impressive. You managed to earn 2,000. Tang Chanxian chuckled, nudging him with her elbow. "Still shaken from earlier. One must be clever. 1,000 is mine, and you two shall have 500 each." Feng Lin grinned at the two as he pulled out his phone. "This incident is on me. I made Chanxian suffer. You can split the money." 500 was hardly significant to Guo Duo. "You each take 500. Feng Lin understood Tang Chanxian's temperament. Only by dividing it this way would she not feel it was charity. As they were sharing the money, Feng Lin suddenly looked up at a passing Lincoln, which unmistakably carried a martial artist. If he was not mistaken, it was Wei Yanzi. Inside the Lincoln, a tall, slender middle-aged man in the back seat handed a dossier to Wei Yanzi. "Yanzi, here is the information you requested. Zhou Tian, Feng Lin, and Yexin." Wei Yanzi opened the dossier, reviewing the details within. Ultimately, her gaze lingered on Yexin's profile, Indeed, she was his daughter. Qingyan, our opportunity for merit has arrived. Let us eliminate her tonight. But our son, Keming, is deceased. Qingyan wrapped her arms around Wei Yanzi's waist, sighing deeply. It matters not. Once these individuals are gone, we can always have another. Wei Yanzi buried her head in Qingyan's embrace. Meanwhile, Feng Lin was strolling with the two girls when he suddenly received a text from Sikong Jin. He cast a fleeting glance before seizing Tang Chanxian by the nape of her neck. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Today, I shall not spend more than 100. Otherwise, when I return home, you shall feel the sting of my hand. With that, Feng Lin hailed a taxi and departed from the scene. Chanxian, is it possible that Feng Lin has truly struck someone before? Guo Duo inquired, her curiosity piqued. Don't be absurd. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on me at home, Tang Chanxian retorted with feigned pride. Upon arriving at the club, a female attendant clad in uniform awaited him. As Feng Lin entered, she greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Please, follow me." He nodded and accompanied her to the CAF on the 7th floor. There, Yexin and Sikong Jin were seated. Yexin, adorned in a black dress, emanated an air of elegance, while Sikong Jin remained as stunning as ever. What transpired? Feng Lin asked as he settled beside Sikong Jin. I installed a listening device in their vehicle, she revealed, activating the recording on her phone and placing it on the table. As he listened to the playback, a smirk crept onto Feng Lin's lips. This woman has the audacity to steal a man. No wonder she does not reside at the Song family home. Mr. Feng Lin, for your sake, I may face imminent peril today. Shouldn't you come to my rescue? Yexin raised her coffee cup, her gaze unwavering as ever. No. In their conversation, killing you presents an opportunity for them to achieve merit. Pray tell, whose daughter are you? Feng Lin asked with a playful smile, crossing his legs. Yexin's expression shifted slightly, and she shook her head with a smile. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. And if I insist on knowing? Feng Lin chuckled, wrapping an arm around Sikong Jin, both turning their attention to Yexin. I can only share one thing. My mother hails from the Yi family, and she remains unmarried to this day. I grew up in the Yi household, without a father, Yexin recounted, her deep-set eyes revealing a profound sorrow. From a young age, she had been overlooked, and her mother was regarded as a disgrace. The esteemed daughter of the Yi family returning home with child, without the identity of the father known, became fodder for gossip among the affluent circles of Jiangbei. Logically, as a legitimate heir, she should have been poised to inherit the family fortune. Yet, she was dispatched to Jiang City as an informant, with strict instructions that unless summoned by the family, she could never return to the Yi household. Understood. So, the reason they intend to kill you is linked to your father, Feng Lin said, rising to fetch a bottle of beer from the distant refrigerator. Yexin nodded gently. Intriguing. Feng Lin flicked the cap off the beer bottle with his thumbnail, sending it soaring. He took a swig and smiled at Sikong Jin. Old four, this is in your hands now. Ensure we leave a survivor. Understood, Sikong Jin replied expressionlessly. Mr. Feng Lin, my words may provoke your ire, but my life hangs in the balance. Can Sikong alone manage this? Yexin's expression was somewhat awkward, as the individual before her was a formidable member of the Wei family. This slender figure, with delicate limbs, might not even surpass Wang Jian. Fourth brother, please do not be angered. Remember to leave a way out. Feng Lin chuckled as he placed the bottle of liquor on the table, positioning himself behind Sikong to massage his shoulders. I was overly concerned. Yexin pressed her lips together, having chosen to board Feng Lin's vessel. She had no choice but to place her trust in him. Rest assured, I shall be present this evening, Feng Lin said, winking at Yexin as he lifted a beer. At 10 o'clock that night, the bar on the first floor of the club was ablaze with brilliant lights. The music excited the nerves of everyone present, prompting numerous young individuals to sway wildly on the dance floor. Feng Lin sat in a corner, several bottles of white liquor before him. Alone, he observed his surroundings with a placid gaze, feeling utterly out of place in this environment. Hey, handsome, all by yourself? A tipsy woman sat across from Feng Lin, leaning on the table with a grin as she scrutinized him. Dressed in denim shorts that showcased her long legs and a loose blue top, her face glistened with sweat from excessive drinking, dampening her hair. Yet, her beauty remained undeniable. Quite handsome. Are you aiming to be a kept man? I have plenty of money, she said, propping her chin on her hands, her eyes squinting as if they could barely open. Her long eyelashes fluttered like fans, revealing a few tears. Apologies, but I possess a certain moral fastidiousness. I dislike women burdened by emotions, as they harbor thoughts of other men within. Feng Lin refilled his glass with white liquor. Heh, I thought you would pretend to be my friend like those other scoundrels, and then lead me to a hotel. Xiaoyu, propping her chin on her hands, smiled foolishly at Feng Lin. He took another sip of his liquor and, with an indifferent expression, inquired, "Where are those scoundrels?" "I kicked them hard, very hard," Xiaoyu explained with a cheerful laugh. "You should know where to kick." Feng Lin shook his head and chose to remain silent. "Filthy woman, I've finally found you." At that moment, a tall youth in a suit approached ominously from a distance, slamming his hand on the table. "What are you doing? My husband is right here. Try touching me." Xiaoyu coldly pointed at Feng Lin. "You brat. You must be her man, right?" As soon as the tall youth finished speaking, 5 or 6 oddly dressed thugs approached with mocking grins. They encircled Feng Lin and Xiaoyu. Terrified, Xiaoyu moved closer to Feng Lin, clutching his arm and whispering in his ear, "Save me. I'll stay with you tonight." After speaking, she cast a provocative glance at the crowd before them. "You brat. I see you're trying to show off." Just as the tall man finished his words, a beer bottle shattered against his head. "Ah!" He let out a piercing scream, clutching his head as he crouched down. "Damn, what a reckless fool. Do you know who this is?" A bald man appeared, ingratiatingly laughing at Feng Lin. "Brother Lin, how should we deal with these people?" This individual was none other than Lu Tuesday. The few small-time thugs present were utterly bewildered. The bald man before them was none other than Brother Tu, a subordinate of Sister Yi. They were not even worthy of speaking to someone of his stature. The fact that such a prominent figure showed deference to the young man before them spoke volumes about the latter's identity. The tall man, crouching on the ground, a regular at this bar, naturally recognized Lu Tuesday. He hastily pleaded for mercy. "Brother Tu, spare me. I was drunk, I deserve this." "What are you begging me for?" "You provoked Brother Lin." Lu Tu retorted sharply. "Brother Lin, spare me. I should not have offended you." The man was visibly pale, repeatedly bowing to Feng Lin. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so formidable." Xiaoyu, standing beside Feng Lin, asked with a smile. Feng Lin ignored her comment, and, maintaining a stoic expression, said, "Get up. Although you have offended me, this woman has offended me far more." He downed the liquor in his glass, cast a brief glance at Xiaoyu, and then swiftly struck out with his hand. Smack! Xiaoyu stumbled uncontrollably before crashing to the ground. "How dare you hit me?" she exclaimed, covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Angrily, she scrambled to her feet, swaying as she pointed at Feng Lin. "You dare strike me? Do you know who I am?" Feng Lin replied flatly, "I do know, you are garbage. If I were an ordinary person, I might have been injured just now, and you would be the culprit." He despised such self-satisfied women. Should trouble arise, they might call for help, and many men would undoubtedly rush to their aid, eager to play the hero. Yet, she deliberately sought to drag others down with her. Had Feng Lin been an ordinary man, he would likely have suffered a beating at the hands of these thugs. While she might have slipped away unnoticed, ultimately, he would have been punished for not provoking her. Feng Lin's words left Xiaoyu speechless, but she still pointed at him and coldly declared, "I'll remember you, and I won't let this go." With that, she covered her face and ran out in tears. Meanwhile, in the CAF on the 7th floor, Yexin watched the surveillance feed with a smile. Suddenly, the glass window beside her shattered into pieces. Whoosh! 3 men clad in black sportswear, wearing caps and masks, appeared. "Found you." The leading man showed no mercy, wasting not a second as he lunged towards Yexin with lethal intent. His speed was astonishing. Yexin's pupils dilated, her gaze fixated on the approaching blade. Swish! Unbeknownst to her, Sikong Jin, reclining on the sofa, had seized the man's shoulder, preventing him from advancing further. Boom! Suddenly, the man's body convulsed violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed on the ground, unaware of his own fate. "How filthy!" Sikong Jin slightly furrowed his brows, casting a disdainful glance at his left hand. Chapter 72, Transformation. Sikong Jin used a nearby bottle of mineral water to cleanse his left hand. Subsequently, he retrieved a white handkerchief from the pocket of his suit jacket. As he wiped his hand, he strolled leisurely towards the remaining 2 individuals. The 2 exchanged glances, each recognizing the fear reflected in the other's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, they prepared to escape through the window. Sikong Jin, however, remained unhurried. After taking a couple of steps, the floor beneath him suddenly shattered. In an instant, he found himself positioned between the 2. Without making a single move, Both individuals suddenly rolled their eyes back and collapsed with a thud. Sikong Jin discarded the handkerchief into the trash and, with an expression of indifference, made his way to the sofa. A ceramic vase on the counter beside him abruptly developed a crack, shattering into pieces with a crash. Yexin's eyes widened in astonishment, scarcely daring to breathe. The ability to strike without direct contact could only be achieved by those who attained the realm of transformation. Transformation involves unleashing the vital energy within, manifesting as tangible attacks. The Sikong Jin before her was the legendary figure of this realm. How could this be? Yexin could hardly believe it. He was so young, yet had reached such heights. Was he perhaps stronger than Feng Lin? Haha, Mr. Sikong, I must admit my ignorance. I had no idea you were such a formidable being, and I apologize for underestimating you before. Yexin quickly rose to her feet, cupping her fists in respect, her hands trembling. A living embodiment of the transformation realm. The strength of the Yi family ultimately stemmed from her grandfather, a master of this very realm. Yet here stood a youth destined to grow even more powerful. Sikong Jin acknowledged with a nod, sending a message to Feng Lin on his phone. Yexin felt somewhat at a loss. Ever since Feng Lin had brought him here, she had longed to cultivate a closer rapport with Sikong Jin, hoping to glean insights into Feng Lin's true identity. However, Sikong Jin had remained monosyllabic throughout, only speaking more when Feng Lin was present. Little did she know that an attack from behind had caused her to wait so long in the front. Feng Lin entered with a smile, his hands tucked into his pockets. Approaching the fallen individuals, he examined their left hands and found no markings of the Nine Nether Realm. It appeared these individuals were from the Wei family, their capabilities far inferior to those of the Nine Nether Realm. Bind them up, Feng Lin instructed, turning to Yexin, ready to conduct a thorough interrogation. Yexin nodded in agreement, glancing back at Feng Lin as she exited. If all went as anticipated, Feng Lin was likely a scion of a wealthy family, with Sikong Jin serving as his bodyguard. Before long, Wang Jian entered with several individuals, each holding thick iron wire and pliers, proceeding to bind the legs and arms of the three, seating them in a row. Feng Lin extracted a silver needle from his belt and deftly pierced the necks of the three individuals. They convulsed momentarily before languidly regaining consciousness. Once revived, they scanned their surroundings with caution, yearning to flee, only to find their limbs devoid of strength. Glancing down at their bodies, they realized that their already feeble state was further compromised by the binding restraints. Hope for escape had utterly vanished. With a smile, Feng Lin regarded the trio, removing their hats and masks. "Greetings," he said. "Now do tell, who sent you here?" The three remained silent, eyes shut tight. "Ah, my dear brothers," Feng Lin lamented. "It is truly a pity. With your capabilities, you could have led a prosperous life." He took a few steps back, gesturing toward the three. "You have all been rendered impotent." The trio's faces drained of color, a chill running down their spines. This was no mere punishment of lashes or pinching. Wounds could heal. But once rendered impotent, there was no hope for restoration. Suddenly, Wang Jian produced a dagger, his expression impassive as he approached them. "No, please no," pleaded one man with a buzz cut, his legs trembling. "I am from the Wei family. It was Wei Yanzi who sent us to kill Yexin." "How refreshing to speak the truth," Feng Lin said with a smile, advancing further. "But why must you kill Yexin?" "Honestly, I do not know. All I recall is that before they arrived in Jiang City, there was a plan to assassinate Yexin," the buzzcut man explained. Feng Lin turned his gaze toward Yexin, deep in contemplation. It appeared her identity was far from ordinary. "Who is Chanxian?" he pondered, recalling a previous recording where Wei Yanzi referred to a man by that name. "Mr. Chung is a close friend of Miss Wei. They are inseparable, though we remain ignorant of his true identity." As the buzzcut man spoke, he occasionally glanced at his companions, aware that only he was divulging information. Should Feng Lin choose to spare them, it was likely that the other two would betray him. "Very well, what is your name?" Feng Lin inquired, picking up a pair of pliers from the table to sever the wire binding the buzzcut man. "My name is Wang Eru. I will not waste words. If you wish to leave, you must kill them," he said, gesturing toward his two companions. The companions trembled in fear, believing Feng Lin would spare them all. "If I kill them, will I be free to go?" Wang Eru contemplated, realizing that their demise would ensure no one learned of his surrender to the enemy. "Indeed. But you must provide contact information to relay messages." Feng Lin nodded, recognizing this method as one they had often employed during missions. If Wang Eru disobeyed, A video of him killing his comrades would undoubtedly reach Wei Yanzi, with dire consequences to follow. As they spoke, Feng Lin released Wang Eru from his bindings. All right. Wang Eru seized a dagger and, without hesitation, struck down his companions. Before their demise, the two companions were steeped in regret. They believed that by remaining silent, they could allow Wang Eru to bear the burden alone. Should Wei Yanzi discover the truth in the future, they could unite and lay the blame squarely on Wang Eru, letting him take the fall. Little did they know, their cleverness would lead to their undoing. Yexin, seated at a distance, took a sip of her coffee, her hand trembling as she held the cup. The lives of two individuals had vanished so abruptly, yet Feng Lin's countenance remained unchanged. Who exactly was he? Why was he simply standing there? They should exchange contact information. Feng Lin turned to Yexin. Yes. Yexin, overwhelmed with anxiety, responded almost like a subordinate. She retrieved her phone, exchanged contact details with Wang Eru, and then allowed him to depart, instructing him to inform her of any developments regarding Wei Yanzi. With matters here temporarily resolved, Feng Lin took a taxi home. The following morning, Feng Lin sat behind Tang Chanxian as they rode an electric bike together. The family vehicle had been taken by Tang Hong for work. Upon arriving at the school, Feng Lin noticed a man at the entrance adjusting a camera, accompanied by a long-haired woman who was calibrating a microphone. What was happening today? Were the television station conducting an interview? Feng Lin jumped down from the back seat, perplexed. What does it matter? It has nothing to do with us, Tang Chanxian replied, pausing to glance at the reporters in the distance. Miss, look. That person is on the video. The middle-aged man adjusting the camera suddenly pointed at Feng Lin. A woman in a uniform, sporting black high heels and holding a microphone, turned and hurried towards Feng Lin. Sir, are you the teacher who went viral online yesterday? As Xiao Yu aimed the microphone at Feng Lin, she recognized him. He was the man who had slapped her the previous night. Oh my gosh, it's you, Xiao Yu exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Feng Lin. Chapter 73. Treatment. Feng Lin was momentarily taken aback, but upon noticing the woman with the striking eyelashes, he recalled their encounter in the bar the previous night. To his surprise, she was a reporter. Damn it! Xiao Yu forcefully hurled the microphone at Feng Lin, then turned to the middle-aged cameraman, shouting, Lao Zhang, go after him. Meanwhile, Tang Chanxian remained in a daze. However, Feng Lin swiftly sat on the back of the electric bike, wrapping his arms around Tang Chanxian's waist. Hurry! Tang Chanxian's face flushed, but she still turned the throttle, and the bike sped away from the scene. Stop! Xiao Yu, hindered by her high heels, stumbled after just a few steps, losing one shoe and collapsing to the ground with a thud. Miss, what happened? The cameraman, Lao Zhang, rushed over to help Xiao Yu to her feet. That scoundrel slapped me yesterday. Xiao Yu fumed, slipping her shoe back on and stamping her foot in frustration. Miss, I shall not inquire about the reasons, but may I deliver a blow to him? What about your interview? Lao Zhang inquired earnestly. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, resolute in my desire to achieve something remarkable for my family to witness. Grasping the microphone from the ground, I declared, let us proceed. The interview must go on. What transpired? When did you provoke a reporter? Tang Chanxian asked with irritation as she parked her electric bike. Yesterday, she took advantage of me, and I slapped her. Feng Lin chuckled, nudging Tang Chanxian. Let us return to the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, many stood and applauded. Tang Chanxian assumed it was in response to her prank and hurried back to her seat. What is happening? Feng Lin inquired from the podium, resting his chin on his hand. Teacher, are you not aware? You have become an internet sensation. Bainuan exclaimed with laughter. Yesterday, someone uploaded a video of you playing basketball online. Upon hearing this, Feng Lin understood the situation. It was no wonder he was being interviewed. Tang Chanxian discreetly took out her phone to search for news regarding Feng Lin. After her outing with Guo Duo yesterday, she had returned home to watch a series and study English, neglecting to browse the news. Damn it, who uploaded it? I prefer to maintain a low profile. Feng Lin lamented, covering his face. Such a person as he was ill-suited for the limelight of the internet. It seemed he needed to contact the authorities to reduce his prominence. Hello, might you be Teacher Feng Lin? I am Xiao Yu, a reporter from Jiang Television. Xiao Yu knocked on the classroom door, entering with a microphone in hand. Indeed, he is Feng Lin, the one who played basketball yesterday. Wow, from Jiang Television? Teacher, you shall appear on provincial television. The students in the class displayed an eagerness for chaos. Following Xiao Yu, the cameraman Lao Zhang entered as well. Teacher Feng Lin, May I conduct an interview with you? Xiao Yu inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. No. Feng Lin firmly rejected. Do not film. If you continue, I shall sue for infringement of my portrait rights. Xiao Yu fluttered her long eyelashes, determined to proceed. Teacher Feng Lin, there are comments suggesting your video was staged. What is your perspective on that? Staged? Feng Lin paused, then nodded with a smile. Indeed, it was all special effects, entirely computer-generated. Xiao Yu was rendered speechless by Feng Lin's response. Was he not supposed to assert that it was his skill? Achieving fame online. Even if he did not join the national team, he could still earn more than a teacher. No, it was not staged. We witnessed the match with our own eyes. Bainuan stood to clarify. Sit down. Feng Lin commanded, pointing at Bainuan. Teacher Feng Lin is rather strict. As a teacher, is it appropriate to be so harsh with students? Xiao Yu inquired with a sarcastic tone, having seized upon his vulnerability. I would like to be stern with you as well, but you present no opportunity. Feng Lin lifted his gaze and glanced at Xiao Yu standing before him. You. Xiao Yu, irked, pointed at Feng Lin. Clearly I possess curves. Yet, how could such matters be plainly articulated? I advise you to leave swiftly. I still have a class to attend. Feng Lin propped his chin on his hand, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu. I shall not intrude upon the teacher any longer. Xiao Yu turned on her heel and departed. She was far from giving up. Even if she could not conduct an interview, she was determined to irritate him. After watching them leave, Feng Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Once the class concluded, Feng Lin prepared to depart, as it was the only class he had that day. Just as he exited the department, he spotted Xiao Yu approaching from a distance, her phone in hand. The camera crew had already vacated the scene, leaving her alone. However, clad in high heels, how could she possibly match Feng Lin's pace? In a matter of moments, he vanished from her sight. Feng Lin hailed a taxi and headed toward the Zhou residence. Calculating the time, nearly a week had passed. Both Zhou Tian and Zhou Xing could proceed to the next step. Upon arriving at the Zhou household, he found Zhou Tian in the yard, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing Feng Lin, he respectfully greeted, Mr. Feng Lin. I am here to treat you today. I will provide a final stimulation and then prescribe a new medicine. If you persist for 2 weeks, complete recovery will be attainable. Feng Lin walked directly toward the distant villa. Zhou Tian followed closely, stating, I have just received news that Wei Yanzi has returned to the Su family. Oh. Feng Lin slightly furrowed his brow and gently shook his head. For now, let us not concern ourselves with her. Your recovery is the priority. Understood. Once I am restored, you may summon me as needed, Mr. Feng, Zhou Tian replied, removing his shirt to reveal a robust physique, marred by a sizable scar on his waist. Bear with it. Feng Lin extracted a silver needle from his belt, pinching it between his fingers as it began to tremble violently. With a swift motion, Feng Lin plunged the needle into his waist. Even after insertion, the needle quivered intensely. Zhou Tian inhaled sharply, sensing a burning heat emanating from the needle, searing through his internal flesh. Yet, this pain was far more bearable than the agony he had previously endured. He could tolerate it. Feng Lin flicked the needle again. The needle vibrated with renewed intensity. Moments later, he withdrew the needle, stating, all done. I will text you the medication details. Take the new medicine once before bed each night. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Zhou Tian gently swayed, donning his shirt once more, and inquired with a smile, what of my daughter's condition? Where is she? Feng Lin asked. She is still asleep. Zhou Tian's expression turned somewhat awkward. Given Zhou Xing's illness, he could not bear to let her exert herself. She had been largely confined to the home, aside from seeking treatment elsewhere. Awaken her, Feng Lin instructed. You may go yourself. After all, you are good friends. Zhou Tian winked at Feng Lin. Feng Lin, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. You truly believe in me. Zhou Tian remained silent. Who would not desire a promising future for their daughter? Marrying Feng Lin would ensure that. Should her condition worsen in the future, he would be able to care for her. Moreover, from Zhou Xing's words, he learned that Su Ruoying also harbored feelings for Feng Lin. This posed a formidable competition, one that was indeed significant. He needed to expedite the matchmaking process. Feng Lin knocked on the door. Zhou Xing rise. There was no response from within. Zhou Tian called from downstairs. Sir, the door is not locked. Feng Lin rolled his eyes. Yet, as a doctor, he proceeded to unlock the door and entered the room. Having visited once before, he was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. From a distance, he spotted Zhou Xing lying under the covers, her modesty betrayed by a glimpse of white undergarments. Feng Lin sighed inwardly at the complication. Turning his back to her, he called out, "Zhou Zing." Zhou Zing's ears perked up, and she suddenly turned her head, her delicate face flushing a noticeable crimson. Chapter 74, Signing a Contract. The blush spread from her cheeks to the base of her ears. She hastily buried her head under the blanket, utterly embarrassed to face anyone. "Do not be shy. I am here to provide treatment." Feng Lin turned back, taking a few steps closer. Zhou Zing grasped the covers tightly, revealing only her bright eyes as she discreetly observed him. "Come, I shall explain the next steps of my procedure." Feng Lin raised his hands to demonstrate. "My left hand will rest upon your heart in front, while my right hand will support the heart at your back, and then I will proceed to rub." "You Feng Lin, you rogue, are you seeking revenge on me?" Zhou Zing, overwhelmed with embarrassment, burrowed deeper into her cocoon. Initially, her feelings for Feng Lin were merely those of a common friend. However, with Ruoying discussing daily strategies to oust Lan Ruo, she found herself in a tumultuous emotional state. Deep down, she yearned for a friendship with Feng Lin, yet she was acutely aware of Ruoying's affections for him, which compelled her to distance herself as his closest confidant. Previously, she felt indifferent, believing her life was precarious, and thus shied away from pursuing her own happiness. The thought of marrying a man only to meet an untimely and shortly thereafter seemed profoundly unfair to him. However, the situation had changed. Feng Lin possessed the ability to cure her illness, granting her the right to seek happiness like any ordinary woman. Thus, her internal conflict began to intensify. "Hurry up." Feng Lin, growing impatient, asserted, "Let me tell you, I have your father's permission. Whatever I do to you, he will not interfere." Zhou Zing pouted slightly, continuously reminding herself that this was merely a medical treatment, and she closed her eyes, surrendering to Feng Lin's care. Meanwhile, Wei Yanzi arrived at the Su residence. In recent days, Su Ruoying had been preoccupied with her new company, while Su Chuan had returned to their original firm. The house was left with only Wang Qin. Wei Yanzi smiled and said, "Madam, I sincerely apologize for intruding once again." "Not at all. It's quite dull here alone," Wang Qin replied. Well aware of Wei Yanzi's background, Su Chuan had informed her that she had legally inherited Song Jingtao's estate the previous day. The emaciated camel is larger than a horse. Despite the recent decline in the Song family stock market, it remains incomparable to the Su family's situation. "I apologize for the previous misunderstandings. Upon further investigation, it turns out that Feng Lin is not Mr. Zhou Tian's nephew," Wei Yanzi remarked with a smile. "What?" Wang Qin exclaimed, rising in astonishment, then laughed and waved her hand. "Mrs. Song certainly has a sense of humor. How could that be? I have no reason to deceive you. There are no siblings listed on Mr. Zhou Tian's household registration," Wei Yanzi continued, indicating her intent to thoroughly investigate Feng Lin, a rather peculiar individual. As an illegitimate daughter of the Wei family, her rise to this point surely required a measure of cunning. "Goodness, he isn't?" Wang Qin found it odd. If Zhou Tian were indeed his second uncle, Zhou Zing would undoubtedly recognize him. It seemed that her previous assumptions with Su Chuan were entirely unfounded. Damn it. Wang Qin suddenly recalled the dinner invitation when he had the audacity to mock her while she had been overly accommodating. She felt a surge of anger. That impoverished boy was truly courting disaster. He shone like the sun when given attention, pretending to avoid being a burden to his fiancée. How outrageous. "Huh, Mrs. Su. Since Feng Lin has a childhood betrothal with your family, I would like to know where his hometown is," Wei Yanzi stated, revealing her purpose. The information on Feng Lin was scant, with only 2 records. He attended high school in Jiang City and is currently an English teacher at Jiang City University. Beyond that, there was no information regarding his identity. "Let me think. My husband mentioned it yesterday," Wang Qin mused, rubbing her temples, before suddenly lifting her gaze. "Fengjia Village. In the Central Plains. Thank you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Wei Yanzi said with a faint smile and turned to depart. It seemed necessary to send someone to his hometown to investigate his true identity. Once Wei Yanzi left, Wang Qin immediately called Su Chuan. Feng Lin's treatment was nearly complete. After he departed, Zhou Zing burrowed back under the covers. "Sir, how is it?" Upon seeing Feng Lin come down, Zhou Tian approached him with a question. "Rest assured, he is recovering well. Continue administering the same medication for about 10 more days for recuperation," Feng Lin replied, bidding farewell to Zhou Tian. Just as he exited the Zhou family's estate, his phone vibrated with a message from an unfamiliar number. "Feng Lin, you are nothing but a fool. A dimwit." Upon reading the message, Feng Lin immediately dialed the number, furious at anyone daring to insult him. When the call connected, he demanded, "Who the hell are you?" "It's me." Wang Qin's voice came through. "You old dog." Feng Lin retorted, "Wang Qin, are you looking to ruin your career? How dare you disrespect me? You are the old dog. You little brat are quite the actor, claiming to be Mr. Zhou's nephew. Nephew, my foot. You shameless wretch." Wang Qin specifically obtained Feng Lin's phone number from Ruoying with the intention of delivering a thorough scolding. Feng Lin, brushing his nose, realized that this old dog was indeed aware of the situation, likely due to Wei Yanzi's investigation into his identity, which she relayed to Wang Qin. "How amusing. Just yesterday, you showed me utmost respect, akin to that of a dog." After berating her, Feng Lin abruptly hung up and blocked her number. Not long after, Ruoying shared her location with Feng Lin via WeChat. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked to accept. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ruoying's car pulled up beside him. Sitting in the passenger seat, Feng Lin smiled at Ruoying and inquired, "What's the matter? Have you been exposed?" Ruoying glanced at him, pressed the accelerator, and drove away. Feng Lin chuckled and shook his head, resting his chin on his hand and gazing out at the scenery. Suddenly, his expression shifted. "Where are we headed?" "This road led away from Jiang City's provincial highway. I need to go out for business, and I brought you along," Ruoying replied, casting a glance at him. "You're taking me back. I have other matters to attend to. Don't worry, it's just to sign a contract. We'll stay at most one night." Typically, Ruoying would bring at least 2 bodyguards when signing contracts, but with Feng Lin by her side, she felt a greater sense of security. "Next time, let me know in advance," he replied, somewhat resigned. A day's time was still manageable. With Old C in Jiang City, Wei Yanzi wouldn't be able to stir much trouble. After about 40 minutes, they arrived in the provincial capital of Jiangbei, Yun City, a rising first-tier city. Among Jiangbei, only Yun City and Jiang City held any significance. Through the car window, Feng Lin observed the architecture, noting that everything indeed appeared superior to Yun City. "Let us grab a bite first. This is part of the Su family's enterprise." Upon realizing it was mealtime, Ruoying parked beside an upscale restaurant. "So your family's business has expanded to Yun City," Feng Lin remarked, glancing at the billboard as they walked toward the restaurant together. It was just past noon, and the place was bustling with patrons. Yet, as Ruoying entered, she instantly commanded the attention of everyone present. Her expression soured. She disliked such scrutiny, which is why she typically favored sportswear. Loose clothing concealed her striking figure. However, today was for a contract signing, necessitating a more formal attire. It must be said, she was breaking the rules in her uniform. "Xiaoying, is that you?" Suddenly, a man in a suit with slicked-back hair blocked her path, his slightly plump face exuding affluence. "Are you Qingpeng?" Ruoying inquired softly, regarding the man. "Haha, what a coincidence to run into you here. It's fate." Qingpeng then turned his gaze to Feng Lin and asked with a smile, "And who might this be?" "My boyfriend." Ruoying clarified before leading Feng Lin to the front desk. "We would like a private room, please." As Qingpeng gazed at Ruoying's graceful silhouette, he took out his phone, a slight smile gracing his lips. Chapter 75. Will you descend, or shall I? Feng Lin and Ruoying, guided by a server, ascended to a private room on the second floor. Prior to entering, Ruoying casually ordered a couple's set meal. "Does the Su family have many enterprises in Yun City?" Feng Lin inquired as he settled into his seat, casting a glance at Ruoying. She closed the door behind her and sat beside him, replying, "Not really. Our businesses are primarily located in Jiang City. We only have this restaurant in Yun City." Feng Lin nodded lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Understanding the competitive pressures that came with Yun City being the provincial capital of Jiangbei. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. 2 servers entered, placing their lunch on the table. "Enjoy your meal," they said, bowing respectfully before retreating. Feng Lin, undeterred, began to indulge in the fruit platter and steak. "By the way, should I accompany you when you sign the contract?" he asked between bites. "Of course, you should. This low-price agreement was granted to us out of Mr. Zhou's goodwill. We cannot predict any unforeseen circumstances," Ruoying replied, glancing at her phone messages before urging Feng Lin, "Hurry up, we should head over early." In contrast to Ruoying, Feng Lin devoured his meal with remarkable speed, finishing his portion in just a minute or two. Ruoying, however, had only nibbled on a bit of the fruit platter, leaving more than a third of her steak untouched as she prepared to leave. "What a waste of food," Feng Lin remarked, placing Su Ruoying's plate before him and digging in heartily. As Su Ruoying witnessed this scene, a flush of embarrassment colored her cheeks. She had already savored that steak. Unbeknownst to Feng Lin, he had never been one to fuss over food, having trained with a covert military division in his youth, where he had consumed anything that could stave off hunger. Su Ruoying made an effort to regain her composure as she led Feng Lin back to his Mercedes. After adjusting her appearance in the mirror, she attempted to start the car, only to find it unresponsive. After several futile attempts, her anxiety mounted. Could it be? Is the car broken? She fretted, realizing the gravity of the situation as they approached the contract signing. If they failed to meet the deadline, the other party had the right to re-evaluate the terms, resulting in losses for Su Ruoying's company. Moreover, having just begun a partnership with the Zhou family, any hiccup might tarnish her reputation in Mr. Zhou Tian's eyes. Sighing, she decided to take a taxi instead. Just as she opened the car door, she encountered Qimao once more. With a smile, he addressed her, shouting, "Do you have some time? It's been ages since we last met. Let us catch up." "Apologies, but I must sign a contract urgently," Su Ruoying replied, stuffing the document into her bag as she pulled Feng Lin toward the street corner. After waiting for several minutes without sight of a taxi, there was a sense of impatience. "Do not fret," Feng Lin softly reassured, preparing to inspect the vehicle to ascertain the source of the malfunction. "Sowing, if you wish, I can drive you there," Qimao offered as he leisurely maneuvered his Land Rover past Su Ruoying. Hesitating momentarily, Su Ruoying nodded gently and, taking Feng Lin by the hand, climbed into the vehicle. The Land Rover, a 7-seater, contained not only Qimao but 3 other robust men. Su Ruoying and Feng Lin settled into the third row. Feng Lin furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Ordinarily, the sudden presence of an enchanting woman would elicit glances from the men, yet these individuals remained expressionless, their gazes fixed ahead. "Sowing, where are we headed?" Qimao inquired with a smile as he turned his head. "Nantian International," Su Ruoying replied calmly, clutching her bag. "All right," Qimao acknowledged. Starting the vehicle, Feng Lin remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. He retrieved his phone to check the map and promptly handed it to Su Ruoying. Realizing their current route was in the opposite direction of Nantian International. Initially oblivious, Su Ruoying soon recognized the discrepancy and exclaimed, "Qimao, why are you heading the wrong way?" "Huh, the road ahead is blocked. We are taking a detour," Qimao responded cheerfully, glancing at Su Ruoying through the rearview mirror. "You are speaking nonsense. Where are you truly taking us?" "I will call the police." Su Ruoying, adept with maps and aware of the convenience of modern internet navigation, knew that any blocked routes would be indicated. Upon hearing her threat to alert the authorities, Qimao accelerated, veering onto a secluded road. The burly man seated in front of Su Ruoying turned and menacingly warned, "If you dare touch your phone, I will incapacitate you." Su Ruoying's complexion paled, instinctively moving closer to Feng Lin. "Buddy, are you upset that I might have taken your goddess? Are you seeking revenge on us?" Feng Lin asked nonchalantly, viewing the situation as a mere business failure that wouldn't incur significant loss. "Humph," Qimao scoffed, offering no reply as he sped down the desolate road at a reckless 200 kilometers per hour. After 5 or 6 kilometers, he slammed on the brakes and halted the vehicle. "Throw these two out." In response, Feng Lin smiled and embraced Su Ruoying, saying, "I initially thought they intended to find a deserted place to intimidate you. It appears they merely seek to prevent our return." With Feng Lin's insight, Su Ruoying suddenly understood. Qimao must be aware of the timing of her contract signing, deliberately ensuring she could not arrive on time. This road was devoid of traffic, making a return impossible, and calling for assistance would consume precious time. "Qimao, so your true objective is to thwart my contract signing," Su Ruoying declared with a firm voice. "Since you have deduced my intentions, I shall not conceal them any longer. The route of your vehicle was deliberately severed by me." Qimao let out a cold laugh and continued, "I have spent a considerable sum to ensure the taxi driver avoids that route. I have not provoked you, have I?" Su Ruoying glanced at her phone, noting that the time for the contract signing was drawing near. "What are you all dawdling for? Throw those two out." Qimao, unwilling to offer any explanations, commanded the burly men surrounding him. The man in the front passenger seat exited first, opening the rear door, while the remaining 2 strong men seized Feng Lin and Su Ruoying by their arms. "I'll get out myself," Feng Lin declared, standing up and moving towards the exit. Qimao scoffed, finding the boy somewhat perceptive. The 3 men he had summoned were no ordinary thugs. as Feng Lin and Ruoying also rose to exit the vehicle. Feng Lin swiftly grabbed the two men inside and forcefully threw them out. "You little rascal!" Before the three burly men could react, Feng Lin kicked each of them down the embankment. Afterwards, he settled into the front passenger seat, laughing as he draped an arm around Qin Peng's shoulder. "Brother, will you get out on your own, or shall I assist you? You little brat, do you have any idea who I am?" Qin Peng retorted. But it seemed he was about to be compelled to leave. Feng Lin delivered a sharp slap to his face, akin to lifting a chick, and yanked Qin Peng from the vehicle, tossing him down the embankment. Chapter 76. "I am truly your fiancé." Feng Lin took the driver's seat and turned to Ruoying. "Close the rear door." Before she could make a move, Feng Lin pressed the accelerator and sped away. Qin Peng crawled out from the grass at the bottom of the embankment, bellowing, "You little brat. Just wait." He grabbed his phone, intending to call for assistance to stop them, when a brilliant idea struck him. He decided to report the incident to the police. After all, Feng Lin was currently stealing his luxury car, and having the police deal with Feng Lin would be most effective. Inside the car, Ruoying, seated in the second row, immediately expressed concern. "Feng Lin, you are committing theft." "Don't worry." Feng Lin gently shook his head. "As long as they see my identification, even if they claim I stole the car, there will be no repercussions." He opened the vehicle's map, located the contract signing venue, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Before long, they returned to the restaurant where they had dined earlier. Without stopping, he drifted into the city, maneuvering the car like a serpent slithering through obstacles, effortlessly overtaking the vehicles ahead. "Feng Lin, you are violating traffic regulations," Ruoying warned anxiously, aware that overtaking was prohibited here, and he was also speeding. "We're almost there," Feng Lin said, glancing at the map. As they approached a bend, he pressed the brakes. "Get ready to exit. Don't worry about me. But if you don't get out, we are accomplices. We will both be taken away, and you won't be able to sign your contract, leaving me to rot in prison." Feng Lin turned back to her, his expression relaxed. Ruoying nodded vigorously. After all, Feng Lin had committed no grave offense. As long as he returned the car to Qin Peng and took the initiative to admit his mistake, he would likely only face a minor fine. After closing the car door, Feng Lin drove away. No sooner had he left than Ruoying heard the wail of police sirens. A police car was in hot pursuit of Feng Lin. Recognizing the urgency, Ruoying promptly headed to the company, determined to complete her tasks. Nantian International, a colossal conglomerate in Yun City, possessed financial resources that far surpassed those of the four prominent families in Jiang City. Were it not for Zhou Tian's connections, Ruoying would never have had the opportunity to engage with such a formidable entity. This chance was not to be missed. Feng Lin observed the police vehicle in his rearview mirror, which was relentlessly tailing him. He leisurely made a turn and found a parking space to come to a halt. The police car followed suit, and a woman emerged from it, with her crisp short hair and a figure that filled her uniform with an air of confidence. She exuded a commanding presence. "Get out of the car." This woman tapped on the driver's side window. Feng Lin smiled and opened the car door, raising his hands in a professional manner. Suddenly, he focused on the woman's face, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this his fiancée? Feng Lin instinctively reached into his inner jacket pocket. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mu, noticing Feng Lin's movement, assumed he was about to draw a weapon. She swiftly retreated a step, executing a textbook roundhouse kick aimed at his head. Thud! Feng Lin merely lifted his left hand, effortlessly deflecting her attack. His right hand had already produced a photograph. Upon realizing that he was not brandishing a weapon, Xiao Mu stepped back, surprised by Feng Lin's resilience against her earlier strike. Feng Lin confirmed that the woman in front of him was indeed the one from the photograph, which depicted her in a simple white t-shirt. "Wait a moment. I assure you I will not flee." He returned the remaining photographs to his pocket, flipping the one in his hand to show her. "Is this you?" Xiao Mu leaned slightly forward, her face flushed with anger. "Why do you have my picture?" "That's correct. Have you heard of the name Feng Lin?" He indicated himself. "I am your fiancé." "Preposterous." Xiao Mu lunged at Feng Lin, infuriated at the audacity of someone she believed to be a criminal who had robbed a Range Rover. Daring to insult her, Feng Lin sighed in resignation. It appeared that like Ruoying and her companions, she was unaware of their engagement. As she aimed to punch at him, Feng Lin swiftly seized her fist. "Take me to your home. I need to speak with your family. Rest assured, I will take you home, though it may be a jail cell." Xiao Mu brandished her firearm, directing it at Feng Lin. "Get down." According to protocol, officers were not permitted to carry firearms for routine operations. However, they had received a call stating that this individual was involved in a robbery. And not just any robbery, a Range Rover had been stolen. This constituted a serious offense, hence the authorization to carry weapons. Feng Lin chuckled as he released Xiao Mu's hand, declaring, "I am indeed your fiancé. Crouch down. Lie on the ground." Xiao Mu shouted at Feng Lin once more. "This is unacceptable. While I may be an honest man, I still have my dignity," he responded. Feng Lin voluntarily raised his hands, saying, "Go ahead and cuff me. I assure you, I won't flee." Xiao Mu, ever vigilant, fixed her gaze on him as she retrieved handcuffs from behind and tossed them to him. "Put them on yourself." Feng Lin nodded. After all, to him, such items were merely toys. He willingly secured his hands, standing there motionless. Only then did Xiao Mu holster her weapon and inquire, "So, why the robbery?" Feng Lin shook his head, asserting, "I did not rob anyone. Those individuals were the wrongdoers, intent on attacking me. I seized the opportunity to take their vehicle." "Who do you think you're fooling?" Xiao Mu scoffed, clearly unconvinced. "Let me ask you this. If I had taken the car to hide it in a secluded place, why would I drive it into the city?" Feng Lin shrugged with a smile, continuing, "My original intention was to drive to the police station and report it to you." Xiao Mu furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing the logic in his words, yet she reminded him, "Nevertheless, you still committed theft. Rest assured, I will not wrongfully accuse you." "Come with me," she instructed, relaying their location to her colleagues, who were to retrieve the vehicle while she escorted Feng Lin into the police car. Before long, Feng Lin found himself back at the station, where Xiao Mu grasped his shoulders and led him inside. "Hello, Team Leader Xiao. Captured another criminal, have you?" Several officers greeted her as they entered, and Feng Lin was taken aback to discover that this woman was indeed a team leader. They arrived at the interrogation room, where Xiao Mu crouched down to inspect Feng Lin's person. No phones or wallets were permitted inside. Suddenly, Feng Lin recalled that he possessed a dagger. Realizing this, he stepped back and insisted, "Call your superior. I need to speak with him." "You cannot see him," Xiao Mu replied, pulling him closer. Feng Lin then feigned a fall, his head colliding comically with the ground before bouncing a few times. The unexpected pressure caused Xiao Mu to retreat instinctively. He couldn't help but marvel at the man's concealed skills, rivaling even Su Ruoying. Ultimately, Feng Lin managed to push her onto the grass, effortlessly freeing his hands from the cuffs. With a swift motion, he drew the dagger and slammed it into the ground, embedding the handle deep within the earth. Bang! At that moment, Xiao Mu also found herself on the grass, with Feng Lin's face hovering just above hers. "I didn't do that on purpose," he chuckled. "You little rascal. You're asking for trouble." Xiao Mu, both embarrassed and furious, seized Feng Lin's head, rolling over on the grass and pinning him beneath her. Meanwhile, hearing the commotion, other officers rushed over to assist her in restraining Feng Lin. "How did the handcuffs break? Did you purchase a counterfeit?" Feng Lin feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. "You better wait here. You're going in first." Xiao Mu felt a surge of irritation as she retrieved Feng Lin's phone and wallet, instructing her associates to take him away. Holding Feng Lin's identification, she headed to her computer to investigate. If this young man had a criminal record, she would ensure he received a proper reprimand. Chapter 77. Capturing the notorious figure. Feng Lin was temporarily detained, awaiting interrogation. He gazed at the clock on the distant wall. It was only 1:30 in the afternoon. Stretching comfortably, he reclined, deciding to wait until 3 o'clock. If he had not been released by then, he would have to find a way out himself. Xiao Mu entered her office with Feng Lin's phone and wallet. Just as she settled into her chair, her phone rang unexpectedly. "Dad, what's the matter?" She answered, perplexed. "You're on leave today, aren't you? Why are you out delivering something and still not back?" Came the voice of a middle-aged man from the other end. "I just arrived and received a distress call, so I had to respond to a mission." Xiao Mu replied nonchalantly, "I'll return shortly. You girl, Xiao Wei is still waiting for you here." The middle-aged man lowered his tone. "Let him return. Just tell him I'm occupied with a significant case." Xiao Mu prepared to end the call, but suddenly recalled something. "Dad, do I have a fiancé? If only you did, I would have married you off sooner to spare you from such perilous work." "Understood." Xiao Mu hung up, scoffing. "That insufferable brat. He is truly insulting me." Entering Feng Lin's phone number into the computer, she began her search for information. Xiao Mu stared in disbelief at the scant details displayed on the screen. This was exceedingly inadequate. Their system could retrieve extensive data, including basic information such as registered residence, educational background, and employment history. Yet, Feng Lin's identification revealed only a single registered address and nothing more, indicating that he had neither attended school nor held a job until now. How could this be? This individual was undoubtedly suspicious. Zhao Tian, come quickly, called a female staff member from the corner of the office. What is it? Xiaomu placed Feng Lin's wallet and phone on the table and approached her. Our handcuffs are government issued, and I was curious earlier, so I reviewed the surveillance footage, the female staff member said, pointing at the monitor. Indeed, they are counterfeit. Xiaomu focused intently on the screen, where the handcuffs appeared to snap apart like cookies, as if no force had been applied. Wait, Zhao Tian, look at his demeanor in the next moment. The female staff member indicated the screen and rewound the footage. With her colleague's prompt, Xiaomu scrutinized the scene closely. Suddenly, her expression shifted. The young man was on the verge of collapsing. Why was he reaching into his pocket? Indeed, that is the peculiar aspect. As a person falls from a horse, their hands instinctively reach out to the ground. However, there is an added motion of slipping a hand into a pocket. This moment remains obscured, leaving one unaware of what Feng Lin has done. All that is visible is a brief action of him slipping his hand into his pants pocket before his hand lands on the grass. Observing this, Xiaomu immediately rushes out to return to the grassy area, searching for the spot where the two had fallen. On the grass, Xiaomu discovers a black metallic object. She digs at it with her hands, revealing more of the metal. Eventually, a knife handle emerges, which she pulls out with force. It is a dagger. You little rascal. Xiaomu's face pales with anger. He has managed to deceive her. Clutching the dagger, she heads to the interrogation room. Hidden so deeply, coupled with the possession of a dagger, he must undoubtedly be a villain. Standing before Feng Lin, she waves the dagger in front of him. Did you think I wouldn't find out? Impressive, Feng Lin replies, extending his hand through the cell bars to give Xiaomu a thumbs up, realizing he had been caught despite his actions being in the blind spot of surveillance. Of course, had these individuals been enemies, his first course of action would have been to destroy the cameras. Now tell me, who exactly are you? Xiaomu, maintaining a calm demeanor, produces handcuffs and secures Feng Lin's hands to the iron pillar. She opens the cell door and steps inside, positioning herself behind him. What is this? Are you planning to torture me? Feng Lin turns his head to ask. Don't speak so harshly. We are all civilized people, Xiaomu retorts, delivering a kick to his rear. Yet, Feng Lin jumps slightly, inadvertently trapping her foot between his legs. Xiaomu yanks at her foot several times, but to no avail. Frustration begins to rise within her, with Feng Lin's hands restrained. If she cannot overpower him now, her future as an officer is in jeopardy. With his hands immobilized, she contemplates seizing Feng Lin by the ear. However, as she leans closer, Feng Lin suddenly leaps, straddling her neck. Boom! Xiaomu is slammed to the ground, pinned at the nape, rendering her motionless. You little rascal, let go of me. Xiaomu bellows, gripping Feng Lin's leg tightly. Feng Lin winces in pain, frowning. If you squeeze me any harder, I might just snap your neck with a chokehold. You dare. Xiaomu not only refuses to relent, but begins to apply more pressure. Feng Lin cannot resort to any hidden force against her. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief illuminates his eyes as he smiles. I had quite a bit of radish today. I might need to pass gas. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu is instantly alarmed and ceases her grip, acutely aware of Feng Lin's position atop her neck. As someone admired by many, such an indignity would be unbearable for her reputation. The two find themselves in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Ruoying successfully completes the signing of her contract. Upon exiting, she first calls her restaurant to arrange for a car repair. She then hails a taxi to head to the police station. In the car, he incessantly dialed Feng Lin's number, hoping for his safety. At the police station office, Feng Lin's phone vibrated upon the desk. The previous female officer stood up, ready to answer the call, only to catch sight of a middle-aged man sporting a beard entering the room. Boss. Upon seeing the superior, the young woman sat back down. Zhang Jun nodded slightly. Having just entered, he noticed the vibrating phone. Xiaogua, isn't Xiaomu off today? Boss, Captain Xiao apprehended a criminal today. That belongs to the suspect. Xiaogua replied with a smile. This girl. Zhang Jun sat in a chair, gazing at the messages from Feng Lin on the screen. Suddenly, his expression shifted. The individual's information appeared to be encrypted. He immediately opened Feng Lin's wallet in search of his identification, only to discover a red metallic card inside. It bore Feng Lin's name and a series of embossed numbers. Could this be? Zhang Jun's face turned ashen with fear. He swiftly logged into a website. After verifying his identity, he accessed the director's permissions and entered the embossed number. A dialog box appeared on the screen. You do not have permission to view this person's information. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jun was certain it was undoubtedly authentic. Xiaogua, where is this person? Take me there. Quickly. Zhang Jun was utterly stunned. Xiao Mu was truly audacious to have captured such a significant figure. Feng Lin and Xiao Mu remained at a standstill. Xiao Mu clenched her fists, coldly stating, "Let me go. I will not pursue this matter with you. Do you think I am foolish? Unless you call your boss." As Feng Lin spoke, he heard the sound of the door opening. Chapter 78. Going to the Xiao family to withdraw the engagement. Feng Lin heard it, and naturally, Xiao Mu did as well. She shouted, "Come help." The sound of hurried footsteps approached until a bearded man appeared. "Are you Mr. Feng Lin?" Zhang Jun glanced at Feng Lin before lowering his gaze to Feng Lin's identification. "Boss, come save me. Teach this scoundrel a lesson," Xiao Mu exclaimed urgently upon hearing the voice. "Boss." Only then did Feng Lin release Xiao Mu, rising from her side. Xiao Mu quickly scrambled to her feet, her charming face covered in dust. She kicked Feng Lin in the back. "Xiao Mu, get out." Zhang Jun suddenly barked. "Boss. This person, get out." Zhang Jun's voice was even louder than before. Xiao Mu froze. If her memory served her correctly, it was the first time Zhang Jun had lost his temper with her. She cast a cold glance at Feng Lin before departing. Seeing Xiao Mu leave, Feng Lin smiled and inquired, "By your expression, you should have realized my identity, correct? I never expected to encounter a figure of such significance from the clandestine military group." Although Zhang Jun's position was not high, it was certainly not low either, and he was privy to certain confidential matters. Upon noticing the handcuffs on Feng Lin's wrists, he prepared to retrieve the key. "No need." Feng Lin gently twisted the handcuffs before him, as if they were mere biscuits. With a slight motion of his wrist, he stepped out of the cell, a testament to his prowess as a member of the Covert Legion. Zhang Jun returned Feng Lin's phone and wallet, stating that he was at his service should any cooperation be required. Feng Lin stowed the items away, shaking his head softly, explaining that the incident was a misunderstanding. He had requisitioned a vehicle in pursuit of an individual, and the owner mistakenly believed he was attempting a robbery. The actions taken by Qin Peng did not qualify as illegal, and even if one were to lodge a complaint here, it would bear no fruit. It would be more prudent to address the matter in private when time permitted. Upon understanding this, I promptly issued instructions, to which Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. The two departed together, and Feng Lin casually pocketed the dagger from the table. "By the way, what is the residential address of that woman?" Feng Lin intended to annul the marriage. With such a temperament, it would be wiser to bring Su Ruoying home instead. "Sir." Xiao Mu hails from the Xiao family in Yun City. She is a workaholic, though not ill-natured. Zhang Jun mistakenly assumed Feng Lin was angry and was preparing to retaliate against her family. "You are overthinking this. I don't mind sharing with you," Feng Lin said, retrieving a photo from his pocket. "In fact, I have a marriage contract with her." "Haha. It seems I was mistaken in my assumptions," Zhang Jun chuckled, realizing that his previous thoughts were misguided, for such proof would undoubtedly require multiple layers of approval. The state would not sanction a temperamental individual. As they exited, Xiao Mu awaited them. "Xiao Mu, this is a misunderstanding. He is one of us, merely having requisitioned another's vehicle, which led to the misconception of robbery." Zhang Jun explained with a smile, glancing at her. "Do you think I would believe that?" "Boss, I misjudged you. I never expected you to bow to malevolent forces," Xiao Mu exclaimed, hands on her hips, her gaze filled with disappointment. Since being apprehended, Feng Lin had insisted on meeting their boss, presumably to establish a connection with Zhang Jun or someone above him, leading to Zhang Jun's decision to release him. "Please don't take offense, sir. She is simply that type of person," Zhang Jun remarked, somewhat at a loss for words, yet he found her demeanor quite agreeable. "It's quite all right. I take no offense and am rather pleased," Feng Lin replied sincerely, for he appreciated such individuals and preferred their friendship, though marriage was another matter entirely. Glimpsing his phone, he noticed a call from Su Ruoying. Just as he prepared to return the call, Su Ruoying appeared before him. "Feng Lin, are you all right?" she inquired, descending from the taxi and hurrying towards him, her face radiating concern. Feng Lin shook his head slightly, assuring her that everything was fine and the misunderstanding had been resolved. "That's a relief. I've just finished signing my contract. Perhaps we should head back." Su Ruoying breathed a sigh of relief. Having instructed the driver not to leave when she exited the vehicle, which remained idling nearby. "Why don't you head back first?" I still need to pay a visit to the Xiao family to attend to some matters. Since he was already there, Feng Lin felt compelled to annul the marriage. In the distance, Xiao Mu squinted, wondering if he intended to exact revenge on her family. The Xiao family? What business do you have there? Su Ruoying inquired curiously. Although she was not originally from Yun City, she had studied here. The Xiao family represented a quintessential aristocracy, their formidable business prowess resonating throughout the nation. Annulment. Feng Lin stated calmly. I shall accompany you. Initially, Su Ruoying had no intention of going, but upon hearing about the annulment, she felt compelled to attend. After all, she was, in name, Feng Lin's wife. She pulled Feng Lin into a taxi. Their conversation was not deliberately subdued. Xiao Mu and Zhang Jun, standing behind them, heard every word clearly. Zhang Jun shook his head in resignation. The beautiful woman from earlier must be Feng Lin's girlfriend. Perhaps that was the reason for his decision to annul the engagement. Xiao Mu was somewhat perplexed. Judging by Feng Lin's demeanor, he did not seem to be deceiving anyone. She could only follow along in her car. The Xiao residence was situated atop a mountain, overlooking Yun City. Su Ruoying lifted her gaze to the imposing architecture and sighed in admiration. This, perhaps, was the true embodiment of aristocracy, far more magnificent than their own villa. May I inquire whom you seek? As they arrived, several uniformed security personnel approached. I am Feng Lin, and I have a betrothal with the Xiao family. Please inform them. He requested politely. When it came to matters of annulment, Feng Lin maintained a courteous demeanor, much like when he first visited the Su family. After all, it was a mistake made by his father, and treating the other party with respect was paramount. A slightly lowered posture was merely basic courtesy. However, given the assertive stance of the security, Feng Lin saw no reason to yield. One of the security personnel produced a phone to make an inquiry. The nature of the betrothal was unknown to him, as he was unsure which Miss Xiao it referred to. After a brief while, the security guard returned, bowing respectfully. Please, follow me. Feng Lin and Su Ruoying exchanged glances before boarding a small electric vehicle. The distance from the base of the mountain to the villa at its peak was considerable. The guard escorted them to a scenic plateau halfway up the mountain, where they disembarked and spotted several individuals playing golf in the distance. Please, follow me, one of the bodyguards instructed, leading them forward. Of the two players, one was a middle-aged man in a suit with a square face. The other was younger, perhaps in his late 20s, wearing glasses and exuding an air of refinement. You claim to have a betrothal with my Xiao family? What betrothal? Xiao Zhe casually struck the ball, casting a fleeting glance at Feng Lin, only to be momentarily startled by Su Ruoying beside him. The younger man had been fixated on Su Ruoying since she stepped out of the vehicle, surprised to see a woman with an even more alluring figure than Xiao Mu's. I am Feng Lin. Are you unaware of my engagement with the Xiao family? Feng Lin asked, puzzled. Xiao Zhe shook his head in uncertainty. I have 2 daughters. First, tell me who you are engaged to. This person. Feng Lin produced a photograph of Xiao Mu. Wei Kongyong's eyes behind his glasses suddenly turned cold. It was indeed Xiao Mu. Was this fellow attempting to vie for a woman that belonged to him? Chapter 79. The audacity to steal my Xiao family's son-in-law. Xiao Zhe scrutinized the photograph, initially believing it to be of his younger daughter, only to realize it was Xiao Mu. Is there a notary for this engagement? Present it for me to see. Xiao Zhe paid little heed, knowing full well this person must be a fraud. Xiao Mu was his own flesh and blood. How could he be unaware of his daughter's engagement? No, Feng Lin replied with a smile, shaking his head leisurely. In fact, I am here to annul the engagement. Annul the engagement? This statement left Xiao Zhe momentarily bewildered. He suspected he had encountered a swindler intent on extracting money from him. Wei Kongyong adjusted his glasses. Considering that purely based on appearances, he would also choose the enchanting Su Ruoying. To be frank, I only recently learned of my engagement to your daughter, as I have already been acquainted with my girlfriend prior to this revelation. Feng Lin wrapped his arm around Su Ruoying's shoulder, finding it necessary to fabricate a minor deception to extricate himself from this predicament. Understood. Xiao Zhe nodded gently, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. His demeanor throughout was one of calm detachment, which could be perceived as dignified, albeit it also conveyed that he had never regarded Feng Lin with any seriousness. Since you are also unaware of this engagement, then it is settled. Our family shall forego the union. Feng Lin nodded lightly to Xiao Zhe and took Su Ruoying's hand to leave. Xiao Zhe observed Feng Lin's retreating figure, his expression momentarily frozen. This person possessed a certain intrigue. One might think it was genuine. Uncle, I believe this individual merely wishes to tour your residence. Snapping a few photos along the way to boast about later, Wei Kanyong scoffed, having encountered many such individuals. For instance, every time he parked his luxury car, there were always young people standing by to take pictures next to it. In his eyes, such individuals were nothing more than comedic fools. Quite right. Xiaozhe replied with a faint smile, reclining in a white chaise lounge to rest, lifting a glass of red wine to sip delicately. Wei Kanyong approached, preparing to speak, when he noticed Xiao Mu dismounting from her electric bike. Mu. Wei Kanyong instantly rose, smiling as he approached her. You're still here? Xiao Mu glanced at him casually as she walked toward Xiaozhe. Dad, what did that fellow just tell you? Just as she ascended the mountain, she had seen Feng Lin descending, evidently dismissed. He claimed to be your fiancé and stated he was here to annul the engagement. A hint of derision curled Xiaozhe's lips. Did he leave right after saying that? Did he ask for any money? When Xiao Mu arrived, she pondered extensively, believing it most likely that the other party intended to swindle their family out of a sum of money. However, they merely spoke a single sentence and departed. Xiaozhe set down his wine glass, smiling as he remarked, "What on earth is this person about?" Xiao Mu, seated on a nearby chair, contemplated that if the individual was indeed a fraud, their actions lacked any discernible motive. Merely visiting this place and uttering a phrase before leaving seemed illogical. He is perhaps here for a visit. Gaining entry here is a privilege for ordinary individuals, Wei Kanyong remarked with a smile. What do you know? Xiao Mu furrowed her brow slightly, considering that Feng Lin commanded such respect from Zhang Jun, indicating he was no ordinary person. He could not possibly be inexperienced. Mu, you ought to adjust your tone, Xiaozhe gently admonished. Uncle, it's all right, Wei Kanyong quickly intervened. Just then, a sudden commotion arose from afar, and the group turned to see an elderly man clad in a long robe, appearing seemingly out of nowhere on the grassy expanse. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Xiaozhe, usually composed, visibly changed his expression upon seeing the man. This individual was the guardian of the Xiao family, possessing strength at the transformation realm. He had been the bodyguard of Xiaozhe's mother, a subordinate she brought with her when she married into the Xiao family. It was precisely for this reason that the Xiao family gradually evolved into a prominent clan. He had always been inseparable from the matriarch. How could he possibly be here? Zhao Cheng stood silently, hands clasped behind his back, remaining motionless. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman approached, pushing a wheelchair occupied by an elderly lady. The lady had slightly curled white hair and murky eyes, yet wore a faint smile. Mother, what brings you here? Xiaozhe was somewhat taken aback. His mother was a quintessential strong woman, having elevated the Xiao family to greatness. She was typically very stern, and he hadn't witnessed her smile since his father's passing 3 years ago. Grandmother, why are you so cheerful? Xiao Mu exclaimed as she rushed over to grasp Zhao Xiu's hand. Of course I'm happy. Where's Feng Lin? Let me see him, Zhao Xiu inquired, glancing around but failing to spot Feng Lin. Feng Lin? The three present were taken aback. Xiao Mu was well aware that the man she had just encountered was indeed named Feng Lin. As for Xiaozhe and Wei Kanyong, they too had heard Feng Lin's self-introduction. What do you mean? Zhao Xiu turned to Xiaozhe, reprimanding him sternly. Just now, a person named Feng Lin came by. Claiming he was here to annul the engagement, Xiaozhe awkwardly scratched his head, adding, I thought he was a fraud. I hadn't heard you mention that Mu had a fiancé. Annul the engagement? You agreed to it? Zhao Xiu suddenly slammed her hand on the wheelchair, demanding in a sharp tone. As Xiaozhe observed the elderly lady's anger, he felt a sense of trepidation that rendered him speechless. Zhao Cheng, escort our guest out. Zhao Xiu's gaze gradually narrowed, and a flicker of coldness passed through her murky eyes. Yes, miss, Zhao Cheng replied with a slight nod, making his way towards Wei Kanyong, seizing his shoulder before vanishing from sight. Mother, is that Feng Lin truly Mu's fiancé? Xiaozhe inquired in a hushed tone. Indeed, Zhao Xiu affirmed. Did he not disclose the reason for the annulment? Zhao Xiu leaned on her chin, her curiosity piqued. Xiaozhe recounted Feng Lin's earlier statements in their entirety. Preposterous. Zhao Xiu erupted in fury, exclaiming that a mere ordinary woman dared to usurp a son-in-law from the Xiao family. Both Xiaozhe and Xiao Mu initially interpreted Zhao Xiu's indignation as a rebuke directed at Feng Lin for his inconsiderate abandonment. They were taken aback to discover that her ire was aimed at the woman who had taken Feng Lin from them. Is this a jest? Xiao Mu is a lady of high society. What man could she not have? How could she stoop to the act of vying for a man? Grandmother, who is Feng Lin, really? I do not fancy him and have no desire to marry him, especially since he has already annulled our engagement, Xiao Mu said, playfully clutching Zhao Xiu's wrist. Typically, this tactic would compel her grandmother to acquiesce to her whims. Unthinkable. You must proceed with this marriage. It is for the sake of the Xiao family, and there is no room for negotiation, Zhao Xiu retorted, withdrawing her hand and casting a cold glance at Xiao Zhe. I expect to see him before nightfall, or you shall answer for it. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately, Xiao Zhe replied, feeling a profound fear of his mother. Despite being the head of the Xiao family, with all its formidable talents at his command, these individuals obeyed him solely because of Zhao Xiu's authority. With a single word from her, they could easily revert their loyalty. Chapter 80. I consent to this union. Feng Lin and Ruoying took a taxi to the upscale restaurant they had previously visited. The vehicle had been repaired. The issue was merely a severed wire that had been replaced. Let us return, Ruoying smiled at Feng Lin, relieved that he accompanied her. Otherwise, securing this contract might have proven elusive. Nevertheless, the matter involving Qin Peng warranted further investigation upon their return, as she sought to uncover who was targeting her. Feng Lin nodded with a smile, pleased to have made another retreat. Thus far, he had encountered half of the 10 photographs in this collection. Ruoying, Lan Ruo, Tang Chanxian, Du Qingyu, and today Xiao Mu. Both Du Qingyu and Xiao Mu had successfully annulled their engagements. As for Tang Chanxian, Feng Lin intended to regard her as a sister. Ruoying presented a bit of a quandary. He would need to devise a strategy to address her in due time. Regarding Lan Ruo, Feng Lin planned to cultivate a friendship first, ideally avoiding any further complications. Once he had met the remaining individuals and found them lacking compared to Lan Ruo, he would consider establishing a more explicit relationship with her. This approach seemed the most prudent, albeit with a hint of CAD-like implications. As Feng Lin settled into the passenger seat, a multitude of vehicles suddenly obstructed Ruoying's path from behind. From a sleek black Volvo sedan, Xiao Zhe stepped out, his previous composure now replaced by an evident anxiety. He approached the passenger window with urgency, gently tapping on the glass. After exhausting all his connections to investigate the street cameras throughout Yin City, he had finally located Feng Lin. Feng Lin rolled down the window, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is the matter? He inquired. Ha ha ha. My dear son-in-law. I sincerely apologize. I completely forgot about your engagement with my daughter. It was only when my mother reminded me that it came back to mind, he said jovially. Xiao Zhe leaned against the window, smiling as he replied, Come back with me. Your grandmother wishes to see you. No need. Since the engagement has been annulled. I'm just a poor boy, unworthy of your family. Feng Lin shook his head in refusal. Ruoying, standing nearby, chimed in. That's right. Feng Lin is both poor and lazy. I'm contemplating breaking up with him. You have no say here. Xiao Zhe retorted with a professional-level change in demeanor, directing a bright smile at Feng Lin while addressing Ruoying with an air of superiority. How dare you? Ruoying began, but was interrupted by Feng Lin. I must insist, uncle, you cannot renege on your word. I already have a girlfriend. That's all right. Just accompany me back to chat with my mother. At home. Her word is law, Xiao Zhe asserted, reaching inside to open the car door. Feng Lin hesitated momentarily, feeling that since the engagement was over, it should be a clean break. I'll go with him. You can head back first, he suggested, glancing at Ruoying. I'll accompany you. Ruoying grasped Feng Lin's hand. The Xiao family is not a place for someone like you, Xiao Zhe declared arrogantly, casting a proud glance at Ruoying before turning back to Feng Lin with a smile. Come on. Do you still not trust me? Just head back. Feng Lin winked at Ruoying. She nodded, her faith in him unwavering. It was unlikely that a mere meeting would sway her decision. As Feng Lin settled into the passenger seat of the Volvo, Xiao Zhe started the car and headed toward the Xiao family residence. So, what do you do for a living, Xiaolin? He prompted, seeking to ease the tension. Feng Lin had initially intended to reveal the truth, that he was a teacher, but given the annulment, he opted to leave a negative impression instead. Well, I'm currently unemployed. I'm a stay-at-home type, supported by my girlfriend, Feng Lin replied with a smile. I appreciate a man who enjoys family life. Don't worry. Once you marry Mu, I'll gift you a company, Xiao Zhe said, reflecting on his own age yet perceiving himself as a mama-s boy. He often preferred to leave matters to his mother, confident in her adeptness. Since his mother chose Feng Lin, there must be a reason behind it. Feng Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation, knowing this comparison was likely to put him well beneath Wang Qin. Yet, such circumstances were commonplace. Just as the dowry for marriage varied with wealth, the poorer the region, the more was demanded. Truly affluent individuals rarely placed much significance on dowries. Wang Qin and Xiao Zhe present a stark contrast. Wang Qin seeks to cling to powerful connections to ascend further, while Xiao Zhe hails from the Xiao family, a bastion of affluence that lacks nothing and thus finds no need for such superficiality. Xiao Zhe drives his car into the mountains and parks at a lot halfway up. He leads Feng Lin to the familiar grassy expanse, where Zhao Xiu sits in the distance in her wheelchair, with Zhao Cheng standing beside her, arms folded. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu sits alone on a chair, brooding in silence. "Hey, Feng Lin, I've brought you," Xiao Zhe exclaims, putting an arm around Feng Lin's shoulders, projecting a brotherly camaraderie. Upon entering, Feng Lin quickly notices Zhao Cheng standing there, a formidable individual indeed. Truly, a prominent family harbors such skilled individuals. "Ah, Feng Lin, you've arrived," Zhao Xiu calls out from afar, her face lighting up with a benevolent smile. Given her amiable demeanor, Feng Lin reciprocates with a smile. "Hello, I am Feng Lin. You bear a striking resemblance to your father," Zhao Xiu observes closely, then inquires, "How has he been lately?" "Still the same, helping others when funds are low, and indulging in mahjong and fishing when he has money," Feng Lin replies, a gentle smile gracing his features as he reflects on his father's lifestyle, one he secretly admires. "Let us address the matter at hand. Why have you chosen to withdraw from your engagement with my beloved granddaughter? Do you find her lacking?" Zhao Xiu glances at Xiao Mo. "Absolutely not." Feng Lin waves his hand dismissively, explaining, "I had a girlfriend before I learned of my engagement, which is why I have come to withdraw." "And what if I refuse to accept this withdrawal?" Zhao Xiu inquires, her smile fading into a more serious expression. "Grandma, what era are we in? I believe we should respect the wishes of those involved," Feng Lin asserts, well aware that Xiao Mu harbors a deep disdain for him, making any agreement to marriage highly unlikely. "Well said. Mu, what is your perspective?" Zhao Xiu calmly turns her gaze. I consent to this marriage." Xiao Mu clenches her fists, takes a deep breath, and stands to declare. Zhao Xiu beams. "Feng Lin, my granddaughter has agreed. What more do you have to say?" Feng Lin is left in a state of confusion, pondering how this woman could possibly agree. Does she intend to marry him and subsequently bear 7 or 8 children to exact revenge? With no other recourse, Feng Lin resolves to reveal the truth to Zhao Xiu. He surveys the surrounding individuals and quietly requests, "Grandma, may I ask that these people leave? I wish to discuss something with you. Everyone, please leave." Zhao Xiu gestures to the group. Xiao Zhe steps forward, taking Xiao Mu's hand, and departs first, leaving Zhao Cheng still standing there. "Zhao Cheng, you two should go." Zhao Xiu smiles and waves him off. "Understood." Zhao Cheng nods in agreement. Now, the grassy area is left with only Feng Lin and Zhao Xiu. Zhao Xiu smiles and inquires, "Is it acceptable now?" "Good. This entire matter is truly my father's fault. Recently, he insisted that I return home and presented me with 10 potential brides, urging me to choose one for marriage. I found myself in quite a predicament." Feng Lin sat on the grass, explaining with a sense of helplessness. Zhao Xiu narrowed her eyes. 10? Are you suggesting that you already have a preferred candidate?" After a brief pause, Feng Lin nodded, confirming that indeed, he had someone in mind and intended to withdraw from the others. Chapter 81. Are you lonely? Zhao Xiu silently nodded. "Who is this person? Is it the one who visited our home today? Surely, that grandmother wouldn't want to teach her a lesson, would she? Haha, I am not that foolish. If you are to marry my granddaughter, it is only natural for you both to be mutually enamored." Zhao Xiu laughed heartily, addressing Feng Lin. "Indeed, it is her," Feng Lin affirmed with a nod. After all, having assisted Su Ruoying so much, it was reasonable for her to feign affection. "Earlier, I caught a glimpse through the camera. Her figure is commendable, yet lacks the vigor of my granddaughter," Zhao Xiu remarked gently. Feng Lin agreed, noting that as long as a woman had a pleasant appearance and an average figure, she could be deemed beautiful. Choosing thereafter would vary according to personal preference. Some favor a mature charm, while others prefer a fresh innocence. Asserting who is more beautiful is inherently a flawed proposition. Nonetheless, Feng Lin did not hold high standards when it came to looks. He found Su Ruoying more aligned with his aesthetic. However, he admired Lan Ruo's character even more. "Grandmother, I have provided my reasons. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave," Feng Lin stated as he rose from the grass, brushing off the dust from his trousers. "Alas, my poor granddaughter, the esteemed young lady of the Xiao family, rejected in her engagement, How will she face the world from now on? Zhao Xiao lowered her gaze, sighing deeply. Just as Feng Lin was about to depart, he turned back. Grandmother, I presume you wouldn't wish for me to abandon my current girlfriend, would you? Promise me one thing. I shall no longer involve myself in your matrimonial affairs. Zhao Xiao raised a finger. Within a year, I forbid you from marrying. What do you mean? Feng Lin inquired. Zhao Xiao elucidated. It is quite simple. A woman pursuing a man is like a veil between them. My granddaughter might just win your heart within that time. Feng Lin chuckled. A woman pursuing a man is not merely a veil. It is also complicated by Su Ruoying. I accept, he replied. Having no intention of marrying anytime soon, there were far more pressing matters at hand. First and foremost, he needed to locate his mother. Only then could Feng Chen's ideal life truly commence. Additionally, there was the matter of the Nine Nether Realm. He must seek vengeance. Very well, go converse with Mumu. Since you have come to my home today, I must treat you to a meal. Refusal is not an option, Zhao Xiao declared, her words leaving no room for dissent. Feng Lin nodded in agreement. Zhao Cheng pushed Zhao Xiao away, and Feng Lin remained with Xiao Mu. Scanning the surroundings to ensure they were alone, he queried, Now, tell me, what is truly going on? I know you do not wish to marry. Xiao Mu replied coldly, Who said I do not want to? Rest assured, I have not recorded anything. I simply wish to engage in a serious conversation with you. Feng Lin lay helplessly on the grass, while Xiao Mu sat beside him, hugging her knees and said, My grandmother has stated that marrying you would secure the Xiao family's future. Feng Lin furrowed his brow slightly, as he had suspected that this elderly lady was aware of his true identity. Ah, that troublesome old man. With a deep sigh, Feng Lin lamented his predicament. However, he was a man of principles. He could not simply tell her that there was no need for her to marry him, as he could protect them nonetheless. He was no fool. Let me be straightforward. I trust you have seen my girlfriend. I have a preference for women with appealing figures, so you stand no chance. Feng Lin stretched lazily, plucking a blade of grass to chew on. Xiao Mu remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. After dining at the Xiao residence, dusk had already fallen. Zhao Xiao had suggested that Feng Lin stay overnight and arrange for someone to take him back the next day. However, Feng Lin graciously declined. Who knew what kind of trouble might arise from staying there? It was far more convenient to lodge at a hotel. Previously, while accompanying Tang Chanxian and her friends on a shopping spree, he had incurred a bill of 1,000 yuan. Otherwise, he would have had to ask Su Ruoying for funds to cover his hotel expenses. He randomly found a hotel and booked a standard room for a little over 300 yuan. Upon receiving the room key, Feng Lin made his way to his quarters, stretched once more, and decided to rest there for the night. As was his routine, upon entering the room, he inspected for surveillance cameras. Finding none, he settled comfortably onto the bed. With nothing else to occupy his time, he read a novel, and before he knew it, night had completely enveloped the sky. Through the window, he observed the vibrant neon lights outside, which indeed surpassed those of Jiang City, though they still fell short of those in top-tier cities. Around 9 o'clock, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Curiously, he rose to open it. Standing before him was a heavily made-up woman, likely in her 30s. Is there something I can assist you with? Feng Lin inquired with an expressionless demeanor. Handsome, are you feeling lonely? The woman smiled seductively. Not lonely, Feng Lin replied, closing the door, but she wedged her foot in the gap. Handsome, I noticed you earlier. You are the only one staying here, and this standard room has 2 beds. May I stay the night? She bit her lip, attempting to exude allure. However, Feng Lin felt a wave of discomfort. During his past missions, he had encountered various femme fatale, all of whom belonged to the upper echelons of society. His experiences had elevated his standards. Sister, I understand the type of woman you are. Just state your price. Feng Lin reopened the door, propping it open with one hand. Haha, handsome, you are straightforward. 1,000 for everything, and I will do whatever you desire, the woman replied with a smile. Feng Lin inquired, Are you certain that anything goes? Of course. I still possess professional integrity. Then I shall have to, he declared, raising 2 fingers. Sure thing, little brother. Your sister will fetch them for you. The woman stepped inside first, producing her phone to send a WeChat message. Within mere minutes, another woman knocked and entered. This woman's face bore the unmistakable marks of cosmetic alteration, her chin resembling that of a snake. Little brother, let us begin. Today, your sisters will heed your every command. The first woman purred with a sultry smile. Splendid. Come on. We have enough people. Feng Lin retrieved a deck of cards from a nearby table, proposing a game of landlord. The two women looked at each other, bewildered. What? Didn't you say you'd do what I say? Feng Lin asked earnestly. What is wrong with livening up the atmosphere? Realizing it was merely to enliven the mood. The two women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, Feng Lin triumphantly laid down a pair of jokers, exclaiming, a royal flush, with a 3. Huh. Pay up. In the span of 10 minutes, he had won over 2,000 from the two women. Just then, a loud banging reverberated on the door, accompanied by shouts from outside. Open up. Damn it. Hurry. A smirk curled at the corners of Feng Lin's mouth. He hadn't anticipated a scam. He promptly swung the door open. Outside stood 5 or 6 burly men, 2 of whom were recording with their phones. You filthy woman. How dare you put a green hat on me? Brothers, let us deal with this man first, the leader, a muscular fellow with yellow hair, instinctively uttered. However, upon observing the scene before him, he was at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, everyone would be well aware of what these men typically engaged in after 10 minutes. They thrived on extorting men, amassing significant sums of money. Men often preferred to settle matters discreetly, unwilling to attract attention. If they dared to report it, they too would be implicated in wrongdoing. Yet this time, an anomaly had occurred. The 3 individuals inside were fully clothed and engaged in a game of cards. Chapter 82, The Mysterious Girl. The yellow-haired man now found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. They had successfully scammed around 70 to 80,000 through this ruse. 80% of the men they encountered paid off the matter. Unmarried men feared their parents would find out, while married men dreaded their wives discovering the truth. Naturally, there were those who were undeterred by the consequences. These individuals would receive a thorough lesson. After all, they had nothing to lose, having deceived so many. They had never encountered such a situation before. If they were to physically assault someone, the victim could report them, as there would be no psychological pressure. Indeed, they had done nothing wrong, and demanding money was out of the question. That would classify as robbery, a completely different matter. You've finally arrived. I can't endure this anymore. Teach this fool a lesson, shouted the older woman, pointing at Feng Lin in anger. She was truly exasperated. She had come to earn money, yet ended up losing over 1,000 in his company. Wolf brother, he won over 2,000 from us. Another snake-like woman lamented, stepping forward to embrace the blonde. What? You little rascal, hand over the money. The burly blonde man signaled to the others behind him, and one of them promptly locked the door. What are you planning to do? I haven't provoked you at all. Feng Lin feigned retreat, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. Hand over the money, or my friends will take action. Wolf brother produced a dagger from his person, casting a sinister gaze at Feng Lin. Why should I? This is my hard-earned money. Why should I give it to you? Feng Lin smiled and shrugged. Heh, do you really think I want to dare to act? Wolf brother waved his hand lightly. One of the burly men next to him rushed forward without hesitation, aiming a kick at Feng Lin. Feng Lin effortlessly sidestepped, tripping the man with his other leg. Crack! As one leg was raised, the man's body soared into the air and then split, landing painfully on the ground. Ow! The burly man let out a piercing scream. He had never split like that before, and the pain was unimaginable. He felt his legs go numb, unable to retract from the awkward position. Seeking death. Attack him. Seeing this, Wolf brother and the remaining men all charged forward. Feng Lin made no unnecessary movements, delivering a kick to each of them, sending them crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The two women, terrified, retreated hastily, attempting to flee outside. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Feng Lin caught up with them, firmly placing his foot against the door, ensuring it remained shut. Yes, the two women exchanged glances, their voices trembling, astonished to encounter such a formidable opponent. They had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Lin noticed someone knocking on the door again, frowning slightly. Could there be more accomplices? He opened the door to find 2 spirited young men with styled hair outside. What are you doing upstairs? Are you going to let me sleep? One of the young men shouted, pointing at Feng Lin. Feng Lin recalled the earlier chaos, understanding that the weight of those burly men crashing to the ground would indeed be disruptive. He opened the door wider, gesturing to the burly men inside, saying it was them wrestling around, and that they should go scold them. The 2 young men peered inside, and, upon seeing the numerous burly figures, instinctively recoiled. Haha, bro. It's all good. We just came to ask. Feel free to continue. The earlier spirited young man awkwardly scratched his head. Come in, talk to them. Feng Lin invited once more. No, you guys enjoy. The 2, frightened, turned and fled. They were from out of town, having had a few drinks. But they were not foolish. Any one of these burly men could easily overpower them. Feng Lin closed the door again and decided to call the police. Individuals like these needed to be apprehended and disciplined. Before long, the police arrived. To Feng Lin's surprise, the team leader was Xiao Mu. What could this mean? Upon seeing Feng Lin, Xiao Mu's expression momentarily shifted to one of astonishment, but she quickly regained her composure as her colleagues were present. Feng Lin gestured towards several individuals inside and recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Xiao Mu, gazing intently at him, suddenly inquired, "Have you done nothing at all? Sister, are you mocking my taste?" Feng Lin retorted, pointing at two women in the distance whom he found rather unappealing. "Arrest them," Xiao Mu commanded her team members. Soon, the room was left with only Feng Lin and Xiao Mu. "Where are you currently residing?" Xiao Mu asked flatly. "I live in Jiang City." "Oh, we are both in Jiangbei. It's quite close," Xiao Mu replied before turning to leave. Feng Lin shook his head gently and closed the door behind her. The following morning, as Feng Lin prepared to return, he glanced at his phone and noticed a message from his father. "I heard from the villagers that someone inquired about our family's situation yesterday afternoon. You need not worry. I will not be returning anytime soon." Upon reading this, Feng Lin immediately thought of Wei Yanzi. It was likely she had sent someone to investigate. He replied to his father with a simple acknowledgement before heading to the bus station. After purchasing a ticket to Jiang City, he settled into the waiting area. Minutes later, it was time to board. Feng Lin took a window seat, observing the scenery outside. A young woman, appearing to be of similar age to Tang Chanxian, chose to sit beside him. With short hair and a mask, only her slightly reddened eyes were visible, revealing that she had evidently been crying. However, Feng Lin merely cast a glance her way and said nothing. As the bus set off on its 2-hour journey, he recalled that the drive had only taken an hour on his way there. Suddenly, the woman beside him pulled out her phone and clicked on a voice message. "It's all right. Don't be sad. I will be waiting for you at Jiang City Forest Park." Feng Lin could clearly discern that the voice belonged to someone older than himself. Seizing the opportunity while the woman typed a response, he glanced at her phone screen. Realizing that she was on her way to meet an online acquaintance, with a gentle sigh, he decided to offer a kind reminder. "Sister, are you all right?" The woman quickly stowed her phone away, looking up at Feng Lin and asserting, "I'm fine. Meeting strangers online carries risks. Please don't take offense, but exercise caution," Feng Lin advised, his tone merely a friendly warning. Without waiting for her response, he turned his attention back to the scenery outside. "Brother, could you accompany me?" The woman suddenly nudged Feng Lin's arm. "I'm also a bad person," she added. Feng Lin shook his head softly. He had many matters to attend to and saw no need to invite such trouble. "I advise you to return home and apologize to your parents." In this situation, Feng Lin surmised that she must have quarreled with her parents and subsequently left home. However, the woman, lowering her head, replied, "I have no parents." Taken aback by her words, Feng Lin asked, "What happened then? Who made you cry?" "No one bullied me. It was my grandmother," she responded, her voice trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. She wiped away her tears and continued, "Today, my grandmother was laid to rest. I have no family left." "Do not cry." Feng Lin gently grasped her wrist in a comforting gesture. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze turned sharp. The woman was at the pinnacle of the late-stage dark energy, comparable in strength to Zhou Tian. Moreover, this individual possessed a remarkably potent secret technique, akin to Du Qingyu. She was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Please, do not weep. Tell me your story," he urged. His hand remained on her wrist as he meticulously examined her pulse, then felt the back of her head. His feigned comfort served a dual purpose. He was inspecting her condition and discovered signs of bruising on her skull. Indeed, Feng Lin surmised that she had sustained a serious head injury, likely resulting in memory loss. He sensed that this woman had been unfortunate. The severe injury to her head suggested someone had intended to take her life. Yet, against all odds, she had survived. From the young girl, Feng Lin learned her name was Tong Yu, and she had been found by her grandmother, who collected scrap. According to her grandmother, this had occurred approximately 3 years prior. Initially, she was unable to care for herself, relying entirely on her grandmother. Gradually, she recovered, opting not to go to school but instead taking on odd jobs, which improved her circumstances. She relished this newfound independence and occasionally indulged in mobile games during her leisure time. However, half a month ago, her grandmother passed away, and today marked her burial. As for the online acquaintance, they had met through gaming, with the individual having gifted her around 100 yuan. They often chatted, and Tang Yu confided in her about her home situation. They had agreed to meet, as the individual expressed intentions to help Tang Yu find employment. Feng Lin pondered. 3 years ago, that meant this young girl had already reached the late stage of dark energy. Such talent could qualify her to be a member of the Dead Knight. Tang Yu, I have a friend in the police force. Allow me to take your photo so they can investigate your identity. I will help you find your parents. If you will. Feng Lin planned to have Lan He look into her background. At her age, reaching the late stage of dark energy was not something any ordinary organization could cultivate. Perhaps she hailed from a powerful faction, and aiding in the recovery of their daughter could earn him a favor. Okay, big brother, Tang Yu replied, removing her mask to reveal a faint smile. Her cherubic face, with its slight baby fat, was utterly endearing. Feng Lin took her picture and sent it to Lan He. Given Tang Yu's extraordinary background, he decided to accompany her to the forest park in Jiang City after they disembarked. Prior to their arrival, Feng Lin and Tang Yu had agreed to separate paths, intending to first ascertain the intentions of the individual in question. In Jiang City South Forest Park, Tang Yu walked ahead while Feng Lin feigned the demeanor of a tourist, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters behind her. At the heart of the park sat a slender-eyed man on a bench. He appeared to be around 35 years old, with a robust physique, albeit rather short, standing at roughly 1.60 meters. Are you Xiao Yu? Upon spotting Tang Yu, the man's face lit up with surprise. Indeed, she was a beauty. He often cast a wide net and had encountered 7 or 8 online acquaintances. He couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of modern beauty enhancement. Are you the one known as dominating the entire server? Tang Yu inquired, her gaze fixed on the man. Indeed, that would be me. My real name is Wang Chong. You may call me Chingu, he replied, scrutinizing Tang Yu with keen interest. You are utterly charming. I must seize this opportunity. Chingu, you mentioned you could introduce me to a job that pays 4,000 to 5,000 a month and in cash? Tang Yu whispered, revealing the true reason for her visit. Since her grandmother's passing, she had found herself without a place to stay. Most critically, she was undocumented. When her grandmother rescued her, she possessed no identification whatsoever. Without an ID, she could not open a bank account, making it impossible to secure legitimate employment. Thus, she was left to rely on cash-in-hand odd jobs. Rest assured, Chingu is a man of his word, but you should be aware that every opportunity comes with its own price, he said with a smile, his hand resting on Tang Yu's shoulder. You will need to show your appreciation. Chingu, I don't have much money on me, Tang Yu murmured. Her gaze cast downwards as her fingers fidgeted nervously. It's not about the money. At my age, I still don't have a girlfriend. How about you become my girlfriend? Wang Chong chuckled, finding her innocence endearing. Perhaps, he thought, he could eventually persuade her to become his wife. After all, she was an orphan, so there would be no dowry to consider, and once married, he wouldn't need to care for her parents. From a distance, Feng Lin had observed the unfolding situation and anticipated the imminent developments. He hurriedly approached, pulling Tang Yu to his side. We're leaving. He.S. a bad man. You little brat. Who do you think you are? Do you even know who I am? Wang Chong shouted, pointing at Feng Lin, unwilling to let his future fiancée be taken from him. Without hesitation, he lunged at Feng Lin with a kick. Feng Lin swiftly countered, landing a kick squarely in Wang Chong's chest. Thud. The man was sent sprawling backward, writhing in pain on the ground. Let us go, Feng Lin urged, leading Tang Yu away from the park. Once they reached the street, he paused and turned to her with a smile. You don't blame me, do you? No. He was too ugly. I didn't want to be his girlfriend, Tang Yu replied softly, her head lowered. Feng Lin rolled his eyes, bemused that even an amnesiac like her could have such standards. Do you trust me? I can help you find a job. Feng Lin prepared to take her to Yexin's place, which was exceptionally suitable for her. What price does your brother demand? Tang Yu asked shyly, lifting her gaze. No price. Today, learn more from others. With your personality, you are prone to being taken advantage of, Feng Lin sighed, pulling Tang Yu into a taxi. With utmost seriousness, Tang Yu declared, I am quite strong. Previously, when someone bullied me, I drove them away. Feng Lin let out a gentle sigh, thinking that not having killed them was already a good outcome. At the peak of her hidden prowess, perhaps amnesia rendered her unable to harness her qi. Yet her physical abilities were beyond that of an ordinary person. Upon arriving at the Shuaxian Club, Feng Lin guided Tang Yu toward the elevator. Prior to this, he had already informed Yexin about Tang Yu's situation. However, He only mentioned that Tang Yu was an ancient martial artist without disclosing her specific strength. When they reached the CAF, only Yexin remained, engrossed in her laptop. "Where's Lao Si?" Feng Lin inquired as he approached. "In his room playing games," Yexin replied, closing her laptop and smiling as she glanced at Tang Yu beside Feng Lin. "Tang Yu, from now on, study well with this auntie," Feng Lin said with a smile directed at Tang Yu. "Mr. Feng Lin, you should be grateful I can't defeat you," Yexin remarked with a displeased expression. Feng Lin chuckled, making a jest. "Sister, I am Tang Yu." She timidly approached Yexin. "Hee, good girl," Yexin's smile brightened, finding the girl endearingly cute. Feng Lin intended to find Sikong Jin, allowing the two women to converse, but he suddenly received a call from Lan He. He moved to the window and asked, "What is the matter?" Lan He's tone was grave. "Feng Lin, where is that woman now?" Feng Lin replied with a smile. "Have you discovered her identity?" "Her name is Tang Yu. In the Nine Nether Realm, she holds a distinguished status and has committed numerous heinous acts at a young age, devious and cunning, causing us substantial losses. 3 years ago, we orchestrated an ambush, but she managed to escape." After a pause, Lan He stated solemnly, "Dealing with such a madwoman. Interrogation is a waste of time. Eliminate her immediately." Chapter 84. Dressing Lao Si in women's attire. Upon hearing this, Feng Lin felt incredulous. He turned to Tang Yu, who was blushing shyly, unable to articulate his astonishment. "Are you certain?" Though he posed the question, he already knew the answer. After all, they shared the same name. "Absolutely certain. This woman holds an esteemed identity. According to the First Department's conjecture, she should be the offspring of someone high-ranking. Each time she appears, she is accompanied by formidable protectors far surpassing her." Lan He elucidated. "It seems she has lost her memory. Right now, she appears as a bashful little girl." Feng Lin covered his face and sighed. "You can have someone take her away. I will not concern myself with whether she lives or dies. It seems you are unwilling to take action. Very well, I will pretend I am unaware of her existence, especially since she escaped last time." Lan He hesitated for a moment before speaking candidly. "You old man, once again, you placed this burden on me." Feng Lin slightly shook his head and after a brief pause said, "Leave it to me." His mind was already made up. Tong Yue's identity was highly esteemed in the realm of Jiu Yu, and she undoubtedly possessed a wealth of knowledge. It is to be hoped that, in the future, he might glean information about the realm of Jiu Yu from her. After ending the call, Feng Lin proceeded to the room of Sikong Jin, opening the door. Sikong Jin was immersed in a game, wearing headphones. "What's the matter?" he inquired, removing his headphones upon noticing Feng Lin's entrance. Feng Lin settled onto the adjacent sofa and recounted the events that had just transpired. "I understand," Sikong Jin nodded, his expression calm as he stood up. "I shall go and eliminate her." "You understand nothing," Feng Lin retorted with an eye roll, his demeanor suddenly grave. "This woman can be of use to us." The two then made their way to Yexin's side. "Sister, you are so beautiful," Tang Wei remarked enviously upon seeing Sikong Jin walk in. "Little you, from this day forth, you shall assist here. Consider this your home," Feng Lin said gently, ruffling Tong Yue's hair. "Brother, you are so kind," Tong Yue exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she embraced Feng Lin tightly, feeling exceedingly fortunate. Just as her grandmother had passed, she had encountered such a benevolent person. "Do not cry. You are a kind-hearted and innocent child. As I mentioned before, you should study diligently with your sister. Your nature makes you susceptible to being bullied," Feng Lin said, taking out his phone with a smile. "Today, I will teach you your first lesson, acting." "Acting?" Tong Wei responded, puzzled. "Indeed. In the future, when Sister Yi promotes you to a position of authority, your innocent demeanor will surely be challenged," Feng Lin explained, activating the video recorder and aiming it at Tong Yue's face. "Now, be serious and issue commands." Yexin, observing from the side, furrowed her brow, uncertain of Feng Lin's intentions. After several takes, Tong Yue finally managed to present an adequate performance. Feng Lin nodded approvingly. "Good, your expression is spot on. Now, call out a name, for example, Sikong Jin." "Understood." Tong Yue narrowed her eyes, her expression cold. "Sikong Jin, I command you to locate him immediately, or you shall vanish forever." "Perfect," Feng Lin declared, satisfied with the recording as he playfully tapped Tong Yue's head. "Hee, I will work hard from now on." Tong Yue reverted to her innocent demeanor. "Very well," Feng Lin nodded. Turning to Yexin, "Please prepare a room for little you." I will find a way to obtain an identification card for her in the coming days. Yexin nodded and summoned a female attendant to escort Tang away. Once they had left, Yexin curiously asked, "Sir, what exactly are you doing?" "You will know soon enough. For now, help me prepare a set of women's clothing for the 4th. A black dress will suffice," Feng Lin said, giving Sikong Jin a pat on the shoulder. Yexin's deep, thoughtful gaze began to shimmer with intrigue. "Gentlemen, I never anticipated you harbored such proclivities. Spare me the pleasantries," Feng Lin retorted, rolling his eyes. As Sikong approached the room, he donned a fitted black dress, releasing his previously tied braids to reveal his shoulder-length hair. Feng Lin gazed upon this visage, one he had seen countless times before, yet it remained astonishingly captivating. Without the need for makeup, it was nothing short of perfection. "You still have that ID, right?" Feng Lin inquired from his seat on the sofa. "Yes, I do," replied Sikong, producing an identification card that indicated a female gender. Due to the nature of his assignments, he possessed numerous IDs. Feng Lin circled around Sikong and remarked, "Perhaps a touch of makeup would suffice. Your beauty is so striking it might draw unwanted attention." "All right, let us opt for a more mature look," Sikong replied, his voice seamlessly shifting to a feminine tone, a testament to his remarkable vocal mimicry. Of course, this was not his most distinguished skill. Many voice actors could achieve similar feats. Sikong's true talent lay in his ability to conceal his Adam's apple, rendering it entirely imperceptible. Before long, Sikong had applied a sophisticated smoky eye and vibrant red lips, exuding the aura of a commanding older sister. "Perfect. Now do my makeup," Feng Lin requested, tilting his face towards the vanity. Sikong retrieved a thin human skin mask from his wallet, placing it over Feng Lin's face, then added a scruffy beard to transform him into a man in his 30s. After changing into a suit, Feng Lin sent the recorded video to Sikong's phone. Their extensive preparations had culminated in this moment. Intending to exploit Tang Yu's identity to deceive Wei Yanzi and her associates, the two hailed a taxi to the East District, disembarking at their destination, the Song family estate. Upon arriving at the estate, Feng Lin followed closely behind Sikong. "Halt! Who are you?" demanded the guard at the entrance, scrutinizing the duo. In response, Feng Lin stepped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the guard flying. With a resounding crash, the guard's body collided with the iron gate, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness on the spot, leaving an indentation in the gate. The remaining guards, witnessing this scene, fled in terror. Feng Lin bowed respectfully. "Please." Aware of the surveillance cameras, he understood that if they were to perform, it must be executed flawlessly. Sikong, with his bag slung over his shoulder, maintained a cold demeanor as he strode ahead, while Feng Lin closely followed. As they reached the estate's lawn, Wei Yanzi and Cheng Yan emerged from the distant villa. Cheng Yan glared darkly at Feng Lin and the others, questioning, "Who dares to act so brazenly in my presence?" Wei Yanzi scrutinized the pair before her. Feng Lin stepped forward, nodding respectfully to Sikong, and began to approach Cheng Yan. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, and Feng Lin vanished from sight. Cheng Yan's pupils constricted, and before he could react, Feng Lin had already appeared beside him, seizing his left hand. "My lord, he is one of us." Feng Lin deliberately deepened his voice and then released Cheng Yan's grip. "Why have you not yet knelt before the Lord? Who exactly are you?" Before Cheng Yan could finish his inquiry, he suddenly felt as though he could not breathe. A terrifying pressure forced him into a state of retching. His eyes bloodshot as if a tremendous force sought to crush him. "This is the legendary transformation realm." Thud! Cheng Yan fell to his knees, gasping violently, cold sweat staining the back of his shirt. Wei Yanzi, witnessing this, was struck with profound shock. Even within the Wei family, Cheng Yan was regarded as an esteemed guest. She never anticipated he would so humbly kneel before another. "Rise," Skng said expressionlessly as he passed by them, making his way toward the villa without a glance in their direction. Feng Lin followed closely behind Skng with utmost respect. Chapter 85, Wilderness Live Stream. Cheng Yan. "Who are they?" Wei Yanzi hastily helped him to his feet, her eyes filled with terror. Cheng Yan glanced at the back of his left hand. Could it be? As this thought surged within him, he spoke urgently. "Hurry, keep up." In the vast, opulent living room, only 4 individuals remained. Skng sat upon the sofa, while Feng Lin stood respectfully behind him. Cheng Yan and Wei Yanzi stood opposite Skng, maintaining a posture of deference. "I have received a task," Skng announced. retrieving a black phone from his bag and handing it to Feng Lin. Feng Lin located the video previously sent to him, opened it, and presented it to Chanxian and Wei Yanzi. Tang Yu's video appeared on the screen. Feng Lin fixed his gaze upon Changyan's eyes. Upon seeing Tang Yu, an endless fear washed over him, and he immediately knelt down. He also grasped Wei Yanzi's arm, compelling her to kneel as well. I did not expect someone of your lowly status to recognize her. I was just about to introduce you, Feng Lin remarked nonchalantly as he turned off the phone. My lord, I was fortunate enough to accompany my master and meet the holy maiden once, Changyan said, pressing his forehead to the ground. Feng Lin felt a surge of relief. His gamble had paid off. The fact that Changyan had met her confirmed their identities. Feng Lin inquired, Who is your master? Changyan, still bowing his head, replied, My master is one of the hounds from the outskirts of the Nine Nether Realm. Feng Lin turned back, respectfully handing the phone to SK Ng-jin. SK Ng-jin accepted the phone and inquired coolly, You have seen the video. The holy maiden instructed me to find someone, and I passed through here to ask a few questions. Changyan nodded respectfully. I shall speak freely. Feng Lin's lips curled into a slight smile as he resumed his previous position. What are you doing here? SK Ng-jin asked. Changyan glanced at Wei Yanzi and whispered, Quickly leave. I am in conversation with the Lord. You are not qualified to listen. All right. Wei Yanzi was already terrified. She had previously heard Changyan speak of his organization, an entity of immense power capable of overturning nations. A person as lowly as Changyan could ascend to a position of honor within the Wei family. Changyan had mentioned that his master belonged to the lower echelons as well, referred to euphemistically as a hound, yet unflatteringly as a dog. However, this canine master possessed the ability to easily obliterate the Wei family. This exemplifies the disparity in power. The two individuals before her clearly occupied mid to high-level positions, and Wei Yanzi, in panic, fled. Their capacity to destroy her was more effortless than crushing an ant. As Wei Yanzi departed, Changyan respectfully remarked, The primary objective of my master, aside from executing tasks, is to amass wealth for the organization. We collaborate with affluent enterprises, assisting them in their endeavors, which yields substantial monetary rewards. Sikong Jin nodded gently and inquired further, Why not venture to larger cities? My lord, the woman who just left is from the Wei family of Jiangbei. I merely followed her here, Changyan elucidated. What is your purpose for coming here? Sikong Jin asked, his expression impassive. Her husband and son are deceased. I am accompanying her for the investigation, Changyan replied, his demeanor shifting slightly. Sikong Jin glanced at his phone and softly queried, Is there anything else? There is. Changyan lowered his head, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. My lord, I went to eliminate him. At this moment, Feng Lin approached and bowed before Sikong Jin. Do not. My master has assigned us a task to locate this woman and kill her. It took me considerable time to discover that this woman is Yexin. Changyan produced his phone and displayed a photograph to Sikong Jin. Feng Lin scrutinized the image, revealing a young woman who appeared to be no more than 20. Indeed bearing a striking resemblance to Yexin. Why must she be killed? Sikong Jin inquired. Changyan lamented, This subordinate truly does not know. I am but a lowly figure. Where is your master? I do not know. His whereabouts are unpredictable. He only informs us when he wishes to. And we cannot reach him, Changyan explained, his head bowed. Sikong Jin ceased his inquiries and turned his attention to Feng Lin, who approached with a smile. Let us exchange contact information. My surname is Lin. Of course. Changyan nodded eagerly. This matter must remain confidential. No one, including your master, should be informed. Should you receive any news of him, you must notify us immediately. Feng Lin grasped Changyan's shoulder, urging him to rise. The realm of Jiuyou is intricate and fraught with discord, but serving Lord Sikong is 100-fold superior to following your master. Indeed, it is my honor to serve Lord Sikong. Changyan knelt once more, pressing his forehead to the ground. Remember, you serve not me, but the esteemed Lady Saint. With that, Sikong Jin departed with Feng Lin. Watching them disappear, Changyan collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply. Changyan, are you all right? They've left. Wei Yanzi rushed in. Concern etched on her face. Oh, in the realm of Jiuyou, 9 great sects exist, each holding their ground with unwavering pride. It is quite astonishing that a mere individual like myself could serve 2 prominent sects simultaneously. Changyan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, unsteadily rising to collapse onto the sofa. After Feng Lin and Sikong Jin departed, he embraced Sikong Jin's shoulders, exclaiming with laughter, "What an excellent partner. After several years, our collaboration is seamless without the need for adjustment." Sikong Jin's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I'm heading back. Fourth brother, keep an eye on Tang Yu. If she exhibits any dangerous behavior, eliminate her." Feng Lin spoke in a grave tone. Sikong Jin nodded and turned into a nearby corridor. With his hands shoved in his pockets, Feng Lin boarded a taxi, making his way to the urban village. He cautiously approached his home, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching to leap into the courtyard and remove his mask in the restroom. After washing his face and changing his attire, Feng Lin proceeded to school. Upon arriving in class, he found himself just in time for English lessons. As he stretched lazily and leaned on his desk, the classroom door swung open. Lan Ruo stood at the entrance, waving at Feng Lin. He rose and approached her, inquiring, "What is up?" "The academy has received a notification. Our university is to collaborate with Yun City University for a live broadcast of a wilderness documentary, recorded by Jiang television. They specifically requested you to lead the team." Lan Ruo explained. Having watched Feng Lin's basketball video, she speculated that the interest stemmed from his rising popularity. Is it possible to decline? Feng Lin pondered, recalling Xiao Yu. Who might be behind this? Absolutely not. The Jiang City Education Department has approved it. This is a splendid opportunity for promotion. Lan Ruo gently tapped Feng Lin's arm. Each school is contributing 5 participants, and you'll select from your class. Live broadcast? Feng Lin inquired. Indeed, to resonate with the youth, Lan Ruo winked at him. I will also be attending, so you need to choose 3 students. All right, Feng Lin reluctantly conceded, ultimately selecting 3 acquaintances, Tang Chanxian, Guo Duo, and Bai Nuan. At 2:30 in the afternoon, under Xiao Yu's guidance, the 5 of them boarded a large bus, accompanied by Xiao Yu's live streaming crew. Sitting at the back, Xiao Yu shot a cold smile at Feng Lin, thinking to herself, "This time, you won't escape unscathed." After approximately an hour, they arrived in a remote mountain area of Jiangbei, where other students and teachers awaited their arrival. As they disembarked, a male teacher from Yun City University, leading his own group of 5, only one of whom was a woman, quickly approached them. "Hello, Teacher Lan," he greeted. "I'm Zhao." Lan Ruo nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Hello. Teacher Lan, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. After all, your school is a second-tier institution, and your teaching resources are limited. I imagine you seldom participate in such activities," Zhao remarked with a smile, glancing at Feng Lin and the students behind him. His words caused the initially exuberant Guo Duo and the others to temper their smiles. Feng Lin gazed into the distance at Xiao Yu, who was organizing the cameras, realizing that she might be well prepared for this encounter. Now, it remained to be seen how far she would go. If it becomes excessive, there will certainly be ways to teach her a lesson come nightfall, for after all, in these remote mountains, something is bound to occur.